Qian Cha was invisible, a servant scraping cursed ash while others mocked her. But when she found a forbidden pattern and a cryptic clue, she signed her name for the deadly trials. What happens when an expendable nobody risks everything to reclaim a stolen legacy from the heart of a corrupt system? Ashes Beneath the Verdant Cauldron, a web novel, Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The air inside the cracked furnace throat tasted of old disaster. Qian Cha pressed her back against the curved wall, one hand braced against crusted slag, while the other scraped cursed residue into a leather bucket. The space had been dead for years, its fire pit cold, its vents clogged with calcified soot, but the sect still sent servants in twice a season to clear the buildup. "Waste not," the overseer said. Even a dead furnace could be picked clean for salvage. Voices drifted through the gap above her, where the furnace's collapsed crown opened into the pre-dawn yard. 10, maybe 12 outer servants dead in last year's qualifiers alone. Furnace ruptures, ingredient poisoning, a couple who just didn't come out of the trial hall. And they still line up for it. What else are they going to do? Die in the ash pits? At least the trials give them a story. Laughter, light, easy. Qian Cha kept scraping. She had learned to sort voices by weight. The one doing the talking was an inner disciple, old enough to be bored, young enough to think boredom was wisdom. The Loe was a hanger-on, someone who fed on permission. Neither would remember this conversation by noon. Neither would remember the ash boy in the furnace below. The residue came off in brittle sheets, gray on the surface, black beneath, with a faint iridescent shimmer that caught even the dim light leaking through the crack above. Standard furnace waste. Nothing dangerous. Nothing valuable. Nothing that would make a sect scribe look twice. But under her fingers, one patch felt different. Qian Cha stopped breathing. The residue in that spot was thinner, almost translucent, with a curl pattern that did not match the rest. She traced it once, twice. The shape was wrong. The layering was wrong. The ash had not settled naturally. Someone had refined something in this furnace after it was supposed to be dead, then tried to burn the evidence clean. The voices above shifted. "Did you hear about the Cauldron Trials posting? End of the month. Same as always. Furnace assignments, ingredient quotas, elimination brackets. The outer disciples are already fighting over who gets the decent equipment. Let them. The real competition is between the 7th Hall and Quan's inner circle. Everyone else is just filling space until they wash out. Or die trying." More laughter. Qian Cha pressed her thumb into the thin residue. It flaked away, pale as bone dust, and beneath it the furnace stone showed a discoloration that should not have existed. A residual heat stain. Recent. This furnace had been lit within the last 3 days. She looked at her bucket, at the scrape marks along the walls, at the way the soot had been brushed into corners, not cleared. Someone else had been here before her, cleaning up what the furnace had left behind. And they had been sloppy. "Boy!" The voice came from outside, low and rasping, carrying the sour edge of cheap wine. Qian Cha did not flinch. She had learned not to flinch around Ash Uncle, because flinching made him laugh, and laughing made him drink more, and drinking more made him useless for the rest of the day. She just turned her head toward the gap and waited. "You planning to sleep in there, or work?" Ash Uncle's shape blotted out part of the pre-dawn gray. He was leaning against the furnace's outer shell, one hand curled around a clay jug, his good eye half-lidded. The blind one stared past her at nothing. "Working," she said. "Then work faster. The yardmaster wants this batch logged before the morning bell, and I'm not carrying your bucket for you." She should have let it go. She should have scraped the residue into the bucket, climbed out, and moved on. That was what an obedient ash pit servant did. That was what kept her invisible. That was what kept her safe. But the pattern under her fingers would not stop pulling at her attention. The curl, the thinness, the way the discoloration deepened toward the furnace's eastern vent, where the heat would have concentrated if someone had been trying to force a reaction that the stone was not built to contain. She knew that curl. She had seen it before, in the margins of a manual she was not supposed to have, copied in her mother's hand, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the servant dormitory. A signature residue, a trace left by a specific refinement method, one that the Verdant Cauldron sect did not teach. "Ash, uncle." No response. He was tilting the jug, letting the last drops hit his tongue. "This batch," she said, keeping her voice flat, careful. "The recovery sheet from last season. It says the furnace was emptied and sealed 8 months ago." But the residue here isn't 8 months old." A pause. The jug lowered a finger's width. "You an inspector now?" "I'm a servant who doesn't want to be blamed for someone else's mess." Ash uncle snorted. He shifted his weight, and for a moment the jug nearly slipped from his grip, but he caught it with the reflex of someone who had been catching things longer than she had been alive. "The furnace has a hot spot," he said. "Eastern vent, linings cracked. Heat bleeds through from the adjacent hall on heavy refinement days, bakes whatever's left in the throat, makes old residue look new." Qian Cha looked at the eastern vent. The stone around it was darker, denser. The heat stain was real, but that was not what she had asked. "The curl pattern," she said. "It doesn't match standard ash deposition." Ash uncle went still. It was a small stillness, almost invisible, the kind of stillness that a drunk man should not be capable of holding. His blind eye stared past her, but his good one had sharpened, just for a beat, just enough to make her chest go tight. "You see curl patterns in furnace waste now?" His voice was flat. "Maybe you should be a sect alchemist instead of a pit tender." "I'm just saying what I see." "Then see less." He pushed off the furnace and turned away, the jug swinging at his side. The dismissal was final. The conversation was over. But before he disappeared around the corner, he spoke again, half muttered, aimed at the ground. The flaw was in the condensation cycle. Too fast. They tried to rush the binding and the fourth imprint cracked. That's what you're seeing. Qian Cha's hand froze on the residue. He had not looked at the furnace. He had not touched the ash. He had not even turned his head. And yet he had named the exact defect. She stayed in the cracked throat until her knees ached and the morning bell rang across the yard. When she finally climbed out, the bucket was full. Her hands were black, and the sun had begun to burn through the mountain mist. The inner disciples were gone. Ash uncle was asleep against the furnace wall, his jug empty, his breath slow and sour. Qian Cha stood over him for a long moment, a drunk who could read a furnace from 30 paces, a man who named condensation cycle flaws without looking, a teacher who had spent 2 years showing her how to hear the difference between a stable fire and a dying one, always pretending he was doing nothing at all. She did not know who he really was, but she was starting to suspect that the sect did not know either. The trial notice would be posted by midday, and somewhere in the sealed archive above the ash pits, her mother's manual was waiting for someone who could still read the language of stolen fire. Qian Cha tightened the binding at her chest, adjusted her head wrap, and carried the bucket toward the logging station. She kept her head down, but for the first time in 2 years, she let herself imagine lifting it. Chapter 2. The midday sun burned through the mountain mist, turning the ash yard into a haze of heat and silence. Qian Cha knelt beside the sorting troughs, scraping cooled waste into separate bins, her head wrapped damp against her brow, her hands moving on habit while her mind circled the same question. Who had lit the sealed furnace? And why had Ash uncle known the exact flaw without looking? She pushed the thought down and reached for the next bucket. The yard was quiet. Most servants had gone to the eastern kitchens for the midday meal, leaving her alone with the sorting troughs, the cooling slag heaps, and a pile of discarded parchment someone had dumped near the scrap herb bin. Discarded trial analysis. She recognized the handwriting. A second-year outer disciple named Yuan, known for arrogant margins and sloppy condensation math. The parchment was crumpled, stained with tea, and marked with a red rejection stamp from the assessment hall. Qian Cha should have dumped it in the waste fire. Instead, she flattened it against her knee. The analysis was a breakdown of a standard Meridian calming pill, batch trace from last week's trial round. Xu Yan had recorded the ingredient ratios, the heat sequence, and the final condensation yield. The numbers looked clean at first glance. The yield was respectable. The batch had passed initial inspection. But the rejection stamp meant something had gone wrong. Qian Cha read the analysis again, slower this time. The third line caught her. Xu Yan had listed the spirit herb infusion order as silverleaf first, then frostmoss, then valerian root and bitterbark added together. Standard order. Textbook order. But the batch had been rejected, and the rejection note offered no correction, just a stamp and a dismissal. Qian Cha's tongue moved against her teeth. She knew why the batch had failed. Silverleaf and frostmoss together produced a cooling synergy that locked the Meridian pathways too early. If valerian root and bitterbark were added together after that lock, the binding would be uneven. The pill would stabilize the meridians, yes, but it would leave micro cracks in the spiritual channels. A cultivator who took that pill would feel calm for 3 days, then suffer creeping instability for 2 weeks. The correction was simple. Add the bitterbark before the frostmoss. Let the astringent compound open the meridian channels first, then let the frostmoss seal them in the correct order. It was a small adjustment, the kind of detail that separated competent alchemists from truly dangerous ones. Qian Cha's hand moved before she told it to. She picked up a discarded charcoal stick from the ash pile and wrote in the margin of Xu Yan's analysis. Small, tight characters. Her mother's handwriting, practiced in secret, hidden in the margins of a manual no one was supposed to see. Bitterbark before frostmoss. The lock comes after the opening, not before. She finished the correction and stared at it. Her chest went cold. She had just marked an outer disciple's official analysis with unsolicited correction, in a handwriting that matched no servant's training, using knowledge that no ashyard drudge should possess. If anyone saw this, the questions would not stop until they had her real name. She grabbed the parchment, ready to crumple it, bury it in the waste fire, erase the evidence before anyone. That's not the only mistake. The voice came from 3 paces behind her, low and rough, slurred at the edges. Ash uncle. He stood in the shadow of the cooling slag heap, his jug dangling from one hand, his good eye fixed on her. The blind one aimed somewhere past her shoulder. He looked like he had just woken up. He looked like he had been standing there for a long time. Qian Cha's fingers tightened on the parchment. I was just putting your name on someone else's work. He shuffled closer, the jug swaying. That's a fast way to earn a whip. I wasn't putting my name on anything. You wrote in the margin. That's your hand. That's your knowledge. He stopped beside the trough and looked down at the parchment without touching it. You think the assessment hall won't recognize a correction that doesn't match the original writer's style? Qian Cha said nothing. Ash uncle picked up the parchment. He held it at arm's length, squinting, as if the characters were too small for his damaged eyes. Then he snorted and dropped it back onto the pile. Bitterbark before frostmoss. He shook his head. You have never just always by transfer stuff tree. You are also called to spot that collie. You may's waitily first to be just warding for the arty eltis, which is working to tells me this error in following. But you believe it raise or right. The day is no harst, but you disspecifics together. It is not the absolute stesh for me. Speaking of leadering, the art of popting the bulls busted by stage everment. Qian Cha watched him go, her heart hammering. Then he stopped. Bring that bucket. She grabbed the nearest ash bucket and followed. He led her to the old furnace, the one with the cracked throat, the one she had crawled into that morning. The heat bleed from the eastern vent was stronger now, pressing against her skin as they approached. Ash uncle sat down on the furnace step, his back against the warm stone, and pointed at the bucket. Pour it out. She ticked the bucket. Ash spilled across the ground in a gray fan, fine and dark, with faint streaks of silver where the heavier metals had settled. What do you smell? Qian Cha hesitated. This was a test. She knew it was a test. The same way he had tested her 2 years ago, the first time she had corrected a discard, and he had caught her with a question instead of a punishment. She leaned over the ash and breathed. Iron, she said. Low grade, not fully refined. There's a trace of sulfur, but it's old, residual from the furnace lining, not from the batch itself. Color? Gray with silver streaks. The silver means the condensation cycle ran hot at the end. The outer shell set before the inner core, which means the yield will be brittle. Rhythm? She closed her eyes and listened to the furnace behind him. The low rumble of the flame, the crack of settling stone, the hiss of moisture burning off the eastern vent. The heat's uneven, she said. The eastern vent pulls too much air. The flame leans left. Whoever refined here had to compensate by feeding the right side more fuel, which means they lost precision on the temperature curve. Silence. Qian Cha opened her eyes. Ash Uncle was watching her with his good eye. The jug hung forgotten in his grip. For a moment, the drunk act slipped, and she saw something sharp beneath it, something that had been watching her for 2 years and measuring every word. "You hear the furnace better than you trust yourself," he said. It was not a question. "I hear what's there." "No." He set the jug down. "You hear what's there, and then you correct it in your head before you let yourself speak. You second-guess your own senses because you've learned that being wrong in this sect costs more than being silent." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "What would you have done," he said, "if you had been assigned that furnace this morning?" She thought about the eastern vent, the heat bleed, the cracked lining that forced the flame to lean left. "I would have fed the fire from the left side only for the first 3 breaths," she said. "Let the heat pool in the cold spot before adding the main charge. Then I would have brought the temperature up fast and held it short because the lining can't sustain a long cycle without cracking further." Ash Uncle nodded slowly. "And the residue?" "I would have cleaned the throat before lighting. The old residue would contaminate the new batch if I didn't." "But the old residue was from a sealed furnace, officially cleaned, officially empty." Qian Cha met his eye. "Officially," she said, "doesn't mean actually." Ash Uncle smiled. It was a small smile, barely a movement of his mouth, but it changed his face completely. For one beat, he looked like someone who had once commanded furnaces instead of sleeping beside them. He stood up, joints cracking, and picked up his jug. "Bring the next bucket." He tested her for the rest of the hour. Scent identification on half-burned herbs, ash color reading on 7 different waste batches, cooling rhythm analysis on a rejected pill that had shattered during condensation. He asked questions without preamble, without warning, and then retreated into silence while she answered, watching her with that sharp, measuring eye. She identified each one correctly, and each time he nodded or grunted or said nothing at all. By the time the yard bell rang for the afternoon shift, Qian Cha's hands were shaking, not from exhaustion, from the realization that she had just spent an hour being taught by a man who refused to call it teaching. Ash Uncle was already walking away, his back to her, his jug swinging. "The trial notice is posted," he said without turning. "They'll read it at the evening assembly." Qian Cha's chest seized. "You think I should enter?" He stopped. "I think," he said slowly, "that a furnace that fed on nameless drudges for 20 years deserves to carry a real name into the fire, just once, before it kills the next one." He disappeared around the corner. Qian Cha stood alone in the ash yard, the rejected analysis still crumpled in her hand, the smell of half-burned herbs clinging to her skin. The trial notice was posted, and the man who had just tested her like a hidden master testing a hidden student had given her the only permission she needed. She smoothed the parchment against her thigh, folded it carefully, and tucked it inside her tunic. Then she walked toward the evening assembly, keeping her head down as she always did, but her hand kept brushing the parchment, and beneath her breath, barely audible, she whispered the correction she had written. "Bitterbark before frost moss. The lock comes after the opening, not before." Chapter 3. The evening mist clung to the assembly courtyard like a second skin. Qian Cha found her place among the outer servants, 40 bodies pressed together on the stone flags behind the main disciple ranks. She kept her shoulders rounded, her gaze low, her breathing shallow enough to disappear into the crowd. The corrected parchment sat warm against her ribs, folded inside her tunic where no one would see it. She had not told anyone what she was planning, She was not sure she had decided yet. The head steward climbed the platform and unrolled the scroll. The announcement was standard. Trial registration opened at dawn, closed at dusk. 3 days for qualifying rounds, 7 for the main bracket. Furnace assignments would be drawn by lot. Ingredient quotas would be posted per round. Elimination was permanent. Death was not forbidden. The courtyard murmured. As usual, the steward said flatly. Inner disciples and recognized outer disciples of the 3rd grade or higher may register without preliminary assessment. All others must pass a basic refinement test to qualify. Servants are advised to reconsider, as trial fees are non-refundable and the sect accepts no responsibility for losses sustained during competition. A laugh rippled through the inner disciple ranks. Qian Cha's hands stayed loose at her sides. Losses, someone repeated, drawing out the word. That's a polite way to say corpses. Last year, 3 servants died before the first round ended. One of them was still holding the measuring cup. Then he shouldn't have entered. More laughter. Qian Cha counted the stones at her feet. Gray, cracks in the mortar, a smear of old ash near her left toe. She focused on the details to keep her hands from trembling. Sister Nuo appeared beside her, silent as smoke. The ashyard steward did not look at her, just stood with arms crossed, watching the platform like everyone else. You're thinking about it, Sister Nuo said, barely moving her lips. Qian Cha said nothing. The registration clerks know which servants to slow down and which to fast-track. Pantuan's people have the list of preferred furnace assignments already written. The draw is theater. I know. Then why are you still standing here like someone calculating odds? Qian Cha let the question hang. She was not calculating odds. She was trying to decide whether the cost of entering was worse than the cost of staying silent for another year, another decade, another lifetime spent scraping ash while the sect used her mother's formulas to feed its prestige. Is there a way to register without being seen? Qian Cha asked. Sister Nuo's mouth twitched. No. Then what do you recommend? I recommend you survive the night before worrying about dawn. Sister Nuo shifted her weight. Tomorrow's registration will be a circus. The scribes will process disciples first, servants last, and anyone without a sponsor will be sent to the overflow queue. If you want to enter, arrive before the bell and wait at the south gate. The clerk there is lazy. He marks names without reading them. Qian Cha committed the detail to memory. Why are you telling me this? Sister Nuo finally looked at her. The expression was unreadable, but there was something in it that Qian Cha had not seen before. Not pity, not calculation. Something closer to hope, buried so deep it barely surfaced. Because I've watched clever people die in this sect for being too careful, and idiots die for being too bold, Sister Nuo said. If you're going to die, I'd rather it be for something that matters. She walked away before Qian Cha could answer. The assembly ended with the reading of the trial regulations, a dry recitation of rules and penalties that no one listened to. The inner disciples dispersed first, laughing and calling to each other about furnace claims and ingredient shares. The outer disciples followed in smaller groups, tension visible in their shoulders. The servants were the last to leave, scattering into the mist like rats released from a cage. Qian Cha did not follow. She stood at the edge of the courtyard, watching the trial notice board. A fresh scroll hung there, sealed with the sect's vermilion mark. She could see the characters from where she stood, bold strokes painted by a master calligrapher. Cauldron Trials, Year of the Swallow, Summer Session. By order of Grand Elder Ji Wen Shou and Head Alchemist Pan Quan. The strong refine, the weak feed the fire. She had read those words before. They were carved into the archway above the main furnace hall, a reminder to every disciple who passed beneath it. She had always hated them. Tonight, she hated them differently. Her hand moved to her tunic, touching the hidden parchment through the fabric. Her mother's correction. Her own handwriting. The first time she had written anything true since she arrived at this sect. You're still here. The voice came from behind her, low, dry, familiar. Qian Cha turned. Ash Uncle stood at the edge of the courtyard, leaning against a pillar, his jug tucked under his arm. He looked like he had not moved since the assembly ended. He looked like he had been waiting. "The notice is posted," she said. "I can read." "They'll mock anyone who registers from the servant ranks. They'll mock you harder if you fail." Qian Cha's jaw tightened. "You tested me for an hour this morning. You told me I hear furnaces better than I trust myself. You said the furnace deserved a real name." "I said a lot of things." Ash Uncle pushed off the pillar. "Doesn't mean I told you which ones were true." He walked past her, heading toward the ash pits, his jug swinging. He did not look back. Qian Cha stood alone beneath the trial notice, her mother's correction pressed against her ribs, the name of the sect's greatest lie hanging in vermilion above her head. She reached up and touched the edge of the scroll. The paper was still warm from the sealing ink. Tomorrow, she would be at the south gate before dawn. Tomorrow, she would write a false name on a registration scroll and commit herself to a contest designed to crush people like her. Tonight, she stood in the mist and let herself imagine what it would feel like to stand in the final round with her mother's pill in her hands while the sect watched. The thought terrified her more than any furnace. She held on to it anyway. Chapter 4. The mist had not lifted by the time Qian Cha reached the south gate. It clung to her servant's tunic and curled around her ankles as she crossed the empty courtyard. The bell had not rung yet. The compound was still dark, windowless, holding its breath. She had left her bed before the fourth watch, bound her chest tighter than usual, and walked through the ash yard with her head down and her hands at her sides. Sister Newell was already there. She stood beside the registration pavilion, arms crossed, watching a single clerk arrange scrolls by lamplight. The man moved slowly, deliberately, as if he had all the time in the world. "You came," Sister Newell said without turning. "You told me to arrive before the bell." "I told you a lot of things." Sister Newell's voice was flat, but her eyes tracked the clerk's hands. "That one's safe. He's lazy and he doesn't read names. The problem is who comes after him." Qian Cha stepped closer to the pavilion, keeping to the shadows. "After him?" "Rotation shifts at the third bell. The next clerk belongs to Pan Chuan's household. He doesn't just read names, he remembers them." Sister Newell finally looked at her. "You have one window. If you miss it, you register under a man who will report your face and your name to the head alchemist before the ink dries." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "How long until the shift changes?" 2 hours, maybe less if the first clerk finishes early. Sister Newell gestured toward the pavilion. "Go now. Walk like you belong here. Servants hesitate. Disciples walk straight." Qian Cha walked. Her legs felt unsteady beneath her, but she kept her shoulders level and her pace even. The pavilion was small, barely more than a wooden canopy with a table and a stack of scrolls. The clerk did not look up as she approached. He was writing something in a ledger, his brush moving in slow, careful strokes. "Name," he said. Qian Cha reached for the brush. "Servants don't handle the ink," the clerk said, still not looking up. "State your name. I'll record it." Her hand stopped. She had planned for this. She had rehearsed it in her mind a dozen times during the night. A simple name, forgettable, something that would pass without notice. "Chen," she said. "Cheng Guang," the clerk wrote without pausing. "Affiliation?" "Ash yard, furnace maintenance." He glanced up. Just once. His eyes moved over her face, her ash-covered hands, the frayed edge of her tunic. "You know servants die in these trials." "Yes." "And you still want to register?" "Yes." The clerk shrugged and dipped his brush again. He made a small mark beside her name, then reached for a different scroll. "Initial qualification round is tomorrow at the South Furnace Hall. Bring your own ingredients if you have them. If you don't, the sect provides base stock at a markup collected against your trial earnings." "I don't have trial earnings." "Then you pay in labor." The clerk looked at her again, this time with something that might have been pity. 1 month of furnace duty per failed round, 2 months if you damage sect property, 3 if you injure another contestant. Qian Cha nodded. The clerk initialed the scroll and set it aside. "You're registered." She turned to leave. "Wait!" The voice came from behind her, not the clerk, a different voice, younger, sharper. Qian Cha stopped. A young man stepped out from behind the pavilion, where she had not seen him standing. He wore inner disciple robes, clean and pressed, with a jade token hanging at his belt. His eyes were pale brown and too bright, and he held a small ledger in his hands. "You're the ash boy who corrected Shu Yan's analysis." Her blood went cold. "I don't know what you're talking about." The young man smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "Of course you don't." He closed his ledger. "I'm Tao Jian, outer disciple, ingredient records. I noticed some unusual salvage requests coming from your furnace assignments over the past few weeks. Precise quantities, exact ratios. Nothing a servant should know." Qian Cha kept her face still. "You have the wrong person." "Maybe." Tao Jian tilted his head. "But I also noticed that the correction written on Shu Yan's discarded analysis was done in charcoal. Servants use charcoal. Disciples use ink." He stepped closer. "You write with a steady hand for someone who claims to scrape ash for a living." The clerk watched them both, his lazy expression replaced by something more alert. Sister Nuo had not moved from her position at the edge of the courtyard, but her gaze was fixed on Tao Jian with the intensity of someone calculating distances. "I don't write," Qian Cha said. "No." Tao Jian's smile widened. "You just survive." He walked past her toward the path that led to the inner compound and did not look back. Qian Cha stood at the registration pavilion with her false name written on a scroll and a stranger's attention already fixed on her. She had been registered for less than a minute. "That one's dangerous." Sister Nuo had appeared beside her without a sound. "He notices patterns," Nuo continued. "Keeps records of ingredient losses across every furnace hall. Pantruan's people tolerate him because he catches theft, but he's not loyal to any faction. He follows the numbers." "Does he report to anyone?" "Only to his own curiosity." Sister Nuo's jaw tightened. "And curiosity's harder to bribe than greed." Qian Cha looked at the scroll where her name sat. Chen Guang. A name she had invented in the dark, hoping it would carry her far enough. "The furnace assignments," she said. "You said some are already promised." Sister Nuo nodded. "South Hall, first 6 furnaces belong to Pantruan's inner circle. Furnace 7 through 12 are reserved for outer disciples with sponsors. Everything after that is open to anyone who registers, but the equipment is older and the heat regulation is unstable." "Which furnaces are worst?" 14 and 15, Sister Nuo's voice dropped. "They were damaged in a flare accident 3 years ago. Metal didn't seal properly. They run hot in the center and cold at the edges, and no one's bothered to fix them because only servants get assigned there." Qian Cha filed the information away. "Thank you." Sister Nuo looked at her with that buried expression again. "Don't thank me yet. The trials haven't started." She walked away, her figure swallowed by the mist. Qian Cha stood alone at the edge of the courtyard, the registration scroll still warm from the clerk's brush. She had done it. She had entered her name. But someone had already noticed her. Tao Jian knew about the correction. He had watched her salvage requests. He had seen something in the way she moved through the ash yard that did not fit a servant's pattern. She was not invisible anymore. The thought settled in her chest like a stone. She touched the hidden parchment against her ribs, letting the pressure ground her. Her mother's correction. Her mother's handwriting. The only proof she had that she was not a ghost. The south gate bell rang once. Dawn broke over the green flame range, thin and gray, birding through the mist. Somewhere in the inner compound, Tao Jian was opening his ledger. Somewhere in the furnace halls, the sealed furnace waited with its impossible residue and its 20-year hunger. And Qian Cha, registered under a dead name, began the long walk toward the first round. She did not look back. Chapter 5. Tao Jian sat in the ingredient records hall with a stack of ledgers piled to his chin and a single oil lamp burning low. The South Hall furnace assignments lay open before him. He had already cross-referenced the morning registration list against the equipment roster and marked the predictable patterns. Pantruan's candidates took furnaces 1 through 6. Sponsored outer disciples filled 7 through 12. The rest went to whoever was left. Chen Guang had been assigned furnace 15. Tao Jian wrote the name in his personal notes, then flipped backward through the previous month's salvage logs. The first entry caught him 3 pages in. Furnace 15, ash pit cleanout. Salvage, 5 measures of residual iron bark shavings, 2 measures of crushed silverleaf stems, 1 measure of unburned frost moss root. He read it twice. Iron bark shavings and silverleaf stems were common waste. Every furnace produced them, but frost moss root was different. The root burned slower than the leaf and left a distinct ash signature that only someone looking for it would separate from the general refuse. A servant sorting ash would throw everything into the same discard bin, unless that servant knew frost moss root could be rehydrated and used as a secondary binder in low-grade pill bases. Tao Zhen set the page aside and kept reading. The second entry came 4 days later. Furnace 15, residue scraping. Salvage, trace amounts of crystallized bitter bark. He stopped. Bitter bark crystallized only when the furnace ran hot enough to sublimate the inner oils. Most disciples did not know the threshold for that reaction. The ones who did were trained in intermediate refinement theory. No servant should have recognized the crystals for what they were. Tao Zhen turned the page and found another entry, then another. Each one showed the same pattern, a salvage request that separated useful residue from true waste, named the materials with precision, and recorded quantities that matched exact extraction yields. He closed the ledger and sat in the silence of the records hall. The ash boy who claimed not to write had been filing salvage slips for weeks. The handwriting matched the charcoal correction on Shu Yan's discarded analysis. The same steady hand, the same precise stroke. Ta Zhen stood and walked to the shelf that held the furnace maintenance logs. He pulled the volume for South Hall and opened it to the entries for Furnace 15. The damage report from 3 years ago was still there, a flare accident that had warped the inner chamber and left the metal with uneven heat distribution. The notes from the repair assessment recommended scrapping the furnace entirely, but the cost had been denied. Since then, only servants had been assigned to it. Tao Zhen ran his finger down the maintenance entries. Monthly cleanings, standard residue disposal, nothing remarkable. But the salvage requests told a different story. He pulled another ledger, this one from the herb storage wing, and began matching dates. If Chen Guang was separating valuable residue from furnace waste, she would need a place to store it. The herb wing tracked all movement of raw materials, even the scraps. The first match appeared on the 10th of last month. Furnace 15, salvage. Iron bark shavings, silverleaf stems, frost moss root. Herb wing receipt, dried iron bark shavings, crushed silverleaf, frost moss root powder. The quantities matched exactly. Tao Zhen sat back. She was not just sorting waste, she was processing it, drying it, powdering it, turning furnace residue into usable ingredient stock. That took knowledge, equipment, time, and a purpose. He flipped forward through the herb wing receipts, looking for the next match. It came 3 days later, then again the following week. Each time, the salvage from Furnace 15 appeared in the herb wing records within a day, dried and processed, ready for use. But the herb wing did not sell to servants. Tao Zhen checked the recipient field on each receipt and found the same name every time. Lin Mire, traveling herb broker. He had met her once at the outer market, sharp-eyed woman who paid in coin and asked no questions about where ingredients came from. She bought low-grade processed scraps and resold them to independent refiners outside the sect. A servant could not sell directly to the herb wing, but a servant could sell to Lin Mire, and Lin Mire could sell to the herb wing, and the trail would disappear in the gap between transactions. Tao Zhen closed the ledger slowly. It was not theft. Not exactly, but the salvage belonged to no one. The herb wing had no claim on furnace waste, and the sect did not track what servants scraped from the ash pits. Chen Guang had found a loophole and worked it with precision. But that was not what bothered him. What bothered him was the frost moss root. Separating root from leaf in furnace ash required knowing the difference in burn temperature. That was not servant knowledge. That was not even outer disciple knowledge, unless the disciple had taken elective herbology. It was the kind of detail a person learned from a manual, or from years of hands-on training with someone who already understood refinement at a level most disciples never reached. Tao Jin looked at the stack of ledgers and thought about the charcoal correction on Shu Yan's analysis. Bitter bark before frost moss. The exact order reversal that would save a Meridian calming pill from micro cracks. He had assumed the correction came from a disgruntled senior or a failed disciple playing tricks. But the salvage requests suggested something else. The Ash Boy was not just smart, she was trained. And training like that did not appear in a servant by accident. Tao Jen stood, replaced the ledgers on their shelves, and blew out the oil lamp. The records hall went dark. He walked to the door, then stopped with his hand on the frame. The loss pattern. He had almost missed it because it was not a loss of materials. It was a loss of efficiency. The furnaces around 15 had been producing slightly below their expected output for the past month. Not enough to trigger an investigation, but enough to create a consistent margin. A margin that exactly matched the quantity of residue Chen Guang had been salvaging. She was not just collecting waste, she was redistributing heat. By adjusting the burn rate inside Furnace 15, she could slow the consumption of materials in adjacent units, creating surplus that appeared as normal waste. The salvage she collected was not refuse, it was intentional overproduction, engineered by someone who understood how heat bled between furnace walls. Tao Jen stepped into the corridor and stood in the dim lamplight. A servant who could manipulate furnace thermodynamics for profit was not just trained, she was dangerous. He began walking toward the south furnace hall, where the qualification round would begin at dawn. The ledgers had told him a story, but he needed to see the Ash Boy's hands to know if the story was true. Somewhere behind him, the records hall door clicked shut, and in the silence of the locked room, the ledger for Furnace 15 lay open to a page he had not closed, showing the last entry written in a steady hand. Salvage processed. Payment received. Ling Marai. Chapter 6. The mist lay thick between the outer market sheds, curling around stacked herb crates in the slack ropes of empty stalls. Qian Cha stood in the shadow of a collapsed awning, her hands shoved into her sleeves, watching the road that wound up from the lower valleys. She had come before dawn, before the qualification round, before anyone could notice she was missing from the ash yard. The broker was late. Qian Cha shifted her weight and listened to the compound stir behind her. Footsteps on stone, the creak of a gate. Somewhere above, a furnace hall was already breathing, its heat bleeding into the cold air in waves that smelled of iron and burned earth. The qualification round would begin in less than an hour. She should be at the south furnace hall. She should be standing beside Furnace 15, pretending to inspect its cracked shell while the other contestants gathered and the overseers called names. Instead, she was here, waiting for a woman she barely trusted, because the ingredients she needed would not come from the sect stores. A cart creaked through the mist. 2 wheels, 1 horse, a canvas cover stained with weather and road dust. The driver pulled up at the edge of the market square and sat for a moment, scanning the empty stalls with the unhurried patience of someone who had learned that rushing attracted attention. Qian Cha stepped out of the shadow. The driver's eyes found her. A sharp nod. Then Lin Mai Rai was climbing down from the cart, her movements economical, her coat patched at the elbows in a way that suggested practicality rather than poverty. "Chen Guang," Lin said, as if tasting the name. "You look thinner than last time." "I've been busy." "Busy surviving or busy earning?" Lin reached into the cart bed and pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle. "I brought what you asked for. Silverleaf stems, not leaves. Strasmoss root, unwashed. And something extra you didn't ask for." Qian Cha took the bundle. The weight was right. The smell through the cloth was sharp and green, cut with the mineral bite of frost moss that had been harvested too early and dried too fast. She opened the corner of the wrap and checked the silverleaf stems. Thin, pale. The bark was intact. "These are late season," she said. "Late season is all the lower valleys had. The early crop went to the sect's terraces, and you know whose orders that filled." Lin leaned against the cartwheel and folded her arms. "But you didn't ask for the best. You asked for what was overlooked. And overlooked is what I brought." Qian Cha closed the bundle. The price would be higher than last time. It always was with Lin. Each transaction taught her a little more about what the ash boy was willing to pay, and each lesson became leverage for the next meeting. How much? Lin leaned to figure. It was fair, but only barely. Qian Cha counted out the coins from the pouch at her belt, the money from the salvage sales, the money that had passed through Lin's own hands on its way back to the sect's herb wing. Lin took the coins without counting them. You know, she said, tucking them into her coat, most servants who buy herbs buy them to resell. A few buy them to treat fevers or patch up injuries from the furnaces. But you? She tilted her head. You buy specific things. Silver leaf stems, but not leaves. Frost moss root unwashed. Bitter bark shavings, not the whole strip. Qian Cha said nothing. The last time I saw someone order ingredients like that, Lin continued, it was a licensed alchemist working on Meridian calming pills, and he paid triple what you just paid, because he bought from the inner market where the quality was guaranteed. The inner market doesn't sell to servants. No, it doesn't. Lin smiled, but there was nothing warm in it. So here you are, buying second-rate materials from a traveling broker, and somehow making it work well enough that the herb wing keeps buying my processed stock without asking where it came from. The mist shifted between them. Qian Cha kept her breathing steady, kept her face still, but her hand had moved, almost without permission, to the inside of her right wrist, where the burn scar sat hidden beneath her sleeve. Lin noticed. Of course she noticed. The woman's eyes tracked the motion, then returned to Qian Cha's face. I don't care who you are, Lin said quietly. I care about profit, and right now you are profitable. But I also hear things, traveling the way I do. What things? Rumors, Lin shrugged. About the trials, about the formulas the sect claims as its own, about certain signatures in the pill batches that some people in the low markets say match a lineage that was supposed to have vanished years ago. The words hit like a furnace blast. Qian Cha's chest tightened. Her tongue went dry. For a moment, the mist around her seemed to press inward, narrowing the world to Lin's face and the quiet weight of what had just been said. She forced herself to breathe. Lineage, she repeated. Her voice came out flat, careful. That's vague enough to mean anything. Is it? Lin's eyes held hers. I thought you might know more about it than I do, given the ingredients you buy, given the precision of your orders. Given that you separate frost moss root from leaf in furnace ash, which is not a skill most people pick up by accident. The cart creaked as Lin pushed off from the wheel. I'm not accusing you of anything, she said. I'm telling you that the market is talking, and if the market is talking, then sooner or later, someone inside the sect will start listening. She climbed back onto the cart seat and gathered the reins. Be careful, Chengguang, or whatever your real name is. The cart lurched forward, rolled past Qian Cha, and disappeared into the mist with the slow creak of wheels and the soft clock of hooves on wet stone. Qian Cha stood alone in the empty market square. The cloth bundle was heavy in her hands. The coins she had paid were gone, and somewhere behind her, the qualification round was about to begin, and she had just been told that the sect's stolen formulas were already being whispered about in the low markets. She turned and walked toward the south furnace hall, but her hand stayed on the burn scar beneath her sleeve, and she did not let go. Chapter 7. The south furnace hall roared with heat and noise. 40 furnaces stood in 4 rows, their mouths gaping open, their bellies already glowing from the pre-dawn lighting. Disciples crowded the aisles between them, checking ingredient bundles, adjusting robes, testing the pull of dampers with practiced hands. The air smelled of coal, dried herbs, and the sharp tang of spiritual residue still clinging to the iron from the last firing. Qian Cha stopped at the entrance. The cloth bundle from Lin Mireille was tucked under her arm. Her heart beat too fast. She forced it down with a slow, measured breath, the same way she forced a furnace to accept a lower flame. The assignment board hung to the left of the main doors. She pushed through the crowd and found it. Furnace 7, Furnace 8, Furnace 9, all assigned to named disciples, all in the first row where the heat distribution was even and the draft channels had been cleaned that morning. Furnace 10 through 12, outer disciples with recognizable surnames, their ingredient bundles already larger than anything Qian Cha carried. Her eyes moved down the list. Furnace 14, Furnace 15, Chengguang, the two names at the bottom. The two furnaces at the back wall, where the shadows pooled and the stone floor was damp from a leaking water pipe that no one had bothered to repair. Qian Cha read her assigned name twice, letting the reality settle. Then she walked toward the back of the hall. The other furnace teams watched her pass. A few laughed, low and quiet. The sound meant to carry. She heard a voice mutter about servants thinking the trials were a charity house. Another voice answered that charity meant giving them a furnace that worked, which made the joke. She kept walking. Furnace 15 sat against the rear wall like a wounded animal. Its iron skin was darkened from the flare damage 3 years ago, a long crack running from the crown down to the mid-belly where someone had tried to seal it with crude patchwork. The patch had held, barely, but the heat escaping through it was wrong. A thin shimmer of wasted energy that told her everything she needed to know about its rhythm. Hot in the center, cold at the edges, dead spots in the lower right quadrant where the cracked seal bled thermal force into empty air. She set her bundle down on the workbench beside it. A runner came by with a bucket of coal charcoal, the cheap kind that burned uneven and left heavy ash. He dumped it beside her station without meeting her eyes and was gone before she could ask for better. Qian Cha looked at the charcoal, then at the furnace, then at her ingredients. Silverleaf stems, frost moss root, unwashed, bitterbark shavings. The unnamed something extra that Lin had included, which she had not yet opened. She had enough for one attempt, one batch, and nothing to replace it if she failed. The gong sounded. Around her, the hall surged into motion. Disciples at the front furnaces opened their dampers with confidence, feeding spirit herbs into preheated chambers, their hands moving in patterns that spoke of months of practice and proper instruction. The air filled with the smell of warming ingredients, with the hiss of moisture evaporating from fresh-cut stems. Qian Cha lit her burner. The flame caught unevenly, sputtering against the cheap charcoal. She adjusted the draft, opening the lower vent a fraction, then closing it when the heat veered too far toward the dead quadrant. The furnace coughed. A puff of gray smoke curled from the crack in its side. She did not flinch. Behind her, someone laughed again. She heard a voice say the Ash Boy's furnace was trying to die before he did. She kept her hands steady. The first rule of a damaged furnace, Ash Uncle had told her once, was that it could not be fought. A perfect furnace obeyed. A broken furnace had to be heard, and the refinement had to be built around its injuries, not pressed through them. She closed her eyes. For a long moment, she did nothing but breathe, letting the furnace's rhythm enter her through her palms on the iron shell, through the soles of her feet on the damp stone floor, through the tiny shifts in air pressure against her face. The heat dead spot was in the lower right, just as she had predicted, where the crack bled warmth. The center ran too hot, eager to char anything placed there. The left wall held a steady temperature, cooler than it should be, but consistent. She opened her eyes. The frost moss root went into the center first. It sizzled, releasing a sharp green vapor that curled upward and pooled against the furnace crown. She watched it spread, tracking how far it traveled before the dead spot in the lower right pulled it down and let it escape through the crack. Loss. But measurable loss. Loss she could calculate around. She added the silverleaf stems along the left wall where the temperature held steady. They began to soften, releasing their oils into the circulating air. The vapor from the frost moss and the vapor from the silverleaf met above the center, and she watched them blend, saw the color shift from pale green to a deeper, more turbulent amber. Too fast. The furnace was accelerating the reaction because the center was too hot. She reached for the bitterbark shavings. Her hand paused. Ash Uncle's voice came back to her, not in words, but in rhythm. The ash breath timing, the way he had taught her to sync her own breathing to a furnace's pulse, to find the moment between heartbeats where the fire hesitated, and to act in that gap. She waited. The furnace pulsed. Heat rose, fell, rose again. In the gap between beats, she added the bitterbark. The shavings caught the circulating vapor and began to bind it, pulling the amber color back toward green, slowing the reaction to something manageable. The furnace groaned, a low metallic complaint as the temperature shifted unevenly across its injured body. But the mixture held. Qian Cha did not speed up. She did not slow down. She worked through the rhythm, adding each ingredient in the space between the furnace's breaths, letting the dead spot claim what it would, and compensating with a fraction more of the frost moss in the next cycle. Her hands moved with a precision that came from 2 years of ash yard practice, from nights spent memorizing her mother's manual by the light of a single candle, from every moment she had stood in the shadow of a furnace and learned to hear what it was saying. The batch began to condense. Around her, the other furnaces were already finishing. Disciples pulled completed pills from their chambers, holding them up to the light, comparing colors and condensation patterns with the satisfaction of work done properly. The front rows had produced clean batches, uniform spheres with the glossy sheen of correct spiritual alignment. Qian Cha's batch was not glossy. She drew it from the furnace and set it on the cooling stone. The pill was rough, its surface uneven, a dull gray-brown instead of the rich amber that a Meridian calming pill should show. It looked like a failure. It looked like exactly what a servant with a broken furnace and cheap ingredients would produce. But it held. The condensation had completed. The spiritual channels inside it were intact, rough but connected. It would work. It would not impress anyone. It would not draw praise. But it would pass the qualification threshold. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The runner came by to collect the qualifying batches. He looked at her pill, snorted, and dropped it into the collection tray without marking her station. She watched him carry the tray to the assessment table at the front of the hall. One by one, the batches were examined. The front row disciples passed first, their pills approved with quick nods and murmured praise. Then the middle rows, their batches slightly less perfect but still acceptable. The assessment table worked through the tray efficiently, discarding the failures with a single word, passing the successes with a brief notation. The runner reached Qian Cha's pill. The assessor picked it up, turned it over, frowned. He held it to the light, studied the uneven surface, the dull color, the rough edges. Then he set it down. "Pass," he said. The word was flat, uninterested. The assessor had already moved to the next batch before the sound faded. But it was enough. Qian Cha gathered her empty bundle and stepped away from Furnace 15. Her limbs felt light, almost hollow, as if the concentration had drained something essential from her body. She had passed. She had done what she came to do. She walked toward the exit. At the front of the hall, near the assessment table, a group of senior disciples stood watching the results. One of them wore robes with the deep green trim that marked a head alchemist's household. He was studying the qualification list, his finger tracing down the names. His finger paused. "Chen Guang," he said, the name spoken softly, as if tasting it for the first time. He turned to look toward the back of the hall, where Furnace 15 still steamed from its uneven burn. His eyes found the station, the cracked iron, the pile of cheap charcoal ash that had somehow produced a viable batch. "Furnace 15, he said. "Furnace 15 passed." The man holding the list was Quan, and his smile was the most dangerous thing Qian Cha had seen all day. Chapter 8. The ash yard smelled of wet charcoal and contempt. Qian Cha stepped through the gate before the sun had fully cleared the ridge, her body still hollowed from yesterday's refinement. The passing pill sat in her memory like a borrowed thing, not quite hers yet, not quite real. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Pan Chuan's smile. The yard was quiet. Too quiet. She rounded the corner of the sorting shed and saw them. 3 young disciples in clean outer robes stood in a loose half-circle near the ash heaps. They wore the pale gray of first-year initiates, their sleeves still unstained by real work, their belts trimmed with the green thread that marked Pan Chuan's household. One of them held a wine jar. Ash Uncle sat against the base of Furnace 3, his back to the cracked iron, his blind eye catching the morning light like a stone. His good eye was half closed. He looked exactly like what they thought he was. "Drunk before noon," the disciple with the wine jar said. He had a round face and the easy cruelty of someone who had never been struck back. "Is that all you do, old man? Sit here and mutter at the furnaces?" The other 2 laughed. Ash Uncle did not move. The disciple tipped the jar, letting wine splash onto the ash at Ash Uncle's feet. Then he let the jar fall. It struck the ground and shattered, dark liquid spreading through the soot like blood. "Clean that up," the disciple said. "Oh wait, you can't see it, can you?" Qian Cha's hands closed into fists. She knew what she was supposed to do. Walk past, keep her head down, let them have their sport because they were Pantuan's people, and she was nothing but an ash boy with a lucky pass and a furnace that should have killed her. She knew the math. She had survived 2 years by knowing it, but her feet did not move. The second disciple stepped forward and kicked at Ash Uncle's shoulder, not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to make him sway. "They say you used to be someone. That true? Or did you always look like a dead man waiting to fall over?" Ash Uncle's good eye opened. He looked at the disciple. Not through him, not past him, straight at him, with the kind of focus that made the disciple take a half step back before he caught himself. "The furnaces tell me things," Ash Uncle said. His voice was rough but steady, the drunk slur gone. "Would you like to know what they say about you?" The disciple's face tightened. "The old fool threatens me?" "It is not a threat," Ash Uncle said. "It is an observation. Your spiritual channels have a tremor in them, left side, second meridian. You have been using cheaper ingredients to accelerate your cultivation, and the impurity is settling in your lungs. You will begin coughing blood with it in a month. By the end of the season, you will be unable to refine anything above a basic tonic." The disciple went still. "You are lying," he said. Ash Uncle closed his eye and leaned back against the furnace. "The furnaces do not lie, but you will not believe me until you cough. That is your choice." The round-faced disciple grabbed the second one's sleeve. "Ignore him. He is a drunk who talks to iron. Let us go before we smell like the ash pit." They left, their laughter thinner now, forced. Qian Cha stood in the shadow of the sorting shed, her fists still clenched. Ash Uncle did not open his eye. "You can come out, sharp ears. They are gone." She walked over and stopped 3 paces from where he sat. The wine soaked into the ash, dark and spreading. The broken jar lay in pieces. "You should have let me say something," she said. He cracked his good eye open. "And what would you have said?" "I do not know. Something." "That is exactly why you said nothing." He picked up a piece of the broken jar, turned it over in his fingers. Words spoken in anger have no heat discipline. They burn the speaker before the target. She wanted to argue. The urge sat in her chest like a hot coal demanding release. But she had learned to read furnaces, and she had learned to read him, and the stillness in his posture was not defeat. It was the same stillness he had shown in the ash yard when he tested her for the first time. The stillness of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. "They mocked you," she said. "They did." He set the jar fragment down, and I let them. Because their mockery tells me nothing I do not already know, and their departure tells me everything I need. "What does it tell you?" He looked at her. For a moment, the blind eye and the good eye seemed to see with the same clarity. "It tells me they are afraid of me, even degraded. It tells me they will speak of this to their master, and their master will wonder why a drunk's diagnosis was accurate. It tells me that I am still a piece on the board, which means I can still be moved." Qian Cha sat down in the ash across from him. The damp from the spilled wine soaked through her trousers. She did not care. "The furnaces tell you things," she said. "That is what you said to them. Is that true?" "Partially." He picked up another shard. "The furnaces speak in heat and crack and residue pattern. The body speaks in breath and tremor, and the way the flame flickers in the spiritual channels." I read one through the other. "And the disciple? The second meridian impurity?" "Genuine. He will cough within the month. Whether he believes me or not, the impurity will progress. That is the nature of cheap cultivation. You cannot outrun bad ingredients." She looked down at her hands. The ash was ground into the creases, so deep that she had stopped noticing it years ago. Her mother's burn scar was hidden beneath the sleeve, but she felt it like a brand. "The trials," she said. "I passed the qualification round, but Pantuan saw my name. He saw Furnace 15. I know. Everyone is going to watch me now. Every round, every ingredient, every breath. One mistake and they will see what I really am." Ash Uncle was quiet for a long moment. The furnace behind him ticked as it cooled, a slow metallic pulse that matched the rhythm of his breathing. "Let me tell you something about fire," he said, "and about the people who claim to master it." He leaned forward, and the morning light caught the lines in his face, the burn scars on his hands, the depth in the eye that still worked. Pan Tuan's disciples refined by the book. They learn the official sequences, the approved substitutions, the sanctioned timing. They believe the formula is the truth. But fire does not read books. Fire reads the moment, the ash quality, the humidity in the air, the fatigue in the refiner's hands. He held up the jar shard. "These disciples mocked me because they saw a blind drunk who cannot hold a jar. But I saw the tremor in their breathing, the fear in their spines, the lie in their laughter. They do not know they are being read. That is their weakness." He set the shard down. "And you, Qian Cha," he said her true name softly, a gift in the open air. "You must learn to read the flames that lie, the ones that burn hot and clean to hide a cracked core, the ones that flicker evenly while the poison builds inside. Pan Tuan's whole sect is built on such flames. Do not trust the surface. Listen to what the fire hides." She held his gaze. The coal in her chest had not cooled, but it had shifted, finding a new place to settle. "What do I do tomorrow?" she asked. "Tomorrow," Ashmuncle said, "you refine again, and you let them watch. Because the more they watch you, the less they watch each other. And Pan Quan has enemies he has not yet counted." He stood slowly, joints cracking, and looked down at the spilled wine, the shattered jar. "Clean this up," he said. "You are the ash boy. It is your job." He shuffled away toward the furnace hall, bent and shambling, the mask back in place. Qian Cha watched him go. Then she knelt and began gathering the broken pieces, her fingers moving carefully over the sharp edges. The ash yard was quiet again. But behind her, at the edge of the sorting shed, a shadow shifted. Someone had been standing there, watching, listening. The shadow was gone before she could turn her head, but the impression remained, as distinct as a footprint in ash. She was not the only one reading the yard today. Chapter 9. The south furnace hall smelled of coal dust and old sweat. Qian Cha stepped through the archway with Lin Mairei's bundle tucked under her arm and felt 50 pairs of eyes slide over her like hands checking for weakness. The hall was cavernous. 16 furnaces stood in 2 rows of 8, their iron bellies glowing at different stages of readiness. Disciples in clean robes clustered around the front furnaces, the ones with polished seals and even flames. The back wall held Furnace 15, its cracked seal dark against the metal, heat bleeding from a fissure that had never been properly repaired. She walked toward it. A disciple near Furnace 3 laughed, a sharp sound that carried, "Look at that! The ash boy got the broken one. He'll be out before the first bat," another answered. Qian Cha kept walking. The assignment master stood at the front of the hall with a scroll, his voice flat and bored as he read the rules. 1 round, 1 pill. Pass or fail. Ingredients were distributed at the side table according to furnace assignment, and no substitutions were permitted. She joined the line at the side table. The clerk glanced at her assignment tag, then at a separate list pinned beneath the table. His hand moved over the ingredient baskets with deliberate slowness, choosing the thinnest silver-leaf stems, the frost moss root with the most rot, the bitter bark shavings that were mostly bark dust. "Chengguang," he said, loud enough for the nearby disciples to hear. "Furnace 15. Downgraded allotment." A ripple of laughter. Qian Cha took the basket without a word. The silver-leaf stems were late season and brittle, their medicinal density half what they should have been. The frost moss root had been harvested too early and dried too fast, leaving the spiritual essence locked in the woody core. The bitter bark was crushed nearly to powder, oxidized, nearly useless. She carried the basket to Furnace 15 and set it down. The furnace was worse than she remembered. The crack ran from the iron lip down the left side, deep enough to see the inner lining. The heat that escaped through it made the air shimmer, pulling energy away from the refining chamber. The temperature would fluctuate wildly, spiking in the center while the edges stayed cold. She touched the metal. The thrum was uneven, a pulse that stuttered and skipped like a damaged heart. She felt it through her palm, through the bones of her hand, through the scar on her wrist that tightened when she held still too long. Listen to what the fire hides. She closed her eyes. The furnace spoke in its damaged rhythm. The ash breath teaching came back to her. Ash Uncle's voice in the dark. You do not fight the crack. You breathe with it. The space between the pulses is where the work happens. She opened her eyes. The bell rang. Around her, the other disciples moved in practiced sequences. They lit their furnaces with clean spiritual flame, added ingredients in the approved order, adjusted heat with precise control. Their motions were smooth, rehearsed, the product of years of training on furnaces that obeyed them. Qian Cha lit furnace 15. The flame caught unevenly, sputtering at the crack. She fed it a thread of her own breath, not forcing, just guiding, feeling the furnace's pulse and matching it. The heat rose in a staggered curve, peaking where the crack bled energy, dipping where the cold spots gathered. She sorted her ingredients. The silverleaf stems needed longer infusion to release their essence. The frostmoss root would fight the heat unless she added it at the exact moment when the furnace temperature dipped between pulses. The bitter bark dust would burn if she used the standard method. She worked. First, the silverleaf, added at the peak of the heat surge, letting the cracked furnace's worst flaw become an advantage. The stems caught and released their essence in a single bright bloom, faster than any stable furnace could have managed. The disciples at Furnace 6 paused to watch. She added the frostmoss root during the dip, when the temperature fell just enough that the woody core would soften without burning. The root released slowly, steadily, its spiritual essence threading into the silverleaf base. "Look at that timing," someone murmured. "Luck," another answered. She added the bitter bark dust last, not as a single pour but in 3 small increments, each one timed to the furnace's breathing rhythm. The dust caught and integrated without burning, its oxidation compensated by the uneven heat. The pill began to form. She felt it through her hands, through the furnace metal, through the ash breath that connected her lungs to the flame. The medicine was rough, denser in some spots than others, its surface marked by the furnace's damage. But the spiritual channels were intact. The core held. She pulled the flame back. The pill settled in the refining tray, a dull gray-brown sphere with a cracked surface that looked like failure to anyone who judged by appearance. But the inner structure was sound. The meridians would carry the medicine. The bell rang again. She lifted the tray and carried it to the assessment table. The assessor was an older disciple with a pinched face and ink-stained fingers. He took one look at the pill and frowned. "This is Furnace 15's work?" "Yes." He picked it up, turned it over, held it to the light. His frown deepened. Around them, the hall had gone quiet. The disciples who had laughed were watching. The ones who had dismissed her were standing still. Even the assignment master had stopped reading his scroll. The assessor set the pill down. "Structurally sound," he said, as if the words cost him something. "Meridian calming pill. Pass." The silence held. Then the whispers began. Qian Cha took her tray and walked out of the hall, past the staring disciples, past the clerk who had given her the downgraded ingredients, past the furnace that still breathed its uneven heat into the empty air. She did not look back, but she felt the weight of the silence follow her, heavy as a stone, pressing against her spine as she stepped through the archway and into the morning light. The courtyard was empty. She stopped beside the herb washing trough and set the tray down. Her hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the strain of holding the ash breath rhythm for so long, keeping the furnace's pulse matched to her own, never letting the connection break. She had done it. She had passed the first public round. Behind her, from inside the hall, she heard a voice she recognized. Quan's voice, smooth and unhurried, speaking to someone she could not see. "Furnace 15, you said, and the servant's name was Chen Guang." A pause. "Bring me the assignment logs." Qian Cha's blood went cold. She gathered her tray and walked faster, the hollow feeling in her chest growing tighter with every step. She had survived the round, But Quan had just made her name into a question, and questions, in the Verdant Cauldron sect, had a way of becoming traps. Chapter 10. The courtyard stretched empty ahead of her, but the silence from the hall pressed against her back like a hand. She walked. One step, then another, forcing her legs to carry her past the herb washing trough, past the coal sheds, past the row of empty carts that had brought morning supplies. The tray in her hands trembled with the last echoes of the ash breath rhythm, her fingers still remembering the furnace's pulse. Behind her, voices rose inside the hall, not loud, not urgent, just a shift in tone, the way a room changed when someone important began speaking. She did not look back. The path toward the ash yard curved between two storage buildings, and she took it without thinking, her feet finding the familiar route through habit. The morning mist clung to the ground, thinning as the sun climbed, and the air smelled of burned herbs and wet stone. She rounded the corner and stopped. Caihong stood in the middle of the path, arms crossed, her pale blue robes immaculate. Behind her, two other disciples waited, their expressions flat and watchful. "Chen Guang," Caihong said, tasting the name like something spoiled. "That's what you called yourself." Qian Cha said nothing. She held the tray with the pills still on it, the gray-brown sphere catching the morning light. "A servant from the ash yard," Caihong continued, stepping closer. "Assigned to a broken furnace, given ingredients that should have failed before the first infusion." Her voice stayed light, almost amused, but her eyes were cold. "And you produced a passing pill." "I followed the rules of the round," Qian Cha said. "The rules." Caihong laughed, a short sound with no warmth in it. "The rules are for people who need them. People like you who crawl out of the ash pits thinking skill is enough." She stopped an arm's length away. "Do you know who I am?" "Caihong, disciple of head alchemist Quan." "That's right. And do you know what I saw today?" Qian Cha waited. "I saw a servant humiliate my teacher's judgment." Caihong's voice dropped. "He assigned that furnace to fail. He gave you those ingredients so everyone would understand their place, and you ruined it." The words hung between them. Qian Cha kept her breathing even, her hands steady on the tray. Every instinct told her to lower her eyes, to shrink, to become the forgettable ash boy again. But the hall had already seen her. The silence had already marked her. "I passed the round," she said. "That's all." Caihong's smile did not reach her eyes. "For now." She stepped aside, and the two disciples parted to let Qian Cha pass. The gesture was deliberate, a predator opening a gap to watch its prey flee. Qian Cha walked through. She did not run. She did not quicken her pace. She kept the same steady stride all the way to the ash yard, past the drying racks, past the cold furnaces, until she reached the corner where the sorting shed cast its shadow, and no one could see her hands shaking. She set the tray down and pressed her palms to her knees. A shadow moved in the shed. "Good," Ash Uncle's voice came from the darkness. "You didn't run." She looked up. He sat on an overturned barrel, his one good eye fixed on her through the gaps in the shed wall. His jug rested beside him, untouched. "She knows my name now," Qian Cha said. "Everyone knows your name now. That was the point." He picked at a thread on his sleeve. "Quan is asking questions. That means he's uneasy." "He should be uneasy. I passed on his furnace with his downgraded ingredients." Ash Uncle's mouth twitched. "Good. Let him wonder." "It's not wondering I'm afraid of." She straightened. "He'll trace the salvage logs. I find Lin Mera's name in the ledger. He'll let him." She stared at him. Ash Uncle stood, his joints cracking, and walked to the shed entrance. The morning light caught his scarred face, his blind eye, the deep lines that made him look older than he probably was. "Quan is a man who controls through scarcity," he said. "He keeps ingredients tight, formulas locked, knowledge expensive. That's how he holds power. A servant who makes medicine from scraps threatens that control." He met her gaze. "He doesn't need to find proof of a conspiracy. He needs to understand how you did it, and he won't ask you directly. Then who will he ask? Everyone around you." The words landed like a blow. Qian Cha thought of Sister Nuo, who knew too much. Tao Zhen, who had seen her handwriting and tracked her salvage patterns. Lin Mei, who had already named her alias aloud in the mist. She thought of the shadow in the sorting shed, the one that had heard Ash Uncle speak her true name. "He'll send people," she said. "He'll have them watch the ash yard, the herb stores, the furnace assignments. He'll find nothing that isn't already exposed." Ash Uncle picked up his jug. "You passed around on a broken furnace. That's a story that spreads on its own. Let it. The more he investigates, the more he reveals that he's afraid of a servant." He walked past her toward the ash piles, his gait uneven but deliberate. "Refine again tomorrow," he said without turning. "Let them watch, let them wonder. And remember what I told you about the flames." She watched him go. The morning stretched around her, quiet and gray. The furnaces breathed their steady heat into the air. Somewhere in the sect, Quan was reading assignment logs and forming questions. Caihong was nursing a wound to her pride, and from the elders' gallery, an older danger had turned its face toward her. She had felt it. During those moments when the hall went silent, when every eye was on her pill, when the assessor's voice said, "Pass," she had felt something heavier than Quan's attention, older and colder. Someone else had been watching. She had not seen him. She had only sensed the weight of a gaze that did not blink, did not move, did not reveal itself until after she had already left the hall. Grand Elder Ji Wenshaw. She had never seen him. She only knew his name from Sister Nuo's warnings, from Ash Uncle's careful silences. The oldest surviving architect of the sect's ascent, the man who had been there when her mother's lineage was buried. He had been in the gallery today, and he had watched her. Qian Cha picked up the tray and carried it toward the ash yard, her step steady, her face empty, but inside the hollow feeling she had carried since the hall widened into something darker. She had survived one round, but the questions were only beginning, and the answers, when they came, would not stay buried. Chapter 11. The assignment hall stood at the edge of the furnace compound, a low stone building that smelled of old ink and polished wood. Qian Cha had never entered it. Servants did not belong here. Now 3 handlers stood at the entrance, lists in hand, dividing the passing contestants into lanes. "You." A woman with a clerk's badge gestured at her. "Chen Guang, this way." Not a question, an order. Qian Cha followed. The woman led her past a row of wooden partitions into a side chamber where another handler sat behind a desk, arranging scrolls in neat stacks. He did not look up as she entered. "Sit." She sat. The room held 2 chairs, 1 desk, 1 lamp, and the smell of decisions already made. A single sheet of paper lay on the desk, facing away from her, marked with the seal of the assignment office. The handler finished his arrangement before acknowledging her. "Chen Guang," he said. "Furnace 15, first round pass." "Yes. You used standard ingredients, silver leaf, frost moss, bitter bark. No substitutions." He tapped the paper. "The assessment record notes your pill was structurally sound." She waited. "That's unusual for a furnace with thermal fluctuations." "The furnace has a rhythm," she said. "I matched it." The handler's eyes lifted to her face. They were flat, practiced, the eyes of a man who had heard many explanations. "You'll advance to the second round tomorrow," he said. "New furnace, new parameters, new ingredients." "Which furnace?" "That depends on your assignment." She understood. The assignment was not about the furnace. It was about the lane. "The second round is a compound pill," the handler continued. 2 active ingredients, 1 binding base, 1 flame cycle. You'll be given a written formula at the start. No substitutions, no deviations. Standard assessment pattern. Standard for disciples. He set down his brush. "You're not a disciple." The silence stretched. "You passed 1 round on a broken furnace," he said. "That gets you noticed. It doesn't get you a seat. The difference between passing and winning is resources, and resources flow through assignments." He slid a folded paper across the desk. "Memorize this. Return it to me before you leave." Qian Cha unfolded it. 3 names, 3 locations, 3 times. A contact at the ingredient storehouse, a contact at the furnace log office, a contact in the assessment review room. She looked up. "The head alchemist's office extends its acknowledgement of your success," the handler said. as if reading from a script. In recognition of demonstrated aptitude, you have been offered access to prioritized ingredient allocation, furnace maintenance support, and trial strategy guidance. Tuan. Not directly. Never directly. But the pattern was unmistakable. What's the cost? The handler's expression did not change. There is no cost. The head alchemist's office supports talent wherever it appears. And if I refuse the support, then you proceed independently. He folded his hands. Independent contestants receive independent resources, standard allotments, standard furnaces, standard assessment timelines. Meaning the worst ingredients, the most damaged furnaces, the harshest judges. She refolded the paper. I need time to consider. You have until you leave this room. She looked at the 3 names again. Each one was a thread connecting her to Quan's network. Each one was also a witness, someone who could testify that Chen Guang had accepted patronage. I'm not refusing, she said carefully, but I need to understand the arrangement. The handler lifted a second paper from the stack. This one bore multiple seals. The arrangement is standard, he said. You accept prioritized support for the duration of the trials. In recognition of that support, you agree to participate in certain sponsored refinement demonstrations after the trials conclude. Sponsorship. Promotional events. Public refinements. The sect likes to showcase emerging talent. She read the language. Demonstrations, events, showcases. All of it meant, you owe us. How long? 1 year following the trials. A year of Quan controlling her access, her visibility, her reputation. A year of being seen as his discovery, his asset. The demonstrations, she said. I choose which formulas I refine. Within reason. And I retain the rights to any personal refinements developed during sponsorship. The handler's eyes narrowed slightly. Those terms are not standard. I'm not a standard contestant. He studied her for a long moment. Then he dipped his brush and wrote a single line on the paper. Your personal refinements remain your property, he said, provided they do not compete with sect interests. The cage had bars, but she had just added a door. She signed. The handler countersigned, sealed the paper, and set it aside. The transaction was complete. Your contact assignments begin immediately, he said. Report to the ingredient storehouse before the evening bell. Your second round allotment will be prepared. She stood. One more thing, the handler said. She turned. The head alchemist values predictability. He does not enjoy surprises. The handler's voice dropped, just slightly. Your success today was unexpected. He would like to understand the method behind it. Tell him I listened to the furnace. I will. He picked up his brush, but he will want a more detailed answer eventually. She left the room with the folded paper in her sleeve, the 3 names pressed against her skin like brands. The evening air hit her face as she stepped outside. The sun had shifted, casting long shadows across the compound. Disciples moved between buildings on their own errands, their robes brushing the stones. She walked toward the ash yard. Halfway there, she slowed. A figure stood at the edge of the path, half hidden in the shadow of a drying rack. Not Ash Uncle. Not Sister Newell. A woman in gray travel clothes, a patched coat at the elbows, standing with the unhurried patience of someone who had already seen what she came for. Lin, midi-eye. Their eyes met. Lin did not approach. She only raised one hand, a small gesture, and then turned and walked away, disappearing into the gaps between the furnaces. Qian Cha's hand went to her sleeve, where the contact list rested. She had just signed herself into Quan's debt, and Lin Miria had just seen her walk out of the assignment hall. Chapter 12. She walked toward the ash yard with the folded paper in her sleeve and Lin Mary's exit already burning in her memory. A witness leaving the scene of a transaction she should not have seen. The evening shadows stretched across the compound. Disciples passed in clusters, their voices carrying fragments of conversation about ingredient costs, furnace assignments, trial brackets. None of them looked at her. She was still invisible enough to walk through, but not to Lin Mary, not to Quan's handler, not to the shadow in the sorting shed. She reached the ash yard gate and stopped. The sorting shed stood empty. Ash Uncle was not there. The piles of spent charcoal sat in their usual mounds, gray and cold. She had not expected him to wait. He never did after a warning. He spoke his piece and let the silence do the rest. She crossed the yard to the ingredient storehouse, where the evening bell had not yet rung. The building stood low and wide, its wooden doors propped open to release the heat of the day. Dried herbs hung from the rafters in bundles, their fragrances mixing into something heavy and medicinal. A clerk sat at the front table, sorting silver leaf stems by length. He looked up when she entered. Name? Chen Guang. He consulted a list. Then he reached beneath the table and produced a cloth bundle tied with hemp cord. Your second round allotment. She took it. The weight was right. The bundle felt full, better than the downgraded ingredients from the first round. Better ingredients meant a harder test. They expected more from sponsored contestants. Any message? She asked. The clerk did not look up. Report to Furnace 7 at dawn, compound pill. 2 active ingredients, 1 binding base, single flame cycle. Written formula provided at the table. Standard instructions. Nothing unusual. She turned to leave. The rations for the ash yard will be reviewed next week, the clerk said. She stopped. Efficiency assessment, he continued, still sorting silverleaf. Standard procedure. Every season the steward submits a report. If the yard produces less than expected, rations are adjusted accordingly. Sister Nuo's responsibility, Sister Nuo's neck under the blade. She kept her voice flat. I'm sure the yard will meet expectations. I'm sure it will. The clerk set down a stem. As long as nothing distracts the steward from her duties. The threat was polished, professional, delivered like a weather report. She walked out of the storehouse with the bundle pressed against her ribs and the words settling into her chest like ash. The ash yard gate creaked behind her. She found a spot against the wall of the sorting shed, where the shadows were deepest, and sat down. She untied the bundle. Inside, silverleaf, full stems, late season but intact. Frost moss root, washed and dried, the pale fibers still holding their green tint. Bitter bark shavings, dark and evenly cut, the oxidation minimal. A small folded paper lay at the bottom. She unfolded it. The handwriting was precise, the ink dry. Round 2. You will produce a functional pill but not a perfect one. The difference between passing and excelling is a single miscalculated heat increment. You are capable of the latter. You will demonstrate the former. No signature. She read it twice, then folded it back into the bundle. The message was clear. Pantuan did not want her to fail. He wanted her to do exactly enough to advance and no more. Enough to prove his sponsorship had value, not enough to draw attention that could not be controlled. And if she refused, the ash yard would pay. She closed her eyes and pressed her palms flat against the ground. The furnaces released their heat into the cooling air. Somewhere above, the inner peaks caught the last light of sunset, their edges gilded and unreachable. The sealed archive sat in one of those peaks, behind doors she had never seen, holding her mother's manual like a trophy displayed in the dark. She had signed the contract. She had taken the resources. She had accepted the cage. But the cage had not felt real until the clerk mentioned rations. She thought of Sister Nuo, who had warned her about registration tricks and watched her walk into the trials with the quiet desperation of someone betting hope on a long shot. Sister Nuo, who ran the ash yard like a war campaign, stretching thin supplies to feed the workers the sect pretended did not exist. If the rations were cut, the yard would feel it first. The weakest porters would grow slower. The herb washers would miss their portions. The ones already at the edge would tip over, and that would be her fault. For passing, for being seen, for making Pantuan curious enough to want control. She opened her eyes. The sky had deepened to the color of bruised plums. The first stars were appearing, faint and distant. She thought of her mother's manual, hidden under the loose floorboard in the servant quarters. The formulas that did not belong to the sect. The techniques the Verdant Cauldron had stolen and called their own. She had come here to reclaim them. But the price of advancement was not measured in ingredients or furnace assignments. It was measured in the people around her, and the pressure Pantuan could apply without ever raising his voice. She rose to her feet. Across the yard, a figure stood at the edge of the drying racks. Not Lin Murray, not Ash Uncle. A young man in inner disciple robes, his posture straight, his hands clasped behind his back. He was watching her. She did not recognize him. He did not approach. He only stood there, a silhouette in the fading light, still and patient. She held his gaze for 3 breaths. Then he turned and walked into the gaps between the furnaces, disappearing the same way Lin Marai had, leaving no trace but the memory of his shape against the darkening sky. The ash yard had more eyes than she had counted, and tomorrow she would refine for all of them. Chapter 13. The servant dormitory smelled of sweat, damp straw, and the faint copper tang of old blood from a washer's cut finger. 20 bunks lined the long hall, packed so close that a sleeper could reach through the slats and touch the next body. The oil lamps had been extinguished an hour ago, but no one slept. Qian Cha lay on her side, face to the wall, her breathing slow and even. The manual was hidden where it always was, under the loose floorboard 3 bunks down, beneath a layer of ash dust and rat droppings that no one touched. The signed contract sat folded inside her tunic, pressed flat against her ribs. The unsigned note from Quan was tucked into her sleeve. She had not undressed. She never undressed in the dormitory. The door slammed open. She was on her feet before the first torch flared, her body moving ahead of thought. Around her, the hall erupted in shouts, curses, the scrape of startled bodies hitting the floor. "Stay where you are!" The voice was young, male, and carried the flat authority of someone used to being obeyed. 3 figures stood in the doorway, their robes the deep gray of the enforcement hall. The one in front held a torch. The 2 behind carried stacks of wooden tally sticks. Enforcers. They never came to the servant dormitories at night. The lead enforcer walked down the center aisle, his torch casting long shadows that jumped across the walls. He did not look at the faces. He looked at the hands, at the floor, at the gaps between bunks where something might be hidden. "Trial contraband inspection," he said, not bothering to raise his voice. "Smuggled herbs, unregistered ingredients, cultivation aids from outside the sect. You will stand at the foot of your bunks. You will not move. You will not speak unless addressed." The words landed like stones. A murmur rippled through the hall. Someone cursed under their breath. A woman near the back began to protest, and the second enforcer rapped his tally stick against a wooden frame once, sharp and final. The protest died. Qian Cha stepped to the foot of her bunk. Her hands hung loose at her sides. Her heart beat steady against her ribs, and she let it, because panic was a luxury she could not afford. The lead enforcer moved methodically down the row. He did not search gently. He flipped blankets, kicked aside straw mattresses, dragged his fingers along the wooden slats where the grain might hide a hollow. Behind him, the tally stick enforcers checked each bunk's occupant against a roll, marking names with practiced efficiency. They were looking for something specific. It was not just a routine sweep. She kept her eyes forward, her breathing shallow, the contract pressed against her chest like a brand. The unsigned note lay hidden in her sleeve, a paper threat folded against her wrist. A hand grabbed her shoulder. She did not flinch. The second enforcer stood beside her, a stocky man with a scar splitting his left eyebrow. He looked at her for a long moment, then dropped his gaze to her hands. "Turn them over." She obeyed, palms up. The ash was ground so deep into her skin that it had become a second pattern, a map of every furnace she had ever tended. He grunted and moved to the bunk behind her. She did not relax. The lead enforcer had reached the middle of the hall. He stopped at a bunk 2 rows ahead, lifted the straw mattress, and found a small pouch of dried herbs. The servant who owned it began to stammer, explaining, pleading, but the enforcer did not listen. He tossed the pouch to one of his men and kept moving. The herbs were not hers. The risk was not hers, but the danger was. She measured the distance to the floorboard where the manual lay hidden, 3 bunks down, a single sprint if the enforcer turned that way. But the hall was packed with bodies, and the torch was bright, and she could not reach the floorboard without being seen. She held still. The lead enforcer reached her row. He was young, clean-shaven, with the kind of face that looked calm because it had never needed to be anything else. His eyes moved slowly over the bunk, the blanket, the straw, the thin wooden shelf where she kept nothing. He crouched. He ran his hand along the underside of the bed frame. Then he looked at her. "Name." "Chen Guang," she said, her voice rough, servant flat. He straightened. His gaze dropped from her face to her chest, where the tunic lay flat against the bound layers beneath. She had wrapped herself tight that morning, tighter than usual, because she had known the inspection was coming. She'd felt it in the air, in the clerk's polished threat about rations, in the shape of the unknown disciple watching from the drying racks. But tight was not invisible. He stepped closer. The torchlight caught the edge of her tunic, where the fabric pulled differently over her chest, where the bindings created a line that did not match a boy's frame. She did not step back. She did not look away. He reached out. His hand was 3 fingers from her collarbone when a crash erupted from the far end of the hall. "Get off me!" A scuffle, a body hitting the floor. Someone screamed, and the sound was raw, animal, the sound of a fight that had been waiting to happen all night. The enforcer's hand stopped. He turned his head. The second enforcer was grappling with a servant near the rear door, a wiry man with wild eyes and a bleeding lip. The servant was shouting about stolen rations, about his sister, about something that did not matter except that it broke the rhythm of the search. "Control your people," the lead enforcer said, not to the servant, but to the figure who had appeared in the doorway behind him. Sister Nuo. She stood in the frame of the dormitory door, arms crossed, her expression carved from stone. Her eyes swept the hall, took in the scuffle, the torch, the binding on her upper arms visible through her short sleeves. "They are not my people," she said flatly. "They are ashes you have not yet burned. But if you want the hall quiet, you will not find it by reaching for children." The lead enforcer held her gaze. The scuffle continued at the far end. Qian Cha did not move. She did not breathe. She stood frozen in the space between discovery and reprieve, the enforcer's hand still hanging in the air, the contract still pressed against her chest, the note still hidden in her sleeve. The lead enforcer looked at her one last time. Then he turned and walked toward the scuffle. "Clear the hall," he ordered. "Mark the contraband. We are done here." The enforcers moved. The scuffle broke apart. The wild-eyed servant was dragged outside, still shouting. The lead enforcer followed, his torch casting shadows that swelled and shrank against the walls. The door slammed shut. The dormitory exhaled. Qian Cha sank onto the edge of her bunk, her legs trembling beneath her. The binding held. The contract held. The note was still hidden. She had not been discovered, but the enforcer had reached for her chest, and he had stopped only because someone else screamed first. She looked up. Sister Nuo stood in the doorway, watching the enforcers depart. The torchlight caught the binding on her arms, the tension in her shoulders, the hard set of her jaw. Then Nuat turned. Her eyes found Qian Cha's across the hall. They said nothing. They did not need to. Chapter 14. The dormitory did not settle. After the enforcers left, after the door slammed shut, after Sister Nuo disappeared into the dark without a backward glance, the hall remained wrong. Whispers curled through the bunks like smoke. Someone sobbed quietly near the rear wall. The wild-eyed servant who had screamed about rations did not return. Qian Cha lay on her bunk with her eyes open. She did not sleep. The binding pressed against her ribs. The contract lay flat beneath her tunic. Pan Tuan's unsigned note was still sewn into her sleeve lining. She had kept all of it, and none of it would survive another inspection. When the first gray light bled through the cracks in the dormitory wall, she rose before the others. She dressed in the dark. She wrapped the binding tighter, pulled the tunic straight, and stepped out into the ash yard while the mist still clung to the ground. The air was cold. The furnaces were silent. The ash heaps stood in uneven mounds, their surfaces gray and undisturbed. She walked to the sorting shed. No ash uncle, no Nuo, just the quiet scrape of her own feet against packed dirt. She was reaching for the rake when she heard footsteps behind her. Not a shuffle, not a servant's drag and stumble. Measured. Even. The sound of someone who walked the same pace every time because discipline had become bone. She turned. The man standing at the edge of the sorting shed was tall, young, with the kind of stillness that came from training. His robes were inner disciple gray, clean at the hems, and at his belt hung a jade token carved with the enforcement hall seal. He had been watching her for some time. She could feel it in the way he stood, in the way his gaze had already settled on her hands as if they told him something she had not said. "You are Chen Guang," he said. not a question. She inclined her head. Yes, I am Shenkoru, Enforcement Hall. He stepped forward and the light shifted across his face. He was not old, maybe 20, but his eyes had the flat patience of someone who had learned to see what others missed. I am questioning everyone assigned to this yard about the inspection last night. There is nothing to tell. There is always something to tell. He stopped 2 paces from her. The servant who caused the disturbance. Do you know him? No. This eyes, his W, did not see. Did you speak to Sister Nuo after she appeared in the doorway? No. Each answer came clean and quick. She kept her voice rough, her shoulders slumped, her hands still. She had practiced this for 2 years, every word a little dull, every movement a little slow. Nothing that would make a watcher look twice. But Shenkoru did not look away. He studied her face, her throat, the way she held the rake. Then his gaze dropped to her hands, where the ash had settled into every crease, and he said, "You have steady fingers." She did not answer. Most servants grip a rake like they want to break it. You hold it like you are weighing it. He tilted his head. Where did you learn that? I have been in the ash yard 2 years. You learn to hold things properly or you drop them. 2 years. He repeated the words as if testing their weight. That is a long time to stay beneath the furnaces. It is work. It is hiding. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. She did not flinch. She did not look away. She held his gaze and kept her breathing even, and let the silence stretch until it became his turn to fill it. He did not fill it. He watched her. The morning mist curled around the sorting shed. Somewhere in the distance, a furnace door clanged open. The first bell of the trial day had not yet rung. Shenkoru said, "The lead enforcer who searched your bunk, he reported that you were calm. Too calm. He said you looked at him the way an alchemist looks at a failing batch." He is wrong. Is he? I was afraid. I hid it. Fear and hiding are different skills. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the faint scar running along his jaw, the fine thread of a vein at his temple. A servant who is afraid looks down. A servant who is afraid begs. A servant who is afraid does not meet an enforcer's eyes and wait for him to move first. She said nothing. You did not beg. You did not flinch. You did not look away. His voice was quiet, measured, almost civil. Those are not servant reflexes. Those are soldier reflexes. Or alchemist reflexes. Do you have either? I have ash reflexes. Ash, he repeated. You talk about ash like it is a trade. It is. He stuttered for a long breath. Then he said, Chengguang, the bright dust. That is not a servant name. It is the name I registered. I know. He reached into his sleeve and produced a small scroll, unrolled it, scanned it. Registration record for the Cauldron Trials. Chengguang, furnace maintenance. Ash yard assignment. No family name, no sect sponsor, no prior record of alchemical training. He rolled the scroll closed. You entered the trials with nothing, on a broken furnace, with downgraded ingredients, and you passed. Luck. Luck does not leave a correction note in a discarded analysis scroll. Her stomach tightened. She had not thought about the Shuyan scroll in days, the charcoal correction she had made in the ash yard, the one Ash Uncle had watched her write. She had left it tucked into the waste pile, assuming no one would look twice at a servant's scribble. But Tao Zhen had seen it, and now Shenkoru knew. You write with an alchemist's hand, Shenkoru said, steady, precise. You corrected the infusion order without hesitation. You identified the condensation error. Those are not things a furnace boy learns in an ash yard. She met his eyes. I learn fast. You learn impossibly fast. Then teach me something I do not know, and see how fast I learn that too. The challenge slipped out before she could stop it. His eyebrows lifted, and for a moment she saw something shift behind his eyes. Not suspicion sharpening into accusation, curiosity. The kind that did not need to decide yet whether she was a threat or a puzzle. He tucked the scroll away. I am not here to arrest you, Chengguang. I am here to understand what the enforcers saw and what they did not see. He turned, took 2 steps toward the shed entrance, then stopped. One more question. She waited. The enforcer reached for your chest. He said the fabric pulled wrong. He said you wore more layers than a servant needed in summer. Shen Koru looked back over his shoulder. Why were you wearing extra binding? The question hung in the air. She had two choices: lie and risk him checking, tell the truth and risk everything. She chose a third path. I had something to hide, she said. Not what you think, but yes, I hid it. Will you tell me what it was? No. He nodded slowly, as if he had expected that answer and had already decided how to use it. Then he said, I will not press you today, but I will be watching your next round. She said nothing. He walked out of the sorting shed. His footsteps receded across the ash yard, even and unhurried, the sound of a man who had already memorized her face and her voice and the way she held her hands. She stood alone in the shed. The rake was still in her grip. Her fingers were white around the handle. She forced them open. The sorting shed was empty. The mist was thinning. The trial day was about to begin, and somewhere in the enforcement hall, Shen Koru had just written her name into a file that did not exist yesterday. Chapter 15. The rake handle was still warm from her grip when she forced her fingers open. The sorting shed was empty. The mist was thinning. Somewhere beyond the ash heaps, the first bell of the trial day was about to ring. Qian Cha stepped out into the gray light and saw Tao Zhen standing at the edge of the ash yard, a scroll case tucked under his arm, his pale brown eyes fixed on her like he had been waiting for her to appear. She stopped. He did not move. The distance between them held for 3 heartbeats. Then he walked toward her with the unhurried gait of someone who had already decided this conversation was happening. You are up early, she said. I never left. He stopped an arm's length away. His robes were the same pressed gray as yesterday, but the fabric at his collar was darkened with moisture. He had been standing in the mist for a while. The records hall keeps a night shift during the trials, he said. Someone has to reconcile the assignment logs before the next round is posted. And you volunteered. I was already there. He tapped the scroll case. I found something you should see. She did not move toward him. Why show me? Because you are the only person in this sect who reads ingredient logs the same way I do. He pulled a rolled ledger page from the case and held it out. She took it. The columns were precise, sharp inked, the handwriting of a clerk who had been doing this work for years. Allotment dates, furnace numbers, ingredient grades, and in the margin, a series of annotations in a second-hand, smaller, denser, recording adjustments made after the initial entries. She saw it immediately. 3 weeks before the trials began, the high-grade silverleaf allocation for Furnace 6 had been diverted to Furnace 2. The original entry was crossed out with a single, clean line, and the new assignment was initialed by someone whose mark she did not recognize. Furnace 6 was Mo Caihong's primary unit. Furnace 2 was a backup furnace, rarely used for public refinement. The diversion meant Mo Caihong had been running on inferior silverleaf for at least one trial cycle, while someone else had taken the better stock. She looked up. This is 3 weeks old. There are more. Tao Zhen pulled a second page from the case. Furnace 11's frost moss was downgraded the same week. Furnace 14 lost its bitterbark entirely and received a substitute batch that was never logged as coming from any storehouse. Someone is siphoning ingredients before they reach the assigned furnaces. Someone has been siphoning ingredients for months. He held her gaze. I've been tracking these adjustments since the day after the qualification round. The pattern is consistent. High-grade materials are diverted to a small set of furnaces that do not appear on any public assignment roster. Which furnaces? I do not know yet. The diversions are logged with false destination codes, but the quantities match. She looked down at the page again. The numbers were clean, precise, damning. This was not petty theft. This was a systematic rerouting of the sect's best ingredients to hidden furnaces, furnaces that existed outside the official trial structure, furnaces that someone was using to refine without oversight. The thought settled into her chest like a stone. Who is doing this? She asked. I was hoping you could tell me. She met his eyes. I do not know. You know something. He said it without accusation, a simple statement of fact. You passed on Furnace 15 with downgraded ingredients. You corrected an analysis scroll that a disciple threw away. You registered under a name that means bright dust, and you walk through the ash yard like you own the furnaces instead of cleaning them. She said nothing. I am not asking you to trust me, he said, but I am showing you this because the same person who diverted those ingredients is the same person who is altering furnace assignments right now. He let the words land. The round 2 pairings were posted an hour ago. I saw them before the seals went dry. And? You have been moved. The stone in her chest shifted. Moved where? Furnace 7 was your original assignment. That is what the first draft showed. Standard compound pill round, manageable. He paused. The final posting has you at Furnace 3. Furnace 3, the central furnace of the South Hall, the one reserved for senior disciples and sponsored contestants, the one that sat directly in Mo Caihong's line of sight. Against whom? Hao Zhen's jaw tightened. The round is structured as a paired refinement. 2 contestants, same furnace, same ingredient allotment. One batch wins, the other fails. Who is my pair? Mo Caihong requested the change personally. She filed a challenge petition with the trial adjudicator 2 hours after the inspection ended. The petition was approved within 30 minutes. The air around her felt thinner. Mo Caihong had been waiting for this. The dormitory inspection had not been random. The enforcer's hand at her collarbone, Sister Nuo's intervention, the scuffle at the far end of the hall, all of it had been a probe, a test to see how deep the Ash Boy's luck ran. And now the answer was coming. In the central furnace hall, in front of the entire sect. She wants to break you publicly, Tao Zhen said. Not in a back alley, not in the servant quarters, in the trial ring, where everyone will see that the servant who humiliated her teacher was nothing but a lucky accident. Qian Cha looked down at the ledger pages in her hand. Her fingers were steady. That surprised her. Why are you telling me this? She asked. Because I want to know what happens next. She looked up. His pale brown eyes held no mockery, no hidden agenda, just the sharp, patient attention of a man who had spent years watching numbers add up and wanted to see what happened when they did not. You are asking me to show you my hand, she said. I am asking you to show me that you have one. The first bell rang. The sound cut through the mist, sharp and final, pulling the ash yard into the day. Tao Zhen held her gaze for one more breath. Then he stepped back, tucked the scroll case under his arm, and walked toward the furnace hall without looking behind him. She stood alone at the edge of the ash yard. The ledger pages were still in her hand. And somewhere ahead, in the central furnace hall, Mo Caihong was already waiting. Chapter 16. The central furnace hall swallowed her the moment she crossed the threshold. Heat hit first, thick and pulsing, carrying the smell of heated stone, dried herbs, and the metallic tang of molten binders. The space opened like a great lung, tiered platforms rising on 3 sides, packed with disciples in graded robes, their voices a low hum that sharpened when she stepped into the light. She kept walking. Furnace 3 sat at the hall's heart, a black iron beast, scars of old flares etched into its flanks, its mouth wide and waiting. The assigned ingredients were already laid out on the preparation bench. She counted them without slowing her stride. Full silver leaf, washed frost moss, cut bitter bark, and a 4th bundle she had not expected. Her step hitched. A second active ingredient. Dried nightflower stamens. The compound formula had changed. Behind her, a voice cut through the murmur like a blade drawn across silk. The servant reads the bench. Mo Caihong descended from the eastern platform, pale blue robes immaculate, her hair pinned with a silver furnace charm. She did not walk so much as claim the space, each step a measurement of ownership. I asked the adjudicators to vary the parameters, she said, stopping at the opposite end of the furnace. Since you are so skilled at improvising with broken tools, I wanted to see what you could do with proper ingredients and a formula you have never seen. The hall quieted. Qian Cha felt the weight of it, the press of dozens of eyes measuring her next breath. Tao Zhen was somewhere in the upper tiers, she knew. Shen Koru would be watching from the enforcement alcove, Pantuan's seat in the elder's gallery was filled, though she did not look up to confirm it. She looked at the nightflower stamens instead. They were dried well. The color held. The potency would be high. "I accept the parameters," she said. Caihong's smile did not reach her eyes. "Good. I would hate for this to end too quickly." The second bell rang. The adjudicator's voice rolled across the hall. "Paired refinement. Furnace 3. 1 batch, 2 refiners, 1 verdict. Begin." Caihong moved first. Her hands were fast and sure, pulling Silverleaf into the furnace mouth, feeding the flame with practiced efficiency. The furnace roared in answer, heat climbing in a clean, even curve. She controlled it like she had been born to it, her breath syncing with the flame pulse, her fingers finding the rhythm without hesitation. Qian Cha did not move. She stood at her bench and watched. Not the ingredients, not Caihong's hands, the furnace's breath. The black iron beast breathed at a rhythm that did not match its outer appearance. The old scars on its flanks, the flare marks from previous burns, they created pockets where heat pooled unevenly. Caihong fed the center flame, the obvious heart, but the furnace's real pulse ran deeper, through the damaged channels where the iron had weakened and reformed. Qian Cha closed her eyes. Just for a breath. She felt the ash breath rise in her chest, the old rhythm Ash Uncle had drilled into her hands and lungs until she could hear a furnace's truth through its lies. Then she moved. She took the nightflower stamens first, crushing them between her palms with a sharp, dry pressure that released their essence in a single burst. She fed them to the furnace's left flank, where the scarred iron drank heat differently. The flame shifted. Caihong's rhythm stuttered. Just a fraction. Just enough. Qian Cha worked through it. Silverleaf went to the right flank, frost moss at the top lip, bitter bark into the central bed. She adjusted the draft with her bare hand, letting the pulse of the furnace tell her where the heat wanted to go, then guiding it where she needed it. The hall fell silent. She did not hear it. She heard only the furnace. Time collapsed into breath and flame, and the slow curl of essence rising from the iron throat. She felt the pill take shape, not as a solid yet, but as a intention, a promise of structure forming inside the heat. When the final condensation came, she pulled her hands back and let the furnace complete the cycle. The hiss of cooling stone. The adjudicator stepped forward. Caihong's batch sat in its tray, clean, precise, textbook. A perfect execution of the formula as written. Qian Cha's batch was smaller, denser, a deeper amber at the core. The adjudicator examined both. Then he spoke. The batch from contestant Chen Guang holds structural integration across both active ingredients. The nightflower binds without suppression. The silverleaf carries full potency. The batch from contestant Caihong is technically flawless, but lacks cross-bonding between the stamens and the base. He paused. Chen Guang advances. The hall erupted. Not applause. Sound. Shock. Disbelief. The scrape of robes as disciples leaned forward to see the servant who had just beaten the head alchemist's favored disciple on a furnace that was not broke. Caihong stared at the smaller pill. Her face did not change, but her hands trembled once, a fine tremor, before she pressed them flat against her robes. Qian Cha turned away. She walked through the noise, through the stairs, past the adjudicator's desk, toward the side passage that led out of the hall. Her hands were steady. Her breathing was steady. But something was wrong. The passage was empty. She heard footsteps behind her, but they stopped at the threshold. Then she heard the crash, a body hitting the ground. She turned. A servant runner lay sprawled on the stone floor 10 paces behind her, limbs jerking in uncontrolled spasms. His eyes rolled back to white. A runner's pouch had spilled beside him, herb bundles scattering across the flagstones. Foam flecked his lips. And as she knelt beside him, pulling back his tunic to find his pulse, she saw the truth written in the veins at his throat. Dark, clotted, poisoned, contaminated pills, taken too often, for too long, pushed past every warning sign because the sect did not stop when its fuel collapsed. He convulsed once more, then his breath stopped, and in the silence of the passage, with the noise of the furnace hall still roaring behind her, Qian Cha understood that the trial she had just won was not the battle she was meant to fight. Chapter 17. The body lay still. Qian Cha stared at the servant runner's face. Younger than her. The kind of face that had never been looked at long enough for anyone to remember its shape. The passage noise behind her had not stopped. Footsteps, voices, the machinery of the sect moving on. She pressed 2 fingers to the runner's throat again. Nothing. The dark veins had already begun to fade, the poison settling into stillness. A shadow fell across the body. She looked up. Sister Nuo stood in the passage mouth, her face unreadable, her hands empty. She had not followed the trial. She had come from the ash yard. "Leave him," Nuo said. Qian Cha did not move. "They will collect him when the hall empties. That is how it works." His veins were black. Qian Cha's voice came out flat. He was taking contaminated pills for weeks, maybe months. "I know." "You knew?" Nuo's jaw tightened. "I know which of my people do not come back from the infirmary. I know which ones stop talking about the pain. I know which ones start shaking at dawn." The words landed like stones. Qian Cha looked down at the runner's hands, calloused, burned. The hands of someone who had hauled fuel and scraped ash and never once held a pill he could afford. The silence stretched. Then the shouting started. Not from the furnace hall, from the ash yard. Nuo turned first. Qian Cha followed. They ran. The ash yard opened before them in a sprawl of sorting sheds and drying racks, the evening light slanting orange through the mist. A crowd had gathered near the eastern kiln. Not large, a dozen workers maybe. Their voices carried a different tone than the excitement of the furnace hall. Fear. Qian Cha pushed through. A man lay on the packed earth near the kiln mouth, his body arched backward in a spasm that bent his spine like a drommonko. His hands clawed at the dirt. His mouth was open, but no sound came out, only a thin, wet rasp. She recognized him. The porter who hauled fuel to Furnace 14. Gray at the temples. Quiet. She had seen him share his ration portion with younger workers more than once. "Move back," she said. The crowd parted. She knelt beside him and pressed her fingers to his throat. The pulse was there, but wrong, skipping and surging like a flame-fed uneven air. His eyes rolled toward her, unfocused, aware, barely. The spasm hit again. His back bowed harder. A sound escaped his throat this time, a low, animal noise that cut through the ash yard quiet. "Meridian collapse," she said. The words tasted familiar. She had read them in her mother's manual. She had heard Ash Uncle describe the signs once, in passing, as if naming a disease that only touched people who had already been counted as dead. "Someone fetch an alchemist," she said. No one moved. "I said fetch an alchemist!" A young herb washer at the edge of the crowd shook her head. "They will not come." "Then make them." "They will not come for a porter." The herb washer's voice cracked. "We tried. Before you arrived, we sent Li to the infirmary. The attending said the master was busy and would review the case tomorrow." The porter seized again. Qian Cha pressed her palm to his chest, feeling the meridian channels beneath the skin shudder and catch. The collapse was spreading. His cultivation base, if he had ever been allowed to build one, was eating itself from the inside. She knew the medicine that could stop it. A meridian stabilizing pill. Second tier, difficult. 3 active ingredients, a neutral binder, and a condensation window so narrow that a single breath of wrong timing would curdle the batch into poison. She had never refined one alone. The ingredients she had were scrap. The furnace she had access to was damaged. She had no license, no standing, no permission to attempt a second-tier formula in the sect's eyes. The porter convulsed again. His pulse flickered under her fingers. "Get him inside the sorting shed," she said. "On the flat table. Now." 2 workers moved before she finished speaking. They lifted the porter between them, his body still jerking, and carried him toward the shed. Nuo appeared at Qian Cha's elbow. "You do not have the ingredients for this. I have what is in my bundle. That is first-tier material, bitter bark and silver leaf. This needs golden thread root, heart petal moss, and a condensation stabilizer you do not own." "I know what it needs." "Then you know you cannot make it." Qian Cha turned to face her. I can make something close enough to hold him until dawn, or I can watch him die. Nuo held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded once and stepped aside. The sorting shed was dark. They had laid the porter on the long sorting table, his body still trembling in waves. Someone had lit a single lamp. The flame threw shadows across the walls. Qian Cha opened her ingredient bundle on the bench. Silverleaf stems, unwashed frost moss root, bitterbark shavings, and at the bottom, wrapped in a separate cloth, the thing Lin Mireille had added without explanation. She unwrapped it. A dried golden thread root, thin, flexed with age, but intact. Her breath caught. She had no heart petal moss, no condensation stabilizer, but the golden thread root could stretch what she had into something that might work if she was precise enough, if the furnace held, if she did not hesitate at the wrong moment. She lit the small kiln at the shed's rear. The flame caught unevenly. She adjusted the draft with her palm, feeling the heat channels, finding the rhythm that would not scorch the materials she could not afford to waste. Behind her, the porter seized again. The sorting shed door creaked open. A figure stepped inside. Young, inner disciple robes, pale brown eyes that had watched her from the records hall. Tao Zhen. He looked at the porter on the table, at the ingredients laid out on the bench, at the kiln she had just lit. Sister No sent me, he said. She said you would attempt something foolish. Then you can watch. He did not leave. Instead, he walked to the bench, picked up the dried golden thread root, examined it, and set it down. You have no heart petal moss. I know. You will need a 3-stage condensation. That root is too old to carry a single stage, let alone 3. I know. The binder will not hold if you push the silverleaf past the second infusion. She turned to face him fully. I know what the pill requires. I know what I do not have. But I have a furnace that breathes true, a root that still carries essence, and a man on that table whose meridians are collapsing while we talk. If you came to tell me it is impossible, say it and leave. If you came to help, hold the draft steady when I tell you. Tao Zhen looked at her for a long moment. Then he walked to the kiln and took position at the draft vent. Tell me when. Chapter 18. The kiln flame caught low and blue, the wrong color for the work ahead. Qian Cha did not adjust it. Not yet. She stood with her palms flat against the kiln's side, feeling the heat channels the way Ash Uncle had taught her, reading the gaps where the fire would pull unevenly. Behind her, the porter's breath hitched. Tao Zhen. Ready. Close the draft by a hand's width when I raise my left hand. Open it when I drop it. Understood. She laid out the ingredients on the bench. Silverleaf stems, stripped to the inner vein. Frost moss root, washed but still carrying the damp of the yard's basin. Bitterbark shavings, dark with age. And the dried golden thread root, thin and curled like a dead crawler. 3 active ingredients, 1 binding base. A single flame cycle that had to pass through 3 condensation stages without breaking. She had no heart petal moss. The golden thread root was supposed to be the 3rd anchor, the stabilizer that kept the other 2 from fighting each other. Without heart petal moss to bridge the root's age, the root would fail before the 2nd stage, unless she changed the sequence. Her mother's manual had a passage about substitution. Not the kind the sect taught, the safe kind with approved replacements and known ratios. The other kind. The dangerous kind, where you altered the order of infusion to compensate for what you lacked. She had never tried it. She had never needed to. The porter seized again, his back arched off the table. Someone in the doorway made a sound, a sharp inhale that cut off before it became a word. Qian Cha picked up the golden thread root. She broke it in half. The snap was clean. The inner fibers glowed pale gold, still alive, still carrying essence despite the age. She laid one half aside and crushed the other between her palms, grinding it to a coarse powder that she mixed with the frostmoss root. New order. The binder would not follow the root. The root would become part of the binder. She did not know if it would work. She lit the secondary burner beneath the infusion cup, waited for the first rise of steam, and dropped the crushed root and frostmoss mixture into the liquid. The steam turned gold. "Open the draft," she said. Tao Zhen moved without answering. The flame lifted, shifted from blue to white at the edges, and the infusion began to cycle. Time flattened. Qian Cha fed the silver leaf in 3 stages, waiting for each infusion to pull through before adding the next. The liquid thickened. The color deepened from gold to amber to a brown that bordered on black. The bitter bark went in last. The batch shuddered. She felt it through the kiln mall before she saw it. A tremor in the heat channels, a pull toward the left where the furnace's old damage created a dead zone. The liquid began to separate. Thin streaks of silver leaf rose to the surface while the root mixture sank, the two refusing to bind. "Close the draft." Tao Zhen moved. The flame dropped. The heat shifted. But the separation continued, the ingredients pulling apart like oil and water, and Qian Cha's chest tightened. She was losing it. The silver leaf was too old. The frost moss had not been dried properly. The golden thread root should have been fresh, not aged, and without heart petal moss to mediate, the binder could not hold the weight of 3 actives. She had known this. She had started anyway. The porter convulsed. His hand struck the table edge, fingers twitching, and someone in the shadows made the same sharp sound again. A woman this time, the herb washer who had begged for help. Qian Chan's hands stayed on the kiln. She could not stop now. Stopping meant poison, meant the batch curdling into something that would kill faster than the collapse, meant the porter dying with her failure inside him. She had to push through. She dropped her left hand. Tao Zhen opened the draft. The flames surged. The heat punched through the separating liquid, forcing the layers back together by sheer temperature, and the batch screamed. A high, thin whine that came through the kiln wall, through her palms, through her teeth. She held. The whine climbed. The liquid churned. The golden threadroot powder ignited inside the mixture, burning too fast, too bright, and the silver leaf began to char at the edges. She was going to curdle it. The smell changed, sharp, acrid, the smell of failure. She pulled her hands back. For one breath, she had nothing, no correction, no next move. The batch was dying in front of her, and she had used the wrong substitution, the wrong sequence, the wrong everything, and the porter would die because her pride had made her think she could save him. Then she heard Ash Uncle's voice. The fire only breaks if you beg it to. Not a lesson about furnaces, a lesson about fear. She pressed her palms back to the kiln. The heat was wrong, the separation was advancing, but she could feel the pulse beneath the damage, the same pulse she had read in Furnace 15, the same rhythm she had matched to salvage a batch from sabotaged ingredients. She could not control the whole. She could control one part. She focused on the left channel, the dead zone where the old damage pulled heat away. The silver leaf was charring there because the temperature was too high on the right and too low on the left, creating a split the binder could not bridge. She moved the infusion cup to the left side of the kiln. Tao Zhen made a sound, a question he did not voice. She did not answer. She held the cup in the dead zone, feeling the heat drop around it, and waited. The charring slowed. The separated layers began to settle, not binding yet, but not fighting. She rotated the cup a quarter turn. The golden threadroot residue at the bottom began to release again, slower this time, drawn out by the gentler heat. The silver leaf streaks sank toward it. The frost moss essence rose to meet them. The batch began to pull together. Qian Cha did not breathe. She held the cup steady while the condensation happened on its own, the way Ash Uncle had said it would if she stopped forcing, stopped fighting, stopped trying to make the fire obey and let it do what it already knew. The liquid turned dark amber. The surface smoothed. The smell changed from acrid to bitter, a clean bitterness like raw herb rather than scorched failure. She had a batch. Whether it was medicine or poison, she would not know until someone swallowed it. She carried the cup to the cooling tray, poured the liquid into the mold, and set it in the ash bed to set. Tao Zhen, close the draft entirely. He did. The kiln died to embers. The sorting shed went quiet. Qian Cha looked at the herb washer, still standing in the shadows near the door. Someone bring me a bowl of clean water and a clean cloth. The herb washer vanished. Sister Nuo appeared in the doorway, her face unreadable, her eyes moving from the cooling tray to the porter's still twitching body. "You did it." "I do not know yet." "When will you know?" The herb washer returned with the water and cloth. Qian Cha took them without answering, walked to the table, and knelt beside the porter. His breathing was shallow. His pulse flickered under her fingers, erratic, fading. She dipped the cloth in water and pressed it to his forehead. Then she picked up the mold. The pill had set. Dark amber, smooth surface, still warm. She held it in her palm. "Wake him enough to swallow," she said. "He cannot take it if he is already gone." The herb washer lifted the porter's head. His jaw was slack. She pried it open. Just enough. Qian Cha placed the pill on his tongue. They waited. The porter's body did not change. No seizure, no stillness. Just the same shallow breathing, the same flickering pulse, the same man on the edge of death with an untested pill dissolving in his mouth. Then his throat moved. He swallowed. And the light above the sorting shed door shifted, casting a shadow across the floor that had not been there a moment before. Chapter 19. The shadow did not move. Qian Cha stayed kneeling beside the porter, her hand still resting on his chest, feeling the shallow rise and fall beneath her fingers. The pill had dissolved, the body had swallowed, but nothing had changed yet. "Who is there?" Sister Nuo's voice cut flat through the shed. The shadow shifted. A figure stepped into the lamplight, and Qian Cha's breath caught because she recognized the tall frame, the faint scar along the jaw, the patient eyes that had already seen too much. Shen Koru. He did not look at Sister Nuo. He looked at the cooling tray, at the ash bed where the mold had rested, at Qian Cha's hands still pressed to the porter's tunic. "I heard shouting from the eastern kiln," he said. "Followed it here." "You followed it past several buildings and into a sorting shed behind the ash heaps," Sister Nuo said. "That is a long walk for curiosity." Shen Kuru's gaze did not waver. The enforcement hall was already watching this section of the yard. The inspection made certain patterns visible. Qian Cha kept her hand on the porter's chest. The pulse was still there, weak, uneven, but still there. "You saw nothing," she said. Shen Koru looked at her then, direct, measuring. The same look he had given her in the sorting shed at dawn, when he had asked about the analysis scroll and the extra binding layers. "I saw a servant collapse from overwork," he said, "and a group of people trying to help him before the infirmary opens." Sister Nuo made a sound that was almost a laugh. "Is that what you will write in your report?" "That is what I will write," Shen Koru said, "unless someone gives me reason to write something else." The porter's body jerked. Qian Cha's hand pressed harder against his chest. The convulsion ran through his shoulders, his neck, his jaw, and for one terrible breath she thought the pill had failed, that she had only delayed the death and made it worse. Then his spine arched, his mouth opened, he gasped. The sound was raw, wet, the sound of a man who had been drowning and found the surface. His eyes opened, unfocused, rolling, and then they fixed on the rafters above the sorting shed and stayed there. "Breathe," Qian Cha said. "Keep breathing." The porter breathed. It was ragged, shallow. Each inhale cost him something visible. But he breathed. The herb washer let out a sound that was half sob. She pressed her hand to her mouth and backed against the wall, her shoulders shaking. Sister Nuo moved past Shen Koru without looking at him, knelt on the other side of the porter, and lifted his head enough to check his airway. Her hands moved with the efficiency of someone who had done this before, too many times, in too many dark corners where the sect did not look. "He will live," she said. "For now." "For now," Qian Cha repeated. She pulled her hand back and looked at her palm. Still clean, no blood, no residue, just the memory of the pulse beneath her fingers, the thin thread she had pulled back from breaking. Shen Koru had not left. He stood at the doorway, his arms loose at his sides, his face unreadable. The lamplight caught the scar along his jaw and made it look deeper than it was. "You refined a pill," he said, "in a sorting shed, without authorization, without oversight." "Yes, that is a violation of sect protocol." "I know." He waited. Qian Cha did not look away. "Protocol does not save dying porters," she said. "Only pills do." The silence stretched. The porter's breathing filled it, each rasp a count, a witness, a fact that could not be denied. Senkoru's jaw tightened. Then he turned and walked out of the shed. The shadow of him moved across the ash yard, growing smaller, until it merged with the dark between the furnace halls. Sister Nuo let out a long breath. "He will not report this," she said. "Can you be certain?" "No." She looked at the porter, whose eyes had closed again, whose breathing had steadied to something almost normal. But he chose to walk away. That means he chose to know nothing, for now. The herb washer sank to her knees beside the porter and took his hand in both of hers. Her face was wet. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you. He has a daughter. She is 7. She was waiting for him to come home tonight." Qian Cha did not answer. She looked at the cooling tray where the mold still rested, at the ash bed that had held the pill while it set, at the dying kiln whose heat she had borrowed to make something the sect had refused to provide. She had done what no licensed alchemist would do. And the porter was alive. That was all that mattered. The rest would come for her soon enough. Dawn came gray and thin through the ash yard mist. Qian Cha did not sleep. She sat against the sorting shed wall while the porter was carried to a cot, while the erdblasher brought water, while Sister Nuo disappeared and returned with a bundle of clean rags and a jar of salve that smelled of cheap woundwort. No one spoke about what had happened. No one asked about the pill. But word moved anyway. Qian Cha saw it in the way the morning shift porters looked at her when they passed the shed. Not the usual glance of dismissal, the quick look that said, "Ash boy, nothing, ignore him." A longer look. A look that measured something. She saw it in the way the herb washers lingered near the door, pretending to sort bundles, their eyes following her when she walked to the pump. She saw it in the way a fuel hauler stopped her at the edge of the ash yard and pressed something into her hand before walking away without speaking. A folded cloth. Inside, 3 dried ginger petals. Not valuable, not rare, but given anyway. She stood in the mist, holding the petals, and felt something shift in the air around her. The ash yard had changed. The servants had heard, and doors she had not known existed were beginning to open. By mid-morning, the news had reached the furnace gangs. A man named Hua, who worked Furnace 12's night shift, found her near the coal bins and told her, in a voice barely above a whisper, that his sister had been sick for 3 weeks and the infirmary had turned her away twice. "Can you make something for her?" he asked. "I can pay. Not much, but something." Qian Cha looked at his hands. Burned scars, cracked nails. The hands of a man who fed fire for 12 hours a day and came home to watch his sister die. "Bring me her symptoms," she said. "Everything. How it started, what she eats, what color her eyes are in the morning." Fo nodded and was gone. By noon, 3 more workers had found her. A washer with a shoulder injury that would not heal. A porter whose son coughed blood. An old woman who tended the drying sheds and had been hiding a tremor in her hands for months, because if the overseers knew, she would be replaced. Qian Cha listened to each of them. She made no promises, but she took their names, she took their symptoms, and when she finally sat down in the sorting shed, alone, with the drying petals in her pocket and the names running through her head, she understood what she had done. She had not just saved one man. She had told the ash yard that someone in the sect would spend skill on the expendable. And the ash yard had answered. The shadow appeared again at the edge of the shed just before the first afternoon bell. Qian Cha looked up, expecting Shenkoru. It was not Shenkoru. It was a woman she did not recognize, thin-faced, with graying hair pulled tight and the hard eyes of someone who had learned to see fast and trust slow. Her robes were patched but clean. Her hands were stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been old herb pulp. "Chen Guang," she said. Not a question. Qian Cha did not deny it. "I work for the assignment clerk," the woman said. "The one who gave you the bad silver leaf and the rotted frost moss." Qian Cha's body went still. "The clerk has a drawer," the woman continued. "Locked. Inside it, a list of names. Porters, washers, fuel haulers, ash tenders, all of them marked for reduced rations or reassignment to the lower furnaces." "Why are you telling me this?" The woman's eyes held hers. Because the clerk keeps another list. Shorter. Names of people who made something the sect needed but would not pay for. People who turned scrap into medicine. She took a step closer. You are on the new list, Cheng Guang. And the clerk is not the only one who reads it. Chapter 20. By afternoon, the ash yard had become a different place. Qian Cha felt it in the way the porters slowed when they passed the sorting shed, in the way the herb washers left their bundles near her door, not asking for payment, in the way the fuel haulers nodded at her, once, short and deliberate, as if she had earned something they did not yet have words for. She had spent the hours after the thin-faced woman's visit sitting with her back to the shed wall, the names of the sick running through her head. Ho's sister, the washer's shoulder, the porter's son, the drying shed woman's tremor. She could not make medicine for all of them. Not with what she had, not without being caught. But she had already crossed the line. There was no stepping back. The first to come was not a patient. It was a man from Furnace 8's night shift, a porter with missing teeth and a stained tunic who found her near the coal bins and did not ask for a pill at all. Chen Guang, he said, low enough that the wind almost stole it. You saved Feng's life last night. She did not correct the name. She did not ask how he knew. I owe you, he said. Not for myself, for him. We worked the same shift for 3 years. He looked over his shoulder. The yard was empty. The mist had settled low between the sheds. There is a passage behind Furnace 12, he said, a crawl space that leads under the eastern wall. The overseers do not know it exists. He walked away before she could answer. By the second bell, 3 more workers had found her. A gatekeeper's assistant who mentioned that the enforcement hall had doubled its night patrols, a herb sorter who said the infirmary had started burning its old records instead of storing them, an ash tender who told her, in a voice flat with certainty, that the sealed furnace in the western pit had not been cleaned in 8 months because no one dared open it. None of them asked for medicine. All of them spoke to her as if she already knew what the words meant. The list came at dusk. Sister Nuo found her in the sorting shed, alone, the drying petals still in her pocket and the coal light fading through the cracked window. She did not knock. She simply appeared in the doorway, a folded scrap of bark in her hand. You should read this in private, she said. Qian Cha took the bark. The surface was rough, the writing cramped, as if the person who wrote it had been in a hurry or afraid. Names. 23 of them. Each one followed by a date and a furnace assignment, and after each date, a single word. Vanished. Fell. Closed. Gone. The dates went back 11 years. The furnaces were all from the lower pits, all from before the sealed furnace had been officially decommissioned. What is this? Qian Cha asked. Sister Nu did not answer immediately. She stood in the doorway, her face unreadable in the failing light. A record, she said, kept by people who did not want to be next. She turned to leave, then she stopped. The last name, she said. Read it. Qian Cha looked down. The final entry was from 6 years ago. A servant assigned to the western pit furnace, the one sealed now. The name was followed by a date, and a word. Disappeared. But the writing was different from the other entries, fresher, as if it had been added later, as if someone had come back to record what they had not dared to write at the time. The name was not familiar, but the furnace assignment was. The servant had been a fuel hauler for the sealed furnace 2 months before the official cleaning that had supposedly emptied it. 2 months before. Qian Cha looked up. Sister Nuo was gone. She found Ashwinkel in his usual place, slumped against the ash heaps, his jug half empty. The last light of dusk turned the dust around him the color of old copper. She sat down beside him. I need you to look at something. He did not open his eyes. The problem with looking at things is that you cannot unsee them. I know. She held out the bark. He took it. His good eye moved down the list, slowly, his expression unchanged until he reached the final entry. Then he stopped. The jug lowered. His hand, the one with the burn scars, went still. For a long moment, he said nothing. The ash yard settled into its evening quiet. Somewhere beyond the sheds, a bell rang the change of shift. "Where did you get this?" His voice was different. Not drunk, not slurred, flat and cold and old. "Sister Nuo." He looked at the name again. The Fuho Holler, assigned to the sealed furnace 6 years ago, 2 months before the cleaning, disappeared. "Bai Su," he said, and the name was spoken like a wound, like a scar that had never stopped hurting. She was 17. She fed the furnace for a year. She was the only one who noticed that the residue pattern changed every time Pan Chuan's personal batch was processed. He looked up at her, and his one good eye was not the eye of a drunk. "She came to me the night she vanished. She said she had found something in the ash." Qian Cha's throat tightened. What did she find? Ash uncle held her gaze. "Your mother's signature," he said, "burned into the furnace wall, hidden under 6 layers of slag. She recognized it because she had been there when your mother taught the sect how to write flame." The air between them went cold. Qian Cha stared at the name on the list. Bai Su, 17, gone. Because she had seen the truth first, and now the truth was sitting in Qian Cha's hands, written in the same careful hand that had recorded 22 other ghosts. She looked up. The sorting shed door was open, and someone was standing in the shadow of the drying racks, watching them. Chapter 21. The shadow at the drying racks held still. Qian Cha did not breathe. Her hand remained pressed against the bark list, the name Bai Su still sharp in her vision. Her body coiled in the instant between frozen and flight. Beside her, Ash Uncle had stopped moving too. His good eye tracked the darkness beneath the racks, the place where the shape had been. Then it was gone. One moment there, the next, only the sway of a drying rack curtain where no wind should have reached. Ash Uncle let out a long, slow breath. He did not rise. "He is gone," he said. "He?" "Whoever he serves." Ash Uncle lifted the jug, found it empty, and set it down with a hollow clink. "The sorting shed is not watched tonight, but tomorrow it will be." Qian Cha folded the bark list into her sleeve. Her fingers were steady. Her heart was not. "Bai Su," she said. "She died because she saw my mother's signature. She vanished because she saw it and spoke of it to the wrong person. To you." Ash Uncle said nothing, but in the silence his face told her everything. He had been the reason Bai Su had looked. He had been the one she trusted, and she had disappeared 2 months before the cleaning, 2 months before anyone thought to seal what she had found. "You could have told me," Qian Cha said, "before now. If I had told you on the first day, you would have climbed into the sealed furnace before nightfall and burned alive trying to find a signature you were not ready to read. I am ready now. You are closer." He looked at her, and in the dim light his blind eye caught the coal glow like a dead star. "But the signature is gone. They ground it out when they cleaned the furnace. Bai Su's testimony is the only proof that it was ever there. So I have nothing. You have a list." He tapped the sleeve where she had hidden the bark. "And you have the fact that Pan Trong is afraid enough of what Bai Su saw that he has been feeding the furnace with silence ever since." The morning came cold and damp, mist curling through the ash yard like a living thing. Qian Cha had not slept. She had sat in the sorting shed with the bark list spread across her knees, memorizing names. 23 of them. 23 people who had worked the lower pit furnaces and then ceased to exist in the sect's records. Furnace assignments, dates, words like vanished and fell and gone, as if the person who wrote them had been too afraid to write killed. The door scraped open. Qian Cha's hand went to her sleeve, ready to hide the list, but it was not a watcher. Lin Minrei stood in the doorway, her patched coat damp with mist, a leather ledger tucked under her arm. She looked at Qian Cha with the flat, assessing gaze of a woman who had already decided what this conversation was worth. "You look worse than the last time I saw you," Lin said. "I have not slept. I can tell." She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. "I came because the market is shifting faster than I expected. You need to know what is happening before it reaches the sect's inner walls." Qian Cha set the list aside. "Tell me." Lin opened the ledger and laid it on the sorting table. The pages were covered in cramped writing, columns of prices crossed out and rewritten, annotations in the margins too dense to read at a glance. 3 Verdant Cauldron formulas have changed price bands in the last 2 weeks, Lin said. Meridian calming pill, liver-soothing decoction, the 7 ashes wound seal. Qian Cha's throat tightened, the last one she knew from her mother's manual. The sect had never taught it to outer disciples. Why? Because traders in 3 different cities have started comparing the formulas side by side. Len's voice was flat, unhurried, as if she were listing crop yields. And they have noticed that the signatures do not match the sect's claimed lineage. The condensation rhythm is wrong. The ingredient ordering follows a pattern that predates the Verdant Cauldron's founding. Qian Cha's hand found the edge of the table and held it. People are talking, Lin continued. Not loudly, not in the open markets, but in the back rooms where lords trade secrets. Someone has started asking whether the Verdant Cauldron's founding alchemists were as original as they claimed. The words hung in the air like smoke. Who started it? Qian Cha asked. I do not know. That is the problem. Lin closed the ledger. The rumor has a life of its own now. It spread faster than any single broker could have pushed it. There is no signature, Qian Cha said. The formulas are the sect's property. No one outside the archives has access to the original. The original is not the issue. Lin's eyes were sharp, unblinking. The issue is that the copies carry ghosts. Traders who have handled enough rare pills can read a formula's lineage the way you read a furnace. They taste the structure, and what they taste does not match what the Verdant Cauldron claims. Qian Cha was silent. You know what this means, Lin said. That someone outside the sect is connecting the same dots I am. Faster than you, and without the risk of getting caught inside these walls. Lin leaned forward. There is more. Buyers have started asking whether a hidden hand inside the sect is changing the market by releasing old formulas piece by piece. They think someone is feeding the information deliberately. I am not feeding anything. I know you are not. Lin's voice dropped. But the rumor does not care about the truth. It only cares about shape, and the shape it has taken is dangerous. She pulled a folded slip of paper from her sleeve and set it on the table beside the ledger. The infallerly mythifying is yet. They are eternally staping him in the Preble light. This came from a buyer in the eastern lowlands. He is looking for the source of the 7 ashes formula. He is offering enough spirit silver to make a sect elder blink. Qian Cha did not touch the paper. He wants the name of the refiner, Lin said. Not a sample, not a batch. The person. Does he have a name for me? Lin's smile was thin and cold. He has 2. One is Rong Yuan. The other is the name of a servant who has been refining about her station in the ash yard. The shed went quiet. Qian Cha heard her own pulse, a drumbeat against the coal dust silence. Someone inside the sect is talking, Lin said, and they are talking about you. Chapter 22. Qian Cha stepped into the south furnace hall and felt the weight of every eye in the room. The second round had not yet begun, but the air was already wrong. Disciples clustered in 2s and 3s near the side walls, their voices low, their glances sliding toward her and away again like stones skipping water. The handlers stood in a neat line near the judge's platform, their sleeves aligned, their faces empty. She had been assigned Furnace 11, a serviceable unit, not damaged, not privileged, a furnace that would produce exactly what she put into it. That was the trap. The ingredient allotment waited on the side table. She crossed to it with the measured gait of someone who had done this 100 times, though every nerve in her body was reading the room like a failing batch. The silver leaf was mid-grade. The frost moss was dry but sound. The bitter bark had been cut evenly, neither generous nor cruel, nothing she could blame. She laid her hand on the furnace's iron rim and felt its pulse. Stable, predictable. A furnace that would hold whatever flame she fed it and never protest. Pan Tuan had made sure she had no excuses. The judges took their positions. A thin man in gray robes with a voice like rust announced the parameters. Compound pill, 2 active ingredients, 1 binding base, single flame cycle, standard round. The sort of test that separated the competent from the lucky. Qian Cha arranged her ingredients and tried to ignore the itch at the back of her neck. Someone was watching from the upper gallery. She did not turn to confirm it. She knew. The signal bell rang. Around her, the other contestants moved with practiced efficiency. Ingredients hit mortars, pestles found rhythm. Furnace doors clanged open and shut as the hall filled with the sounds of controlled urgency. Qian Cha stood still. The unsigned note burned in her memory. Functional, but not perfect. She picked up the silver leaf and began to grind. The motion was deliberate, slower than she would have chosen, letting the fibers break at a pace that left the spiritual essence unevenly distributed. Not ruined, just not clean. A refiner watching from the gallery would see the hesitation in her rhythm and write it off as inexperience or nerves. She lit the furnace. The flame rose at her command, steady and obedient. She fed the frost moss into the infusion cup and held it over the heat account longer than necessary, letting the first moisture cook off before the binder had fully integrated. The color shifted, a shade too dark. She added the silver leaf and watched the reaction surface bloom across the surface of the mixture. The crossbond was forming, but it was forming wrong. The active lines were there, visible, present, but they lacked the tension of a properly aligned structure. The pill would work. It would stabilize a damaged meridian. It would pass inspection. It would not be remarkable. She moved through the condensation phase with her hands steady and her throat tight, and she hated every second of it. The pill took shape in the cooling tray, a dull brown sphere with a surface that caught the light unevenly. She picked it up. The weight was acceptable. The smell was neutral. It would not embarrass her, and it would not impress anyone. Exactly what Quan had demanded. She presented it to the judges with her head bowed and her voice flat, and she did not look at the upper gallery. One of the judges, a woman with graying hair and a nose that looked like it had been broken twice, turned the pill over in her palm. She held it to the light. She frowned. Something cold settled in Qian Cha's stomach. "You are Chen Guang," the judge said. "Yes. This batch shows deliberate delay in the infusion sequence." The judge's voice carried. It was not loud, but it was pitched to reach the tables beside them. "The crossbond is present, but it has been allowed to settle prematurely." "Why?" Qian Cha kept her face still. "I misjudged the heat." "3 times?" The hall went quiet. Qian Cha felt the question land like a blade on her throat. The judge was not accusing her of incompetence. She was accusing her of restraint, and she was saying it loud enough for everyone who mattered to hear. "Training in the ash yard does not teach furnace calibration," Qian Cha said. "I compensated as best I could." The judge held her gaze for a long moment. Then she set the pill down with a soft click and wrote something in her ledger. "Pass." The word was flat, dismissive. It carried no praise and no censure, only the acknowledgement that the pill met the minimum standard. Qian Cha collected her things and walked out of the furnace hall with her head low, her shoulders curved, her breath measured so carefully that her lungs ached. The corridor was empty. She stopped at the first window and pressed her palm against the cold stone sill, letting the mountain air pull the heat from her skin. Her hand was shaking. She had not noticed it start. "You passed." The voice came from behind her. She did not turn. "You passed, and you already look like you lost," the voice continued, closer now. "That is the face of someone who knows the difference." Qian Cha turned slowly. A handler stood in the corridor, a young man in the gray-green robes of Pan Chuan's household. His face was smooth, his hair bound in a clean topknot, his expression as empty as a blank ledger page. "The head alchemist expected a controlled result," he said. "You delivered one." "I did. And yet..." The handler stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the incense smoke caught in his sleeves. "He did not say to make it obvious. He gave you an instruction. You turned it into a performance." Qian Cha's jaw tightened. "I followed the instruction. You followed the words, not the intention." The handler smiled, and there was nothing pleasant in it. "He will remember this when the next round is assigned." He turned and walked back into the furnace hall, his steps soft on the stone floor, leaving her alone with her pulse pounding in her ears. She had tried to thread the needle. She had failed both sides. Behind her, at the far end of the corridor, a figure in pale blue robes stepped out of the shadow of a storage alcove. Caihong. The pale blue robes were immaculate. The hair was perfect. The eyes were cold and bright and fixed on Qian Cha like a blade finding its target. "You are clever," Caihong said. "But clever does not last when the furnace door closes." Qian Cha said nothing. "Pan Chuan wanted you to stumble. You chose to limp instead." Caihong's smile was thin, polished, dangerous. "He will not give you the same mercy twice." She turned and walked away, her robes trailing behind her like water, leaving Qian Cha standing alone in the corridor with the taste of ash on her tongue and the knowledge that she had bought nothing but time. And time, inside the Verdant Cauldron sect, was never neutral. The mountain wind curled through the window and carried the sound of the trial bell from the hall behind her, signaling the next match. Qian Cha did not move. She stood with her back to the wall, her hand pressed against the stone, and she counted the seconds until her breathing steadied. Then she walked toward the ash yard, where the workers were waiting for medicine, where the real battle was being fought, one scrap herb at a time, and where Pantron's next move was already being bored in the silence between furnaces. Chapter 23. The ash yard was wrong. Qian Cha felt it before she saw it, a silence that did not belong. No scrape of shovels, no creak of barrows. The morning mist hung untouched between the drying racks, and the workers who should have been hauling coal stood in a loose cluster near the sorting shed, their faces turned toward her like weather reading a storm. She stopped at the yard's edge. The fuel hauler who had pressed ginger petals into her hand the day before looked at her, then looked away. The washer with the shoulder injury she had treated was not there. The old woman with the tremor was sitting on an overturned bucket, her hands folded in her lap, doing nothing. Sister Nuo emerged from the sorting shed. Her face was stone. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbow and her hands were empty, which meant she had stopped whatever she was doing to come outside and meet Qian Cha before she walked any deeper. "The morning allotment arrived," Nuo said. Qian Cha waited. "Half the usual coal, no bitter bark at all. The silver leaf they sent is the kind we normally feed to the compost heaps, and the frost moss arrived wet, already starting to rot." Qian Cha's stomach tightened. "All of it? Every scrap herb that was supposed to come to the ash yard?" Nuo's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone who had already finished being angry. The clerk said the requisition forms were flagged, irregular patterns in the ash yard's ingredient requests, he said. "Someone needs to verify that the supplies are being used for legitimate furnace maintenance and not diverted to unauthorized refinements." The words landed like a bell toll. Not diverted to unauthorized refinements. Someone had spoken. Someone in the assignment office had looked at the list of useful people, the list of servants who turned scrap into medicine, and had decided to act. "Who signed the forms?" Qian Cha asked. Noah's eyes held hers. The clerk said it came from above his pay grade. He would not say whose desk it crossed. Above his pay grade. That meant enforcement hall, or Pancha's household, or someone else who read the same lists and wanted to starve the ash yard into compliance without ever touching Qian Cha directly. She had spent the morning worrying about Panchon's next move. She had not expected him to move against the people who brought her water and coal and whispered warnings. "I need to see the forms," Qian Cha said. No nodded once and turned back into the sorting shed. Qian Cha followed, and the workers watched her go, their silence heavy as ash. The forms were worse than she expected. 3 requisition requests had been denied outright. 2 more were marked pending review with no date for resolution. The single page that had been approved showed a coal allotment sufficient for perhaps half a day of normal furnace operation, and the quality notation at the bottom read Grade 4 Scrap, which meant the coal would burn hot and fast and leave heavy slag that would take twice as long to clean. They were not being starved slowly. They were being strangled by paperwork. "The infirmary stopped accepting our referrals this morning," Nuo said from the doorway. "One of the porters tried to bring his wife for her cough. They turned him away at the gate, told him the infirmary was at capacity and he should try again next week." Qian Cha set the forms down on the sorting table. Her hands were steady. She had learned to keep them steady when everything else was breaking. Did they give a reason? They said there had been complaints about unauthorized medicine circulating in the lower yards. They needed to verify that the patients they treated were not receiving conflicting treatments from unlicensed sources. The words were careful, administrative. They meant exactly what they sounded like. Someone had told the infirmary that the ash yard was producing its own medicine. Someone had told the assignment office that the ash yard's ingredient patterns did not match legitimate furnace maintenance. Someone was cutting every thread that connected Qian Cha to the people she was trying to help. "The porter's wife," Qian Cha said. "The one they turned away. She went back to her room." Nu's voice did not change. "I sent someone to check on her with a pot of ginger tea. That is all I can do without ingredients." Qian Cha picked up the denials again and read them a second time, looking for a signature, a seal, anything that would tell her which desk had signed the order. The forms were stamped with the assignment office seal, but bore no personal chop. Anonymous, professional, deliberately untraceable. "The clerk who gave me the downgraded ingredients," Qian Cha said slowly. "The thin-faced woman said he keeps a list. 2 lists. Nuo's eyes narrowed. "What lists?" "One of people to punish, one of people who make illegal medicine." Qian Cha set the papers down. "She told me the clerk was not the only one who read the second list." The words hung between them. Nuo was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "How long have you known about the lists?" "Since yesterday." "And you did not tell me." Qian Cha met her gaze. "I did not know who I could trust to carry that knowledge without getting hurt." Nuo's jaw tightened. She did not argue. She did not agree. She simply stood in the doorway, her arms crossed, her eyes dark with a calculation that Qian Cha could not read. "You need to see what Tao Jin found," Nuo said finally. Tao Jin was waiting behind the furnace, 12 coal bins, his pale brown eyes shadowed with something that looked like exhaustion and something that looked like fear. He did not greet her. He held out a folded ledger page. Qian Cha took it and read. The page was a single inventory entry, dated 3 weeks before the trials began. It listed a shipment of high-grade silverleaf, jade frost lotus stamens, and spirit-infused bitter bark, all marked for Furnace 6. The destination code matched Mo Caihong's primary unit. The receiving signature was a seal she did not recognize, a character that looked like a mountain peak with a horizontal slash through it. But the ingredient weight was wrong. The entry showed 70 jin of silverleaf received. The column beside it showed 70 jin allocated to Furnace 6's trial batches. The column below that showed 60 jin actually used. 10 jin had vanished between receipt and allocation. "I found 3 more like it," Tao Jin said quietly. "All from the same period, all signed with the same seal, all showing ingredients that were logged as received and then never reached their assigned furnaces." Qian Cha looked up from the page. "The seal. I traced it." Tao Jin's voice dropped. "It belongs to a storage foreman who retired 6 years ago. The man is dead. He has been dead for 4 years. Someone had been using a dead man's seal to authorize ingredient diversions, and those diversions matched the pattern Tao Jin had shown her before, the high-grade ingredients diverted to hidden furnaces, the false destination codes, the second handwriting that did not match any living clerk. "The seal is kept in the head alchemist's hall," Tao Jin said. "I confirmed it this morning." The dead foreman's records were transferred to Quan's archive when the man retired. Qian Cha stared at the ledger page. The seal, the missing ingredients, the hidden furnaces. The records war was no longer hidden in the ash yard's margins. Someone had used a dead man's authority to move ingredients through Quan's own hall, and the trail led upward, not sideways. "This page," she said slowly. "Who else has seen it?" Tao Jin did not answer. The silence stretched. "Tao Jin, who else?" He met her eyes. "The enforcement hall sent a runner this morning. They are collecting furnace logs from the trial period. All of them." Qian Cha's blood went cold. Shen Koru. The enforcement hall was sweeping the records, and if they found Tao Jin's corrected inventories, they would see the same pattern she was seeing now, and they would want to know who had found it first. "I need a copy of every page you have," she said. Tao Jin reached into his sleeve and pulled out a bundle of folded papers, bound with a strip of rough cloth. "I already made them," he said. He pressed the bundle into her hands, and his fingers were cold. "They are watching the ash yard," he said, "and they know you are the one who started looking." Chapter 24. The ash yard lay quiet under the late afternoon light, but the quiet had teeth. Qian Cha kept the cloth-bound bundle pressed against her ribs as she walked past Furnace 8, past the coal bins where Tao Zhen had handed her the evidence. Her fingers had not stopped cold since she read the dead foreman's seal on those diversion entries. Someone had used a corpse's name to move ingredients through Panchuan's own archive, and the enforcement hall was already sweeping the logs. She rounded the corner of the sorting shed and stopped. Caihong stood waiting. Not at the edge of the yard where a disciple might reasonably pass, not in the path between furnaces where a meeting could be explained as coincidence. She stood directly in front of the sorting shed door, arms crossed, pale blue robes immaculate against the soot and grime, her dark hair pinned with a silver clasp that caught the fading light. She had been waiting for Qian Cha to return. "Chen Guang." Caihong spoke the name like she was testing how easily it cracked. Qian Cha did not stop walking. She adjusted her path to circle around toward the shed's side entrance, head down, shoulders in the servant's slump that had made her invisible for 2 years. "I said your name." The voice carried a sharp edge now, polished irritation cutting through the courtesy. Qian Cha stopped. She did not raise her head all the way. She kept her chin low, her eyes on the ground between them, her hands at her sides, one palm still pressed against the cloth bundle hidden beneath her tunic. "Esteemed disciple." She made her voice rough, the servant's register she had worn so long it sometimes felt like the real one. "I was not aware you had business in the ash yard." "I do now." Caihong stepped forward. Her boots made no sound on the packed earth. She moved like someone who had never needed to watch where she placed her feet. "I watched your second round," she said. Qian Cha said nothing. "You are not stupid enough to think I came to congratulate you." "I did not think that." "Good." Caihong stopped 3 paces away, close enough to study, far enough to be seen studying. "Then let me be direct. The third round is a controlled burn refinement. 3 ingredients, 2 active binders, a timed flame reduction. It is not complicated for someone who knows what they are doing." She paused. "But it is very easy to fail if the furnace draft has been misaligned." Qian Cha's jaw tightened. She did not react. She let the silence stretch until Caihong was forced to break it. "You are going to withdraw." The words hung in the ash-tanged air. Qian Cha raised her head. She met Caihong's dark eyes, and she let herself look. Not with defiance, not with submission. With the flat, patient attention she used to read a furnace's dead spots before she touched the flame. "No." Caihong's expression did not change, but something in the set of her shoulders shifted. A polish cracked, very slightly, like fine glaze that had been struck from the inside. "You do not understand what you are refusing. I understand that you came to the ash yard to deliver a threat in person instead of sending a handler." Qian Cha kept her voice level. "I understand that the controlled burn round is easy to sabotage if someone knows when to adjust the draft. And I understand that you are standing here instead of letting the round decide because you are not certain you can win the honest way." Caihong's eyes went flat. It was the first real expression Qian Cha had ever seen on that face. Not the polished contempt of the assessment hall, not the controlled fury of the paired refinement loss. Something colder, older. A wound that had never healed properly and had festered in the dark. "You think you know honest," Caihong said softly. "You, who entered the trials under a name that is not yours. You, who hides your hand behind a servant's sleeve. You, who refines with methods no ash-yard drudge should possess." She stepped closer, 1 pace, 2. Her voice dropped until it was barely above a whisper, intimate as a blade pressed to skin. "I do not care who trained you. I do not care what manual you found in the trash. You are a servant wearing a borrowed name, and the sect will remember you as exactly that when you fail." Qian Cha held her ground. The ash yard was quiet. The workers had retreated, had vanished into the spaces between furnaces the moment Caihong appeared. No witnesses, no one to mark what was said. Caihong's lips curved. Not a smile. The shape of one, practiced and hollow. The controlled burn round requires a sealed furnace envelope for the first phase. No one can see inside. No one can verify what happens before the envelope opens. She tilted her head. Furnaces break, Chen Guang. Some of them break very easily. And when they break, the backlash is not always fatal, but it is always painful. She reached out. Her fingers brushed Qian Cha's sleeve, light and dismissive. The offer stands until dawn. Withdraw, and I will forget that you exist. Refuse, and I will make sure the third round is the last thing you remember about the Verdant Cauldron sect. She turned. Her robes swept the ash-strewn ground as she walked away, immaculate and untouched, like a blade that had never needed to learn its own edge. Qian Cha stood alone in the yard until the echo of Mo Caihong's footsteps faded. Then she let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She pressed her hand against the cloth bundle hidden under her tunic and felt the edges of Tao Zhen's copied evidence, the dead foreman's seal, the diversion entries, the proof that someone in Pan Chuan's hall was running a hidden operation. Mo Caihong thought she was threatening a servant. Mo Caihong did not know the servant was already standing on a powder keg. Qian Cha walked into the sorting shed and shut the door behind her. The bundle went onto the work table. She untied the rough cloth and spread the pages across the splintered surface, reading each entry again, memorizing the weight figures, the dates, the seal impressions that had been stamped with a dead man's authority. She worked until the light outside turned gray, then dark. She worked until her eyes burned and her fingers traced the same numbers without seeing them, and somewhere between the fourth and fifth reading, she realized that Mo Caihong had been too confident. Not the confidence of a favored disciple who believed in her own superiority, the confidence of someone who already knew what was going to happen. Because Mo Caihong had offered her withdrawal before the third round, before the sealed envelope, before the furnace draft could be misaligned. That meant Mo Caihong already knew the round structure. That meant the sabotage was already planned. And that meant someone inside the trial administration had already agreed to let it happen. Qian Cha looked down at the evidence spread across the table. The dead foreman's seal, the missing silver leaf, the hidden furnaces, the judge's ledger entry about her deliberate delay, the market rumors spreading across 3 cities, the servant lists that someone above the clerk's pay grade was reading and acting on. Every thread was tightening at once. And Mo Caihong's smile, that hollow, polished curve of lips, echoed behind her eyes long after the sorting shed fell into darkness. Chapter 25. The sorting shed had no window that faced the yard, but Qian Cha felt the shift anyway. A change in the ash yard's silence, a weight that had not been there moments before. She looked up from the evidence spread across the work table. Ash Uncle stood in the doorway, not swaying, not clutching his jug. His one good eye was clear and fixed on her with an attention that made the dim shed feel smaller. "You are still awake," he said. It was not a question. Qian Cha's hand moved to cover the nearest page before she stopped herself. He already knew what she was holding. He had known since the moment Tao Zhen handed her the bundle. "The third round," she said. "Mo Caihong already knows the structure. Someone in the trial administration has agreed to help her sabotage my furnace." Ash Uncle stepped inside. He did not look at the pages. He looked at her hands. The tremor she had not noticed until he named it by seeing it. "Then you have until dawn to learn something new." Qian Cha straightened. "Learn what?" He turned without answering and walked back into the yard. She followed because there was no other choice. The ash yard was empty under a sky smeared with cloud. The furnaces stood dark and cold, their mouths sealed for the night, their heat banked deep in stone that would not cool until morning. Ash Uncle stopped beside Furnace 7, the one that had burned uneven during her first round, the one whose dead spots she had learned to read. He placed his palm flat against the furnace wall. "Tell me what you hear." Qian Cha stepped closer. She pressed her own hand to the metal, closed her eyes, and let the ash breath settle in her chest the way he had taught her. Cold. Still. Nothing. "The fire is banked," she said. "There is nothing to hear." "Wrong." She opened her eyes. Ash Uncle had not moved. His palm stayed against the furnace. His blind eye turned toward her like it could see through the metal anyway. "You are listening for heat," he said. That is what I taught you. That is what every apprentice learns. You put your hand on a furnace and you feel the fire inside, and you tell me whether it burns even or uneven, whether the stone holds the flame or bleeds it. He tapped the metal once. Tonight, you will learn to hear what is not there. Qian Cha pressed her hand flat again. Nothing. She tried to push past the silence, to feel for residue warmth, for the memory of the last burn, but the furnace gave her nothing. It was stone and metal and dead ash. I cannot, she said. You can. His voice was flat. You are refusing, not failing. There is a difference. If you do not learn this before the third round, you will not survive the sabotage Mo Caihong has planned. The draft misalignment will not be a simple thing. It will be tuned to your rhythm, to the way you breathe, to the moment your concentration peaks. Someone who has watched you refine has given her that information. Qian Cha's throat tightened. She had known it was planned. She had not let herself feel what that meant. Someone who had watched her. Someone who had seen her work and measured her timing. She pressed her hand harder against the furnace, searching for anything, a vibration, a whisper of heat, a sign that the stone remembered what had burned inside it. Still nothing. You are trying to receive, Ash Uncle said. Stop. That is not the lesson. He moved his hand from the furnace and placed it over hers, pressing her palm deeper against the metal. A furnace is not a vessel that holds fire. It is a voice that has been shaped by every hand that fed, every batch that cured inside it, every failure that cracked its walls, and every success that sang through its seams. His voice dropped. You are not listening for heat. You are listening for intent. Qian Cha closed her eyes. She tried to empty her mind of the evidence, of Mo Caihong's smile, of Tao Zhen's ledger pages, of the dead foreman's seal and the vanished workers and the market rumors spreading across 3 cities. She let her breath slow. She let her hand rest against the furnace as if it were a living thing. And somewhere beneath the silence, beneath the cold stone and the dead ash, she felt something. Not heat, not vibration, a shape, a pattern that had been pressed into the furnace wall by years of use, by hands that had fed it and feared it and trusted it to hold what they could not hold themselves. It remembers, she whispered. Yes, the last batch that burned inside it, the one that passed inspection. She felt the shape of it, the rhythm of the infusion, the point where the heat had peaked and then held. Is it still here? Impressed into the stone. Ash Uncle removed his hand. Good. Qian Cha opened her eyes. The furnace looked the same as before, cold and dark and silent. But she felt different, as if a door had opened inside her chest that she had not known existed. Why did you not teach me this before? Because you were not ready. He turned to face her fully. Because hearing intent means you can also be heard. The moment you learn to read a furnace's memory, you become visible to anyone who knows how to listen. You stop being a servant who happens to be skilled. You become a true refiner. And in this sect, that is a death sentence unless you know how to use it. Qian Cha let her hand fall from the furnace. She looked down at her fingers, still pressed together as if they remembered the shape they had found in the stone. Who taught you? Ash Uncle was quiet for a long moment. The wind moved through the ash yard, carrying the smell of cold metal and wet coal. Somewhere in the distance, a bell told the middle watch. Someone who no longer exists, he said. Stolen fire always remembers its first name. That is the only answer I can give you. He turned and walked toward the sorting shed. Qian Cha followed. Inside, he stopped at the work table and looked down at the evidence she had spread across it. The diversion entries, the dead foreman's seal, the copied pages that Tao Zhen had risked his position to give her. You should not keep these here, he said. Where else can I keep them? The sealed furnace. Qian Cha stared at him. No one will look inside it, he said. No one dares. Not after what happened to Bai Su. Not after 20 years of disappearances. The space between the inner wall and the outer shell is wide enough to hold a bundle of paper. It will be safe until you need it. Qian Cha looked at the evidence, then at Ash Uncle. You knew Bai Su was going to vanish. I knew she was in danger. His voice was quiet. I told her to stop speaking. She did not listen. And you waited 6 years to give me her name. I waited until you were ready to carry it." The silence stretched between them. Qian Cha gathered the pages and folded them into her tunic. She would find a way to hide them in the sealed furnace before dawn. She would trust his knowledge even when she did not trust the shape of his grief. "Mo Caihong said the third round will be a controlled burn," she said. 3 ingredients, 2 binders, timed flame reduction. The draft misalignment will happen during the reduction phase." Ash Uncle nodded slowly. "Then you will need to hear the intent before the draft changes, not when it changes, before. The difference between a delayed reaction and a fatal one is the space between knowing and feeling." He met her eye. "That is what we practice tonight." They went back to the furnace, and under a sky that held no stars, with the evidence of the sex crimes pressed against her chest and Mo Caihong's smile burning behind her eyes, Qian Cha learned to hear what was not there. The lesson lasted until dawn. When the first bell of the third round echoed across the ash yard, Qian Cha stood alone at Furnace 7, her hand pressed to cold stone, feeling the shape of a fire that had not yet been lit. She turned toward the trial hall. Ash Uncle was gone, but his voice remained in her chest like a second heartbeat. Stolen fire always remembers its first name. She walked toward the hall, and the stone beneath her feet felt different, heavier, as if the ground itself remembered every secret it had been forced to hold. The trial doors stood open. The sealed furnace envelope waited, and somewhere inside the administration, someone who had watched her was already moving the draft controls into position. Chapter 26. The trial hall had been transformed. Where the second round had held rows of individual stations, the third round rose in a single iron ring at the center of the chamber. A sealed furnace envelope, its walls thick enough to hide whatever happened inside, its draft vents threaded through the stone floor in a pattern Qian Cha had seen on Ash Uncle's palm diagrams. 3 ingredients waited on the prep table: silver leaf, frost moss, bitter bark, 2 binders, a single flame cycle with a timed reduction phase, the controlled burn. Qian Cha stepped into the ring and the weight of the room settled across her shoulders. 50 disciples in the lower tiers, judges in the elevated gallery, elders behind a silk screen she could not see through. And somewhere in the administration halls, the person who had already adjusted the draft controls sat waiting for the round to begin. She pressed her palm against the furnace stone. Cold, silent, empty. But beneath the surface, she felt the shape of something wrong. A memory pressed into the stone from a test burn conducted before dawn. Not a refinement, a calibration. Someone had lit this furnace, adjusted the draft, and let it cool before she ever arrived. The draft had been set to close at a specific heat threshold, but the closing mechanism had been loosened. The vent would not seal when the signal came. It would keep feeding air into the chamber, accelerating the flame past the reduction point, turning a controlled burn into an uncontrolled surge. Qian Cha's hand stayed on the stone. The bell rang. The trial had begun. She could refuse the round, claim the furnace was defective, demand an inspection. But that would take time. Time for someone to examine the draft, find the tampering, and ask who had touched it. Time for the saboteur to claim it was an accident. Time for the judges to rule against her, call her a coward who blamed the tools instead of her own skill. Mo Caihong was watching from her station across the hall. The smile was already in place. Qian Cha turned to the ingredients. She measured the silver leaf first. The leaves were dry, but intact, their edges curling in the heat of the chamber. She crushed them between her fingers, feeling the texture, the moisture, the time since they had been harvested. 3 days, maybe 4. Fresh enough. The frost moss came next. She broke a single strand, smelled the damp earth undertone, set it aside. The bitter bark she did not touch. She already knew its quality. She had been working with bitter bark for 2 years. This batch was mid-grade, nothing special, nothing dangerous. The danger was not in the ingredients. The danger was in the moment when the reduction phase began. She lit the furnace. The flame caught with a soft blue edge, the color of a properly primed burn. The stone began to warm beneath her hands, and she let her awareness spread into the heat, feeling the shape of the chamber, the path the air would take, the point where the draft would fail. The silver leaf went into the mortar. She grounded with the heel of her palm, feeling the cells rupture, the oils release, the first signal of the extraction beginning. The frostomos joined it, and she crushed the two together until they formed a pale green paste that smelled of winter and ash. The first binder went in. The consistency changed. The paste thickened, pulling together into a single mass that held the shape of the mortar when she tilted it. She looked at the bit of bark, the third ingredient, the one that would determine the pace of the reduction. If she added it early, the reaction would speed up. If she added it late, the reduction would lag, and the draft would close before the peak heat had passed. Either way, the draft was going to fail. She had to finish the refinement before it happened. Qian Cha added the bitter bark. The paste darkened, the color of wet earth after rain. She worked it into the mass with her fingers, feeling the temperature rise as the ingredients began to react. The heat from the furnace throbbed against her skin, and she felt the draft moving beneath her feet like a second heartbeat. The furnace was speaking to her. Not in words, in pressure, in the way the flame leaned toward the left vent, drawn by the open channel. The calibration burn had left a memory in the stone, and that memory said the left draft would stick open when the reduction phase began. She had two options. She could shift the flame to the right side of the chamber, where the draft still functioned, and let the left side burn empty. The balance would be uneven, but the surge would be contained. Or she could try to force the draft closed with spiritual pressure, holding the vent shut with her own energy while she completed the refinement. That would drain her before the final condensation, but it would keep the flame even. She chose the first option. The paste went into the furnace, and she guided the heat with her breath, drawing the flame toward the right side of the chamber, away from the trapped vent. The stone groaned, protesting the uneven load, but the temperature held steady. The first phase completed. The paste began to solidify, the edges curling inward as the binders set. She watched the color change, pale green to deep brown, the signal of a stable cross bond forming between the silver leaf and the frost moss. The reduction phase began. The flame should have drawn back. The draft should have sealed, trapping the heat inside the forming pill, letting the internal pressure complete the condensation. Instead, the left vent stayed open. Air poured into the chamber. The flame roared. Qian Cha felt the temperature spike, the heat climbing past the safety threshold, the ingredients beginning to break apart under the surge. The pill was still forming, but the bonds were stretching, the structure weakening. She pressed her hand against the furnace wall, heard the intent. The stone remembered the calibration burn. It remembered the hand that had adjusted the draft, the exact pressure applied to the vent mechanism, the angle of the tool used to loosen it. She let that memory guide her. She pulled the heat away from the left side, drawing it across the chamber, forcing the flame to bend to a path it did not want to follow. The stone fought her, the memory of the calibration burn pressing back against her intent, but she held. The pill began to darken. The bond held. The furnace screamed. A high, thin whine rose from the left vent as the pressure built, the trapped heat finding no release, the stone cracking under the strain. Qian Cha saw the fracture spread across the furnace wall, a hairline crack that grew as she watched. The pill was nearly finished. The condensation was almost complete. She just needed to hold for a few more breaths. The crack widened. The flames surged through the gap, a tongue of white-hot fire that licked at her sleeve, and she felt the heat on her skin, the sharp sting of a burn forming on her forearm. She did not pull away. She kept her hand on the stone, kept the heat pinned to the right side, kept the pill stable. The condensation finished. The pill dropped into the cooling basin, a dark amber sphere that wobbled once before settling, and the furnace exploded. Chapter 27. The explosion ripped through the sealed furnace envelope like a living thing. Qian Cha felt the shockwave before she heard it, a pressure that slammed into her chest and threw her backward. Her ears filled with a sound that was not quite noise, the scream of spiritual fire breaking containment, the shriek of stone fracturing along fault lines she had only moments ago traced with her fingers. She hit the ground hard. Her vision swam. The furnace was no longer a furnace. It was a wound in the air, a column of white-hot flame that clawed at the ceiling of the trial hall, scattering sparks across the stone floor. The heat hit her in waves, each one hotter than the last, and she tasted ash on her tongue, copper, something chemical and wrong. Get up. She pushed herself to her knees. Her forearm screamed where the burn had already blackened the sleeve, the skin beneath raw and blistering. The pail. She looked for the cooling basin, but the basin was gone, overturned, the amber sphere nowhere to be seen, lost in the chaos of scattered tools and shattered ceramic. The flame kept climbing. It fed on the air, on the residual spiritual energy baked into the furnace stone, on the calibration burn that had been meant to kill her. The sabotage had not just loosened the draft, it had set a trap inside the furnace's memory, a pressure point tuned to collapse when the flame reached a certain intensity. She had shifted the heat to the right side, but the trap had not needed the left vent to spring. It had needed her to finish the pill. The condensation had been the trigger. "Clear the hall!" The shout came from somewhere behind her, a judge's voice, sharp with command. She heard footsteps, scrambling, the scrape of boots on stone as disciples fled toward the exits. The elder's gallery was emptying, robes flashing, voices overlapping in panic. She should run. The fire was spreading, the furnace casing was cracking, the stone glowing red along every seam, and when it finally gave, the backlash would not be a simple release of pressure. It would be a detonation, spiritual fire compressed and unleashed, and anyone still inside the hall would be caught in the blast. She should run. But her legs would not move. She was staring at the fire, and the fire was staring back. The training came from somewhere deeper than thought. Ash Uncle's voice, the first lesson he had ever given her, before she knew his name or what he had lost. The fire does not want to hurt you. It wants to be understood. If you fear it, it will burn. If you listened, it will bend. She listened. The furnace's intent was a scream, not a voice, not words, but a raw pressure that pressed against her mind like a hand trying to push her away. The calibration burn had left a foreign presence in the stone, a fingerprint of malice that did not belong to the furnace itself. Someone had touched this furnace with the intention of breaking it, and the stone remembered. She reached for the flame. Her breath found its rhythm, the ash breath pattern that had carried her through every impossible refinement, every sabotaged batch, every moment she had refused to let the fire win. She pulled the heat toward her, away from the cracks, away from the fleeing disciples, drawing it into a column that rose straight instead of spreading. The flame resisted. It did not know her. It had been kindled by sabotage, fed by corruption, and it had no memory of her hands or her breath or the hours she had spent learning to read stone. It was wild, hungry, and it wanted to consume. She held. The heat pressed against her skin, her face, her eyes. Her lungs burned with every breath, and the ash in her throat was thick enough to choke. The burn on her forearm throbbed in time with her pulse, a second heartbeat of pain that she could not afford to feel. The column began to narrow, the flame thinned, the pressure dropping, and she felt the furnace's intent shift, the foreign fingerprint beginning to fade as her own presence pressed back against it. The stone was learning her. The fire was learning her. She could do this. She could hold. The ceiling cracked. A slab of stone broke free from the heat-weakened mortar and crashed into the furnace, sending a shockwave through the column she had been shaping. The flame bucked, twisted, and the control she had fought for slipped through her fingers like water. The fire roared. It surged outward, a wall of white heat that swallowed the nearest work table, the overturned basin, the scattered ingredients that had been meant for other refinements. The stone floor blackened under the assault, and the air itself seemed to catch, the oxygen burning away until she could barely breathe. She lost her grip on the ash breath. The rhythm broke. The flame surged higher, and Qian Cha felt the fire break beyond anything she could control. It was not a furnace fire anymore. It was a spiritual detonation, the kind that killed refiners who pushed too hard, who tried to contain what should have been released. She had seen the aftermath once, years ago, the body of a woman who had tried to force a failing batch to stabilize and had been found with her hands still pressed against the stone, her chest hollow, her eyes open and empty. She was going to die here. The thought came without fear, without panic, just a flat acceptance that settled into her bones like cold water. She had known the risk. She had walked into this hall knowing that Caihong had set a trap, that someone inside the administration had betrayed her, that the furnace would try to kill her. She had come anyway, because the archive was waiting, because her mother's manual was waiting, because she had spent 2 years as someone else's ash, and she was not going to spend the rest of her life burning in silence. The flame reached for her. She did not flinch. And then the fire stopped. Not fading, not retreating, but stopping, as if something had caught it by the throat and held it still. The wall of white heat hung in the air, frozen, inches from her face, and the pressure that had been building since the explosion vanished into a silence so complete that she could hear her own heartbeat. She turned. A figure stood at the edge of the blast zone, one hand extended, fingers curved as if gripping something invisible. The robes were ash-stained and torn, the posture bent and shambling, the face half in shadow. But the hand was steady. The hand was impossibly steady, and the flame bent to it like a servant answering a summons. Ash Uncle stepped through the fire. Chapter 28. The fire streamed into his palm like water finding its basin, the wild white heat collapsing into a tight, spinning orb that threw no shadows. The column thinned, narrowed, and Ash Uncle closed his fist around it. The pressure vanished. Qian Cha's knees buckled. She caught herself on the cracked furnace lip, the stone still hot enough to sting through her sleeve, and watched the impossible thing happening 10 paces away. He stood in the center of the blast zone, robes still smoking at the edges, the bent shamble gone from his frame. His one good eye was fixed on the fire in his grip, and his hand did not tremble. The flame did not burn him. It coiled, it settled, it waited. The hall had gone silent. The fleeing disciples had stopped at the doors, frozen mid-stride, staring back over their shoulders. The elders' gallery stood empty except for one figure near the rail. Grand Elder Yuan had not moved. His pale amber eyes were fixed on the drunk in the ash-stained robes, and his face was the face of a man watching a ghost step out of a grave he had helped dig. Ash Uncle did not look at him. He turned his hand, palm up, and the fire rose obediently into a sphere no larger than a fist. The heat in the hall dropped. The air cleared. The smoke that had been choking the court began to thin, pulled toward the orb like it was breathing. He walked forward, past the overturned tables, past the scattered ingredients, the blackened stone, the shattered basin that had held Qian Cha's pill. He did not look at the debris. He looked at the furnace, the cracked, dying furnace that had tried to kill her. He set his free hand against the stone, fingers spread, and closed his eyes. The furnace groaned. The cracks that had been spreading across its surface halted, then began to close. The stone knitted itself, not through heat, but through pressure, through a command that came from somewhere deeper than the flame. Qian Cha watched him work and understood, in a single cold flash, that everything he had ever taught her had been a fraction of what he knew. The ash breath rhythm that had carried her through every impossible batch was a beginner's exercise. He had been teaching her to walk when he could fly. The furnace sealed. The last crack closed with a sound like a bell striking distant stone, and Ash Uncle let his hand fall. He turned to face the court, the sphere of spiritual fire still hovering above his palm, and let the silence stretch until it became unbearable. Then he spoke. "You should have burned this furnace 6 years ago." His voice was not the slurred rasp of the ash-yard drunk. It was clear, old, and carried the weight of a man who had stopped pretending. "You should have burned it the night you sealed it. But you needed its secrets more than you feared its memory." He looked at the orb in his hand. The fire pulsed once like a heartbeat. "This fire was never yours." Yuan moved. He did not walk. He stepped from the gallery rail to the hall floor in a single motion that the eye could not quite follow, landing in front of the seated elders' table without a sound. His robes settled, his top knot held, and his clouded amber eyes had not left Ash Uncle's face. "Rong Yuan." The name landed like a blade. The disciples at the doors stopped breathing. The elders who had remained frozen in their seats began to stir, whispers rising, faces shifting from confusion to something colder. Quan appeared from behind a support pillar, his robes immaculate, his face a careful mask. He had not fled. He had been watching from cover, and now he stepped into the open with the practiced ease of a man who always kept his exits mapped. "So," he said, "the rat comes out of the ash." Ash uncle, Rong Yuan, did not turn to face him. He kept his eye on Ji Wen-shou, and the sphere of fire in his hand began to spin faster. "You know what this means," Ji said quietly. "I know what it always meant." Rong Yuan's voice did not rise. "I know what you buried, Wen-shou. I know whose hands lit this sect's first furnace, and I know whose name you ground out of the stone." The whispers stopped. Ji Wen-shou's jaw tightened. The burn scar on his palm caught the light as his hand curled into a fist. "You should have stayed dead." "I tried." Rong Yuan finally looked at the sphere at his palm. "But the fire does not forget its first name." He opened his fingers. The fire dropped free, fell 2 inches, and then drifted upward like smoke rising in reverse. It floated to the center of the hall, hovered above the sealed furnace for a long moment, and then scattered into 1,000 faint sparks that winked out one by one until nothing remained. The silence that followed was deeper than the one before. Qian Cha forced herself to stand. Her legs shook. Her burned arm throbbed. The edges of her vision kept darkening, then clearing, and she had to press her good hand against the furnace stone to stay upright. She looked at Rong Yuan. He was watching her. Not as ash uncle, not as a drunk, not as a bitter old man nursing a jug by the ash heap. He was watching her like a teacher watching a student at the end of a long test, and something in his face said she had passed. "The pill," she said. Her voice cracked. "Did the pill?" Rong Yuan reached into his sleeve and pulled out a dark amber sphere, still warm, still whole. He tossed it to her. She caught it with her good hand, the familiar weight settling into her palm, and stared at the perfect surface. The even condensation, the seal of a refinement that had survived an explosion, and the backlash of a spiritual flame. "It finished curing while I held the fire back," he said. The condensation held. She looked at the pill. Then she looked at the hall around her. The elders were rising. The disciples were not fleeing anymore. They were watching, waiting, shifting like a tide that had not decided which way to break. Ban was already walking toward the main doors, his robes trailing behind him, his face unreadable. Ji Wen-shou had not moved. Rong Yuan stood between them, bent and scarred and ash-stained, his one good eye fixed on the Grand Elder. And in the silence, Qian Cha heard the first murmur spread through the court. "The pill saint. He's alive. He was here the whole time." She gripped the pill tighter, felt the warmth against her palm, and understood that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 29. The first whisper spread like flame through dry grass. "The pill saint. He's alive. He's been here the whole time." The words multiplied, passed from disciple to elder to judge, until the whole hall hummed with a sound that was not quite speech and not quite silence. Qian Cha stood with the pill pressed against her palm, her burned arm throbbing, her lungs still tasting ash from the explosion. She looked at Rong Yuan. He had not moved from where he stood between the sealed furnace and the elder's table. His one good eye tracked the room in slow, deliberate passes, cataloging faces, reading reactions, measuring how fast the news would spread. Pan Tran reached the main doors. He stopped with his hand on the frame, his back to the hall, his immaculate robes catching the light from the dying sparks overhead. "Seal the grounds," Ji Wen-shou said. The order cut through the noise. 2 enforcers at the side doors straightened, exchanged a glance, and moved to block the exits. A third pulled a jade seal from his belt and pressed it against the main gate's locking mechanism. The stone groaned, and a low hum settled into the walls. Pan Tuan turned. His face was smooth, composed, the mask of a man who had already decided which story he would tell. "Grand Elder," he said, "surely you do not intend to hold the entire court hostage because a drunkard has chosen tonight to perform a parlor trick." Ji Wen-shou did not look at him. His amber eyes remained fixed on Rong Yuan. "This is not a parlor trick." "No?" Pan Tuan spread his hands. "A man steps out of the shadows, stops a fire with a gesture, speaks in riddles about furnaces and first names, and you, Wen-shou, call him by a name that has been dead for 6 years." He tilted his head. "I wonder what else you have kept from the sect." The accusation hung in the air like smoke. Qian Cha saw the shift. Yuan was not defending himself. He was redirecting, planting doubt, making Ji Wenshou share the weight of whatever came next. Ji Wenshou's jaw tightened. "Wrong, Yuan," he said again, as if the name itself was a weapon. "You will come with me. Quietly. We will speak in the upper hall, and the court will wait for my return." "I will not." The words were simple, spoken without heat, and they stopped the room cold. Rong Yuan had not raised his voice. He had not moved, but the air around him changed, thickened, pressed against the walls like a held breath. "You buried my name," he said. "You ground it out of the stone. You told the sect I died in a furnace accident, that my techniques were too dangerous to teach, that my lineage had no place in the Verdant Cauldron's future." He paused. "And now you want me to follow you into a private room so you can decide how to bury it again." The elders at the table stirred. One of them, a woman with silver-streaked hair and a face like carved bone, rose slowly to her feet. "Grand Elder," she said, "is this true?" Ji Wenshou's hand curled into a fist. The burn scar on his palm caught the light. "It is not that simple." "It never is," Rong Yuan said. "But simple is not the same as false." The murmurs rose again, louder this time, carrying a new edge. Qian Cha watched the elders exchange glances. She watched the disciples at the doors shift their weight, uncertain whether to stay or flee. She watched Chuan's face remain perfectly still, his eyes measuring the room like a merchant counting coins after a fire. And she watched Rong Yuan turn toward her. Their eyes met, but something passed between them, a current that had nothing to do with words, a recognition that the board had finally opened. The pill in her hand was still warm. She looked down at it, at the perfect amber surface, the even condensation, the proof that she had survived a trap meant to kill her. She thought of the sealed furnace, of her mother's manual hidden under the floorboard, of the evidence tucked inside the furnace cavity where no one dared to look. The game had not ended. It had just begun. "I will go with you, Wenshou." Rong Yuan's voice drew her attention back. He was walking toward the elders' table now, his stride measured, his bent frame carrying itself with a dignity that looked unfamiliar on his scarred body. "But the girl comes with me." Ji Wenshou's eyes narrowed. "She is a trial contestant. She stays with the court. She is a refiner who just produced a perfect pill inside a sabotaged furnace that nearly killed her." Rong Yuan did not slow. "If you want to question me, you will question her in the same room. Or you will question no one, and I will tell the court exactly how this sect's first furnace was lit." The threat landed cleanly. Ji Wenshou's face went cold, the kind of cold that came from a man calculating odds behind an expressionless mask. He looked at Qian Cha. He looked at the pill in her hand. He looked at the cracked furnace behind her, still smoking from the blast that had nearly consumed her. "Fine," he said. "She comes." Chuan laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, stripped of warmth. "You are making a mistake, Grand Elder. You are letting a dead man and a servant child dictate terms to the highest authority in this sect." Ji Wenshou did not turn. "Head alchemist," he said, "you will wait in the main hall with the court. If you leave before my return, I will consider it an admission of guilt." The room went silent. Chuan's smile did not waver, but something behind his eyes shifted, sharpened, and he inclined his head with the exaggerated courtesy of a man who had just been handed a weapon. "As you wish, Grand Elder." He stepped back from the doors, folded his hands inside his sleeves, and found a place against the wall where he could watch everything without being part of it. Ji Wenshou looked at Rong Yuan. "Come." Rong Yuan walked past him without waiting, his steps carrying him toward the side passage that led to the upper halls. He did not look back. Ji Wenshou followed. Qian Cha stood alone in the center of the court, the pill warm in her hand, the eyes of 50 disciples and a dozen elders fixed on her back. She forced herself to move. Her legs carried her after Rong Yuan, past the cracked furnace, past the staring disciples, past Chuan's careful smile. She did not look at him. She did not look at anyone. She kept her eyes on the old man's scarred back, and followed him into the dark. Chapter 30. The side passage smelled of old stone and sealing oil. Qian Cha followed Rong Yuan's scarred back through the narrow corridor, her burned forearm throbbing with each step, the pill still warm in her grip. Ji Wenshou walked ahead of them both, his white topknot catching the light from occasional oil lamps. He did not speak. He did not look back. The passage opened into a small chamber lined with wooden shelves, ledgers, scroll tubes, a single desk at the center, ink stones still wet, as if the Grand Elder had been working here when the explosion tore through the trial hall. Ji Wenshou turned. The pale amber eyes settled on Qian Cha first, measuring, cataloging. Then they moved to Rong Yuan. Sit. Rong Yuan did not sit. He stood near the door, his arms folded, his bent frame holding itself with a stillness that Qian Cha had never seen in the drunkard who leapt by the ash heaps. I will stand. Suit yourself. Ji Wenshou moved behind the desk and lowered himself into the chair. The candlelight caught the burn scar across his right palm. You have been dead for 6 years, Rong Yuan. Do you know what your return does to this sect? It exposes the truth. It splits the court. It gives Pantuan a weapon to use against me. It puts every disciple in a position of choosing sides before they are ready. Ji Wenshou's voice stayed flat, but the words carried weight. You could have come to me privately and trusted your mercy. I kept you alive. You kept me hidden. Rong Yuan's good eye fixed on the Grand Elder. There is a difference. You buried my name so the sect could claim my fire. You let me rot in the ash yards so no one would ask where the pill saint had gone. That is not mercy, Wenshou. That is containment. The ring went quiet. Qian Cha stood between them, the pill burning against her palm, her breath shallow. She had not been invited to speak. She was not sure she was meant to survive this room. Ji Wenshou turned to her. The pill. She held it out. He took it, rolled it between his fingers, held it to the light. The amber surface caught the flame, translucent, even, perfectly condensed. You completed this inside a furnace that was trying to kill you. Yes, and you knew the draft was compromised before you began. She hesitated. The hesitation was a heartbeat, a breath, the space between one word and the next. In that space, she felt Rong Yuan's attention on her, felt the weight of the choice that had just been placed at her feet. I suspected, she said. You did not report it. To whom? She met his eyes. The judge who wrote observations in my ledger? The enforcer who searched my dormitory? The head alchemist who told me to make a functional but not perfect pill? Ji Wenshou's expression did not change, but something in the room shifted. The candle flame steadied. The air pressed closer. What do you know about the sabotage? She could lie. She could claim ignorance, blame the furnace, let the investigation spin through blind alleys while she gathered what she needed and disappeared into the archive. But Rong Yuan had not lied. He had stood in the middle of a broken trial hall and named the crime in front of everyone. The draft vent was loosened before dawn, she said. A calibration burn was conducted in my furnace. The saboteur left a mark in the stone. I felt it during the condensation phase, a foreign fingerprint, malice pressed into the furnace memory. Ji Wenshou's hand stopped moving. You can read furnace intent. Yes. How long? Dawn. He stared at her. The candlelight carved hollows into his face. Rong Yuan taught you. He taught me to hear. I learned to read on my own. Ji Wenshou set the pill on the desk. His fingers lingered on its surface, tracing the condensation lines. Do you know what you are, child? She did not answer. You are a living witness. You carry his techniques in your hands. You refined a perfect pill inside a sabotaged furnace while the entire court watched. And you followed him into this room without being ordered. He leaned back. Pantuan will try to destroy you. Caihong will claim you cheated. The court will split over whether you are a prodigy or a threat. And you? She asked. Ji Wenshou studied her for a long moment. I am still deciding. The door behind them opened. Qian Cha turned. Shen Koru stood in the doorway, his tall frame filling the frame, the enforcement hall jade token catching the light at his belt. His face was unreadable. His jaw tightened when he saw her. Grand Elder? Ji Wenshou did not look up. What is it, Koru? The hall is contained. Pantron has not left. The elders are waiting for your return. He paused. I have been assigned to investigate the furnace sabotage and the reappearance of Rong Yuan. You have. The orders came from the enforcement chief. Shen Koru's eyes flicked to Qian Cha, then away. I am to question all witnesses, including the trial contestant Chen Guang. Ji Wenshou picked up the pill again, turned it, set it down. Then question her. The room held its breath. Shen Koru stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The click of the latch was louder than it should have been. He looked at Qian Cha. The furnace. Was it altered before your round? The question hung between them, clean and dangerous. She had told Ji Wenshou the truth. She had admitted she could read furnace intent. She had named the saboteur's fingerprint in the stone. But Shen Koru was enforcement. He was law. And law inside this sect had never protected people like her. She thought of the ledger entries that Tao Zhen had copied. She thought of the dead foreman's seal. She thought of the 23 names on Sister Noo's bark list, vanished into the sect's silence. If she told him everything, he might believe her. He might act. Or he might report it to the enforcement chief, who reported to Ji Wenshou, who was still deciding whether she was worth protecting. If she told him nothing, she protected herself. But she lost a potential ally who had already chosen to keep her secret once. Rong Yuan watched her. Ji Wenshou watched her. Shen Koru waited. Chen Guang, he said, quieter now. Was the furnace altered? She opened her mouth. The door slammed open. Pantron stood in the doorway, his robe settling, his face carrying a smile that did not reach his eyes. Grand Elder, he said, the court has become restless. The elders are demanding answers, and the enforcers have found something you will want to see. Ji Wenshou's eyes narrowed. What? Pantron's smile widened. A set of hidden furnace logs, stamped with a dead foreman's seal, tucked inside Furnace 12's crawl space. He turned his gaze to Qian Cha. It seems your ash yard servant has been busy. Chapter 31. The side passage led back to the main hall through a route she had never walked, narrow and unlit, with Rong Yuan's footsteps ahead and Ji Wenshou's silence behind. Qian Cha's burned arm throbbed beneath the torn sleeve. The finished pill pressed against her palm, still carrying the warmth of a furnace that no longer existed. They emerged into chaos. The trial hall had become a different country. Disciples clustered in tight groups, speaking in voices that died when anyone passed. Enforcers stood at every exit, their hands resting on the hilts of short swords. The elders' gallery held a dozen figures who had not moved, their faces turned toward the empty furnace like mourners at a grave. Ji Wenshou did not stop. He crossed the hall with the measured stride of a man who had already decided what came next, heading for the eastern corridor where the archive entrance waited. Rong Yuan followed. Qian Cha did not. Ji Wenshou sensed her absence before she could take 2 steps. He turned, his pale amber eyes catching her in the crowd. The ash yard, she said. Quan's men are already moving. If they find the crawl space before I reach Sister No, there will be nothing left to defend. Rong Yuan's jaw tightened. He understood. Ji Wenshou studied her for a long breath, then gave a single nod. Go, but when I call for you, you come. She did not wait for permission to leave. She turned and ran. The hall doors loomed ahead. An enforcer stepped into her path, hand rising. Chen Guang, she said, the alias bitter on her tongue. Trial contestant. Grand Elder sent me. The enforcer looked past her. She did not turn to see if Ji Wenshou confirmed it. She did not need to. The door opened. She was through it before it closed behind her. The furnace quartz blurred past as she ran. Her lungs burned. Her arm burned. The pill in her hand was a solid weight that she refused to let go. She reached the ash yard at a sprint. It was already wrong. The sorting shed stood with its door open, light spilling across the packed earth. Shadows moved inside. Not workers. Too fast. Too purposeful. Sister Nuo met her at the boundary, stepping from behind the coal bins with a face carved from old stone. They are here, she said. 3 of Pantron's men, searching the bottom levels. The cross space, already sealed. Nuo's voice was flat. We pulled the stone back into place before they reached Furnace 12. They will find nothing but ash. Qian Cha's chest loosened a fraction. But the logs? Hidden, in a place no one looks. Nuo's eyes flicked to the sorting shed. We knew Pentron would move. The moment the hall erupted, the ash yard watchers came to me. We had 20 minutes before his men arrived. 20 minutes. Qian Cha's throat tightened. You saved the evidence. We saved some of it. Nuo's voice dropped. Not everything. The infirmary started burning records the instant Rong Yuan was named. Clerks are walking out with armloads of paper. By dawn, half the proof will be smoke. The sorting shed door creaked. A man emerged, narrow-faced and quick-eyed, wearing Pentron's household colors on his sleeve. He scanned the yard, saw Nu and Qian Cha, and walked toward them with the unhurried confidence of someone who had already won. Sister Nuo. His voice was smooth. The head alchemist sends his regards. He requests that you remain available for questioning tomorrow morning. Nu did not flinch. I am always available for the head alchemist's questions. The man's smile did not reach his eyes. His gaze slid to Qian Cha. Chen Guang. He tasted the name. A beat of silence. The man's hand drifted to his belt, where a seal hung on a leather cord. The Grand Elder's investigation will require full access to the ash yard's records. All of them, including the ones the clerks may have mislaid. He paused. If anything has been removed from its proper place, we will find it. Nuo said nothing. The man held her gaze for a long moment, then turned and walked back toward the sorting shed, motioning his companions to follow. The yard fell silent. Qian Cha's fingers were shaking. She pressed them against her thigh to still them. There is something you need to see, Nuo said. She led Qian Cha past the coal bins, past the dead furnaces, to a storage alcove wedged behind Furnace 8, where no disciple ever went. A loose stone in the wall shifted under Nuo's hand, revealing a hollow space barely large enough to hold a child's body. Inside lay cloth-wrapped bundles, 3 of them. Nuo pulled out the smallest bundle and unfolded the cloth. Paper. Old, brown at the edges, covered in handwriting that Qian Cha recognized from Tao Jin's ledger pages. A single notation caught her eye before Nuo could speak. It was a date. 11 years ago. The same season the sect first announced its Meridian calming pill as an original formula. And beneath the date, a signature she had never seen before, written in a hand that trembled. Delivery received. For Jin. Seal confirmed. The seal was her mother's. Qian Cha's breath stopped. The ink was faded, the paper brittle, but the truth sat in her hands as solid as the pill still pressing against her palm. Her mother had provided the ingredients. Her mother had signed for the delivery. The sect had used her mother's supplies, her mother's knowledge, and then buried the record so deeply that no one would ever find it. Where did you get this? She whispered. Noah's face was unreadable. Tao Jen found it 2 hours before the trial. He said you needed to see it before Pentron's cleanup crews reached the outer archive. 2 hours. Tao Jen had pulled this from the records hall while the furnace was still burning, while Qian Cha was fighting for her life inside the flame. He risked everything. He is not the only one. Nu wrapped the paper carefully and pressed it into Qian Cha's hands. There are more. Ledger entries, furnace logs, delivery receipts, names, dates, proof that the sect's 3 founding formulas were never developed here. How many? Enough to burn the court down. Qian Cha stared at the bundle, the evidence she had been searching for since she first crawled into the cracked furnace throat. The proof that her mother's lineage had been stolen, folded into the sect's rise, and then erased from memory. It was here, in her hands, and Quan's men were searching room by room. I need to hide this somewhere they cannot reach. Nuo nodded. There is only one place inside this sect that Quan's household will not search. Qian Cha looked up. Nuo's eyes met hers. The sealed archive. The words landed like a blow. The archive she had been trying to reach since the trials began. The archive that required an inner disciple seat to enter. She was not an inner disciple yet. Her trial was suspended, her furnace destroyed, her teacher revealed as a ghost returned from the sect's buried past. But the sealed archive held her mother's manual. And now, It held the proof of theft, too. A shout rose from the lower yard. Voices, heavy footsteps. The search was spreading. Nuo grabbed her arm. "They are coming. You cannot be here." "Where?" "The servant dormitory, the far corner bunk. There is a loose board beneath the 4th floor slat. Wait there until I come for you. Pantuan's men will search the dormitory." "Not tonight." Nuo's voice was iron. "Tonight, they are searching the ash yard. By morning, the witnesses will have changed." The footsteps grew closer. Nuo pushed her toward the shadows. "Go!" Qian Cha ran. The bundle pressed against her chest, her mother's signature burning through the cloth. Behind her, the shouts grew louder. Doors slammed, orders cracked through the dark. She reached the dormitory wall and dropped to her knees, sliding her fingers beneath the 4th floor slat, feeling the board give way. The bundle disappeared into the hollow space. The slat clicked back into place. She pressed her forehead to the cold wood and breathed. Her mother's seal. Her mother's name. Proof that the theft had begun 11 years ago, in the same season the sect claimed the Qin formulas as their own. The footsteps reached the dormitory door. Keys rattled in the lock. Qian Cha pushed herself upright, her burned arms screaming, her chest hollow, her mind already racing ahead to what the archive would hold when she finally reached it. The door swung open. A lantern cut through the dark, and Pan Tran's men stepped inside. Chapter 32. The lantern light cut across the dormitory floor in a long, yellow sweep. Qian Cha pressed herself against the wall, her burned arms screaming, her breath held so tight her ribs ached. 4 men, Pan Tran's colors. The lead enforcer carried a torch that dripped oily smoke into the already stale air. "Check the bunks, all of them." The men spread out, boots thudded against the floorboards. One of them kicked a sleeping servant's mattress, and the old woman rolled over with a grunt, too exhausted to even wake properly. Qian Cha counted the distance to the door, 7 paces. Then an open corridor with no cover. The enforcer nearest her bunk stopped. He stared at the floor slat where the evidence lay hidden. His boot hovered over the loose board. Qian Cha's throat closed. If he finds it, everything ends. The archive, the manual, her mother's name, buried again before anyone can read it. The Flaw shifted his weight, and then a voice rang from the doorway. "Chen Guang." The enforcer's head snapped up. Shen Koru stood in the threshold, his gray enforcement robes catching the torchlight, his jade token swinging at his belt. His eyes swept the room once and landed on Qian Cha with the precision of a blade finding its target. "Grand Elder Ji Wen Shou summons you. Immediately." The lead enforcer straightened. "We are conducting a search on head alchemist Pan Quan's authority." Shen Koru did not look at him. His gaze stayed on Qian Cha. "You can explain that to the Grand Elder yourself, or you can let the boy pass and continue your search afterward." The lead enforcer's jaw worked. For a long moment, the room hung between 2 orders. Then he stepped back. "Finish the search," he said to his men. "The boy can wait." Shen Koru's hand lifted, palm open, inviting. Qian Cha moved. She crossed the dormitory floor with the careful steadiness of someone who knew that speed would look like guilt. Her boots passed within inches of the loose board. The evidence stayed hidden. She stepped past Shen Koru into the corridor, and he fell into step beside her without a word. They walked through the ash yard in silence. The fires had been banked for the night, but the furnaces still breathed heat through the stone. Shadows stretched long across the ground. The mist had thickened, swallowing the upper half of every building until the sect seemed to float on a sea of white. Shen Koru did not speak until they reached the inner compound. "The Grand Elder is in his private study. He asked that you come alone." Qian Cha stopped. "You are not coming? I will be outside the door." His voice was flat, professional. "This is not a conversation I am invited to hear." She studied his face, but the faint scar along his jaw caught the torchlight. His eyes gave nothing away. "Did he tell you what he wants?" "No." Shen Koru met her gaze. "But he told me to bring you before Pantuan's men could finish their search. That tells me enough." He turned and walked toward a side door set into the wall of the main hall. The door was unadorned, plain wood, easy to miss among the carved pillars and hanging lanterns that decorated the sect's public face. Qian Cha followed. The passage beyond was narrow and cold. No windows. The walls were lined with shelves holding scroll cases and ceramic jars sealed with wax. The air smelled of aged paper and dried herbs. The passage opened into a chamber that was smaller than she expected. A desk, a single lamp, 3 chairs arranged around a low table. Yuan stood at the far window, his back to her, his white hair catching the lamplight. He did not turn when the door clicked shut behind her. The silence stretched. Qian Cha stood in the center of the room, her burned arm held carefully at her side, her heart beating slow and steady against her ribs. She had learned patience in the ash yards, hours of watching furnaces breathe, days of waiting for the right moment to salvage a half-burned herb scrap. She could wait. Yuan turned. His pale amber eyes settled on her face with the weight of a man who had spent decades learning to read people the way she read furnaces. "You know who I am." It was not a question. "Grand Elder Yuan." Before that, he stepped away from the window, his movements unhurried, deliberate. "I was the one who found your mother's body." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Qian Cha's breath did not change. Her posture did not shift, but something deep inside her chest went cold. "I see you recognize the reference." Yuan sat in the chair behind the desk, folding his hands on the surface. "You have her stillness, her ability to absorb a blow without showing where it landed. That is a rare gift." "You knew my mother?" "I knew of her." His voice was careful, measured. She was not a member of this sect. She was an independent refiner who operated in the eastern lowlands. Her formulas were exceptional, her methods were her own, and her formulas became yours. Yuan did not flinch. "Yes." The word hung in the lamplight. Qian Cha waited. "The sect was struggling," Yuan said. "We had lost our founding pill saint. Our furnace arrays were aging, our disciples were producing inferior batches, and the Empire's contracts were slipping to rival sects. We needed a breakthrough. So you took hers." "We acquired her formulas. The method of acquisition is a matter of interpretation, but the formulas themselves are now woven into the sect's foundation. The Meridian calming pill, the liver soothing decoction, the 7 ashes wound seal. They bear our name because we made them functional at scale." While her name was erased, Yuan's eyes met hers. "Yes." Another silence. Qian Cha felt the weight of the delivery receipt pressing against her memory. Her mother's signature, her mother's seal, the date matching the sect's announcement. "Rong Yuan told me you helped bury his name," she said. "Did you help bury hers too?" Yuan studied her for a long moment. "Rong Yuan was already buried when your mother's formulas arrived, but I knew who she was. I knew where the knowledge came from, and I chose not to speak." "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because you found the delivery receipt." Qian Cha's blood stopped. Yuan's lips pressed together in something that was not quite a smile. "Sister Newell reports to me." The world tilted. "She has been my eyes in the ash yard for 7 years, Yuan continued. "She knew who you were the day you corrected the discarded analysis scroll. She has been watching you ever since." Qian Cha's mind raced. Newell, the deliveries, the warnings, the hidden evidence. She told him everything. "The evidence you hid under the dormitory floorboard is safe for now," Yuan said. "My people will retrieve it before Pan Tuan's men think to search there. But the fact that it exists means you have a choice to make." He leaned forward. "I am offering you protection, a path to inner discipleship, supervised access to the sealed archive. You will refine under the sect's name, accept its version of history, and never speak of your mother's lineage in public." "And if I refuse?" Yuan's eyes did not waver. "Then you become a liability, and I cannot afford liabilities." The threat was not in his voice. It was in the absence of denial. Qian Cha stood in the lamplight, her burned arm throbbing, her mother's name burning in her chest, and understood that she had walked into a cage dressed as a negotiation. "Think carefully," Yuan said. "You have until dawn." He turned back to the window. The door behind her opened. Shen Kodu stood in the threshold, his face unreadable, his hand extended toward the corridor. Qian Cha walked past him without looking back. The passage was cold. The mist had climbed higher. The furnaces exhaled their ancient heat into a night that felt tighter than it had an hour ago. She had a choice to make, and the only person she could trust to help her make it was a half-blind drunk who had already given everything to expose the truth. She turned toward the ash yard. Behind her, Shen Koru's voice cut through the mist. She said dawn. Qian Cha kept walking. She had less time than that. Chapter 33. The mist had thickened by the time Qian Cha reached the ash yard. It coiled around her ankles like something alive, carrying the familiar bite of old slag and cooled stone. The furnaces breathed their slow heat into the dark, and the sorting shed stood silent at the edge of the yard, its door cracked open. She did not call out. She did not need to. Rong Yuan sat on the overturned coal bin where Ash Uncle had sat 1,000 times, a jug balanced on his knee. The shamble was gone. The sway was gone. He sat straight, his one good eye fixed on the gap between the sheds where the first gray light would eventually come. He did not turn when she approached. So he told you. It was not a question. He told me enough. Qian Cha stopped an arm's length away. He found my mother's body. He knows where the formulas came from. He offered me protection in exchange for silence. Rong Yuan's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. And what did you say? I said I had until dawn. The words fell between them like ash from a dead fire. Rong Yuan lifted the jug, drank, set it down again. The movements were slow, deliberate, as if each one cost him something he had not expected to pay tonight. Sit down, child. She sat. Not on the coal bin, on the packed earth beside him, her back against the shed wall, her burned arm cradled in her lap. The pain had settled into a low, constant throb, like a furnace banked for the night. Rong Yuan stared at the gap between the sheds. Your mother came to the sect 11 years ago with a bundle of formulas and a child too young to remember the journey. She was not a disciple. She was a refiner from the eastern lowlands, trained in methods the sect had never seen. Qian Cha's throat tightened. I know. You do not know. His voice was slack. You know the shape of it, the skeleton, but you do not know the flesh. He was quiet for a long moment. I was the one who invited her. The words landed like a blade. She sent word through a trader that she had found a pattern in the Meridian calming pill that the sect's version was missing, a transition note that altered the condensation timing. I was curious. I brought her to the furnace halls. Qian Cha watched his profile in the dim light. The blind eye, the deep lines, the hands that had commanded spiritual fire and let it scatter into nothing. She refined the pill in front of me, Rong Yuan said. In front of the entire inner circle. It was perfect. The condensation was even. The binding was clean. The formula was complete in a way ours had never been. And the sect took it. The sect took everything. His voice did not change. Ji Wen-shou saw the value immediately. Pan Chuan saw the leverage. I saw a woman who had just handed her lineage to a pack of wolves and did not yet know she was bleeding. He picked up the jug again, did not drink, held it. I should have stopped it. The silence stretched. I should have burned the formula myself, Rong Yuan said. I should have walked her out of the sect that night and told her to disappear. I should have done something other than stand there and watch them smile. Qian Cha's burned arm throbbed. But you did not. No. His voice dropped. I did not. I told myself it was already too late, that the formula was already copied, that the sect would find another way if I interfered. I told myself 100 lies and I believed every one of them. He set the jug down. 6 months later, your mother was dead. The sect claimed her formulas as original, and I was named Pill Saint for work I had only facilitated, not created. The bitterness in his voice was old and deep and untouched by time. Qian Cha felt the weight of the delivery receipt pressing against her memory. Her mother's seal, her mother's trembling signature, a woman who had walked into a cage and trusted the wrong keeper. Ji Wen-shou said he found her body. He did. Rong Yuan's jaw tightened. I was not there. I was in the Eastern Furnace Hall, refining a batch for the Empire's contracts while the woman who had trusted me was being buried in the sexed ledgers. A wind moved through the ash yard, cold, thin. It carried the smell of damp stone and distant rain. Qian Cha sat very still. You have been carrying this for 11 years. I have been carrying it longer than that. Rong Yuan turned his head to look at her directly. I have been carrying it since before you were born, since before your mother wrote the first formula. I failed her. I failed you. I failed every person the sect is burned through to keep its furnaces lit. He looked away. I am telling you this so you understand the choice you are facing. Jiwen Shou will offer you safety. He will offer you a path. He will offer you everything except the truth. And if I take it? Then you survive. Rong Yuan's voice was flat. You become an inner disciple. You refine under the sect's name. You watch your mother's formulas grow more valuable every year while her name is slowly ground out of every record until nothing remains. He paused. And if you refuse? Then you become a liability. He echoed Jiwen Shou's words without irony. And a liability in this sect does not last long. Qian Cha sat with the weight of the night pressing against her shoulders. I have a delivery receipt with her seal, she said. Proof that the Meridian calming pill was delivered 11 years ago, signed by her hand, in the same season the sect announced it as an original formula. Rong Yuan's eye widened slightly. That is more than I had. It is hidden under a floorboard in the dormitory. Jiwen Shou knows about it. He said his people would retrieve it before Pan Chuan's men do. Then he already has leverage over you. I know. Another silence. The furnaces exhaled. The mist shifted. The final trial is in 3 days, Rong Yuan said. The sealed furnace format, controlled burn, 3 ingredients, 2 binders. The entire sect will be watching. I know. It is the only place the truth can survive. Qian Cha turned to look at him. What do you mean? Rong Yuan leaned forward, his voice dropping to something raw and quiet. If you refine a safe pill, you win a safe seat. You enter the archive supervised. You read what Jiwen Shou allows you to read. You become a disciple of a sect that stole your mother's name. But if I refine the Qian lineage pill, then every elder in that court sees the proof. His eye held hers. They see the missing transitions, the condensation signature, the pattern that only one lineage in the Empire can produce. They see that the sect's cornerstone formula is a copy. And then what? Qian Cha's voice was barely a whisper. They burn the evidence. They silence me. They bury the truth deeper than they buried her. Not if you win the seat first. The words hung in the mist. The trial rules are binding, Rong Yuan said. If you complete the final round and the judges declare you the winner, the inner disciple seat is yours by sect law. Even Jiwen Shou cannot overturn a public verdict without exposing the manipulation. Qian Cha's heart beat slow and hard. And my identity? Rong Yuan's mouth tightened. The bindings will not hold through a full controlled burn. The heat, the movement, the condensation strain. If you refine the Qian pill, you will be visible in more ways than one before that furnace cools. She understood. The final trial would force everything into the open. The formula, the theft, the name she had buried. I cannot give you the manual yet, Rong Yuan said. It is hidden where even Jiwen Shou's people cannot reach it. But I can tell you this. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a strip of scorched paper, charred at the edges, covered in cramped, precise handwriting. Your mother wrote this the night before she died. Qian Cha's breath stopped. Rong Yuan held the paper out to her. She knew what was coming. She knew the sect would not let her leave alive. She wrote this and gave it to a fuel hauler who knew where to find me. Qian Cha's fingers closed around the paper. It was warm, faintly, as if it still held the heat of a dying woman's hand. She told me to keep you safe, Rong Yuan said. She told me to teach you the furnace. She told me to let you choose your own path when you were old enough to walk it. His voice cracked. I have done none of those things. I have hidden. I have waited. I have watched you scrape ash and let you believe you were alone. Qian Cha looked down at the paper. The handwriting was her mother's. The same trembling signature from the delivery receipt, the same careful loops. 3 lines. Burn the truth into the furnace, not the grave. The fire remembers what the sect buried. My daughter will carry the flame. The mist pressed closer. The first gray light touched the gap between the sheds. Qian Cha folded the paper and pressed it against her chest, where her mother's name and her own were bound beneath the same stolen cloth. "I am not alone," she said. Rong Yuan looked at her. "No," he said, "you are not." But his voice carried the weight of a man who had failed to protect the last person who had said those words. A footstep scraped at the edge of the ash yard. Qian Cha turned. A figure stood in the thinning mist, tall, patient, arms folded. The faint scar along the jaw caught the first light. Shen Koru's eyes met hers with the flat patience of enforcement hall discipline. "Dawn is coming," he said. "The Grand Elder is waiting." Rong Yuan did not move, but his hand found Qian Cha's shoulder, and his grip was iron. "Then let him wait." The mist swirled, and Qian Cha held her mother's final words against her heart, knowing that the trial ahead would burn through every disguise she had ever worn. Chapter 34. The mist had not burned off by the time Qian Cha reached the sorting shed. It clung to the gaps between planks, gray and heavy, muffling the sounds of the ash yard waking around her. She pulled the scorched paper from her tunic and read her mother's words again. Burn the truth into the furnace, not the grave. Her fingers trembled against the charred edge. 3 days until the final trial. 3 days to decide whether she would enter that furnace as Chen Guang, the clever servant who won a seat, or as Qian Cha, the daughter of a stolen lineage who would burn through every disguise. She pressed the paper back against her chest and began sorting the salvage pile by habit. Her hands moved through ash-dark leaves and cracked root ends, while her mind turned the same question until it scraped raw. The safe pill would win her the archive. Supervised, controlled. Ji Wenshou's hand on every scroll she touched. The Qian lineage pill would win her the truth, and nothing else. She did not hear Tao Zhen's footsteps until he was already at the shed entrance, breathing hard, a cloth bundle pressed against his chest. "You are still here," he said. "The ash yard does not burn itself." He stepped inside and dropped the bundle on the sorting table. The cloth fell open, revealing ledgers. 3 of them. Their spines cracked from years of use, the pages swollen with ink and moisture. "Pan Chuan's men found the dormitory floorboard," Tao Zhen said. Qian Cha's heart stopped, but the evidence was already gone. She let out a breath she had not known she was holding. "Ji Wenshou's people?" Sister Newell moved it before dawn. She hid it in the one place Pan Quan's household will not search without direct elder authority. "The sealed archive." Tao Zhen nodded. "The delivery receipt is already inside, along with the furnace logs, the diversion entries, and copies of every corrected inventory I have ever made." Qian Cha looked at the ledgers. "And these?" "Copies of the copies." His voice was flat, but his hands shook slightly as he spread them open. "Everything I could carry before Pan Khan's men sealed the records hall. Ingredient routes, seal authorizations, the dead foreman's pattern of use." He turned to a page marked with a folded corner. "Look." She stepped closer. The entry was 6 years old. A requisition order for 10 jin of silverleaf, stamped with the dead foreman's seal. The same seal that had appeared on the diversion entries Tao Zhen had shown her before the trial. "I traced it," he said. "Every use of that seal in the last 6 years. It starts 6 months before Bai Su vanished. It stops for 2 years after she disappeared. Then it resumes exactly 3 months before the Cauldron Trials were announced." "Someone needed it reactivated," Qian Cha said. "Someone." Tao Zhen's mouth twisted. "And whoever that someone is, they have access to the archive where the seal is kept. Pan Chuan's archive." The implication hung in the air between them. "It is not proof," she said. "No, but it is a pattern, and patterns are what I do." He closed the ledger and looked at her. "What are you going to do, Chen Guang?" The false name hit her like cold water. "I do not know yet." "You do." She met his eyes. He did not look away. "The safe pill wins you the archive," he said, "but it does not win you the truth. Wen Shou will let you read what he wants you to read. You will spend years inside those walls, slowly learning what the sect has already decided you deserve to know." And the Qian pill exposes everything. He said it without hesitation. The formula, the theft, your mother, you. He held her gaze. "I am an outer disciple who has spent 6 years chasing numbers that do not add up. I have watched the sect bury servants in ledgers and call it accounting. I have seen what happens to people who find the truth and try to carry it alone." He pushed one of the ledgers toward her. "But I have also seen what happens when the truth is carried by enough people that it cannot be buried again." Qian Cha looked at the ledger. The pages were filled with Tao Zhen's handwriting, precise, meticulous, the work of a man who had been preparing for this moment long before she arrived. "How long have you been collecting this?" "Since I realized the dead foreman's seal was still being used." His voice was quiet. 4 years, maybe 5. I did not know what it meant at first. I just knew the numbers did not match." He tapped the page. "Then you arrived, and the numbers started moving faster, and I realized that I had been waiting for someone who would not stop at noticing the pattern." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "I may not survive this trial." "I know. If I refine the Qian pill, the sect will know who I am. Wen Shou will have to act. Pan Chuan will try to destroy the evidence before the verdict is recorded." "I know. If I fail, the delivery receipt burns, the ledgers burn. Everything we have gathered burns with me." Tao Zhen was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. "This is a record of every ingredient transaction that used the dead foreman's seal in the last 6 years," he said. "I have hidden copies in 3 locations outside the sect. If you do not survive, the copies go to Ling Mirei. She will know what to do with them." He set the paper on the table. "You are not carrying this alone, Qian Cha." Her name, she looked up at him. "When did you know?" "Know what?" "Know who I really am." Tao Zhen's expression did not change. "I suspected the night you refined the stabilizing pill for the porter, the breath technique, the ingredient substitution, the way you read the furnace before you touched it." He paused. "Then I saw the delivery receipt with your mother's seal, and I understood why you had been hiding." He stepped back, folding his arms. "I do not care that you are a woman disguised as a servant. I do not care that your name is not Chen Guang. I care that the numbers finally add up, and I care that for the first time in 6 years, I believe the truth has a chance of outliving the people who buried it." Qian Cha looked at the ledgers, the paper, the evidence of 4 years of patient, invisible work. She thought about Rong Yuan waiting in the ash yard, her mother's note pressed against her chest, the delivery receipt already inside the sealed archive. She thought about the furnace that would burn through every disguise she had ever worn. "I am going to refine the Qian pill," she said. The words left her mouth before she had fully decided, but as she heard them, she knew they had been waiting in her throat for years. Tao Zhen nodded once. "Then we have 3 days to prepare." He gathered the ledgers and tucked them back into the cloth bundle. "Where will you be when the trial begins?" "At the furnace court," Qian Cha said. "Where else?" She stepped out of the sorting shed. The mist was finally lifting, and across the ash yard a fuel hauler she did not recognize was staring directly at her, the morning light catching the recognition in his eyes. Chapter 35. The fuel hauler held Qian Cha's gaze for 3 heartbeats, then turned and walked between the drying racks without a word. She did not follow. She could not afford to follow. But the recognition in his eyes stayed with her as she crossed the ash yard, as she passed the sorting shed where Tao Zhen had already vanished, as she climbed the outer stairs toward the dormitory where no one would meet her eyes. By midday, the sect had begun to move against itself. Pan Chuan did not wait for the trial hall to clear. He struck while the elders still debated Rong Yuan's custody, while the disciples still whispered about the pill saint's return, while the ash yard's morning shift reported for work and found the coal bins empty. The first sign came at the herb wing. Qian Cha arrived at the distribution window with a requisition slip from the sorting shed. The clerk did not look up. Approval revoked. By whose authority? Head alchemist's office. The clerk slid a single sheet across the counter. A notice, fresh inked, the characters still wet at the edges. Effective immediately. All ingredient allocations to Ashyard trial contestants are suspended pending investigation of furnace tampering. No exceptions, no appeals. Qian Cha read it twice. What about ingredients I already paid for? Confiscated. The silver leaf I delivered from my own salvage? The clerk finally looked up. His face was empty of sympathy. Confiscated. She turned from the window and walked back into the afternoon mist. The herb wing was quiet. Too quiet. The usual line of servants waiting for scrap allocations had been redirected. The sorting tables stood empty. A single enforcer leaned against the far wall, watching her with flat, patient eyes. She kept walking. At the infirmary, the doors were locked. The junior attendant sat on the steps, arms folded, chin tucked. She did not raise her head when Qian Cha approached. They turned us away, the attendant said without looking up. Said there are no more beds. Said the medicine stores are being audited. The servants who need treatment? The attendant laughed once, hollow. What servants? Qian Cha left her sitting on the steps and walked to the Ashyard's eastern gate. It was sealed. A new lock, heavy iron, the chain looped 3 times through the bars. Beyond it, she could see the furnace where she had refined the stabilizing pill, the kiln where she had learned to read intent, the sorting shed where Tao Zhen had spoken her true name. All of it, behind iron. A hand touched her shoulder. She turned. Sister Nuo stood in the shadow of the wall, her face unreadable. She did not look at the lock. She looked at Qian Cha. Tuan is cleaning house. I saw. He has already dismissed 3 furnace supervisors, said they failed to maintain proper safety standards. 2 of them were the ones who helped seal the crawl space. Qian Cha's chest tightened. What happened to them? Sent to the eastern quarries. Noah's voice was flat. They will not be coming back. The quarries were a death sentence. Everyone knew it. The extraction pits swallowed servants whole, and the only way out was as ash. Where is Tao Zhen? Safe, for now. Noah glanced over her shoulder. He is in the records hall, auditing ledgers under direct order from the enforcement chief. Tuan cannot touch him while he is there. For now. For now. Noah stepped closer. The head alchemist is burning everything, not just records, names, assignments, people who knew where the evidence was hidden. He's making sure that by the time the ceremony begins, no one alive can testify against him. Then we are already too late. No, Nua's voice hardened. We are not. She pressed a folded slip of paper into Qian Cha's palm. What is this? The name of a fuel hauler who saw someone open the sealed furnace 3 nights before you found the residue pattern. Qian Cha stared at the paper. Where is this fuel hauler? Hidden. One of my people moved him before Tuan's enforcers could ask questions. Can he testify? He will not need to. Nua's eyes held hers. He kept a piece of what was burned, a corner of fabric, a seal fragment. He did not know what it meant at the time. He kept it anyway. She stepped back. The ceremony is in 2 days. The sealed furnace trial. If you refine the Qian pill, every elder will see the missing transitions. Every elder will know. And if Tuan stops me before I reach the furnace court. Nua's smile was thin. Then we make sure he has worse things to worry about than an Ashyard servant. She turned and walked into the mist, leaving Qian Cha alone at the sealed gate. 2 hours before dusk, Shen Koru sat in the enforcement hall's upper chamber with a stack of ledgers that should not have existed. The inventory records were supposed to have been destroyed. The furnace logs were supposed to have been overwritten. The delivery receipts were supposed to have been fed to the infirmary fires before dawn. But someone had been thorough. Not Tuan. The head alchemist's people had done their work competently, burning what they could, altering what they could not burn. The official records showed nothing. Clean numbers, proper signatures, approved allocations. The problem was the second set. Shen Koru had found them in a storage chest beneath the enforcement hall's oldest desk, buried under 5 years of dust and forgotten requisition slips. They were not signed, they were not sealed. They were written in a hand he did not recognize, cramped and hurried, as if the writer had expected to be interrupted at any moment. But the numbers matched. Ingredient diversions, false destination codes, a dead foreman's seal used 63 times across 6 years. He read each entry twice. Then he read them again. The pattern was unmistakable. Someone had been feeding a hidden furnace inside the sect's walls for years. Not trial furnaces, not sanctioned furnaces. A furnace that was never supposed to exist, using ingredients that were never supposed to leave the official stores. A furnace that had been burning since before Rong Yuan was buried. Shen Koru closed the ledger. He sat in the dimming light, the dust still stirring around his knees, and let the full weight of what he had found settle over him. The evidence pointed at Quan. It pointed at the head alchemist's inner circle, at the dead foreman who had been dead for years, at a chain of corruption that ran through the sect's oldest records. But it also pointed at something else, something older, something that had been burning long before Tuan rose to power. Shen Koru looked at the ledger in his hands. If he submitted this evidence to the enforcement chief, it would trigger an investigation that could tear the sect apart. It would expose the theft. It would expose the hidden furnace. It would expose the names of everyone who had helped bury the truth. It would also expose Qian Cha. Because the same ledger that proved Tuan's corruption also proved that the Meridian calming pill, the liver-soothing decoction, the 7 ashes wound seal, none of them had originated with the sect. They had been refined by a woman whose name had been erased from every official record, a woman whose daughter was about to stand before the furnace court. Shen Koru set the ledger down. He picked it up again. Then he heard footsteps in the corridor. He turned. A junior enforcer stood in the doorway, his face pale. "Disciple Shen, the enforcement chief requests your presence in the trial hall, immediately." "Why?" The junior enforcer swallowed. "Someone has broken into the sealed archive." Chapter 36. The ceremonial furnace court filled in silence, as if the sect itself held its breath. Qian Cha stood at the edge of the assembly, pressed between disciples and servants who had never been allowed this close to the inner sanctum. The trial hall had been transformed overnight. The cracked furnace 15 was gone, replaced by a sealed black envelope at the center, its surface smooth as polished bone. Torches lined the perimeter in precise intervals, casting long shadows that crossed like bars. Above the main floor, the elders' gallery curved in a half-moon of carved stone. Every seat was filled. Faces she recognized, and faces she had never seen watched the floor with identical stillness. Yuan sat at the gallery's center, his pale amber eyes fixed on the furnace envelope. He did not look at her. He did not need to. His presence pressed against the air like a held blade. Quan sat 3 seats to his left, his hands folded in his lap, his expression smooth as sealing wax. Beside him, Caihong stood rigid in pale blue robes, her jaw set so tight the muscle flickered beneath her skin. She did not look at Qian Cha either. She stared at the furnace as if she could burn it through will alone. Qian Cha let her gaze drift lower. Rong Yuan stood at the base of the elders' gallery, flanked by 2 enforcers in gray. They had not bound him, but they stood close enough to catch him if he moved wrong. His one good eye swept the hall with a calm that looked almost like boredom. When his gaze crossed hers, he gave no sign. But his right hand, hanging loose at his side, tapped once against his thigh. The furnace cadence. She looked away before anyone could follow her glance. The trial steward stepped to the center of the floor, a silver-haired woman in formal black robes whose voice carried without effort. "The sealed furnace trial will now begin. Each contestant will draw a formula from the approved list. 3 ingredients, 2 binders, single flame cycle. The pill will be judged on purity, condensation, and completeness." She raised a lacquer box. "The draw is blind." Qian Cha's throat tightened, blind. But the box was sealed before the ceremony. No one had touched the slips since Quan's people prepared them last night. She stepped forward with the other 3 final contestants. Caihong moved at her left, her perfume sharp and floral beneath the incense smoke. The other 2 were older disciples she did not know, their faces set in the careful blankness of people who had learned not to show anticipation. The steward lifted the lid of the lacquer box. Qian Cha reached in. Her fingers found a slip of thin bamboo. She pulled it out and read the formula name before the steward recited it aloud. Meridian calming pill. The air left her lungs. Not the safe pill, not the Qian lineage pill, the formula that had been stolen from her mother. The formula that the sect had used to build its reputation. The formula whose missing transitions she had been trained to hear. She looked at the slip again, as if reading it differently would change what was written there. The steward's voice rang out. "Chengguang, Meridian calming pill." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Caihong drew a different slip. Her face flickered with something Qian Cha could not name, then smoothed into composure. The steward announced the other two formulas. Qian Cha did not hear them. Her pulse hammered in her ears, jotting everything except the name on the bamboo. Meridian calming pill. The sect's cornerstone. The formula that had never been theirs. The formula that would prove, if she refined it with the Qian method, exactly what Ji Wenshou had spent 11 years burying. She turned the slip between her fingers, feeling the smooth grain, the weight of what it demanded. Beside her, Caihong stepped toward the ingredient tables with the careful grace of a performer who knew the audience was watching. She selected silverleaf, frost moss, bitterbark, and 2 binders without hesitation. Her movements were clean, practiced, dismissive. Qian Cha stayed where she was. The silver-haired steward looked at her. "Contestant, you may select your ingredients." Qian Cha's hand closed around the bamboo slip. She could refine the safe version, the sect's version, the one that passed every inspection, met every standard, and proved nothing at all. She would win the seat. She would enter the archive supervised. She would read only what Ji Wenshou allowed, or she could refine the Qian lineage method. The missing transitions, the condensation signature that only the original bloodline produced, the furnace song her mother had sung into the stone. Every elder in the gallery would see, every elder would know, and her bindings would not hold through a full controlled burn. She walked to the ingredient tables. The silver leaf was fresh, harvested within the day. The frost moss had been dried at the correct temperature, its spores intact. The bitter bark was clean, its grain straight. Standard ingredients, standard quality. No trap in the materials. She looked at them. Then she looked at the furnace envelope waiting at the center of the hall, its black surface reflecting the torchlight like still water. The Meridian calming pill required 3 ingredients and 2 binders in a specific sequence. The sect's version called for silverleaf first, frost moss second, bitterbark third, with the binders added during condensation. But her mother's version had never been written that way. The missing transition was in the order. Silverleaf first, yes, but the first binder before frost moss, not after. The bitterbark ground into the second binder, not added whole. A difference so subtle that no one who had never seen the original would recognize it, unless they were watching for it, unless they had been trained by the man who had taught her mother. She felt Rong Yuan's gaze on her back, patient and unreadable. She reached for the silverleaf. Her hand stopped. The hall waited. Ji Wenshou's voice came from the gallery, quiet and cold as a blade drawn from its sheath. "Is there a problem, contestant?" Chapter 37. The question hung in the air like smoke. Qian Cha's hand remained suspended above the silverleaf. Every eye in the hall pressed against her back. Ji Wenshou's voice had carried the weight of a blade already drawn, but she heard something else beneath it. Fear. He was watching her mother's formula placed in her hands by blind chance, and he did not know what she would do with it. She lowered her hand. "No problem, Grand Elder." She selected the silver leaf. Not the crispest of the pile, but the one that had been harvested at the correct phase of the moon, its edges curling inward rather than outward. A detail the sect's manual did not mention. A detail only a lineage-trained eye would know. She moved to the frost moss. The hall settled behind her. Caihong had already begun her preparation, her movements crisp and performative, drawing the attention of the younger disciples. "Good. Let them watch her." Qian Cha's fingers found the second ingredient, then the first binder. She arranged them on the stone slab in the order that mattered. Not the sex order, her mother's order. Her hand brushed the bitter bark last. She did not add it whole. The furnace envelope sat before her, black and silent, its draft vax adjusted by the trial steward's assistants. A standard seal, standard pressure, standard everything. Except the hands about to work it. She stepped up to the furnace. The heat hit her face as the steward's assistant opened the central port. A bed of coals glowed within, steady and even, fed by a controlled draft that would hold for the full cycle. No traps in the flame, no sabotage in the vents, just her, the ingredients, the choice. She placed the silver leaf into the vessel. The flame accepted it. The first wisp of vapor rose. The sect's Meridian calming pill procedure called for a 12-count delay before adding the first binder, allowing the silver leaf to release its primary essence into the chamber. Qian Cha reached for the first binder at count 6. Too soon. Every disciple who had ever studied the formula knew it was too soon. A shift in the gallery. Someone inhaled. She ignored them. The binder went in. The silver leaf vapor caught and changed, turning from thin white to a deeper cream, the color of morning mist pressing against a window. The furnace accepted the altered sequence without complaint, because it was not wrong. It was simply not theirs. Her mother's version called for the binder before the frost moss, because the binder needed to be alive, still reacting, when it met the second ingredient. The sexth version added it cold, after the frost moss had already settled. That was the missing transition. That was why the sect's Meridian calming pill never reached true clarity. Qian Cha added the frost moss. The chamber shuddered. A low tone emerged from the furnace stone, a harmonic she had heard only once before, in the sealed furnace when she had read its memory. The same note, the same recognition. The furnace knew. She did not sing aloud, she breathed it. Her mother's furnace song passed through her throat as a vibration too soft for human ears, a cadence that traveled through her chest into her hands, through her hands into the furnace stone. 3 rising notes, a pause, a falling phrase that curled like a question. The flame responded. It bent toward her. Not in a visible distortion that any observer could name, but in a subtle shift of color, a deepening of heat at the vessel's eastern edge where the Qian lineage always worked. She had seen her mother do this, not in memory but in bone. The furnace remembered the touch of Qian hands. The stone accepted her rhythm because it had been trained to accept it across generations, before the sect had sealed the lineage away, before the theft, before the burial. The bitter bark went into the second binder, ground fine, not whole. She added it with the binder already in the chamber, letting the powder catch the rising heat and bloom. The vapor turned again, from cream to pale gold, a color that had no name in the sect's refinement charts. "What is that?" The whisper came from her left, one of the older disciples, his own batch forgotten, staring at the gold haze rising from Qian Cha's furnace port. She did not answer. The song moved through her again, the second phrase. 5 rising notes, each held longer than the last, a ladder of breath that pulled the condensation forward ahead of schedule. The pill was forming faster than the sect's procedure allowed. The binding agents were fusing at a temperature the manual said was impossible, and it was working. The furnace glowed from within, not with danger but with something older, something that recognized its own. The murmurs grew. Behind her, someone asked a question she could not hear. Ahead, a figure rose from the elders' gallery. She did not look up. She could not look up. The song held her, her mother's voice moving through her throat like a second pulse, and the pills spun in the gold haze, taking shape in a pattern the sect had stolen without ever understanding. The condensation phase approached, and with it, the strain. The heat pressed against her chest. Her bindings wound tight beneath the servant tunic, held for now, but the burn was building. The movement of her arms, the full extension needed to guide the flame through its final cycle, would pull at the cloth, to test the limits of the knots she had tied before dawn. She finished the second phrase. The furnace answered with a deepening tone. Somewhere in the gallery a chair scraped backward. She did not turn. Chapter 38. The vapor hung in the furnace chamber like trapped light, pale gold and deepening, and Qian Cha felt the weight of every eye in the hall shift toward her station. The second binder was already in. The bitter bark had bloomed through the rising heat, releasing a fragrance the sect's procedure never produced, a scent that did not belong to their manuals. It belonged to a woman who had died 11 years ago and whose face Qian Cha could still draw from memory. She kept her hands moving. The furnace song ran through her throat on repeat now, a pulse beneath her breath, and every time the cadence completed, the flame inside the sealed envelope shuddered in reply. The stone walls of the trial hall amplified the harmonic, a low vibration that traveled through the floor into the soles of her feet. "She's using a different order," someone said behind her. A male voice, young, uncertain. She put the binder in before the frost moss set. "Quiet," another voice hissed. The gallery had stopped pretending to watch the other contestants. She could feel their attention gathered at her back like heat, like pressure, like the moment before a furnace lid lifted. Yuan had not spoken again. She did not look to see whether he was still standing or had resumed his seat. She could not afford the distraction. The frost moss had fully dissolved into the binder. The gold vapor had deepened further, taking on a honeyed density, and the pill inside the chamber had begun to take shape faster than any refinement she had ever attempted. The condensation front was forming at the correct edge, gathering at the eastern arc where the Qian lineage always worked. She reached for the last ingredient. The final binder, mixed with the crushed jade root that anchored the pill's structure, sat in a small clay dish beside the furnace port. She had prepared it before the trial began, knowing the timing would not allow her to pause and measure once the sequence started. Her fingers closed around the dish. The heat hit her chest like a wall. The bindings held, barely. The cloth had shifted during the arm extension, pulling at the knot she had tied between her shoulder blades. She could feel the tension running from her sternum to her spine, a wire about to snap. Not yet. Just a little longer. She added the final binder. The chamber erupted in color. Not gold, not cream, a shade between. The color of honey held up to sunlight. The color of something that had taken years to mature and was finally being allowed to show itself. The vapor swirled, caught the furnace song, and condensed into a single spinning orb in the center of the vessel. The pill was forming ahead of schedule. Ahead of any schedule the sect possessed. In the gallery, someone gasped. It was not a young voice. It was old, cracked, the sound of someone who had seen enough refinements to know what should have been impossible and was watching it happen anyway. "You there!" The voice cut through the hall. Pan Tuan's voice, no longer smooth. "What method are you using?" Qian Cha did not answer. She could not answer. The song held her throat, the cadence demanding completion, and any break in the rhythm would shatter the pill. "Answer me!" The furnace glowed brighter. The condensation front accelerated, drawing the last of the gold haze into the spinning orb, and the stone beneath her hands vibrated with a tone so deep she felt it in her teeth. She cannot answer. A new voice, female. The silver-streaked elder woman who had questioned Yuan during the lockdown. "Look at her hands. Look at the vessel." Pan Tuan said nothing, but the hall did. A murmur spread from the younger disciples at the edge of the gallery, a ripple of recognition or confusion that climbed toward the elders' seats. "The vapor," someone whispered. "That's not the sect's color. It's the lost sequence. The Qian method." The last word struck something in the hall, a name that had been buried, a lineage that had been erased, spoken aloud by a disciple too young to understand how dangerous that name had become. Pan Tuan's chair scraped. "Seal the hall. Stand down." Yuan. His voice carried across the chamber like cold water, freezing the handlers who had begun to move toward the exits. "No one leaves. No one interferes. She will finish the refinement." Pan Tuan's voice rose. "You cannot be serious. She is using... I know what she is using." The silence that followed was absolute. Qian Cha kept her hands on the furnace. The pill was nearly complete, the condensation spinning faster now, gathering light from the stone itself. The furnace song was no longer coming from her alone. The stone had begun to hum its own resonance, a harmony that she had not summoned, that she was only following. The Qian inheritance, the furnace remembered, and the furnace was answering. The vapor cleared. The pill sat in the center of the vessel, a sphere of such clarity that it seemed to hold no color at all, only the faintest darkening at its equator where the condensation had closed. It was perfect. More than perfect. It was the first true Meridian calming pill the sect had seen in 11 years. Qian Cha's hands began to shake. The bindings had loosened. She could feel the cloth slipping at her ribs, the knot she had tied that morning beginning to unravel under the heat and movement. A single deep breath, and the strain pulled at the fabric, and she felt air against skin where cloth should have been. The hall was watching. All of them. She pressed her arms against her sides and held still. Everything she had done, the forbidden sequence, the furnace song, the evidence of theft made visible in fire, and now the single weakness that could undo it all. Her disguise, thinning, failing. Yuan Shou's voice came from the gallery, quiet and terrible. "Contestant Chen Guang, step away from the furnace and present your pill." She could not step away. Not like this. The bindings would not hold through the motion. She did not move. The silence stretched, and behind her she heard Rong Yuan's voice, barely a whisper, carrying across the hall with the certainty of a man who had already lost everything. "Do not stand, and do not hide. Not anymore." Chapter 39. Rong Yuan's whisper hung in the air like smoke. "Do not stand, and do not hide. Not anymore." Qian Cha kept her arms pressed against her sides, the completed pill gleaming in the vessel before her. The furnace stone still hummed with the memory of her mother's song, a vibration she felt through the soles of her feet, through the bones of her hands, through every place where cloth was supposed to hold and was failing to hold. The hall waited. Yuan Shou stood at the edge of the elders' gallery, his pale, amber eyes fixed on her with an expression she could not read. To his left, Panchuan's face had gone the color of old ash, his hands gripping the railing as if he meant to tear it from its moorings. "Contestant Chen Guang." Yuan Shou's voice carried no heat. That made it worse. "I said step away from the furnace." She could feel the knot at her sternum giving way, one thread at a time, like a countdown she had not chosen, had not prepared for, had spent 2 years ensuring would never happen in a place where people could see. The pill was perfect. The truth was visible in its clarity, in the honey-colored vapor that still clung to the edges of the vessel, in the way the furnace stone had answered her hands. Every elder in the gallery had seen it. Every disciple in the hall would speak of it by nightfall. But none of that mattered if she could not walk away from the furnace without exposing herself. Pantuan's voice cut through the silence. "She refuses to obey a direct order from the Grand Elder." He did not look at Yuan Shou. He looked at the enforcement enforcers stationed at the hall's perimeter. "Detain her. No one moves." Shen Koru's voice. He stepped out of the enforcement alcove, his gray robes catching the dim light, the faint scar along his jaw standing out against his skin. He held a scroll case in one hand, pressed against his side like a shield he was not ready to drop. "She has not completed the presentation phase," he said. "The rules require the contestant to present the pill at her own pace before the verdict is recorded. No one may touch her or the vessel during that interval." Pantuan turned on him. "You dare quote procedure at me?" "I quote the law." Shen Koru's eyes did not waver. "The same law that governs this trial. Or have we abandoned that now?" The hall held its breath. Qian Cha felt another thread give way. The cloth shifted. She pressed her elbows harder against her ribs, felt the fabric strain, felt the heat of the furnace still radiating against her back, and understood that she had perhaps 10 breaths before the binding failed completely. 10 breaths to decide. She looked at Rong Yuan. He stood at the base of the elders' gallery, still flanked by enforcers, still unbound, his one good eye fixed on her with an intensity that burned through the distance between them. He had told her not to hide, but he had not told her what came after. A sound reached her, a whisper from the disciple gallery, too low to catch the words, but the tone carried. Curiosity. Recognition. The name that had been spoken aloud earlier, the forbidden name that was now spreading through the hall like a flame catching dry grass. The Qian method. The lost sequence. The daughter. Someone knew. Or someone was beginning to guess. Qian Cha drew a breath. The motion pulled at the binding, and she felt the last knot shift, felt the cloth begin to slide, and for one suspended moment, she was 16 years old and wearing her own skin. and the weight of 2 years of hiding pressed against her throat like a hand. She could stop. She could abort the presentation, clutch her arms to her chest, claim injury from the heat, let them believe the burn on her forearm had weakened her, that she needed to be escorted out, that she was only a boy who had pushed too far and broken under the strain. The pill would still be hers. The proof of the Qian method would still stand. She could disappear into the ash yard, find another way into the archive, live another day in the disguise that had kept her alive since she was 14, and never be seen again. Never stand in her own name. Never let the truth of who she was become something the world could not ignore. The cloth slipped. She felt air against her collarbone, against the place where the binding had held for so long that her skin had forgotten what it felt like to breathe. The murmur in the gallery grew. A disciple near the front of the hall pointed, a woman in gray robes, her mouth forming a shape that might have been a name or might have been a question. Yuan Shou's eyes narrowed. Pan Chuan's hand went to his sleeve, and Shen Kuru, still standing between her and the enforcers, turned his head just enough to look at her. His jaw tightened. His hand moved, a small motion, almost invisible, as if he meant to reach toward her and stopped himself. The binding failed. The cloth fell. It was not dramatic. There was no tearing sound, no cry of alarm, just the soft slide of worn fabric against her skin, the loosening of a knot that had held for 2 years, the sudden absence of pressure where pressure had always been. The servant tunic hung differently now. The shape beneath it was no longer the shape of a boy. The silence that followed was not absolute. It was crowded with a dozen small sounds, a sharp intake of breath from the silver-streaked elder woman, a clatter as a judge dropped her recording brush, the creak of the gallery rail as someone rose from their seat to see better. Qian Cha did not move. She stood at the furnace, her arms still pressed her sides, the pill still glowing in its vessel, and she let them see her. Not Chen Guang, not the ash boy, not the nameless drudge who had crawled through furnace throats and slept in soot and learned to make herself small enough to survive. Qian Cha, daughter of the line they had buried. The hall began to stir, and Pan Chuan's voice rose above it, sharp and final, carrying the authority of a man who understood that the moment he lost control of the story, he lost everything. Chapter 40. The sound of Pan Chuan's voice cut through the stirring hall, sharp as a blade drawn across stone. "Seize her." The words landed like a verdict already written. 2 enforcers at the gallery base moved before the echo faded, their boots striking the trial floor in unison, hands reaching for the restraints at their belts. Qian Cha did not run. She stood at the furnace with the completed pill still glowing in its vessel, her servant tunic hanging wrong against her body, the empty space where the binding had held pressed against her ribs like a wound that had just stopped bleeding. The heat of the furnace still radiated against her back, and she could feel the pulse of the stone beneath her palms, the harmonic memory of the Qian lineage still vibrating through the chamber. She picked up the vessel. The pill caught the light, honeygold and perfect, condensation rings even and unbroken, the signature of a refinement that no sect procedure in this hall could replicate. "Hold," Yuan Shou said. The enforcers stopped. The Grand Elder had not raised his voice. He had not stood from his seat in the Elder's gallery. But the single word carried, and the enforcers froze mid-stride, their hands still reaching for restraints, their eyes flicking between Pan Chuan and the gallery. Pan Chuan turned. "You cannot." "I can." Yuan Shou's voice was calm, flat. The voice of a man who had spent decades learning how to let silence do the work. "The trial is not concluded. The contestant has not presented her pill. The judges have not rendered a verdict. The contestant is a woman," Pan Chuan spat. "She entered under false identity. She used forbidden methods. The trial is void. The rules state that contestants must be registered under their true cultivation name." Yuan Shou's pale amber eyes did not leave Pan Chuan's face. "They do not state that the body beneath the robe must match the name on the scroll." The hall went still. Someone in the disciple gallery whispered. A judge near the front of the hall pressed her hand to her mouth. The silver-streaked elder woman who had spoken earlier, Sister Nuo, stood at the base of the gallery with her arms crossed, watching Yuan Shou with an expression that could have been approval or could have been calculation. Pan Chuan's jaw tightened. You would twist the law to protect a fraud? I would apply the law as written. Ji Wenshou's hand moved, a small gesture toward the trial steward. The contestant will present her pill. The judges will evaluate it. The verdict will be recorded. Then we will discuss identity. The steward hesitated. Her gaze moved from the Grand Elder to the head alchemist, measuring the distance between them, the weight of their authority, the direction the wind was beginning to shift. Then she stepped forward. The contestant will approach the judges' table. Qian Cha felt the words settle around her like a command she had been waiting for her entire life. She walked. The hall parted as she moved. Disciples who had watched her refine, who had whispered the Qian method and the lost sequence and the daughter, drew back as if proximity might burn them. The enforcers did not intervene. Shen Koru remained where he stood, the scroll case still pressed against his side, his eyes tracking her passage with an intensity that made her feel, for the first time, not like a threat to be contained, but like something worth protecting. She reached the judge's table. The vessel in her hands was warm, the pill still radiating the residual heat of the furnace that had birthed it. She set it down on the polished stone surface, and the sound it made, ceramic against stone, was the only noise in the hall. The head judge leaned forward. He was old, older than Ji Wenshou, older than the scars on the furnace walls, with hands that shook slightly as he lifted the vessel and brought it close to his face. He examined the condensation rings, the even surface, the color that hovered between gold and amber, the color that had no name in the sex refinement charts. His hands began to tremble more. "This pill," he said, and his voice cracked, "is a perfect Meridian calming pill. Grade 1, no impurities, single-cycle condensation." He set the vessel down. He looked at Qian Cha. "Where did you learn this method?" The question hung in the air like a blade suspended by a thread. Qian Cha met his gaze. She did not look at Ji Wenshou. She did not look at Pan Chuan. She looked at the old judge, at the tremor in his hands, at the recognition in his eyes that told her he already knew the answer and needed to hear her speak it. "My mother taught me," she said, "before the sect took her formulas and buried her name." The whisper that followed was not a whisper. It was a sound that rose from the hall like heat from a furnace, a collective intake of breath, a shifting of bodies, a rustle of robes as disciples and elders alike turned to look at the gallery where the silver-streaked woman stood, at the Grand Elder's frozen face, at Pan Chuan's hands gripping the rail so hard his knuckles went white. The old judge did not look away from Qian Cha. "Your mother's name?" "Qian Niwei." The name landed like a stone dropped into still water. The silver-streaked woman closed her eyes. The old judge's hands stopped shaking, and from somewhere in the disciple gallery, a voice that might have been a girl's, or might have been a ghost's, whispered the words that had been buried for 11 years. The Qian lineage. Ji Wenshou rose from his seat. The motion was slow, deliberate, the rising of a man who knew that every eye in the hall was on him, and that whatever he said next would be remembered long after this trial was over. He looked at Qian Cha. She looked back. And in that silence, she understood what Rong Yuan had meant when he told her not to hide. Not because hiding was cowardly, not because the truth would set her free, but because the truth was the only weapon she carried that they could not steal. "Record the verdict," Ji Wenshou said. The steward's brush moved. "The contestant identified as Chen Guang, now known as Qian Cha, has completed a Grade 1 Meridian calming pill in single-cycle sealed furnace refinement. The judges rule the pill valid, the refinement complete, and the contestant's performance sufficient to earn an inner disciple seat." He paused. "The archives will be opened at dawn." Pan Chuan's voice cut through the hall like a blade. "You cannot." But Ji Wenshou was already walking away. The trial was over. The verdict was recorded. The truth was no longer buried. And Qian Cha, standing at the judge's table with her mother's pill still glowing in its vessel and her true name echoing through the hall, felt the weight of the sealed archive pressing against her like a door that had finally begun to move. She had won, but as she watched Pan Chuan's face shift from rage to calculation, as she saw the silver-streaked elder woman begin to move through the crowd toward her, as she felt Shen Koru's hand brush her elbow in a gesture that might have been support, or might have been a warning. She understood that winning was not the same as surviving. The hall stirred, and from the shadows at the base of the elder's gallery, a figure she had not noticed before stepped forward. A woman in robes the color of dried blood, with eyes that held the flat patience of someone who had been waiting a very long time. She looked at Qian Cha. "I am Elder Feng of the Southern Archive," she said. "Your mother's manual is not in the sealed hall. It never was." The words landed like a second stone. "But I know where it is." Chapter 41. Elder Feng's words hung in the air like ash after a detonation. "Your mother's manual is not in the sealed hall. It never was." The hall had not yet settled from the first stone, Qian Li Wei, spoken aloud for the first time in 11 years, and now a second stone landed before the ripples of the first had reached the walls. Qian Cha's hand pressed against the judge's table. The pill vessel sat inches from her fingers, still warm, still glowing with the honey-gold light that had no name in the sect's charts. Her chest was bare beneath the loosened tunic, the failed binding coiled at her feet like shed skin, and every eye in the furnace court was fixed on her. She should have felt exposed. Instead, she felt something stranger, a stillness, the stillness of a furnace that had finally reached its correct temperature and needed only to be held there. "The Southern Archive," Elder Feng said, and her voice carried the flat patience of someone who had waded through administrations, through cover-ups, through the slow rot of institutional memory. "Your mother's personal seal was used to access a restricted case 6 months before she died. The case was logged as empty, but logs can be written to say anything." Tuan moved. He did not shout. That would have been undignified. Instead, he stepped down from the elder's gallery with the controlled precision of a man who had spent decades learning exactly how much force to apply and when. His robes brushed the steps. His hands remained at his sides. "Elder Feng," he said, and the name came out like a blade being drawn. "You will not speak of sealed archives in open court. The trial is concluded. The verdict has been recorded. Whatever personal grievance you carry against this sect administration is a matter for private hearing, not public theater." He did not look at her. He looked at Qian Cha. This contestant entered the trials under a false name. She concealed her gender. She used forbidden methods that have no place in the Verdant Cauldron's sanctioned curriculum. The Grand Elder's ruling on the pill's validity does not erase the fraud by which she obtained the right to refine it. The hall stirred. A disciple near the front, young, pale, wearing the blue trim of an orb-wash apprentice, opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again when the elder beside him touched his sleeve. Qian Cha did not look at Tuan either. She looked at Elder Feng. "Where is it?" The question cut through the murmur like a blade through wet paper. Elder Feng's eyes held hers. "Not here. Not in the archive. Not in any building your mother ever set foot in." She knew they would come for her work eventually. She prepared. "That is enough!" Tuan's voice rose. "Enforcers, the verdict has not been recorded." The voice came from behind Qian Cha. She did not turn. She did not need to. She knew the cadence, the flat enforcement hall precision, the weight of a man who had spent the entire trial standing at the edge of the hall with the scroll case pressed against his side. Shen Koru stepped past her. He did not touch her. He did not look at her. He placed himself between Qian Cha and the nearest enforcer with the economy of a man who had chosen his ground and would not be moved from it. "The trial steward has declared the pill valid," he said. "The Grand Elder has ruled the contestant's performance sufficient for an inner disciple seat, but the formal verdict has not been recorded in the trial registry. Until it is, the contestant is not a disciple. She is not subject to disciplinary procedure. She is still a candidate under the court's protection." Tuan's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fraction of a degree, a recalculation. "The registry requires the contestant's true cultivation name and the names of her recognized lineage masters before the verdict can be finalized," Shen Koru continued. "The court has heard her birth name, it has heard her mother's name, but the lineage master field remains empty, and until it is filled, the verdict cannot be sealed." He turned his head, just slightly. Just enough that Qian Cha could see the faint scar running along his jaw, the tension in his throat. "Who trained you?" The question was procedural. It was also a gift, because if she named Rong Yuan, the record would bind him to her, and 2 exposed people were harder to bury than 1. If she named her mother, the record would force the sect to acknowledge Qian Liwei as a recognized lineage master, which meant acknowledging the theft. If she named no one, the verdict would remain unsealed, and she would remain under the court's protection until dawn. The hall waited. Qian Cha looked past Shen Koru, past the enforcers, past the elders' gallery, to the base of the steps where Rong Yuan stood flanked by gray robes. His good eye met hers. He did not nod, he did not speak, but his hand moved against his thigh in a rhythm she knew. 3 rising taps, a pause, then a falling phrase. The furnace song. She turned back to Shen Koru. "My mother trained me," she said. "Qian Liwei, lineage master of the Qian method. Her name is not in the sect's records because the sect removed it. But it is the name I will register, or I will register no name at all." Shen Koru's jaw tightened. Something passed between them. Not trust, not quite, but recognition. The recognition of 2 people who had each chosen a side and would have to live with the consequences. "Record it," he said to the steward. The steward's brush hovered. The hall held its breath. And from the shadows at the base of the elder's gallery, Elder Feng smiled a smile that did not reach her eyes. Chapter 42. The steward's brush touched paper. The sound was barely a whisper, a hair's breadth of bristle against pulp, but the hall heard it like a gong. Every disciple, every elder, every enforcer standing rigid along the walls, held still as the ink took the shape of the name Qian Cha had spoken. Qian Liwei, lineage master. The steward's hand trembled once, then steadied. She wrote the characters slowly, as if each stroke cost her something. When she finished, she lifted the brush and set it across the inkstone with a click that carried through the silence. Shen Koru did not move from his position between Qian Cha and the enforcers. "The contestant has named her lineage master," he said. "Record the verdict." Tuan stepped forward. He did not shout. He did not gesture. He simply stepped forward, and the space around him seemed to contract, pulling the hall's attention toward his voice before he being spoken. "The contestant has named a dead woman, whose name was struck from the sect's rolls 11 years ago. There is no precedent for registering an erased lineage master. The verdict cannot be recorded because the name has no standing in the registry." Shen Koru did not flinch. "The registry does not require lineage masters to be living. It requires them to be named. The sect's own written rules state that a contestant may register any recognized cultivator who trained them in the art of pill refinement, regardless of that cultivator's current status within the sect." He reached into his sleeve and produced a slim scroll bound with a single thread. "I have the relevant passage here. Chapter 3, Article 12 of the Trial Governance Code. Shall I read it aloud?" Tuan's jaw tightened. The hall stirred again. A low wave of whispers that rose and fell as disciples craned to see the scroll, to see Shen Koru's face, to see whether the enforcement disciple had actually prepared for this. Qian Cha watched Shen Koru's back. She had not expected this. She had expected him to protect her, yes, but not with a bound scroll pulled from his sleeve like a weapon he had been carrying for days. He had prepared. He had known this moment would come, and he had prepared. Yuan Shou's voice cut through the murmur from the elders' gallery. "The enforcement disciple speaks correctly." The hall went still again. Yuan Shou had been silent through the exchange, standing at the edge of the gallery with his pale amber eyes fixed on the scene below. Now he walked forward, his steps measured, his robes brushing the stone with a sound like dry leaves. He stopped at the gallery's edge. "The Trial Governance Code permits registration of any named lineage master who trained the contestant in pill refinement, regardless of that master's current standing. The rule was written to accommodate disciples who entered the sect after studying under independent refiners, wandering cultivators, and masters of extinct lineages." His eyes found Qian Cha's. "The Qian lineage is not extinct. It has one living practitioner. That practitioner has named her teacher. The registry will record it." Tuan turned to face Yuan Shou. "You cannot be serious." "I am always serious, head alchemist." Yuan Shou descended the gallery steps one by one, his hands clasped behind his back. his gaze never leaving Pantuan's face. The contestant has completed the sealed furnace trial. She has produced a perfect Grade 1 Meridian calming pill, using a method that predates the sexed recorded version. The judges have validated the pill. The Grand Elder has ruled the performance sufficient for an inner disciple seat. The trial steward has recorded the pill's grade and the contestant's refined yield. He reached the floor of the hall. What remains is the formal entry of the verdict into the trial registry. The enforcement disciple has correctly identified the procedural requirement. The contestant has named her lineage master. The steward will record the verdict. The steward's brush lifted again. She looked at Pantuan. She looked at Yuan. She looked at the empty space between them where the verdict would sit once it was written. Then she dipped the brush and wrote. The strokes fell one by one, black ink on white paper, the characters of Qian Cha's true name appearing beneath the alias that had carried her this far. Behind it, the words, Lineage Master, Qian Li Wei. Verdict confirmed. Inner disciple seat granted. The brush stopped. The steward set it down. Recorded, she said. The word landed like a seal stamp, final and irrevocable. Pantuan did not move, but something in his face changed. The rage did not leave, but it settled, sank deeper, became something colder and more patient. He looked at Qian Cha as if he were memorizing the shape of her face, the angle of her shoulders, the way she held her burned wrist against her side. The contestant is now a disciple, he said, subject to discipline, subject to the sect's authority over its members. Shen Koru opened his mouth, but Yuan spoke first. She is. The Grand Elder turned to face the hall. The new disciple will be escorted to the sealed archive at dawn, as promised, under Elder supervision. Elder Fang of the Southern Archive will accompany her. Elder Fang stepped forward from the shadows. She did not speak. She simply walked to the base of the gallery and stood there, her robes the color of dried blood, her eyes flat and patient. The archive will be opened, Yuan continued. The disciple will be permitted to examine the records pertaining to her mother's work. Any documents deemed relevant to the Qian lineage's contributions to the sect's alchemical corpus will be catalogued and preserved. He paused. Any documents deemed irrelevant will remain sealed. The qualification was quiet, precise. A blade wrapped in silk. Qian Cha understood. She would be allowed into the archive. She would see what Yuan permitted her to see. The rest would stay buried, unless she found another way. But the manual was not in the archive anyway. Elder Feng had said so. So why was Yuan sending her there? She looked at Elder Feng. Elder Feng looked back. The silence between them stretched like a thread about to snap. Yuan turned to the enforcers. Escort the new disciple to the inner quarters. She will be granted a room in the eastern dormitory until dawn. Elder Feng will collect her at first light. The enforcers moved. They did not touch her. They formed a corridor, 4 gray-robed figures creating a path through the hall that led toward the eastern doors. Shen Koru stepped aside. He did not look at her. He did not speak. But as she passed, his hand brushed hers, once, brief as a breath, and when she looked down there was a scrap of paper pressed into her palm. She closed her fist around it. She did not look at him. She walked through the corridor of enforcers, past the disciples who still stared, past the elders who watched with unreadable faces, past Quan standing rigid as a blade lodged in bone. At the eastern doors, she paused. She turned. Raja Yuan stood at the base of the steps, flanked by gray robes, his good eye fixed on her. He raised his hand, 3 rising taps on his thigh, a pause, a falling phrase. She answered with the smallest nod, then stepped through the doors and into the night. The scrap of paper burned against her palm. She did not open it until the enforcers had led her to a narrow room in the eastern dormitory, bare walls, a single cot, a candle stub on the windowsill. She unfolded it. 3 characters. She knows. She stared at them until the candle guttered and the wax pooled beneath the flame. Elder Feng knew where the manual was, but she was not the only one. Someone else had written this note. Someone who wanted her to know that the secret was no longer hers alone. Chapter 43. The eastern dormitory room held no furnace heat, no ash smell. No sound but the wind scraping against the shutters. Qian Cha sat on the edge of the cot with the scrap of paper still open in her palm, the candle stub burned to a smoking wick. She knows. 3 characters, no signature, no seal. She folded the paper along its creases and slipped it into her sleeve. The motion was automatic, the same way she had hidden her mother's note, the same way she had tucked evidence strips into her bindings before she had bindings worth hiding. The room felt wrong, too clean, too still. A space designed for someone who belonged here, not for a girl who had crawled out of a furnace throat with ash ground into her scars. She stood. The door was not locked. Ji Wenshou's courtesy, or Elder Feng's convenience, or simply the assumption that an inner disciple would stay where she was told. She opened it a finger's width and looked into the corridor. Empty. The enforcers had withdrawn to whatever posts they held between duties. The eastern dormitory slept in silence, its few occupants either too senior to care about a midnight arrival or too cautious to investigate. Qian Cha stepped out. She did not plan the direction. Her feet carried her down the corridor, past the closed doors, past the painted screens that marked the boundary between inner and outer quarters. The guards at the eastern gate glanced at her, recognized the inner disciple token at her belt, and let her pass without a word. The token was new. She had not asked for it. Shenkoru must have placed it in her sleeve during the escort, another preparation he had made before she knew she needed it. The path to the ash yard was familiar in the dark. She had walked it hundreds of times as a nameless servant, head down, shoulders curved, invisible. Tonight she walked it upright, and the difference felt like carrying a torch through a field of dry grass. The ash yard gates were closed, but not locked. She pushed them open. The yard smelled the same. Soot and old fire, crushed herbs, the metallic tang of cooled slag. The sorting shed stood at the far end, its roof sagging, its door half off its hinges. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. A figure sat on the coal bin where Ash Uncle used to perch. Not Rong Yuan. Sister Nuo. She did not look up as Qian Cha approached. She sat with her hands resting on her knees, her face turned toward the dead furnaces, her breathing slow and even. "You should not be here," Sister Nuo said. "I know. You came anyway." Qian Cha stopped a few paces away. The ash crunched under her boots, the same ash she had swept 1,000 times, the same yard where she had corrected a discarded analysis scroll and drawn the first thread of attention that had led to this night. "The note," Qian Cha said. "Did you write it?" Sister Nuo was silent for a long moment. Then she raised her hand and let it fall, in a gesture that could have meant yes, no, or what does it matter. "I wrote the part that needed writing," she said. "The rest came from someone who cannot write his own name where others might read it. Rong Yuan, or Shenkoru, or someone else entirely." "The manual," Qian Cha said. "Elder Feng knows where it is, and someone else knows that she knows." Sister Nuo nodded slowly. "Names create obligations," she said. "That is what you were learning tonight. Every name you speak ties you to something. Every name spoken about you gives someone a handle to hold you by." She stood. The movement was unhurried, the same economical efficiency she brought to every task in the ash yard. She walked to the sorting shed, reached into the gap between the door frame and the wall, and pulled out a folded piece of cloth. She held it out. Qian Cha took it. The cloth was rough, stained with old grease, the kind used to wrap furnace tools. Inside was a small leather pouch and a folded paper. "The pouch holds a passage token for the lower herb terraces," Sister Nuo said. "The paper holds the name of a fuel hauler who saw the sealed furnace opened 3 nights before you found the residue. He has been hidden in the root cellar beneath the old infirmary since Quan's men started asking questions." Qian Cha looked at the pouch, then at Sister Nuo. "Why are you giving me this?" Sister Nuo's expression did not change, but something shifted in her eyes, a weight she had been carrying longer than Qian Cha had been alive. "Because Ji Wenshou is sending you to the archive at dawn to find what he wants you to find," she said. "And Quan is sending his people to find what he wants to destroy, and neither of them is sending you to find the truth." She stepped closer. So someone has to? The night air pressed between them, cold and still. Pantuan's people are already asking, Sister Nuo said. Who still calls you comrade? Who helped you? Who carried messages, hid evidence, looked the other way when you needed it? They are making a list. Qian Cha's throat tightened. The servants, she said. Names, Sister Nuo said. Obligations. They know yours now, and they are learning that knowing a name can cost more than keeping it. She turned and walked toward the gate. The hidden route begins at the lower herb terraces, she said without looking back. The fuel hauler will not speak to anyone but you. He has been waiting since before the trial began. She paused at the gate. Dawn is 3 hours away. Use them however you need to. She stepped through and vanished into the dark. Qian Cha stood alone in the ash yard, the pouch in one hand, the folded paper in the other, the weight of everything she had won and everything she had lost pressing against her chest. She opened the paper. A name, a location, a time. She read it twice, memorized every stroke, then held the edge to the candle stub she had carried from the dormitory. The flame caught. The paper curled. The ash fell to the ground and mixed with the rest of the yard, indistinguishable from everything else that had burned here. She turned toward the lower herb terraces. Behind her the gate creaked. She did not stop. But she heard the footsteps, measured and deliberate, following her into the dark. Chapter 44. Shen Koru entered the holding cell 2 hours before dawn. The room was small, windowless, lit by a single oil lamp that cast more shadow than light. A furnace assistant sat on the stone bench, wrists bound in front of him, his face the color of ash that had already been burnt twice. His name was Wen Feng. He had been assigned to Furnace 15 the night before the trial. Shen Koru set his scroll case on the floor and lowered himself to sit across from the man, knees almost touching. He did not draw his brush. He did not uncap the ink. He simply sat. You worked the night crew, Shen Koru said. You prepared the firebox, inspected the seals, tested the draft. Wen Feng nodded without looking up. When did you notice something wrong? Silence. Shen Koru waited. I did not notice, Wen Feng said finally. I was told. Told by whom? The assistant's hands twisted against the rope. His throat moved once, as if he were swallowing something that did not want to go down. The attendant, he said. The one who wears Mo Caihong's colors. He came to the furnace hall after the evening watch change, said the assignment had been adjusted, said I was to leave the secondary draft vent unsealed. Shen Koru kept his breathing steady. And you did it. I did what I was told. You knew what it would do. Wen Feng's voice cracked. I knew it would make the furnace burn hot. I did not know it would make it burn wrong. I am a firekeeper. I feed coal. I check seals. I do not read formulas. Shen Koru studied him. The man was telling the truth as he understood it. The distinction between hot and wrong was the distinction between a craftsman and a tool. Did the attendant say why? He said the contestant on 15 needed to be slowed down, that the round was already decided, that I was not to ask questions. Shen Koru wrote nothing. He had already memorized every word. Describe the attendant. Tall, thin, wears a gray cap with a blue thread at the hem, the same one who carries Mo Caihong's ingredient basket to the assessment hall every morning. Shen Koru had seen him. A servant named Lu, quiet, efficient, always at Mo Caihong's elbow during public rounds. The kind of person who was never noticed until someone asked for his name. You will be asked to repeat this in front of the elders, Shen Koru said. Wen Feng's hands went still. I will not survive that. Survival is not my department. Truth is. Wen Feng laughed, a dry, broken sound. They are the same thing in this sect, disciple. The difference is which truth buys you another day. The lamp flickered. Shen Koru stood. I will have you move to a secure holding wing before the morning watch. No one enters without my seal. Wen Feng said nothing. Shen Koru collected his scroll case and stepped out into the corridor. The door closed behind him, and the lock turned with a sound that felt heavier than iron. He walked to the second holding cell. The witness inside was older, a herb sorter with a missing finger and a face shaped by years of looking down. She had been stationed at the ingredient table during the final trial, responsible for weighing and distributing the sealed bundles. Name? Yu Lin. You saw who prepared the ingredient bundles for the sealed furnace trial. I saw who did not prepare them. Shen Koru waited. The bundles were already wrapped when I arrived, she said. Every one, stacked on the table with the seals intact. That is not procedure. Procedure requires the sorter to weigh and verify in front of the trial steward. Who brought them? 2 men I did not recognize, wearing furnace hall aprons but no name tags. They set the bundles down and left without signing the log. Did you report this? Yu Lin's mouth tightened. To whom? Shen Koru do not answer. He already knew the answer. Every report went to a supervisor, and every supervisor in the furnace hall answered to Pan Tuan. Did you see anyone from the head alchemist's household near the ingredient table that morning? His senior apprentice walked through the hall 3 times before the trial began. Twice alone, once with a ledger. What was he doing the second time? Counting. Counting what? The bundles, the sealed envelopes. He counted them, wrote something in the ledger, and left. Shen Koru committed the detail to memory. 3 witnesses, 3 accounts. Every one of them pointed to the same conclusion. He walked to the 3rd holding cell. It was empty. The door stood open. The chains lay on the floor, unlocked, unbroken. The oil lamp on the wall had been extinguished. The only light came from the corridor behind him. Shen Koru stepped inside. The cell smelled of damp stone and something else, something sharp and familiar. Fresh blood. He crouched. A dark smear led from the chains toward a drainage grate in the far corner. The grate had been lifted, set aside, the opening yawning into darkness below. He touched the smear, still wet. He stood. The 3rd witness had been a furnace assistant who worked the night before the trial, the one who had seen the actual tampering, the one who had said, before Shen Koru could write it down, I know who put the residue in the intake. Shen Koru had left him for last, intending to take a full statement once the other interviews confirmed the pattern. He had not moved him to a secure wing yet. He had not sealed the cell. He had not understood how fast Pan Quen's people could move when the evidence started to cohere. He turned and walked back through the corridor at a pace that was not quite running, his hand resting on the seal token at his belt. The guard at the outer door straightened when he saw him. Has anyone entered the holding wing in the last hour? The guard blinked. No, disciple. The log is clean. The 3rd cell is empty. The occupant is gone. The guard's face drained. I did not see anyone. I did not hear anyone. The door was locked when I checked the watch change. Shen Koru believed him. That was the worst part. They had not needed to force the door. They had moved from inside, through the drainage system, using paths that had been prepared long before he began his interviews. He walked to the night watch post and unrolled the duty log. Every name, every shift, every timestamp. He read it twice. Then he saw it. The night guard assigned to the holding wing had signed in at the beginning of the watch. But the second signature, the one that confirmed the end of watch handover, was written in a different hand. The ink was newer. The stroke was wrong. Someone had forged the relief. Shen Koru set the log down. Outside, the first gray light of dawn was beginning to touch the upper terraces. Somewhere in the sect, a man who had named Mo Caihong's attendant was bleeding through a drainage tunnel, and Pan Tuan was still 3 steps ahead. He rolled the log into his scroll case and walked toward the archive hall. The game was no longer about gathering evidence. It was about keeping the evidence alive long enough to confront someone who mattered. Chapter 45. Morning light had not yet reached the lower terraces when the enforcers found her. Qian Cha heard them coming before she saw them. Boots on stone, the clink of sealed tokens. 3 figures emerging from the mist between the herb beds, their gray robes damp with mountain condensation. She stopped walking. The lead enforcer held up a palm, not a weapon, not restraints, a summons. Disciple Qian Cha, by order of Elder Feng, you are to be escorted to the detention hall for a supervised meeting. Her pulse kicked. With whom? The enforcer did not answer. He simply turned and walked back the way he had come, expecting her to follow. She followed. The detention hall sat at the edge of the eastern ridge, a low stone building half sunk into the mountain, its windows dark and its door reinforced with iron straps. Qian Cha had never been inside. No servant ever had. The enforcer opened the door and gestured for her to enter. She stepped through. The hall was sparse. A single lamp burned on a wooden table. 2 chairs faced each other across the scarred surface, and in one of them, bound in courtesy rather than iron, sat Rong Yuan. His wrists were wrapped in silk cord, not chains, the loops loose enough to slip if he chose. His gray robes were the same ones he had worn in the ash yard, still carrying the smell of coal dust and old smoke. His one good eye found her the moment she crossed the threshold. The enforcer closed the door behind her. The lock engaged. They were alone. Rong Yuan did not smile. He simply looked at her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not the drunkard's chamble, not the hidden master's sharpness. Something quieter. Something that looked like grief, waiting to speak. "Sit," he said. She sat. The table between them was wide enough that she could not reach him without rising. The silk cord on his wrists caught the lamplight. She stared at it. "You are not bound." "I am not," he agreed. "Then why?" "Because Wen Shou needs to tell himself I am contained. The cord lets him pretend. I let him pretend because I am not finished here yet." Qian Cha's hands rested on the table. She did not know what to do with them. She had spent 2 years never being still near him, always working, always sorting, always learning. Now there was nothing to sort and nothing to refine. "You saved my life," she said. "I returned what I owed your mother." "That is not the same." "No," he said. "It is not." He leaned back. The chair creaked. The silk cord shifted but did not tighten. "I should have been in the room with her," he said. "The night they came. I should have been refining beside her, not 3 halls away, chasing an Empire contract batch while she faced Wen Shou alone. You did not know. I knew what they wanted. I knew what she had. I told myself the sect would not touch her because she was too valuable." His voice went flat. "I was wrong." Qian Cha's throat tightened. She forced it open. "The manual is not in the archive." "I know. Elder Feng says she knows where it is." Rong Yuan's eye flickered. Something passed through his face. Recognition, maybe, or calculation. "Elder Feng was there," he said. 11 years ago. She was a junior archivist when your mother's formulas were seized. She watched them erase the name from the records." "Can I trust her?" "No." He said it without hesitation. "But she is the closest thing to an ally you have inside that building. She has been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. She has been waiting longer than you have been alive." Qian Cha absorbed this. If the manual is not in the archive, why is Wen Shou sending me there? Wang Yuan's good eye held hers. "Because he wants you to find something else. He does not know what it is yet, but he knows it is there. Something that was sealed before your mother died. Something that connects the altered recipes to the person who changed them." "Changed them?" "The sect's foundational formulas were never the originals," Rong Yuan said. "Your mother perfected the Meridian calming pill, but someone before her had already altered the base recipe, deliberately, to introduce a flaw." Qian Cha's mind raced. A flaw that made the pill less effective. A flaw that made the pill dependent on a specific ingredient. An ingredient controlled by a single supplier, the same supplier who funds Panchuan's network. The room went very still. "The archive holds the records," Rong Yuan said. "The original refinement logs from before the alteration. If you find them, you will have proof not only that your mother's formula was stolen, but that someone inside the sect has been poisoning the Empire's pill supply for profit." Qian Cha's hands curled into fists beneath the table. "That is why Wen Shou wants me inside. He knows the proof is there. He wants to control what I find." "Yes. And Panchuan wants me dead before I find it." "Yes." She looked at Rong Yuan, at the silk cord around his wrists, at the old burn scars on his hands. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I will not be there when you enter the archive." His voice was steady. "They will not let me near it. Wen Shou will keep me here until you have either found what he wants or failed to find it. Either way, I will be gone before you return." "Gone where?" "I do not know. Somewhere he can watch me without the sect watching him." The silence stretched. Then Rong Yuan moved. He raised his bound hands and set them on the table between them. The silk cord looped around his wrists, loose enough that he could lift them, tight enough that the enforcers would see he had not broken free. He pressed his palm flat against the wood. "Give me your hand." She hesitated, then placed her hand on the table. He turned it over, palm up. His fingers found the inside of her wrist, just below the old burn scar, and then, very softly, he began to tap. 3 rising taps on her skin. A pause, a falling phrase, the furnace song cadence, but not the one he had taught her. This one was different, slower, weighted, a rhythm she had never heard before. "Memorize this," he said. "When you find the logs, speak it into the furnace stone. If the archive still remembers your mother's hand, it will open what has been sealed." His fingers pressed harder, the cadence repeated, once, twice, 3 times. She closed her eyes and let the rhythm sink into her bones. When she opened them, Rong Yuan was watching her with something that might have been pride. "Your mother taught me the cadence the night she perfected the Meridian calming pill," he said. "She told me to give it to someone who would finish what she started." He released her wrist and sat back. "I have been waiting 11 years to keep that promise." Outside, footsteps approached the door. The meeting was over. Rong Yuan's eyes held hers one last time. "Do not trust Ji Wen Shou. Do not trust Tan Quan. Trust the furnace. Trust the cadence. And when you find what they have buried, burn the truth into something they cannot silence." The door opened. The enforcer stood in the frame. Qian Cha rose. She did not look back. She walked out into the gray dawn, the cadence still beating against her palm like a second pulse, and found Elder Feng waiting for her at the edge of the terrace. Elder Feng's eyes were flat, patient, ancient. "The archive is ready," she said. Qian Cha followed her toward the sealed hall, the furnace song still burning against her skin. Chapter 46. Gray mist clung to the lower terraces as Qian Cha followed Elder Feng past the edge of the ash yard. Dawn had not yet broken fully, just enough light to see shapes moving in the haze. The first sign of fracture came from the coal bins. A fuel hauler she knew by face, not name, straightened when he saw her. His hands opened. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Then he bowed. Not the shallow head drop servants gave alchemists. A full fold at the waist, the kind reserved for elders. She had never seen him bow to anyone. Behind him, another hauler ducked into the shed and did not come out. Elder Feng walked ahead without slowing. Qian Cha kept pace, but her eyes tracked the yard. The workers who had nodded to her in passing for 2 years now stood frozen, uncertain. Some watched her with a light she did not trust. Hope, as if she had become something they could lean on. Others watched the gate. The second sign came at the herb washing station. A woman with cracked hands and a faded headscarf dropped her basket when she saw Qian Cha. The herbs scattered across the wet stone. She did not bend to pick them up. She just stared at Qian Cha's inner disciple robes, at the jade token at her belt. "You made it," the woman whispered. Qian Cha stopped. The woman's voice cracked. "They said you won. They said you—" She stopped herself, glanced at the gate, and picked up her basket. "We heard them talking in the hall. The alchemists. They said your name, the real one." She turned back to her work without finishing. Qian Cha understood. The woman had heard the name Qian Li Wei spoken aloud for the first time in 11 years. She had heard it connected to an ash pit servant who had walked out of the furnaces alive, and she was afraid of what that name would cost the people who had touched it. Elder Feng reached the far edge of the yard and stopped. She did not turn. "The archive will not wait," she said. "But if you need to see something before we go, see it now." Qian Cha nodded and turned toward the sorting shed. The third sign was Sister Nuo's face. The ash yard steward stood in the shed doorway with her arms crossed, not relaxed, braced. Behind her, the shed's interior was darker than it should have been. The shelf, where she kept the spare log books, was empty. "You are early," Sister Nuo said. "Rong Yuan sent me." "He told you." He told me enough. Sister Nuo's jaw tightened. She stepped aside and let Qian Cha enter. The shed smelled the same. Coal dust, old herbs, the faint iron tang of furnace residue. But the wall where Sister Nuo stored the hidden ledgers, the copies of ingredient logs, the diversion records, the receipts that proved the sect's theft, was bare. The nails that had held the bundles were still driven into the wood. The bundles themselves were gone. Where are they? Sister Nuo did not answer immediately. She walked to the wall and touched one of the empty nails. I moved them last night, after the trial ended, before Pantuan's people started asking questions. Where? Somewhere they will not be found by anyone who does not know the ash yard's bones. Qian Cha waited. Sister Nuo turned. Her face was older than it had been the night before. The weight she carried had settled deeper into her bones. The yard is splitting, she said. Half of them think you are the answer, that you will walk into that archive, find the proof, and burn the sect down around Pantuan's head. They are already planning what they will say when the elders come asking. And the other half? Think you will fail, or that you will succeed and leave them behind, and that when you are gone, Pantuan will sweep through the ash levels and take everyone who ever handed you a herb or looked the other way. The words hung in the cold air. The ledgers are safe, Sister Nuo said, but the people who know where I hid them are not. Some of them are the same ones who watched you walk out of the trial hall, the same ones who saw the elders' faces when the Grand Elder named your mother's formula. She stepped closer. I need you to understand something. The yard was quiet before you. Not just silent, quiet. People accepted the rations, the deaths, the disappearances, because there was no one to fight for them. Now there is, and that makes them visible in a way they have never been before. Qian Cha's throat tightened. I did not ask them to hope. Hope does not need permission. Sister Nuo's voice was flat. It spreads like rot or fire, and right now it is burning through every servant who saw you stand in that hall and refused to hide. A sound came from outside, footsteps in the ash, fast, urgent. Both women turned. A young fuel hauler appeared in the doorway. His face was pale, his hands shook. Sister Nuo, he swallowed. They found the root cellar. Qian Cha went cold. Who? Panquan's men. They pulled the fuel hauler out, the one who saw the sealed furnace opened. They dragged him past the coal bins. He was alive. He was shouting your name. The ground shifted beneath her. The witness was gone. The ledgers were hidden. The ash yard was no longer one body. And somewhere in the mist above, the sealed archive waited with answers she had not yet touched. Nuo's hand found her wrist, squeezed once, hard. You go to the archive, Nuo said. You find what your mother left. That is the only thing that will matter when Pantuan starts breaking people to find out who helped you. And the fuel hauler? Nuo's eyes held hers. I will find out where they took him, and I will keep the rest of them alive until you come back. The young hauler shifted in the doorway. There is more, he said. Both women looked at him. He opened his palm. In it lay a strip of cloth, blue thread at the hem, gray fabric torn at the edge, the same colors Mo Caihong's attendant had worn. He held it out to Qian Cha. They left this behind, in the cellar, as if they wanted you to know who took him. Qian Cha took the cloth. The blue thread was still wet with something dark. The ash yard had never been one body, but now it had a wound that would not close until she answered the message torn into her hand. Chapter 47. The summons came at the hour of the rat. Mo Caihong sat in the meditation chamber above the 9th furnace hall, still in her trial robes, the stain of public failure cold against her skin. The hall outside had fallen silent for the first time in hours. No footsteps, no whispered arguments. Then the knock. She did not open her eyes. What? Head alchemist summons you, immediately. The elder's chamber. The voice belonged to Lu, her attendant. The same one who had unsealed the draft vent on her orders. The same one who had worn the gray cap with blue thread when he carried her basket. Mo Caihong opened her eyes. The room felt smaller than it had an hour ago. The incense smoke curled against the ceiling like something trapped. She rose without speaking. She did not meet Lu's eyes as she passed him. There was nothing left to say to a servant who had followed her orders and was now a witness to her loss. The elder's chamber sat at the northern edge of the main hall, behind a black lacquered door that had not been fully opened in 3 years. Caihong had never seen it open. She had only heard the stories. Judgments passed behind that door, careers ended, names erased. She walked through it. The chamber was smaller than she expected. A single lantern hung from the ceiling, casting shadows that pooled in the faces of the 7 elders seated in a half-circle. Their robes were the colors of their ranks, gray, brown, one pale green. And at the center, behind a desk of polished black wood, Quan sat with his hands folded before him. He did not look at her with the warmth she remembered. Caihong. She knelt. The stone floor was cold through her robes. Elder Pan. The silence stretched. She counted her own breaths. Furnace 15, Tuan said, suffered a catastrophic spiritual backlash during the sealed trial. The flames broke containment. A servant boy was nearly killed. The pill saint revealed himself to the entire hall. His voice was mild, measured, the voice he used when he was not yet decided. You were refining on Furnace 12. Yes. Your assistant was seen near Furnace 15's intake the night before the trial. A man matching his description was identified by a night crew furnace tender. Caihong's throat tightened. The man was wearing my colors, she said, but I did not order him to touch Furnace 15. Tuan's eyes did not move. Then your attendant acted without your instruction. The words were a door, a way out. She could step through it and let Lu take the fall. She had seen him do it before to other disciples. Sacrificing a servant was not a crime. It was protocol. But the way Tuan said it felt wrong. The rhythm was off, the timing too careful. She looked at her master's sleeve. There was a seal on the inner fold. Small, dark green. She had never seen it before, a mark she did not recognize. Tuan had never worn a seal she did not know. My attendant, Caihong said slowly, carries my basket and my ingredient lists. He does not have the authority to order furnace alterations without my knowledge. Then you admit knowledge. I admit that if he acted, he believed he was acting for me. The elder in the pale green robes shifted. A woman with gray-streaked hair and eyes the color of iron. You are saying your own attendant may have acted against your interests? Caihong's pulse stumbled. She looked at Tuan again. His face was still. His hands were still. But the seal on his sleeve, the seal she did not know. It had not been there during the trial. It had been added since. I am saying, she said carefully, that I do not know who gave the order, only that I did not give it. Guan leaned back. The chair creaked under his weight. The witnesses are being interviewed, he said. The furnace tender who identified your attendant has been secured. The enforcement hall has opened a formal inquiry. His voice shifted. The mildness vanished. Under the trial governance code, a contestant who sabotages a fellow contestant's furnace forfeits their rank and is expelled from the sect. The punishment for attempted murder within trial grounds is the Eastern Quarries. The words landed like stones. Caihong knew what the Eastern Quarries meant. No one returned from the Eastern Quarries, not alive. I did not sabotage Furnace 15. The evidence says otherwise. What evidence? A torn strip of cloth. A night worker who saw a man in my colors near a furnace he had no business approaching. That is not evidence. That is a story someone else wrote and left for you to find. The elder in green stood. Then prove it. Caihong's hands trembled. She pressed them flat against her thighs. Give me time. Give me until dawn to find who placed my colors on that man. I will bring you a name that is not mine. Tuan's fingers touched the seal on his sleeve. Dawn is too late. The enforcement hall already has a confession. The room went still. A confession? Caihong repeated. Your attendant gave a full account of how you ordered him to unseal the draft vent on Furnace 15. He signed the statement an hour ago. He is in protective custody. The floor had no give, but Caihong felt it tilt beneath her. She looked at Tuan, at the seal on his sleeve, at the way his fingers pressed against it as if checking that it was still there. Lu did not confess. Lu had been told what to say, and the person who told him was sitting behind the black wood desk wearing a seal she had never seen, a mark placed there by someone who had already decided who would carry the blame. She understood. She was not being questioned as a suspect. She was being prepared as a sacrifice. "You want me to kneel?" she said. Pantuan's eyes flickered. "I want you to answer the charge." "I did not sabotage Furnace 15. "Then your attendant acted alone." "And if I say he was following orders from someone else?" "Name the someone." She looked at the elders, 7 faces, 7 merchants of judgment who had already been told what verdict to buy. No one would save her. Not the pale green elder who had stood, not the gray-robed woman in the corner who had known her since she was 12, not Pantuan. He had already replaced her with a seal, with a new allegiance, with a future that did not include her name. Caihong's hands stopped trembling. She did not break. She knelt upright, her spine straight, her voice flat. "I left the Mystic Mountain to him." Caihong's hands stopped trembling. She did not break. She knelt upright, her spine straight, her voice flat. "I accept the confession." The elder in green blinked. "You accept? My attendant was in my service. If he acted, the responsibility falls to me. I will not contest the charge." Pantuan's fingers lifted from the seal. "Then your rank is forfeit. You are expelled from the inner disciple roles. You will surrender your token and your workspace by dawn." "The Eastern Quarries." "Your record will reflect that you cooperated. The sentence is reduced to permanent expulsion and exile. You will leave the Verdant Cauldron grounds by midday." Caihong pressed her forehead to the stone. She did not speak. She did not look at him again. But as the elder's shadows fell across her back, she memorized the shape of the seal on Pantuan's sleeve, the patter of the ink, the direction of the strokes. Someone had placed that mark there, and whoever they were, they had just been given a disciple who had nothing left to lose. She rose. She walked out of the black lacquered door, and in the corridor, alone, she pulled the torn strip of cloth from her sleeve, the one she had taken from Lou before they dragged him away. Blue thread at the hem, gray fabric, torn at the edge. She pressed it to her chest. The sect had her body, but the cloth held the names of everyone who had handled it, everyone who had written the story that ended her. They had not finished counting her yet. Chapter 48. Elder Feng did not look back as she led Qian Cha past the coal bins toward the eastern wall. The ash yard fell behind in stages. First, the sorting shed, its door hanging open where Sister Newell had stood. Then, the herb washing station, the woman with the dropped basket still frozen in the same posture of whispered recognition. Then, the furnace mouths, dark and cooling, their heat already fading into the mountain's morning chill. Disciples lined the path. Not servants, not fuel haulers or herb washers, inner disciples in pressed robes, outer disciples in patched sleeves, all standing at the distance of people who had heard a name they were not supposed to know and had come to see the shape of it. Qian Cha kept her eyes forward. The torn cloth was still in her hand, gray fabric, blue thread at the hem. She had not put it away. Could not. Her fingers had closed around it in the moment the young hauler pressed it into her palm, and they had not yet remembered how to open. "Ahead," Elder Feng said. The eastern wall rose through the mist, not the cracked stone of the servant quarters or the smoke-stained brick of the furnace halls. White granite, veined with something dark that caught the dawnlight like wet ink. A gate stood at its center, iron-bound, twice the height of a man, with a seal carved into the lintel stone that Qian Cha had never seen up close. She had imagined this moment for 2 years, imagined fighting through the trials, imagined bleeding for an inner seat, imagined standing before this gate with her mother's name still buried in her throat, waiting for the archive to give back what the sect had stolen. She had not imagined walking toward it with ash still grinding between her fingers and a dead woman's cloth pressed against her palm. Elder Feng stopped 10 paces from the gate. 4 enforcers stood at its base. Gray robes, iron badges, hands resting on the hilts of short blades that had never been used for ceremony. The lead enforcer looked at Elder Feng, then at Qian Cha. His eyes moved over her with the flat efficiency of a man who had been told to expect a threat and found only a girl in servant's wraps with burn scars on her wrist. "She is here on the Grand Elder's authority," Elder Feng said. The enforcer did not move. The Grand Elder's authority was delivered by his own hand. He did not come. He sent me. His seal would confirm it. Elder Feng reached into her sleeve and pulled out a strip of oiled paper, unfolded it, held it up so the enforcer could see the vermilion mark at the bottom. The enforcer studied it. His hand did not leave his blade. "Step forward," he said to Qian Cha. She stepped. The other 3 enforcers shifted, not blocking, not attacking, adjusting their positions so that if she ran, she would have to pass through 3 blades to reach the gate. The lead enforcer looked at her wrist, at the burned scar, at the ash in her hands. "You are the one they are calling the daughter." It was not a question. "I am the one who registered for the trials," Qian Cha said, "under a false name, under a name I chose." The enforcer's eyes narrowed, but he did not challenge her. He stepped aside. The gate did not open. "Elder Feng has the approach authority," he said. "The archive seal requires a recognized elder's spiritual signature to begin the unlocking sequence. Once the sequence starts, the gate opens in 7 breaths. If the sequence fails, the gate remains sealed for a full day." Elder Feng moved past him, pressed her palm to the iron plate set into the stone beside the gate. Nothing happened. Then the seal carved into the lintel began to glow. Slow, deep amber, like light moving through honey. The stone around it warmed. The iron bands on the gate shuddered once, then stilled. Elder Feng's hand dropped. "The seal is reading," she said. "It takes a moment." Qian Cha watched the amber light spread through the carved lines. The pattern was old, older than the gate, older than the archive. The strokes were not sect script, they were furnace script. The same angular marks she had seen on the inside of Furnace 17's fire chamber, half erased by years of heat. Her mother had told her once that the old alchemists sealed their gates with furnace language, because fire did not lie the way words did. The amber light reached the center of the seal, and stopped. Elder Feng pressed her palm again. Nothing. "You said this was the Grand Elder's authority," the lead enforcer said. "It is. The seal does not recognize it." Elder Feng's jaw tightened. She pressed her paw a 3rd time, held it longer, let the spiritual pressure build in her hand until the air around her fingers shimmered. The seal did not move. "The archive has not been opened in 11 years, she said. "The recognition protocols may have degraded, or they have been changed. No one changes the archive seal except the Grand Elder and the Chief Archivist. And who was the Chief Archivist 11 years ago?" Elder Feng's hand dropped to her side. "I was." The words hung in the air. The enforcer looked at her, looked at the seal, looked at Qian Cha, who had not moved, who was still holding the torn cloth, who was still watching the amber light pulse in the carved stone like a heart that had forgotten how to beat. "If the protocol degraded," the enforcer said, "there is no way in." Elder Feng turned to Qian Cha. "The furnace cadence." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "The what?" "The cadence Rong Yuan gave you. In the detention hall. He pressed it into your wrist. He told you it would open what has been sealed." The enforcer's hand went to his blade. "You are speaking of a pill saint's technique in front of an archive gate. I am speaking of the only thing that might recognize the old seal." Qian Cha looked at the stone, at the furnace script carved into the lintel, at the amber light pulsing at the center of the pattern, waiting for something it could read. She had not spoken the cadence aloud, had not tested it, had only felt it pressed into her skin like a brand, a rhythm her mother had taught Rong Yuan the night she perfected the Meridian calming pill, a song meant for someone who would finish her work. Her fingers opened. The torn cloth fell to the ground. She stepped forward, put her hand on the iron plate, and breathed. The cadence rose from her throat the way smoke rises from dying coals. Slow. Weighted. 3 rising notes. A pause that held the shape of the missing 4th. Then a falling phrase that curled at the end like a question answered before it was asked. The seal answered. Not with amber light, with sound. A low harmonic tone that came from inside the stone itself, from the granite, from the iron bands, from the furnace script that had been waiting 11 years for a tongue that remembered the old language. The gate began to move, not in 7 breaths, in 1. The iron bands groaned. The stone groaned with them. The seal split down the center, not breaking, opening, the carved lines parting like a mouth that had finally been given a name to speak. The enforcer stepped back. Elder Feng did not. She stood at the edge of the opening, her face unreadable, her hands at her sides, watching the darkness beyond the gate with the expression of someone who had entered that darkness before and knew exactly what it held. Qian Cha's hand stayed on the iron plate. She could still feel the cadence vibrating in her throat. Behind her, the ash yard was silent. Beyond the gate, the archive waited. And somewhere at the back of her skull, beneath the pulse of the furnace song, she heard her mother's voice for the first time in 11 years. Not a whisper, not a ghost, a single word spoken in the rhythm of the cadence she had just released. Come. Chapter 49. The darkness beyond the gate was not empty. It breathed. Qian Cha stepped through the opening and the air changed. Older, drier. The smell of pressed herbs ground to dust decades ago, of paper cured in smoke and sealed in wax, of stone that had not felt sunlight in 11 years. The archive stretched before her in a single long chamber, shelves rising from floor to ceiling, each one crammed with scroll cases and bound ledgers and bundles tied with twine that had turned brittle with age. The only light came from a row of pale lanterns along the center beam, their flames burning low and blue, as if they had been waiting for someone to remind them they were still alive. Behind her, the gate groaned. She turned. Elder Feng stood in the doorway, one hand on the iron frame, her face half in shadow. "You have until the Grand Elder sends someone to retrieve you," she said. "Use it well." The gate began to close. Qian Cha opened her mouth to speak, but the stone was already moving, the furnace script sealing itself back into a single unbroken surface, the amber light fading until the iron plate was iron again, and nothing more. She was alone. The silence pressed against her ears. She turned back to the shelves. The manual she had crossed 3 sects and 2 years of hunger to find was somewhere inside this chamber. Her mother's handwriting, her mother's method, the proof that the Verdant Cauldron sect had built its fame on a stolen foundation. She began to search. The shelves were organized by formula family, not by date. Meridian calming sat beside liver soothing, which sat beside a dozen lesser compounds she had never seen named in the sect's public records. Each scroll case bore a wax seal stamped with the sect's cauldron mark. Each bundle was tied with the same yellow twine. She worked quickly, systematically, the way her mother had taught her to sort ash, by color, by texture, by the way the light cut the edge of each particle. By the time she reached the 4th shelf, her fingers were trembling. She found the manual in a case that did not belong. It was shoved between 2 bound ledgers from a decade she did not recognize. The scroll case cracked at one end, the seal broken long ago and resealed with a dab of cheap wax. The label on the side read, Verdant Cauldron, Meridian Calming, Revised Formulation, Year of the Iron Serpent. But the handwriting on the label was not sect script. It was her mother's. Qian Cha pulled the case from the shelf. Her hands were steady now. The trembling had stopped. She uncapped the case and slid the contents into her palm. A single scroll, yellowed at the edges. The paper soft from handling, from being read and reread by fingers that had long since turned to ash. She unrolled it. The first line was in her mother's hand. "From my daughter, who will know what to do with this better than they ever did." Qian Cha's breath caught. She read the next line, and the next. The formula was there. Every step, every ingredient, every timing mark and heat adjustment and breath rhythm that the sect had copied wrong for 11 years. Her mother had written it in the margins of the sect's own annotation, correcting each error, circling each stolen passage, marking each lie with a single diagonal stroke that looked like a wound. But there was more. Beneath the formula, in smaller script, her mother had listed names. Ji Wenshou, Pan Tran. A third name crossed out so thoroughly that the ink had torn through the paper. And a date. 7 days before her mother died. Qian Cha's fingers tightened on the scroll. She kept reading. The formula was not the only thing in the case. A second bundle lay at the bottom, wrapped in gray cloth, tied with black thread. She lifted it out. The cloth was heavier than it looked. The bundle was flat, the size of a ledger page, bound tight enough that the edges pressed hard against the fabric. She untied the thread. Inside were 7 sheets of paper. Not her mother's handwriting this time. Sect script, official, dated. Each sheet was a formula revision cross-referenced against the original Qian lineage method, with annotations in 2 different hands. The first hand was Yuan Shou's. She recognized it from the trial registry, from the way he had signed the verdict scroll, the strokes precise and unhurried, a man who knew his authority would never be questioned. The second hand she did not recognize, but the notes it left were precise, clinical. Someone who understood alchemy at a level that rivaled her mother. Someone who had read the Qian method and immediately identified which transitions could be altered without collapsing the pill. Someone who had helped rewrite her mother's work into something the sect could claim. Qian Cha turned to the last sheet. It was a single line. Original destroyed per agreement. No copies remain. Signed by Yuan Shou. And beneath his signature, a second mark. Not a name, a seal. Small, dark green. The same dark green seal she had seen described in Mo Caihong's trial, pressed into the inner fold of Quan's sleeve. Qian Cha stared at the mark. The chamber's blue light flickered. Somewhere behind her, at the edge of hearing, the gate groaned again. She was not alone anymore. Chapter 50. The gate groaned. Qian Cha's body moved before her mind finished the thought. She swept the 7 sheets back into the gray cloth, tied the thread, and pressed the bundle against her chest. Her mother's scroll went into her sleeve, rolled tight against her wrist. She turned toward the sound. The groan did not repeat. The blue flames held steady along the walls, casting their cold light across the shelves. The air in the chamber had not stirred. Whatever had made the sound was outside, not inside. She had time. Barely. She turned back to the shelf where she had found the manual. The cracked scroll case still lay open on the stone. She lifted it again, tilted it toward the nearest blue flame, and looked at the interior. Empty, except for a single loose fiber at the seam where the case had been glued together. She touched it. The fiber came away clean, no dust, no residue. The case had been opened recently, not years ago. Days. She pulled her mother's scroll from her sleeve and unrolled it again, faster this time, letting the paper run through her fingers. The formula was complete. Every ingredient, every step, every correction her mother had made to the sect's stolen version. But the scroll was not whole. At the bottom, where the text should have continued into the sovereign condensation method, the paper ended in a clean, straight cut. Someone had taken a blade to it. The last sentence stopped mid-stroke. The character after the cut was not her mother's. It was a single ink dot, pressed into the paper by a brush tip that had nowhere else to go. The missing pages had been removed, deliberately, professionally. Qian Cha's fingers traced the cut edge. The paper did not tear. It had been sliced, one smooth motion, by someone who knew exactly where to cut and did not want any witness to mistake the removal for damage. She rolled the scroll and returned it to her sleeve. The sovereign condensation method was the heart of her mother's final breakthrough. Without it, the formula was still valuable, still proof of theft, but incomplete. The sect could claim the missing section was never there, that her mother had never finished the work, that the Qian lineage had died before reaching the peak. She turned back to the shelves. The archive was not finished with her. She worked faster now, pulling scroll cases by the handful, checking labels, feeling for the weight of something hidden. The blue flames flickered with her movement. The dust rose in thin clouds. On the 5th shelf from the bottom, in a section marked Sect Correspondence Restricted, she found a case that did not match the others. The seal was the same. The twine was the same, but the label had been written over. The original characters scratched out and replaced with a date that meant nothing. She pulled it free. The seal was cracked. Not old cracking, intentional. A thumbnail pressed into the wax before it fully set, leaving a half-moon impression that broke the cauldron mark. She knew that impression. She had seen it on ingredient ledgers, on allocation orders, on the trial registry itself. Quan had been here. He had opened this case, cracked his own seal, and left the mark of his thumb in the wax as if he did not care whether anyone knew. She unrolled the contents. A single sheet, not formula, not correspondence, a list. 7 ingredients, written in Quan's hand, each followed by a quantity and a date. The most recent date was 3 days before the sealed furnace trial. The ingredient at the top of the list was marked with a small, dark green circle, the same green as the seal on the final sheet of her mother's revisions, the same green as the mark on Tuan's sleeve. She did not recognize the ingredient name. It was not in any Erd catalog she had studied, not in any formula she had refined. But the quantity, half a jin, was enough to treat 100 batches, enough to supply a hidden operation for months. She folded the list into her sleeve beside the scroll. The blue flames dimmed. She looked up. The torch at the far end of the chamber had gone out. The one beside it was dying, the light sinking into the stone like water into sand. She had been in the archive longer than she thought. She turned toward the gate and heard it. Not the groan this time. A slam, heavy, final. The sound of the outer seal dropping into place. The gate was shut. She was inside. And whoever had closed it did not intend to let her out. Chapter 51. The gate did not open. The seal did not lift. The footsteps stopped on the other side of the stone, and then a voice spoke through the gap where the hinges met the frame. "You found what you came for." Yuan Shou's voice, calm, unhurried. The voice of a man who had already decided how this conversation would end. Qian Cha's hand went to her sleeve, where the scroll and the list and the 7 sheets pressed against her ribs like a second pulse. "The gate is sealed," she said. "Your seal? Your order?" "It is." A pause, the scrape of a robe against stone. He was sitting down on the other side of the gate, settling in as if for a long talk. "I had told Elder Feng to bring you here," he said. "I told her to open the gate. I told her to close it behind you and wait until I arrived. She believes she is following my instructions." "She is not. She's following the instructions I gave her. There is a difference." Qian Cha's fingers brushed the cut edge of her mother's scroll. The missing pages, the deliberate slice. "You took the sovereign condensation method. I removed it." His voice did not waver. 11 years ago, the night your mother died, I came to this archive alone, unrolled the scroll she had hidden and cut out the pages that would have allowed anyone who read them to replicate her final breakthrough. You stole from her. I preserved what could be saved. The blue flames flickered. The chamber felt smaller now, the ceiling lower, the walls closer. "You want me to believe you were protecting her work," Qian Cha said. "I want you to understand that not every destruction is an act of malice." His voice shifted, losing its administrative edge. "Your mother perfected the sovereign condensation method 3 months before she died. She told no one. Not Rong Yuan, not the sect. She wrote it down, sealed it in this archive, and waited. For what? To decide whether the world deserved it." Qian Cha's throat tightened. She had never heard anyone speak of her mother's intent, only her death, only her theft, never her choice. "I found the scroll after she was gone," Yuan continued. "I read it. I understood what it would mean if it spread. The method compressed refinement time by half. It reduced ingredient waste by 2/3. It could have doubled the sect's output, tripled its reach, made Verdant Cauldron the undisputed pill authority of the empire. And you cut it out instead of using it. Because your mother did not finish." The words landed like a gavel. Qian Cha's hand stopped moving. "She perfected the method," Yuan said, "but she had not yet solved the toxicity cascade. The final condensation compressed spiritual essence so tightly that the pill's outer shell trapped impurities inside. The consumer would absorb the medicine and the poison together. Faster results, cleaner refinement, and over time, a meridian erosion that would present as natural decline." He paused. "I had it tested, in secret, on volunteers who did not know what they were receiving. The results took 6 months to manifest. By then, your mother was dead, and I had burned the test records in a furnace I lit with my own hand." Qian Cha's breath came shallow. "You are lying." I am telling you the truth you came here to find. His voice hardened. The sovereign condensation method is incomplete. It works perfectly for the first 100 batches. The 101st batch kills the refiner's constitution from the inside. Your mother knew this. She was trying to solve it when they came for her. When you came for her, I did not order her death, but you did not stop it. Silence. The blue flame on the nearest torch guttered and caught again. No, Yuan said. I did not stop it. I chose the sect. I chose the thousands who depend on its pills. I chose the stability that allows this institution to feed armies, heal plagues, and supply the Empire's cultivators with medicine that does not rot their meridians from within. I chose that over one woman who had become too dangerous to protect. Qian Cha's fingers pressed into the scroll until the paper edge bit her skin. And now, Yuan said, I am offering you the same choice. She heard him stand, the rustle of his robe, the soft creak of old knees rising from cold stone. The gate will open in 3 breaths. I will enter alone. You will have the scroll in your hand, the list in your sleeve, and the revisions pressed against your heart. You will have the truth that could shatter this sect and every life it touches. He paused. Or you will have a place as the acknowledged heir of the Qian lineage, recognized before the sect and the Empire, with full access to every archive, every furnace, every formula the Verdant Cauldron possesses. You will refine in your mother's name. You will train disciples who will carry her methods forward. You will become the living legacy she wanted you to be. And in exchange, you denounce Rong Yuan as a rogue influence who corrupted the Qian method after your mother's death. You accept that the sect's version of the Meridian calming pill is the true lineage, and that your mother's notes were fragmentary, misunderstood, elaborated upon by unauthorized hands. You keep the archive sealed. You keep the dark green seal unnamed. You let the dead stay dead. The blue flames dimmed. Qian Cha stood in the half-light with her mother's words in her sleeve and her mother's death in her throat. She heard the gate groan. The seal was lifting. The first crack of light appeared at the edge of the stone, thin as a blade, growing wider as Yuan pushed the door open from the other side. He stepped through. His pale amber eyes found hers in the dark. 3 breaths, he said. I will wait that long for your answer. The gate groaned again. Not from Yuan's side. From behind him. Someone else was coming. Chapter 52. The first breath passed. Qian Cha stood with her mother's scroll against her ribs, the paper edge biting into her palm. Yuan watched her from the threshold, pale amber eyes holding the patience of a man who had already calculated every path she could take. The second breath followed the first. She thought of Rong Yuan, chained in the detention hall, waiting for her to choose. She thought of Sister Nuo's hidden ledgers, Tao Zhen's copied evidence, the fuel hauler dragged past the coal bins while calling her name. She thought of the servants who bowed to her in the ash yard, and the young disciples who had whispered the Chan method in the gallery. The third breath began. No. The word came out flat, uninflected. A stone dropped into still water. Yuan's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. Think carefully, Qian Cha. Once I walk out of this archive, the offer dies with the echo. I have thought. She pressed the scroll tighter. You want me to denounce the man who saved my life. You want me to call my mother's work fragmentary. You want me to seal the truth inside this room and let the sect keep stealing from her grave. I want you to survive. Then tell me something. She took a step toward him. The blue flames guttered on the nearest torch, casting long shadows across the shelves. Did my mother refuse the same offer? The silence stretched. Yuan's jaw tightened. For a breath, the controlled mask slipped, and she saw something raw beneath it. Recognition, perhaps, or grief. She refused, he said. She stood exactly where you were standing, with proof of the theft in her hands and fury in her voice. She told me the truth mattered more than the sect. She told me the Empire deserved to know what had been built on stolen fire. You killed her for it. I did not kill her. The words came sharp, defensive. I chose not to save her. Those are different things. Are they? The gate groaned again. The sound came from behind Yuan, louder now, closer. He glanced over his shoulder, then turned back to her with an expression she could not read. The person coming through that door will not offer you a choice, he said. They will take what they want and leave your body in the ash pits for the furnace crews to find at dawn. Then let them come, foolish girl. His voice dropped. Your mother was foolish too. Brilliant, stubborn, and dead before she turned 30 because she believed the truth would protect her. The truth does not protect anyone in this world. Power does. Position does. The willingness to let some truths stay buried does. He stepped back toward the gate. The dark green seal you found is older than this sect, older than the Empire's current dynasty. I do not know who placed it on Quan, but I know what it means when it appears. It means buyers are already circling. People who do not care about your mother's legacy or the sect's crimes. They care about formulas, about leverage, about what a dead alchemist's daughter can do with her hands. He paused at the threshold. The Imperial Medicines Office has already sent an envoy. The eastern lowlands are stirring. By the time the sun sets tomorrow, there will be 3 factions in these mountains who want you, not the truth you carry, but the body that carries it. I cannot protect you from all of them. No one can. Then stop pretending you want to. Yuan held her gaze for a long moment. Then he stepped through the gate and pulled it closed behind him. The seal slammed into place. Qian Cha stood alone in the dimming blue light, her mother's words in her sleeve and her mother's death in her throat. The gate did not open again. The silence settled around her like ash. She counted to 10, then she moved. The scroll case was still on the shelf where she had found it. She pulled it down, checked the contents, 7 revision sheets, the list of names, the dark green seal impression, and pressed them into her inner robe next to the torn cloth from the fuel hauler's cellar. The archive's outer seal was sealed, the inner gate was sealed. She was trapped between stone and legend, with evidence that could shatter the sect and no way to carry it out. She looked up at the high ceiling where the blue flames clung to iron holders. Somewhere above, beyond the stone and the seals, the sky was beginning to lighten. She pressed her palm to the archive's inner gate and felt the cold granite against her skin. The stone was veined with the same dark substance she had seen on the outer gate. Furnace script, older than the archive, older than the sect. Her mother had known how to open it. She closed her eyes and breathed the furnace song cadence into the stone. 3 rising notes, a pause, a falling phrase. The gate did not answer. She tried again, pressing her tongue against the roof of her mouth to shape the sound exactly as Rong Yuan had taught her. The notes rose through her throat, hung in the dark, and died against the stone. Nothing. She pressed her forehead to the cold granite and listened to the silence. The gate groaned, not from the outside, from within the stone itself. A crack appeared at the join between the inner and outer gates, thin as a hair, growing wider as the granite groaned and shifted. Light bled through the seam, not blue flame, but the pale gray of early dawn. Qian Cha stepped back. The gate split open. A figure stood in the gap, backlit against the morning mist. Small, hunched, robes the color of dried blood. Elder Feng. She looked at Qian Cha with eyes that held neither triumph nor apology, only the flat patience of someone who had been waiting a very long time. Yuan is gone, she said. He left through the eastern passage. He does not know I opened the outer seal. She held out her hand. The manual. Give it to me. Qian Cha did not move. I am not here to steal it, child. I am here to help you escape with it before Pen Chuan's men burn the archive to cover what you found. Why should I trust you? Elder Feng's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. Because I was your mother's friend before I was this sect's elder. She held Qian Cha's gaze. And because I am the one who wrote the note that brought you here. Chapter 53. Elder Feng's hand remained extended, the dawn light catching the deep creases in her palm. Qian Cha did not move. The manual pressed against her ribs through the inner robe. The revision sheets, the list of names, the dark green seal that linked Yuan to Quan, and both of them to something older than the sect. I cannot give you the manual, she said. Elder Feng's expression did not change. Then bring it, both of us, every page you found. We have until Quan's men realize Wen Shou left through the eastern passage and the archive is no longer sealed. Where? The sorting shed, the one place no elder has entered in 11 years. Qian Cha held her gaze for 3 breaths. Then she stepped through the gap in the gate. The ash yard was empty. Mist curled between the coal bins and the dying furnace vents. Elder Feng moved ahead with the silent economy of someone who had memorized every shadow. The sorting shed smelled of old herb dust and rust. Elder Feng pulled a mat away from the corner and revealed a trap door Qian Cha had never noticed, its edges sealed with dried clay that cracked as Elder Feng pressed her weight against it. "Below," she said, "there is a kiln chamber that was decommissioned before the sect expanded. No one remembers it exists." Qian Cha lowered herself into the dark. Her feet found packed earth. The air was dry and warm, heated by the great furnace core one wall away. Elder Feng descended behind her and pulled the trapdoor closed. In the pitch black, a spark, then a low flame caught in a clay dish. "Sit," Elder Feng said. "We have 3 hours before the archivists arrive for the morning count." Qian Cha spread the contents of her sleeves across the packed earth, the manual, the 7 revision sheets, the list of names, Wan's ingredient list with the dark green circle. Elder Feng knelt and touched the manual's edge with her fingertips. Her face told Qian Cha everything. Grief, recognition, the weight of 11 years. "She wrote that note for you," Elder Feng said. "She told me once that if she died before you were ready, the words would find you when the time was right. And you kept that secret. I kept her daughter alive. That was the only instruction she left me." The flame flickered. Qian Cha pulled the revision sheets toward her. "I have to copy these, every page. If I carry the originals into the sect, they will be taken, confiscated, burned in a furnace before sunset." Elder Feng nodded once. "There is ink and paper in the corner. I placed them here years ago, waiting for someone who would need them." Qian Cha found the bundle wrapped in oiled cloth. The ink was dry but usable. The paper was coarse, the kind servants used for ration tallies, nothing that would draw attention. She began to copy. The first sheet was the Meridian calming formula, her mother's handwriting traced in her own. She wrote in servant shorthand, the abbreviated characters porters used to record ingredient weights, so that the pages would look like nothing more than ash yard inventory to anyone who glanced at them. Her hand moved fast. The ink bled into the rough paper. Revision 1. Wen Shou's annotation changing the binder sequence. Revision 2. The unknown second hand correcting the infusion timing. Revision 3. A marginal note that read, "If the original sequence is reversed, the condensation rate drops by half, but the Meridian response stabilizes. Recommend this for mass production." Qian Cha's hand stopped. Elder Feng watched her. "What is it?" "They knew," Qian Cha said. "The person who helped Wen Shou. They knew the original sequence was superior. They deliberately chose the worst method for mass production, because the inferior version required more herbs, more processing, more dependency." Qian Cha looked at the dark green seal on the signature page. Wan's ingredient supplier controls the dependency chain. Whoever designed the worst method did it to create a market. Elder Feng's silence was confirmation enough. Qian Cha kept copying, page after page. The list of names, Wen Shou, Chuan, the crossed-out third, transcribed into ingredient code where each servant shorthand character doubled as a name cipher. The dark green seal rendered as a circle with 5 strokes, the pattern Caihong had memorized. Her wrist ached. The ink ran low. Above them, the first light of full morning filtered through the trapdoor cracks. The trapdoor shifted. Qian Cha's hand froze. Elder Feng's eyes lifted to the ceiling. A knock. 3 short taps. A pause. 2 more. Elder Feng's shoulders relaxed. "It is the Ashyard steward." Sister Nuo descended before the words finished leaving Elder Feng's mouth. She carried a bundle wrapped in stained cloth and moved with the silence of someone who had spent a lifetime navigating places she was not supposed to be. "Taojian is 2 minutes behind me," she said. "Pantuan's men are sweeping the lower terraces. They already found the fuel hauler's cellar." Qian Cha kept copying. Did they find anything? Nothing that matters. I moved the ledgers before they finished their first pass. Sister Nuo knelt and spread the cloth bundle. Inside were more blank pages, a second ink stick, and a thin brush. Tao Zhen said you would need these. The trapdoor shifted again. Tao Zhen dropped into the chamber with a scroll case pressed against his chest. His pale brown eyes found Qian Cha's face, then the spread of papers, then Elder Feng. He did not ask questions. He knelt and began sorting the copied pages by date. "We have a problem," he said. "Shen Koru left the enforcement hall 20 minutes ago. He was carrying a sealed document with Pan Quan's personal seal." Qian Cha's brush stopped. "A what?" "An arrest order. The outer seal was Pan Quan's. The inner seal was blank, but the order was signed by the enforcement chief." Elder Feng's voice was flat. Ji Wen chose silence. "Confirmed," Tao Zhen said. "The Grand Elder has not spoken to the enforcement hall since he left the archive." Qian Cha looked at the half-copied pages spread across the packed earth. She had finished 6 of the 7 revision sheets. The list of names, the ingredient list, the dark green seal documentation. 1 revision sheet remained, the one with the unknown second alchemist's full annotations, the one that might identify the hand that rivaled her mother's. She reached for it. The trapdoor slammed open. Shen Koru stood in the gap, backlit by morning light, his enforcement hall token catching the glare. His face was stone. His hand held the scroll case sealed in black wax. Qian Cha did not move. Shen Koru's eyes swept the chamber. Tao Zhen, Sister Newell, Elder Feng. The spread of papers, the half-dry ink. He stepped down into the dark. His voice was quiet, the voice of someone who had already done the math. Pan Tuan's arrest order names 3 people: Qian Cha, Elder Feng, and the ash yard steward who concealed evidence. He looked at the papers on the ground. "I have 30 seconds before the enforcers I evaded realize I did not head toward the archive." He held out his hand. "Give me the copies. I can move them through the enforcement hall's secure route before Pan Quan's men search my desk." Qian Cha looked at Elder Feng. The old woman's eyes were unreadable. Then she looked at the last uncopied page, the unknown second hand, the annotations that might name a master alchemist who had helped bury her mother. Jen Koru's hand remained open. Footsteps sounded above, hard boots on packed earth, voices sharp and approaching. The enforcers had arrived. Chapter 54. Shen Koru's hand remained open. The boots above stopped moving. Qian Cha looked at the half-copied page. The unknown second hand, the annotations that curled like smoke across the margin, each stroke carrying a competence that should not exist in a revision meant to bury her mother. She had not finished copying it. "Give me the copies," Shen Koru said again. His voice did not rise, but something underneath it had changed, a edge like a blade finding its sheath wrong. "Now." Elder Fang moved first. She gathered the 6 completed revision sheets, the name list, the ingredient list, the dark green seal documentation, and pressed them into Shen Koru's hands without looking at him. "The originals stay here." Shen Koru nodded. He rolled the pages into his scroll case with practiced economy, then looked at Qian Cha. She still held the uncopied page. "Qian Cha." Our name in his mouth sounded like a door closing. "I know what that paper means to you, but if they find it in this chamber, I cannot argue chain of custody violations convincingly, because they will not believe I came here to help you." She pressed the page into his hands. He did not look at it. He sealed the scroll case, tucked it into his robe, and turned toward the ladder. The enforcers above are Pan Tuan's personal detail. They will not listen to rank. They will not listen to reason. But they will listen to procedure, because procedure is the only authority that outranks their master's seal. He climbed 3 rungs, then paused. "I will delay them as long as I can. When I am gone, you have 60 breaths before they search this chamber." He did not look back. The trapdoor opened. Light flooded the chamber, harsh and white. Shen Koru's silhouette filled the gap. "State your business," a voice said above, flat, enforcer flat. Shen Koru's response was calm. "Chain of custody inspection. The sealed archive was opened at dawn. I am logging every document that left the restricted section." "The archive is sealed. No documents left." Then you will not object to verifying my manifest against the outer ledger. A pause. The enforcer's boots shifted. Who is in the chamber below? Nobody. I was checking for structural breaches after the archive opening. Another pause. Longer this time. Then the enforcer grunted. Make it quick. We have orders to clear the lower terraces. Shen Koru climbed out. The trapdoor settled back into place. Darkness. Qian Cha counted. 1 breath. 2. 3. The boots moved away from the trapdoor. Voices faded. Sister Nuo exhaled. He just lied to Pan Quan's personal detail. Procedure, Elder Feng said. Chain of custody inspection is a legitimate enforcement function. The enforcer cannot overrule it without contradicting his own authority. He lied because he looked at the copies, Tao Jin said quietly. He read enough. Qian Cha stared at the empty space where the uncopied page had been. The unknown second hand. The annotations that might name a master alchemist who had helped bury her mother. She had not finished. 17 breaths. We need to move, Elder Feng said. The enforcers will double back when they realize Shen Koru's inspection route does not match the archive's actual location. Qian Cha picked up the brush. She dipped it. She wrote the final annotation from memory, her hand moving before her mind caught up, the characters flowing in the servant shorthand that Elder Feng had taught her years ago. She did not know if she had it right. 23 breaths. Where? She asked. Elder Feng moved to the far wall of the kiln chamber and pressed her palm against a section that looked identical to every other section. The clay shifted. A narrow gap opened, just wide enough for a person to slide through sideways. Old furnace flues. They run beneath the sorting shed and connect to the waste tunnels that empty into the ravine east of the sect grounds. Pan Quan's men will watch the ravine. Not if we go up instead of down. Elder Feng gestured into the gap. A rusted iron ladder climbed into darkness, its rungs bolted into the stone at irregular intervals. Where does it lead? Sister Nuo asked. The sealed furnace. 31 breaths. Qian Cha looked at the packed earth floor. The originals were still here. Her mother's manual, the 7 revision sheets, the name list, the ingredient list, the dark green seal documentation. She could not carry them. The bundles were too thick, too conspicuous. But she could not leave them for Pan Quan's men to find. Elder Feng read her hesitation. Take the pages that prove the formula revision. Leave the rest. The manual. Your mother wrote it in oil-based ink on treated parchment. It will survive burial. I will seal this chamber again and no one will find it unless they know where to look. 37 breaths. Qian Cha made her choice. She pulled the revision sheets from the bundle, the ones that showed Ji Wenshou's hand, the unknown second hand, the dark green seal, the name list, the ingredient list. She folded them into her tunic, against her ribs where her mother's scroll had rested. The manual she pressed back into the scroll case. She slid it into the hollow beneath the packed earth where Elder Feng had kept the ink and paper for years. Elder Feng swept dirt over the spot with her foot. 43 breaths. The rest of the paper stays here, Elder Feng said. If they find nothing, they will assume we burned everything. Sister Nuo went first up the ladder, her movements economical and silent. Tao Jen followed. Elder Feng gestured for Qian Cha to go before her. 51 breaths. Qian Cha gripped the rusted rung and pulled herself into the gap. The iron bit into her palms. The darkness above was absolute, and the ladder smelled of ancient soot and something metallic she did not want to name. She climbed. Behind her, she heard Elder Feng slide the wall panel back into place. The sound of clay grinding against clay. Then nothing but the rhythm of her own breathing and the scrape of her boots on iron. The flue narrowed. The walls pressed closer. Qian Cha's shoulders scraped stone on both sides. She kept climbing. Above her, a dim light began to resolve. Gray and diffuse. Not daylight, but the kind of light that filtered through layers of accumulated grime and neglect. The sealed furnace chamber. She reached a grate. Rusted. Bolted from the outside. She stopped. Sister Noor's voice came from above, barely a whisper. The bolt has ceased. I cannot turn it. Tao Jen's voice. Can you break it? Not silently. Qian Cha pressed her forehead against the cold iron. The unknown second-hand annotations burned against her ribs, and somewhere below, she heard it. The scrape of the trapdoor opening, the sound of boots dropping into the kiln chamber. 60 breaths had passed. Chapter 55. The iron ladder bit into Qian Cha's palms. Below, the scrape of boots against packed earth. Voices. The trapdoor had not muffled them enough. "Empty! The fire pit is cold!" "Check the walls. She said they were here," she said. Not Pan Tuan. One of his enforcers had spoken the words like a name. Sister Nuo's whisper came from above, barely audible through the rusted grate. "I cannot turn the bolt. It is seized from years of heat expansion." Qian Cha pressed her shoulder against the ladder and reached up. Her fingers found the grate's edge. Cold iron. A single bolt rusted into a solid mass of orange crust. No tool would turn it silently. Ta Zhen's breath came fast from somewhere to her left. "They will check the flue. Anyone who worked the old furnaces knows these passages exist." Elder Feng's voice, low and steady. "Then we do not wait here." "The grate is not the only exit." Qian Cha twisted her neck to look down. Elder Feng had not climbed behind her. She was still in the kiln chamber. "Elder Feng, I will seal the flue entrance from this side. You will find another way out." "There is no another way. There is always another way in a furnace hall built by people who wanted to move without being seen." Elder Feng's hand appeared in the gap, pressing something wrapped in oilcloth into Qian Cha's fingers. "The sealed furnace chamber has a waste chute that empties into the ravine. The grate at the bottom was never locked. Servants used it to dump residue after dark." "They will see me fall. Fall at night. Wait until dark." The voices below grew louder. "The back wall. There's a seam here." Elder Feng's hand withdrew. "Move, now." Qian Cha climbed. The ladder swayed under her weight, its rusted fixings groaning in the stone. She did not stop. She climbed until her head struck the grate, and she had to wedge herself against the flue wall to keep from falling. Sister Nuo's hand found hers in the dark. "We go down, not up. The grate is seized. The bolt is seized. The hinges are not." Sister Nuo pulled. The grate shuddered. A shriek of rusted metal, too loud in the confined space. Below, the voices stopped. Qian Cha threw her weight against the grate. It gave with a grinding scream, swinging inward on hinges that had not moved in years. She hauled herself through the opening and landed on stone floor, soot rising around her in a cloud. The sealed furnace chamber. She knew it by the smell. Old ash, trapped heat, the ghost of a fire that had not burned in years. The furnace loomed in the center, its door sealed with a crust of dried clay and spiritual residue. Sister Nuo landed beside her. Tao Zhen followed, landing hard and rolling to absorb the impacts. The grate hung open above them, a dark mouth in the ceiling. "Close it," Qian Cha said. Tao Zhen grabbed the edge and pulled. The grate swung back into place with a clang that echoed through the chamber. Silence. Then, from below, the sound of someone testing the flue entrance, a muffled curse, the scrape of stone being moved. They had sealed themselves in. Qian Cha pressed her palm against her tunic. The papers were still there. The revision sheets, the name list, the ingredient list with its dark green circle. Her mother's manual was buried beneath the kiln chamber floor. She did not know if she would ever see it again. "We need a waste chute," she said. Sister Nuo was already moving, her hand running along the far wall. "Here, behind the furnace." The chute was exactly where Elder Feng had promised. A rusted iron door set into the floor, its handle crusted with residue. Sister Nuo grabbed the handle and pulled. The door did not move. "Seized." Tao Zhen knelt beside her. Together. They pulled. The door groaned, shifted, then scraped open, revealing a dark shaft that dropped into nothing. Qian Cha looked down. She could not see the bottom. "The ravine is at least 100 feet below," Sister Nuo said. "The chute runs the full height of the sect grounds. There are intermediate openings, maintenance access. If we can reach the herb terrace level, we can exit through the drainage tunnels." "The drainage tunnels are how Quan's men moved the witness. Then we will know what they know." Qian Cha heard it then. Footsteps. Not from below, from outside the sealed furnace chamber. Multiple boots moving in the corridor beyond the door. She turned. The chamber had only one entrance, and it was about to open. "They found der de fung," Tao Zhen said. "Or she led them here intentionally." Sejunuo's voice carried no accusation, only calculation. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Qian Cha looked at the waste chute, the papers against her ribs, the rusted grate above, the door that would open in seconds. She made her choice. She grabbed the edge of the waste chute and swung her legs into the shaft. The darkness swallowed her. Sister Nuo followed. Tao Zhen pulled the chute door closed above them, plunging them into absolute black. They hung there, suspended in the void, as the sealed furnace chamber's door crashed open above. Voices muffled through the rusted iron. "Empty. The grate is open. They went up. Then seal the upper passages. No one leaves the sect grounds tonight." The voices faded. Footsteps retreated. The chamber fell silent. Qian Cha began to climb down. The chute was narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders. Rust flaked off the walls with every movement. The air grew colder as she descended. She lost count of the intermediate openings. Maintenance access, Sister Newell had called them. Dark rectangles that offered no light, only the promise of unknown corridors. She passed one, then another. At the third, she stopped. A voice, female, somewhere below. "They will not use the main gate. The enforcers are watching every entrance." Another voice, male. "Then they will need a different route." Qian Cha pressed herself against the chute wall. The voices grew clearer. "I know a way, but it costs." "Name your price." "Safe passage, for me and my cargo." The first voice again, familiar. Qian Cha placed it a heartbeat before the face formed in her mind. Lin Mireille. "The Ud caravans have stalled," Lin Mireille said, her voice carrying up the chute. "Outside buyers smelled weakness in Verdant Cauldron's claves. They are not accepting shipments until they see proof the sect still controls its own formulas. And if it does not, then the price of every pill refined here will drop. The sect will hemorrhage contracts. The elders will tear each other apart, blaming the collapse on whoever they can sacrifice." A pause. "The Imperial Medicine's office envoy is already climbing the range. He will reach the sect gate by morning." Qian Cha's fingers tightened on the rusted iron. Lin Mireille continued. "I came to offer a smuggling route, for the girl and the manual. I can move them through the eastern lowlands before the envoy arrives, but I need to know where she is now." The male voice answered. "She is trapped in the sealed furnace. Pan Chuan's men have every exit covered." "Then tell her where to find me. The lower herb terrace, the old drying shed. I will wait until midnight." Footsteps, moving away. The chute fell silent. Qian Cha hung in the darkness. The oilcloth packet Elder Feng had given her pressing against her ribs. The revision sheets, the name list, the ingredient list. Lin Mariah's offer echoed in her mind. A smuggling route, escape, survival. But the Imperial envoy was coming, and the envoy meant Ji-Wen Shou's warning had been true. 3 factions, converging. She started climbing down again, faster now. She reached the bottom of the chute, a grate exactly as Elder Feng had promised. Unlocked, she pushed it open and crawled out into the night air. The ravine was cold and silent. Stars above, the smell of damp stone and distant herbs. Sister Nuo emerged behind her. Tao Zhen last. They stood in the shadow of the sect's eastern wall, the vast bulk of the furnace halls rising above them, lights flickering in windows where enforcers searched. Lin Mireille was waiting at the lower herb terrace, but the envoy was already climbing the range, and somewhere in the darkness, Pan Chuan's men were still hunting. Qian Cha looked at Sister Nuo. "How long to reach the old drying shed?" 20 minutes, if we move fast and stay silent." "Then move." They began to run. Chapter 56. The first enforcer kicked in the sorting shed door before the echoes of the sect bells faded. He was young, gray-robed, with a torch that dripped resin onto the packed earth. Behind him, 3 more fanned out. They did not speak. They did not need to. The order had come from the head alchemist's own seal, and every man in the lower courtyards knew what that meant. The raid took the ash levels first. Pan Xuan's men moved through the herb-washing sheds with methodical violence. They overturned drying racks, emptied baskets of sorted leaves into the dirt, and kicked through the partitions where servants slept on packed straw. A woman who tried to shield a ledger was thrown against the wall. Her head cracked against the stone. She did not rise. The records went next. A bonfire was lit in the center of the ash yard. The flames caught quickly, fed by years of oil-soaked parchment, delivery receipts, furnace logs, and assignment rosters. The smoke climbed black and greasy into the night sky. A few servants watched from the shadows. Most had already fled into the tunnels or the upper terraces, anywhere the enforcers' torches did not reach. Pan Tuan stood at the edge of the fire, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the papers curl and blacken. He did not flinch when a senior archivist tried to protest. He simply nodded, and two enforcers dragged the man away. The confessions began before midnight. They dragged the first one from the Furnace 3 crew, a thin-faced boy with burned hands and eyes too wide for his skull. They made him kneel in the ash yard, facing the fire, and an enforcer read the charge from a prepared scroll. You are accused of aiding the fraudulent contestant Chen Guang, known as Qian Cha, in the poisoning of Furnace 15 and the attempted destruction of sect property. The boy shook his head. He tried to speak. The enforcer did not wait. Your cooperation will be noted. Your silence will be treated as admission. They gave him a written statement. It was already prepared. All he had to do was sign. He signed. The confession named Qian Cha as a planted fraud trained by Rong Yuan to infiltrate the trials and destabilize the sect from within. It claimed she had been paid by outside buyers to sabotage the Meridian calming pill formula, and that her trial victory was a deception orchestrated by the vanished pill saint to embarrass the elders and defraud the sect of its intellectual property. The boy read it aloud, his voice breaking on every other word. By the time he finished, the confession had spread to every courtyard, every dormitory, every furnace hall within earshot. The hunt began. Enforcers flooded the lower terraces. Torches bobbed between the drying sheds, the coal bins, the dead furnace stacks. Dogs were brought in from the kennels, lean animals with iron muzzles and yellow eyes. They sniffed at the ground where Qian Cha had passed, at the grate she had climbed through, at the ash her sandals had disturbed. Behind the main furnace hall, a secondary fire was lit. This one burned smaller, more deliberate, fed by ledgers and ingredient logs from the archived years. A clerk with shaking hands carried armloads of bound records from a side door and fed them into the flames. Each volume was checked against a list before it was thrown. Nothing went in that had not been marked for destruction. Pan Tuan watched this fire too. He did not speak. He did not need to. The message was written in every page that turned to ash. Anyone who had kept records of the trial assignments, the ingredient diversions, the furnace logs from the sealed years, would find those records gone by morning. Anyone who had witnessed the truth would find the witnesses silenced or turned. And anyone who had helped Qian Cha would find themselves standing before the fire next. The lower courtyards became a maze of screams and running feet. A fuel hauler was pulled from his bed and made to kneel beside the first confessor. He was older, with gray in his beard and a stoop in his back from years of carrying coal. They did not ask him questions. They simply placed a prepared statement before him and waited. He refused to sign. They broke his right hand. He still refused. They dragged him away toward the detention wing, his screams fading as the iron door slammed shut. The second confession came from a younger man, a porter from Furnace 7 who had carried ingredients for Qian Cha during the second trial round. He signed without being asked. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the brush. When they let him stand, he stumbled away into the darkness and did not look back. The ash yard was empty now. The fire still burned, but the watchers had dispersed. The enforcers had moved deeper into the sect grounds, following the trail of the waste chute, the open grate, the footprints leading toward the ravine. A single figure remained at the edge of the light, Ji Win Shou. He stood with his arms folded, his pale amber eyes fixed on the flames. He had not spoken since the raids began. He had not given any orders, countermanded any commands, or acknowledged the confessions being extracted in his sect's name. He simply watched. The fire crackled. A ledger spine split open, releasing a cloud of black ink that rose and scattered. Somewhere in the darkness, a dog barked. Another answered. The sound moved east, toward the ravine, toward the lower herb terrace, toward the old drying shed where a traveling herb broker waited past midnight for cargo she might never receive. Yuan turned and walked away. Behind him, the fire ate the last of the records. And on the lower herb terrace, Qian Cha heard the dogs. Chapter 57. The dogs were closer now. Qian Cha pressed herself against the old drying shed's wall, her breath shallow, her fingers curled around the oilcloth packet Elder Feng had given her. The bark came from the ravine edge, then from farther up the slope. 2 dogs, maybe 3. Sister Nuo grabbed her arm. This way. Not toward the shed, not toward the main path. Sister Nuo pulled her sideways, into a gap between 2 rotting timber supports where the ground fell away into a narrow trench choked with weeds and broken pottery. Qian Cha's sandals slipped on wet clay. Behind her, Tao Zhen followed without speaking, his breath ragged from the climb. The trench curved sharply, then opened into a low arch of crumbling brick half hidden by a fallen beam. Sister Nuo did not slow. She ducked under the beam, pushed against the brickwork with her shoulder, and a section of the wall swung inward on rusted iron hinges. Darkness, dry air, the smell of old soot and rat droppings. "Inside," Sister Nuo said. "Quickly!" Qian Cha crawled through the gap. The brick scraped her shoulders. Dao Zhen followed, and Sister Nuo pulled the false wall closed behind them, sealing the entrance. The dark was absolute. For a long moment, no one moved. The silence pressed in, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the distant, muffled bark of dogs above. "This flue connects to the old furnace beds," Sister Nuo said. Her voice was flat, practical, as if she were listing ration counts. "They sealed the entrances when the new furnace hall was built. No one remembers them anymore." Qian Cha's hand found the wall. Damp brick, cold. "How do you know about them?" "I worked here before I became steward." The words hung in the dark, carrying weight Qian Cha did not fully understand. Dao Zhen shifted. "The dogs, will they find the entrance?" Sister Nuo was silent for a moment. "The beam hides it, but if they bring torches close enough they might see the hinge marks." Then they had to move. Sister Nuo led. Her footsteps were certain in the dark, her hand brushing the wall without hesitation. Qian Cha followed by touch, one hand on the rough brick, the other clutching the oilcloth packet. Tao Zhen brought up the rear, his breathing steady but shallow. The flue tunnel narrowed, then widened, then split into 2 branches. Sister Nuo took the left without pausing. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The air grew colder. Qian Cha's shoulder brushed a cluster of old pipes, rusted and flaking. "Where does this come out?" "The old ash yard, below the sealed furnace." The sealed furnace, the chamber they had escaped through the waste chute, the chamber Quan's enforcers had already searched. "They already looked there," Tao Zhen said, echoing her thought. "They looked in the chamber," Sister Nuo corrected. "They did not look under it." The tunnel sloped downward. The brick became rougher, less finished, as if whoever had built this section had done so in haste. Qian Cha's outstretched hand touched a curve of stone. A kiln arch. They were passing under one of the old furnace beds. Sister Nuo stopped. "Here." Qian Cha heard her hands move against stone. A scrape, a grunt of effort. Then light, thin and gray, filtering through a crack no wider than a finger. Sister Nuo had pushed a loose brick aside. She pressed her eye to the crack, then pulled back. "Empty." They cleared the old ash yard. "We can cross to the eastern drainage, then circle back to the lower Erd trail." Qian Cha did not move. The light fell across Sister Nuo's face, catching the lines around her mouth, the gray in her hair. "You knew my mother." It was not a question. Sister Nuo's hand paused on the brick. She did not turn. "Yes. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were not ready to hear it." Qian Cha's chest tightened. "I saw her die." "No, you saw her body." Sister Newell lowered her hand. She still did not turn, but her voice changed, carrying something older than practicality. I saw her walk into the archive. I saw her walk out. She passed me in the ash yard. She looked at me. She nodded. And then she was gone. Qian Cha's throat closed. Sister Newell turned. In the thin light, her face was unreadable. I kept one thing from her, a servant child, a girl who was supposed to be assigned to furnace sanitation. I hid her name in the wrong column, and she was sent to the herb terraces instead. She lived. The words landed like ash. She never knew. Your mother. She never knew I saved one. Qian Cha's hand found the oilcloth packet. Crinkled. Sealed. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand. Sister Newell's voice was low, hard as furnace stone. I did not help you because of your mother. I helped you because I could not bear to see another body burned into the ash count. You were not special to me then. You were just another expendable child who might survive if someone looked away at the right moment. The silence stretched. But now, Sister Newell said, you are the one holding what they want to burn, and I will not let them burn it again. She pushed the brick aside. The gap widened, letting in gray light and the smell of cold ash. We need to move. Qian Cha followed. They crawled through the gap into the old ash yard. It was empty. The fire Quan had lit was distant now, its glow faint against the sky. They crossed quickly, keeping low. The eastern drainage ditch was a dark line at the edge of the yard. Sister Newell led them into it, the water cold against Qian Cha's ankles. The tunnel mouth closed behind them again, and in the darkness, the dogs barked once more. Closer now, much closer. Chapter 58. The drainage ditch narrowed as they moved deeper into the tunnel. Water soaked through Qian Cha's boots, cold and metallic. The oilcloth packet pressed against her ribs beneath her tunic, a weight she had not had time to examine since Elder Feng pressed it into her hands. The dogs barked again, closer. Sister Newell stopped at a bend where the ditch split into two channels. One continued straight, running beneath a grate. The other opened into a low arch, barely visible in the dark. In there, Tao Zhen's breath caught. That goes under the sealed furnace. Yes. Won't they look there? They already did. Sister Newell already had her hands on the arch's edge, pulling herself into the narrow passage. They looked in the chamber. They did not look inside the foundation. Qian Cha followed. The passage was barely wide enough for her shoulders. Old soot coated the walls, thick and dry, undisturbed for years. The air tasted of rust and dead fire. They crawled. The passage sloped upward, then it opened. They emerged into a space too small to stand in, a dead chamber shaped by the curve of a furnace base above them. The ceiling was low, the walls raw stone. A single crack let in a thread of gray light, just enough to see. The sealed furnace sat directly above them. They were inside its foundation. Sister Newell sat back against the wall. Her breathing was slow but ragged. We can rest here. The dogs will lose the scent at the ditch split. How do you know? Tao Zhen's voice was thin. Because I built this route. The words hung in the dark. Qian Cha turned. You built it? Not alone. The old furnace workers. We dug passages the sect never mapped. Escape routes, hiding holes, places to swim when the night shifts ran too long and the alchemists didn't care if we dropped dead. Sister Newell's voice was flat. This one leads to the sealed furnace's base. The heat from the chamber above keeps the stone warm. The dogs cannot track through warm stone. Qian Cha pressed her palm to the wall. It was warm, faint but unmistakable. She sat down. Her hand found the oilcloth packet. Elder Feng had given it to her in the Flue, just before sealing the entrance. Qian Cha had not opened it since. She had carried it through the waste chute, through the ravine, through the tunnels, past the dogs, past the fires, past everything. Now she peeled the wax seal. The oilcloth unfolded, revealing a stack of pages, thin, yellowed, covered in handwriting that made Qian Cha's chest seize. Her mother's hand. Not the manual, something else. Notes, diagrams, marginal corrections written in the same ink-waste shorthand Qian Cha had learned as a child. She angled the pages toward the crack of light. The first page was a list. 10 batches, 200 soldiers. Meridian calming pill, sect, standard formula. Beneath it, a column of symptoms. Spiritual tremor after 3rd dose, meridian ache after 7th blood spitting, in 5 subjects after 12th, then a single line in her mother's handwriting. Darker, pressed harder into the page. They knew. They tested. They buried the results. Qian Cha's throat closed. She turned the page. The next sheet held a diagram of the Meridian calming pill's condensation sequence, her mother's version, not the sect's. Notes in the margins described where the sect's accepted method deviated from the true formula. Each deviation was marked with a small, dark green dot. The same green as the seal on Ji Wenshou's document. The same green as the mark on Quan's sleeve. She kept reading. The 3rd page shifted to a different formula. A war medicine, large batch, designed for rapid cultivation recovery after battle. The characters were cramped, written fast, as if her mother had been racing against time. Batch formulation approved for Imperial contract. 700 doses per cycle, tested on 40 volunteers over 6 months. 31 reported no issues. 9 reported meridian erosion at the 100-dose mark. 3 died. Qian Cha's hand trembled. The sect classified the deaths as combat losses. The families were told their children fell in a border skirmish. No record of the trial was kept in the maid archive. Beneath that, her mother had written a single question. Who gave the order? The question was underlined 3 times. Qian Cha turned to the 4th page. It was a correction sequence. Her mother's handwriting again, precise, urgent. She had redesigned the condensation phase of the war medicine formula, altering the heat curve and binder timing to eliminate the toxic residue that caused meridian erosion. At the bottom of the page, this version removes the impurity, but it requires the sovereign condensation method to work. Without those pages, this correction is useless. The missing folios, the pages Ji Wenshou had cut from her mother's scroll, the pages Quan had been hunting, the pages that would determine whether the sect's cornerstone pill had been poisoning its own people for 11 years. Qian Cha pressed her forehead against the warm stone. Her mother had known. She had identified the flaw. She had created a fix, and someone had made sure the fix never reached anyone who mattered. The air in the chamber was still. She read the final page. It was a letter. Not notes, not diagrams. A letter, addressed to no one. I am running out of time. They will not let me test the correction. They will not let me speak the names. I am writing this so someone, anyone, will know what I found. The war medicine formula the sect delivers to the Empire causes meridian erosion and high-volume use. The corruption is not an accident. It was designed. Someone introduced the flaw deliberately so the ingredient supply chain would become dependent on a single source controlled by interests outside the sect. I proved it. And now they are coming for me. Qian Cha's vision blurred. She read the last sentence twice. If you are reading this, daughter, I am already dead. Do not burn this proof. Let them see it before they silence you too. The letter ended. No signature, no seal. Just the words pressed into paper 11 years ago. Qian Cha folded the pages carefully, slowly, as if they might crumble at the edges. She placed them back inside the oilcloth. She tucked the packet beneath her tunic, against her chest, where her mother's voice would rest against her heartbeat. Sister Nu watched her in the dim light. What did you find? Qian Cha's voice was raw. Proof that the sect's war medicine kills its own soldiers. The silence stretched. And the missing pages? Qian Cha looked at the crack of light above them, the sealed furnace, the chamber where Quan had searched and found nothing. The only thing that can prove it was deliberate. Tao Zhen shifted. His voice was barely audible. Then they will never let you reach the archive again. No. Qian Cha's hand pressed against the oilcloth. They will not let me reach anything. Outside, in the distance, the dogs barked once more. The sound was different now, slower, searching. They had lost the trail, but they had not stopped looking. Chapter 59. The dogs had stopped barking. Qian Cha sat with her back against the warm furnace stone, the oilcloth packet pressed against her ribs, counting the silence in heartbeats. 30, 40, 60. No enforcer voices, no scrape of boots on gravel above. Sister Nu crouched by the crack in the wall, One eye pressed to the slit of gray light. They are circling the eastern ditch. Someone called them off the sealed furnace line. Or redirected them, Tao Jun said. His voice was thin. Pan Chuan knows we came through the waste chute. He will have someone watching every exit by now. Qian Cha did not answer. Her mother's letter was still burning behind her eyes. Let them see it before they silence you too. A scrape came from the tunnel behind them. All three froze. Sister Nua's hand went to the brick she had loosened earlier. Tao Zhen's breath caught in his throat. Qian Cha's fingers found the edge of the oilcloth packet, ready to press it deeper into her tunic, ready to run, ready to... A figure dropped through the low arch. Not an enforcer, not Penchuan's men. Caihong. She wore no sect colors. Her robes were plain gray, travel-stained, the sleeves torn at the hem. Her dark hair was loose, unbound, falling past her shoulders in a way Qian Cha had never seen. In her right hand, she carried a curved fragment of black furnace stone, edge jagged, one surface still dark with residue. The two girls stared at each other across the narrow chamber. Sister Nuo moved to block. You do not belong here. I know. Caihong's voice was raw. Not arrogant, not sharp, just tired, scraped clean of everything that had once made her recognizable. I know I do not belong here. I know every enforcer in the sect is looking for her. I know Quan has a prepared statement for Dawn that will name Rong Yuan as a traitor and her as his weapon. She held up the furnace shard. I also know this core was tampered with by someone who understood furnace memory better than Quan's people do. I know, because I spent 6 hours reading the residue pattern after they expelled me. Qian Cha rose to her feet. The chamber was barely wide enough for 4 people to stand without touching. The warm stone pressed against her shoulders. The crack of light fell across Caihong's face, catching the hollows beneath her eyes, the chapped line of her lips, the way her jaw tightened when she spoke. You were expelled, Qian Cha said. Banished, stripped, erased. Caihong's mouth twisted. Your victory cost me everything. Do you understand that? The inner circle, the recognition, the only identity I had built since I was 9 years old, gone because you refused to stay in your place. Silence. Tao Zhen shifted. Sister Nuo's hand stayed on the brick. Qian Cha did not look away. I did not sabotage your furnace. I did not frame your attendant. I did not force Penchuan to wear a seal you had never seen. I know. The words came out flat, without anger. I know you did not. Caihong lowered the shard. I read the residue. I traced the tamper signature back to the night crew foreman who answers directly to Penchuan's senior apprentice. I found the delivery receipt for the ingredient bundle that was swapped into your furnace envelope. I followed the paper trail until it led to a locked cabinet in the inner archive that I was no longer allowed to enter. She laughed. A short, ugly sound. I was the one who was supposed to find the truth. I was his best disciple, and he sacrificed me to contain the damage. Qian Cha studied her. The furnace shard held like a weapon she had not yet decided to use. The face stripped raw, as the chapter goal had promised, stripped of everything that had once been polished and protected. Why are you here? Because I want to know one thing, Caihong's voice dropped. You had nothing. No lineage, no backing, no access. The trials were designed to crush people like you before they reached the 4th round. And yet you kept fighting. Even after the sabotage, even after the exposure, even after Quan's purge. Why? The question hung in the stale air. Qian Cha could feel the weight of the oilcloth against her chest, the letter, the diagrams, the proof that the sect's war medicine had killed soldiers and called it combat loss. She could feel the weight of her mother's voice speaking through the furnace cadence. Come. I kept fighting, she said slowly, because the alternative was letting them win. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Caihong stared at her. The furnace shard caught the gray light, edges sharp, surfaces dark. Then she moved. Sister Nuo tensed. Tao Zhen reached for something Qian Cha could not see, but Caihong did not attack. She crouched instead, placing the shard on the stone floor between them, and stepped back. Chuan ordered me to accuse Rong Yuan publicly at dawn, she said. He sent the message through the elder in pale green, the one with iron eyes who sat on my judgment panel. I am to stand before the assembly and swear that Rong Yuan confessed to me during his detention, that he admitted to corrupting you, that the sabotaged furnace was his design. She looked up. I am supposed to deliver this testimony at the hour of the dragon. If I refuse, the elder in pale green will announce that I attempted to flee my exile and have me executed on the spot. Qian Cha's hand pressed against the oilcloth. When did they tell you this? 2 hours ago. I came straight from the meeting. Sister Nuo's voice cut through the stillness. And you came here instead. To her. I came here, Caihong said, because I wanted to see her face before I decided whether to lie. The words landed like stones. Tao Zhen exhaled. Sister Nuo's hand finally dropped from the brick. Qian Cha looked at the furnace shot on the floor between them. The residue pattern was still visible, a dark spiral locked in the fired stone. Evidence, proof that someone had tampered with the core before the trial. Give me that shard, she said. Caihong did not move. Why? Because if you stand before the assembly and tell the truth about Pan Tran, you will need more than your word. You will need physical proof that the furnace was sabotaged by someone who knew the core better than a servant could. And you think you can read the residue pattern better than I did? I know I can. Caihong's jaw tightened. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Caihong stepped back from the shard. Take it. Qian Cha bent and picked up the fragment. The stone was still warm, carrying the memory of the fire that had nearly killed her. The residue spiraled inwards, dark and precise, holding a signature she did not yet recognize. She tucked it into her sleeve beside the oilcloth. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Caihong's voice was brittle. I have not decided what I will say at dawn. I came here to see whether you were worth betraying Pan Chuan for. I am still not certain. She turned toward the tunnel. Dawn is 3 hours away. If you have a plan, I suggest you make it fast. She disappeared into the dark. The chamber settled into silence. Sister Nuo's voice was low. Can you trust her? Qian Cha touched the shard through her sleeve. The residue pattern pressed against her fingertips like a question she had not yet learned to answer. No. Outside, in the distance, a rooster crowed. 3 hours until dawn. Chapter 60. The shard pressed against her palm, still carrying the memory of the fire that had nearly killed her. Qian Cha turned it over in the gray light. The residue spiral was unmistakable now that she held it directly. A forced thermal spike, seated at the core junction where even an experienced refiner would not think to check. The signature was precise, professional, someone who understood furnace geometry better than she did. Sister Nuo shifted in the dark. You cannot seriously be considering trusting her. I am not trusting her. Qian Cha tucked the shard into her sleeve beside the oilcloth. I am using her. That is the same thing. No. She met Sister Nuo's eyes. Trust means I believe she will stay. Using means I know she has nowhere else to go. Tao Zhen exhaled. 3 hours. What is the plan? Qian Cha looked at the tunnel where Caihong had vanished. The shard proves the sabotage. The copies I made in the kiln chamber prove Quan altered the formulas. Together, they tell a complete story. But I need someone to stand before the assembly and speak that story before the elder in pale green can announce the false testimony. Sister Nuo understood first. You want her to testify. I want her to have a reason to tell the truth instead of the lie she was ordered to deliver. She moved before she could talk herself out of it, following the tunnel where Caihong had disappeared. The path branched twice, narrow and damp, carrying the scent of old ash and standing water. She found Caihong stopped at a third junction, one hand pressed against the stone wall, shoulders curved inward like someone holding herself together by force. You came back, Caihong said without turning. I came to make you an offer. I already gave you the shard. Words are not enough to sway an assembly, but evidence is. Qian Cha reached into her sleeve. Not for the shard, for the folded copy of the revision sheets, the ones showing G1 show's annotations and the unknown second hand that had helped rewrite her mother's formula. Caihong turned at the sound of paper. What is that? Proof that Quan has been altering the sect's foundational formulas for years. The Meridian calming pill, the war medicine, the 7-ingredient stabilization base. All of them were deliberately modified to create ingredient dependency. And Quan's signature is on the revision order. Caihong stared at the pages. You are lying. I am offering you a choice. Qian Cha held out the copies. You can stand before the assembly at dawn and deliver the false testimony Quan ordered. I will be executed by midday. Rong Yuan will be sealed away, and you will spend the rest of your exile knowing you helped the man who framed you silence the only people who could prove the truth. She paused. Or you can take these pages, stand before the same assembly, and tell them what you found. The timepad core, the delivery receipt, the formula revisions. You will still be exiled. But you will leave as someone who spoke the truth, not as someone who lied to save her own skin. Caihong's hand trembled as she took the pages. Why would you give me this? You do not trust me. No. Then why? Qian Cha looked at her. Because you asked me why I kept fighting. That question cost you something to ask. It cost you the comfort of believing I was simply a fraud who got lucky. And anyone willing to pay that price deserves the chance to choose what they stand for. The silence stretched. Caihong's voice dropped to a near whisper. Does talent mean anything in a house built on stolen names? The question landed somewhere deep in Qian Cha's chest, someplace she had not allowed herself to touch since she first read her mother's letter. Yes, she said. It means everything. Because stolen names can be reclaimed, but talent cannot be faked forever. The furnace always knows. Caihong looked at the pages in her hands. The gray light caught the edges of her unbound hair. If I do this, I will never be able to return to the sect. Even if Pan Chuan falls, his allies will remember that I turned against him. I will be hunted. I know I will be alone. You will be free. Caihong's jaw tightened. Then she folded the pages and pressed them into her sleeve. The elder in pale green will announce the assembly at the hour of the dragon. If I do not appear, she will send enforcers to find me. I will have one chance to speak before she can silence me. She looked up. Do not make me waste it. She turned and disappeared into the dark. Qian Cha stood at the junction, the shard heavy against her ribs, the oilcloth warm against her chest. The weight of what she had just done settled over her like a second skin. Sister Nuo's voice came from behind her. You gave her the copies. Yes. Those were the only complete record we had. Yes. What happens if she uses them as leverage against you instead? Qian Cha touched the shard through her sleeve. Then we have no plan. We have the shard, and we have the truth. Tao Zhen's voice was thin. What happens when the truth is not enough? She had no answer. Outside, the rooster crowed again. Closer now. 2 hours until dawn. And somewhere in the tunnels beneath the sect, a fallen disciple was carrying pages that could burn everything to the ground or seal back into silence. Qian Cha started walking. The shard's residue pattern pressed against her fingertips like a second heartbeat. She would read it. She would understand it. And when the hour of the dragon came, she would stand before the assembly with or without Caihong at her side. The furnace had taught her long ago that waiting for certainty was the same as surrender. She had stopped surrendering the moment she sang her mother's song. Above her, through the stone, she heard the faint murmur of voices. Not enforcers, not dogs. A different sound, a different rhythm. She stopped. Sister Nuo caught her sleeve. What is it? Qian Cha pressed her ear to the damp wall. The voices were coming from the sealed furnace chamber above, the same chamber they had escaped through. But the grate had been closed, and someone was opening it. Chapter 61. The hour of the dragon arrived with mist curled around the furnace halls like a held breath. Qian Cha pressed her ear to the stone until the voices above faded into silence. Not enforcers, not dogs. Someone had opened the grate, looked down into the sealed chamber, and closed it again without a word. Sister Nuo pulled her arm. "We cannot stay." They moved deeper into the drainage tunnel, the shard cold against Qian Cha's ribs, the oilcloth warm against her chest. The water rose to her calves, then her knees, then receded as the tunnel sloped upward. Gray light bled through a crack in the stone ceiling. Dao Zhen stopped first. "Listen." Above them, through the crack, a voice carried, thin, formal, the voice of someone reading a proclamation. The final trial invalid due to fraudulent participation. The accused, Chen Guang, revealed as Qian Cha, daughter of the disgraced Qian Liwei, conspired with the fugitive Rong Yuan to infiltrate the Verdant Cauldron sect. Sister Nuo's face went still. "The assembly," she whispered. "He started early?" Qian Cha climbed toward the crack. The stone was wet, the handholds slick, but she found purchase and pulled herself up until she could see through the gap. The main courtyard stretched below her, packed with disciples, servants, and elders. At the center, a raised platform. Panchuan stood on it, arms folded, his dark green seal catching the first true light of dawn. The elder in pale green sat at his right, iron eyes fixed on the crowd. And at the edge of the platform, bound and kneeling, was Rong Yuan. His hands were chained behind him. His one good eye was swollen half shut. Blood had dried in the creases of his face. He was not looking at the crowd. He was looking at the ground, breathing in a rhythm Qian Cha recognized. 3 counts in. Pause. 1 count out. The ash breath cadence, the one he had taught her in the sorting shed when she was 14 and could not hold a furnace steady. He was still practicing, even now. The reader's voice sharpened. "The fallen disciple Mo Caihong has provided written testimony confirming the conspiracy. The sentence is binding. Rong Yuan shall be sealed in the lower detention vault for life. Qian Cha shall be declared enemy of the sect, stripped of title, and executed on sight." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Not shock, not protest. The sound of people absorbing a thing they had already expected. Qian Cha's hand tightened on the stone. "They are not even letting her speak," Tao Zhen said from below. "Mo Caihong, they are announcing her testimony before she can give it." Sister Nua's voice was flat. "They already decided it. The assembly is theater." Qian Cha watched Panchuan step forward. He raised his hand, and the murmuring stopped. "The sect has been poisoned," he said. "From within, by those who pretended loyalty while working to tear down everything we built. The Qian lineage was struck from our records for good reason. The woman who called herself Qian Liwei stole from this sect's founders. She passed her corruption to her daughter. And the man known as Rong Yuan, the so-called pill saint, was the architect of the theft." He paused. "The evidence is complete. The testimony is sworn. Unless someone present can produce material proof that contradicts the record, the sentence stands." Silence. The courtyard held still. Qian Cha measured the distance from the crack in the stone to the platform. Too far. Even if she dropped into the crowd, she would never reach Rong Yuan before the enforcers took her. The shard in her sleeve carried proof, but proof meant nothing if she could not speak it. She waited for Mo Caihong. No one stepped forward. The elder in pale green rose. "The assembly is concluded. Take the prisoner to the vault." The enforcers moved toward Rong Yuan, and then a voice cut across the courtyard. "I invoke formal challenge under sect accounting law, Title 37, Clause 4. Every head turned. Tao Jian stood at the edge of the crowd, drenched to the waist, water pooling at his feet. His voice shook only slightly. "I hold copied ledgers from the sealed furnace years, cross-referenced against the trial ingredient logs and the revision orders bearing head alchemist Pan Quan's signature. I demand a financial audit of the formula modification contracts before any sentence is carried out." Pan Quan's face did not change, but the elder in pale green turned her iron eyes toward Dao Zhen with the slow precision of someone who had just identified a loose thread. "You are an outer disciple," she said. "I am an outer disciple with a legal right to challenge any sentence that relies on disputed ingredient records," Dao Zhen said, his voice steadied. "The law does not require rank for truth. It requires evidence." He lifted a scroll case above his head. And I have evidence. The crowd rippled again, different this time, uncertainty. Qian Cha watched Quan's hand move toward his sleeve, toward the dark green seal. The elder in pale green smiled. Then present it, she said. Here, now, before the entire assembly. She gestured to the platform. Come forward, outer disciple. Let us see what you have found. Dao Zhen did not move. The elder's smile widened. Unless your evidence is not what you claim. The silence stretched, and somewhere behind her, Qian Cha heard it again. The grate, above the sealed chamber. Opening. This time, footsteps followed. Chapter 62. The footsteps came closer. Qian Cha pressed her palm flat against the stone. The grate above the sealed chamber had been opened. Someone was descending through the same tunnel she had climbed out of hours ago. Not slowly, not carefully. Whoever it was knew the route. She turned back to the crack. Tao Zhen still stood at the edge of the crowd, scroll case raised. The elder in pale green had not stopped smiling. I am waiting, outer disciple, she said. You invoked the law. Now produce your evidence. Tao Zhen's hand trembled, just slightly. Only someone watching for it would see. Qian Cha measured the distance again. Too far. Still too far. Sister No's voice came from below. If he opens that scroll case and the ledgers are not what he claims, the elder will have him seized for false accusation. He knows, Qian Cha said. Then why is he still standing there? Because he is the only one who stepped forward. The silence stretched. The crowd watched Tao Zhen. The enforcers watched the crowd. And above them all, Ji Wenshou stood at the edge of the elder's gallery, pale amber eyes fixed on the outer disciple with the scroll case. He did not speak. He did not signal. He simply watched. Tao Zhen opened the case. The crowd leaned forward. Even the enforcers shifted. But before he could lift the first page, a voice called from the back of the courtyard. I have testimony. Every head turned. A woman stood at the edge of the crowd, gray robes, soot on her hands, a fuel hauler's burn on her forearm. She stepped forward. I worked Furnace 9 during the sealed years, she said. I saw the ingredient bundles come in stamped with approval seals that should not have been there. I saw ledgers removed from the archive after midnight. I signed my name to logs that listed twice the herbs I actually received. She walked toward the platform. The crowd parted for her like water around a stone. I kept copies. She lifted a folded packet from beneath her robe. Papers yellowed at the edges. The elder in pale green's smile hardened. Quan raised his hand. This testimony has not been verified. The court does not accept unsolicited. The court accepts any evidence presented under formal challenge. Tao Zhen cut in. His voice rang clearer now. Title 37, Clause 4, Subsection 2. The law does not permit the presiding alchemist to filter witness testimony during an invoked audit. Pantuan's jaw tightened. The fuel hauler reached the platform. She placed her packet beside Tao Zhen's scroll case. There are 12 more witnesses waiting, she said. They came when they heard the challenge. The crowd stirred. A murmur rose, not of protest, but of acknowledgement, the sound of people confirming something they already knew. From the back of the courtyard, another servant stepped forward. Then another. Then a cluster of 3. Herb washers, furnace porters, a woman with a missing finger who had once sorted trial ingredients. They carried papers, ledger pages, ration tallies, delivery receipts. They carried names. Ji Wenshou moved. He descended from the elder's gallery with the slow precision of a man who did not want to rush, but could not afford to wait. The crowd hushed as he passed. His robes brushed the stone like a whisper. He stopped at the edge of the platform. This is an irregular proceeding, he said. His voice was calm, measured. The voice of a man who had spent decades learning how to sound reasonable while shutting doors. The court recognizes the legal validity of the challenge, but we cannot allow an uncontrolled flood of unverified documentation to delay the sexed judgment indefinitely. He looked at the servants. You may submit your evidence to the enforcement hall for review. It will be examined in due course. No one moved. The fuel hauler did not lower her packet. "With respect, Grand Elder," she said, "we have seen what happens to evidence submitted to the enforcement hall." She did not look at Quan. She did not need to. The silence that followed was heavier than any scream. Ji Wenshou's face remained unchanged, but Qian Cha saw something shift in his posture, a tension that had not been there a moment before. He was counting the witnesses, counting the papers, counting the silent faces in the crowd that had turned toward him and not away. "The enforcement hall operates under my authority," he said. "Your evidence will be safe." The fuel hauler did not answer. Behind her, the servant with the missing finger spoke. "I saw head alchemist Quan's senior apprentice open a sealed furnace chamber 3 nights before the trial. He carried a bundle of herbs wrapped in the same cloth we use for disposal bundles." He did not log the entry. Quan's hand moved toward his sleeve again. Ji Wenshou did not look at him. "These matters can be addressed through proper channels," Ji Wenshou said. "The challenge has been noted. The evidence will be catalogued. But this assembly was called to pronounce sentence, not to conduct a full investigation." "Then call a full investigation," Tao Jun said. The words hung in the air. Ji Wenshou turned to face him fully. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, from the crack in the stone, Qian Cha heard the footsteps stop, directly behind her. She turned. A figure stood at the tunnel's mouth, covered in ash, breathing hard. Elder Feng. She was alive. Chapter 63. Shen Koru stepped out of the enforcement alcove. He carried a scroll case, not the one Dao Zhen had opened, a different one, older. The leather binding was cracked at the edges, and the seal on its clasp bore the enforcement hall stamp, not the archives. He walked past the fuel hauler, past the servant with the missing finger, past the 12 witnesses who had come forward with their yellowed papers and their burned hands and their silent, steady faces. He stopped at the platform's edge, facing Chuan. "I have the custody logs from Furnace 9, Furnace 12, and Furnace 15, he said, covering the past 3 trial cycles. The entries show who accessed each furnace, when, and under whose authority." Chuan's hand moved toward his sleeve. "The logs also show," Shen Koru continued, "that 5 entries in the sealed furnace chamber record were signed by a foreman who died 8 months before the dates listed, and that 3 restricted archive accesses were logged under a procedure number that does not exist in the sect's current code." He unrolled the scroll. The paper crackled in the silence. "I have cross-referenced these entries against the duty rosters, the ingredient delivery receipts, and the witness testimony already submitted to this court. The signatures do not match the men whose names are written. The dates do not match the shifts that were worked. And the seals." He lifted the scroll. "The seals were stamped using a die that does not belong to the sect." The crowd murmured. Not loud, not hostile. The sound of air leaving a room that had been holding its breath. Pantron's face was stone. "You are suggesting," he said, "that someone in this sect has been falsifying custody records and forging seals." "I am not suggesting," Shen Koru said. "I am presenting evidence. The court may draw its own conclusions." Ji Wenshou stood motionless at the edge of the platform. His eyes moved from Shen Koru to Quan to the crowd, measuring every shift in the balance. The elder in pale green did not smile anymore. Elder Feng's hand closed around Qian Cha's wrist. "He is buying time," she breathed. "Shen Koru knows the evidence will not be enough alone. Quan has already prepared his counter." Qian Cha turned to face her. "How did you survive the flu?" "Later." Elder Feng's eyes were dark with urgency. "I sealed it from the inside. There is a second exit the enforcers do not know about. I crawled through the old maintenance shaft, but I did not come here to tell you that." She reached into her robe. Her hand came out holding a folded scrap of paper. It was stained with something dark. Oil. Blood. Qian Cha could not tell. "What is that?" "The name of the second alchemist," Elder Feng said, "the one who helped Ji Wenshou rewrite your mother's formulas. I found it in Quen's private ledger, hidden in a hollow brick behind the archive's eastern wall, the night before he arrested me." She pressed the paper into Qian Cha's hand. "Do not read it here. Keep it until you need it." Qian Cha folded the paper into her sleeve without looking at it. Above them, the assembly shifted. Quan raised his hand. "The court has heard enough speculation," he said. "Custody logs can be misread, signatures can be misidentified. But there is one piece of evidence that cannot be disputed." He turned. He gestured to the elder in pale green. She reached into her robe and produced a leather-bound bundle. Qian Cha recognized it instantly. The missing folios, the sovereign condensation method, the pages Yuan had cut from her mother's manual 11 years ago. "These pages were recovered from the sealed furnace chamber this morning," Pantron said, "hidden inside an oilcloth packet beneath a loose stone. They contain alchemical formulas that do not match any recorded method in the sect's archives." He held the bundle up. "They match the method used by Qian Cha during the final trial, the method she claims was stolen from her mother." The crowd went still. Pantron's voice was calm now, controlled, the voice of a man who had saved his best move for the end. "If these pages are genuine, then Qian Cha did not inherit her mother's knowledge through legitimate trading. She recovered these pages from the sealed archives, studied them in secret, and used them to impersonate a lineage that was never hers to claim." He looked directly at the crack in the stone where Qian Cha was hiding. "She is not the heir of a stolen legacy. She is the thief." The silence that followed was absolute. Jian Wenshu's face did not change, but Qian Cha saw his hand tighten at his side. Elder Feng's breath slowed. "He is lying," she whispered. "Those pages were never in the sealed furnace chamber. I searched it myself after you escaped. There was nothing there." "Then where did he get them?" Qian Cha said. Elder Feng did not answer. The elder in pale green stepped forward. "These pages will be examined by the sect's senior alchemists," she said. "Their authenticity will be verified, but the fact that they exist and that they were hidden in a location connected to Qian Cha's escape route casts doubt on every claim she has made." Shen Koru did not lower his scroll. "The custody logs and witness testimony cast equal doubt on the head alchemist's claims," he said. "The court cannot accept one piece of evidence while dismissing the other." Pantron smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. "Then let the court decide," he said. "Let every piece of evidence be weighed. Let every witness be heard, and let the truth emerge." He turned to face the crowd. "I have nothing to hide." The fuel hauler did not move. The servant with the missing finger did not flinch. But Qian Cha saw the shift, felt it in the air, in the way the murmuring changed from righteous anger to uncertain calculation. Pantwan had not denied the custody logs. He had not denied the forged seals. He had produced something older, something that smelled of truth because it was truth, the stolen pages of her mother's work, and he had wrapped that truth in lies and presented it as his own. From the tunnel mouth, Qian Cha watched. She had the shard. She had her mother's notes. She had 12 witnesses and a broken custody record. And Pantwan had the missing folios. He held them up again. "The court will now adjourn for review," the elder in Pelbgreed announced. "All evidence will be catalogued. All witnesses will be summoned. Judgment will be pronounced at dusk." The crowd began to stir. Qian Cha did not move. She looked at the folios in Pantron's hand, and she saw something the crowd had missed. The bundle was too clean. The oilcloth packet Elder Feng had given her had been stained with ash and furnace residue, years of grime pressed into the fabric. The bundle Pantron held was clean. The leather binding was unmarked. The pages did not have the curled edges of documents stored in a damp furnace chamber. He had not found the folios. He had been holding them the entire time. Elder Feng saw it too. "He kept them," she breathed. "He has had them since the night Ji Wenshu cut them from the manual." Qian Cha's hand moved to her sleeve, to the shard, to her mother's letter, to the folded paper Elder Feng had just given her. She did not know how to prove the folios were staged, but she knew one thing. If Quan had possessed the sovereign condensation method this entire time, then every formula he had ever refined, every pill the sect had ever credited to his name, was built on stolen knowledge, and she had witnesses who could prove it. She turned to Elder Feng. "Can you reach the platform before the elder in pale green adjourns the court?" Elder Feng's eyes narrowed. "If I move now, they will see me." "Then let them see you." Qian Cha stepped out of the crack. The crowd did not notice her at first. They were too focused on Quan, on the Folios, on the elder in pale green raising her hand to signal the end. But the fuel hauler saw her. The servant with the missing finger saw her. Dao Zhen saw her. And then Ji Wenshou turned. His pale amber eyes met hers across the courtyard. For one breath, nothing moved. Then Qian Cha raised her voice. "The Folios are staged." The crowd turned. Quan's hand froze mid-gesture. "He has been holding them for 11 years, Qian Cha said. "He kept them the night Ji Wenshou cut them from my mother's manual. He never found them in the furnace chamber. He never lost them at all." She stepped forward. "And I can prove it." The elder in pale green smile returned. "Then present your proof," she said. The crowd parted, and Qian Cha walked toward the platform with nothing but ash on her hands and her mother's letter against her chest. Chapter 64. The crowd held its breath. Qian Cha walked through the gap they made for her, each step carrying the weight of 11 years, of ash and hunger, of a name she had buried so deep even she sometimes forgot the sound of it spoken aloud. Chuan watched her approach. The folios were still in his hand. "You claim these are staged," he said. "You claim I have held them for 11 years, and yet you offer no evidence beyond the word of a woman who should be dead." He looked past her, toward the crack where Elder Feng still waited. "The court does not accept accusation as proof." Qian Cha stopped at the base of the platform. The elder in pale green stood at the edge, iron eyes tracking every motion. Ji Wenshou had not moved from his position near the elder's gallery. His face was unreadable, but his hand had come to rest on the dark green mark at the base of his throat, a protective gesture, or a waiting one. Qian Cha reached into her sleeve and pulled out the shard. The curved piece of furnace core caught the morning light, the residue pattern still visible along the fracture line. She held it up. "This is proof." The fuel hauler stirred. The servant with the missing finger leaned forward. "This shard came from Furnace 15, Qian Cha said. "The tempered core that nearly killed me. The pattern shows a forced thermal spike seated at the junction. Professional work." She turned to face the elder in pale green. "I can read the residue pattern better than anyone in this court, and I can show you exactly how it was done." The elder's smile did not waver. "A shard proves sabotage," she said. "It does not prove who planted it or who ordered it planted." "No," Qian Cha agreed. "But the custody logs Shen Koru presented prove the seals were forged. The witnesses prove Pan Quinn's senior apprentice opened a sealed chamber 3 nights before the trial, and the folios prove Pan Quinn has had my mother's stolen work for 11 years. She turned to face the full assembly. "I will prove it here, now, in front of everyone." The elder in pale green raised an eyebrow. "How?" Qian Cha's hand moved to her sleeve again. She pulled out the folded paper Elder Feng had given her, the name of the second alchemist still unread, and pressed it against her palm. Then she looked up at Ji Wenshou. "Grant me a furnace," she said. "Let me refine the corrected Meridian calming pill using my mother's notes and Penquen's folios. Let the court watch every step. Let them see the difference between what the sect sells as truth and what the Qian lineage actually created." The silence that followed was not empty. It was layered with held breath, with the rustle of robes shifting, with the scrape of a sandal on stone as someone in the crowd took a step forward. Ji Wenshou's pale amber eyes met hers. "You are asking to refine the sect cornerstone formula in open court," he said, "using methods that would indict every alchemist who has ever taught it. I am asking to prove the truth. And if you fail?" Qian Cha did not look away. "Then I die, and the folios remain staged evidence, and Chuan keeps his position, and the sect continues refining poison while calling it medicine." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Chuan's face tightened. "This is a trick," he said. "She is buying time. She has no intention of refining anything. She is waiting for the imperial envoy to arrive and witness confusion, hoping to present her lies as truth before. The imperial envoy has reached the outer gate." The voice came from the edge of the courtyard. A runner in messenger gray stood at the entrance, breath heavy, dust on his robes. The Imperial Medicine's envoy will enter the sect within 30 breaths. Yuan Shou's hand dropped from his throat. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he turned to face Qian Cha. You understand what you are asking. I understand what I am risking. If the pill succeeds, you indict every elder who signed the revision, every disciple who taught the current method, every faction that built its reputation on your mother's stolen work. Yes. And if it fails, the envoy sees a fraud executed for blasphemy against the sect's sacred formulas. Qian Cha felt the weight of her mother's letter against her chest, felt the ash still ground into her hands, felt the shape of her mother's furnace song living in her throat, waiting to be sung aloud. I know. Yuan Shou looked at Pan Chuan, looked at the elder in pale green, looked at the fuel hauler, at the servant with the missing finger, at the 12 witnesses who had stepped forward and refused to step back. Then he looked at Qian Cha. You will have the furnace at the center of the court, he said. You will have 30 minutes. You will have the ingredients you request, nothing more, nothing less. And every person in this assembly will watch. He paused. If your mother's method is true, the sect will answer for its theft, and if it is not, you will answer for your deception. Qian Cha did not thank him. She turned toward the sealed furnace envelope at the center of the courtyard, the same black envelope that had held her mother's trial, the same fire that had nearly killed her. The fuel hauler stepped forward. I will carry the ingredients. The servant with the missing finger moved to the side of the furnace platform. I will log the steps. Ao Zhen rolled his scroll case and tucked it under his arm. I will witness. Shen Koru did not speak, but he moved to stand at the edge of the platform, his hand resting on the enforcement hall token at his belt, his eyes fixed on Pan Chuan. The messenger at the gate cleared his throat. The Imperial envoy will enter in 10 breaths. Qian Cha climbed onto the furnace platform. The black metal was cold beneath her hands. She turned to face the assembly. To face Pan Chuan, who still held her mother's stolen pages. To face Yuan Shou, who had buried the truth for 11 years. To face the elder in pale green whose iron eyes had not stopped watching. And she spoke, not to them, to the furnace. You remember me. The black metal did not answer, but the ash inside it stirred. The envoy crossed the gate. Chapter 65. The Imperial envoy crossed the gate in a ripple of bowed heads and shuffled feet. Qian Cha did not turn to watch. She had 30 minutes. She had a furnace that remembered her. She had her mother's notes folded against her chest and an unread name in her sleeve, and a court full of enemies breathing close enough to smell the herbs before they touched the flame. The envoy's robes were the color of dried blood. A woman in her 50s, lean as a blade, with a medicine seal hanging from her neck on a silver chain. She stopped at the edge of the courtyard, looked at the furnace envelope, looked at Pan Chuan's white-knuckled grip on the folio bundle, looked at Yuan Shou, who had not moved from the elder's gallery. Then she folded her hands and waited. The messenger who had announced her stepped back into the crowd. Silence. Qian Cha turned her back on all of them. The furnace envelope rose around her, black metal walls that cut the courtyard into inside and outside. The vibration she had felt at her first touch was stronger now, a low thrum that traveled through her palms and upper arms and settled in her chest like a second heartbeat. She placed the shard on the platform beside her, placed Elder Fang's paper beside it, still folded, still unread, placed her mother's notes where the light from the furnace grate could touch them. The ingredients had been laid out on a side table by the fuel hauler's trembling hands. Silverleaf, frost moss, bitter bark, 2 binders. The same set Pan Quan had forced on her during the sealed furnace trial. The same combination designed to fail without the Qian lineage sequence. Behind her, someone cleared their throat. She looked up. A junior enforcer was leading Rong Yuan toward the edge of the platform, chains dragging across the stone. His face was swollen. His good eye was nearly shut. But he walked upright, and when he reached the platform's edge, he stopped. The pill saint may advise, Yuan Shou said from the gallery, if the refiner requests it. Qian Cha met Rong Yuan's eye. She did not request it. Not yet. She turned back to the furnace and laid her hands flat on the black metal. The thrum rose through her fingers, pulsing in time with the ash breath cadence he had taught her. 3 counts in, pause, 1 count out. The ash inside the grate shimmered. "What is your name?" The voice came from behind her, low, calibrated, female. The Imperial envoy had not moved from her position at the edge of the courtyard, but her head was tilted, and her eyes had not left Qian Cha's back. "Before this court," the envoy said. "What is your name?" The courtyard held its breath. Qian Cha's tongue touched the roof of her mouth. She could say Qian Guang, she could say Qian Cha, she could say nothing and let the ashes speak for her. The envoy had not asked the sect. She had asked the refiner, directly, by the laws of Imperial Medicine's examination, and anything but the truth would be a lie sworn before a witness whose authority outranked every elder in the courtyard. "Qian Cha," she said. The envoy's expression did not change. But behind her, in the crowd, someone drew a sharp breath. "Daughter of whom?" "Daughter of Qian Liwei, of the Qian lineage, whose formulas the Verdant Cauldron sect has sold as its own for 11 years. The murmur that followed was not quiet. It broke across the courtyard in overlapping waves, disciples turning to each other, elders shifting in their seats, the pale green elder's iron eyes narrowing to slits. Pan Chuan took a step forward. Yuan Shou's hand rose, and the sound stopped. "Proceed," the envoy said. "Not to the sect, to Qian Cha." She turned back to the furnace. The ingredients sat in their neat rows: silverleaf, frost moss, bitterbark, 2 binders. The same trap that had nearly killed her in the sealed furnace trial, but this time she knew exactly where the teeth were buried. She reached for the silverleaf. The ash inside the grate flared. She crushed the silverleaf in her palm, not grinding it fine the way the sect's method taught, but breaking it along the vein lines the way her mother's notes described. The leaves cracked in sequence, each fracture releasing a sharper, greener scent than the sect's version ever produced. Behind her, someone coughed. She did not look up. She fed the broken silver leaf into the furnace mouth, and the ash caught it without flame, absorbing the fragments into its glow. The thrum in the metal deepened. She reached for the frost moss, stripped the outer layer, the part the sect's method kept, and discarded it, rubbed the inner core between her fingertips until it softened to a pale, damp powder. "I need a witness," she said. Shen Koru stepped forward. "Count the binders," she said. "The sect's method adds the first binder after the frost moss set. I am adding the second binder before the frost moss enters the furnace. Mark the time." He pulled a slip of charcoal from his sleeve and began writing on the edge of his enforcement hall token. The fuel hauler fed the frost moss powder into the grate. The ash turned gray, then silver, then pale as bone. Pan Quan's voice cut across the courtyard. "You are contaminating the sequence," he said. "The second binder before frost moss will destabilize the condensation phase. Every child in the outer ranks knows this." "Every child in the outer ranks," Qian Cha said, "has been taught a formula designed to trap heat in the Meridian and cause slow erosion after 100 doses." She did not turn around. She reached for the first binder. The furnace breathed with her. 3 counts in, pause, 1 count out. She added the binder in a single pour, the motion so smooth it looked rehearsed, and the ash in the grate surged upward in a column of pale gold light. The heat that washed over her face was soft. It did not burn. It tasted like the air in her mother's refining room 11 years ago, before the sect took everything. She reached for the bitter bark. The fuel hauler's hands were steady now. The servant with the missing finger was marking time on the platform edge. Tao Zhen had unrolled his scroll case and was cross-referencing the ingredients against the copies he had saved. Rong Yuan was not speaking, but his chest was rising and falling in the 3-count cadence, and his swollen eye was fixed on her hands. She crushed the bitter bark between her palms. The powder fell into the grate. The ash went dark. The thrum stopped. For 3 full breaths, the furnace was silent. Then the vibration returned, stronger than before, and the ash in the grate began to spiral upward in a tight funnel. The gold light at its center was not flame. It was condensation. It was the sovereign transition that every sect alchemist had failed to produce for 11 years. the missing steck that turned a mediocre pill into a clean cure. "The envoy is watching," Quan said. His voice had lost its edge. It was flat. "I know," Qian Cha said. She reached for the second binder. The elder in pale green stood up from her seat. "That is not the approved sequence," she said. "It is the correct one," Qian Cha answered. She poured the second binder into the spiral. The ash caught it. The gold light flared, and the fragrance that rose from the grate was nothing like the sect's Meridian calming pill. It was deeper, cleaner. It carried notes of pine and stone and snowmelt, the smell of a mountain that had never been mined. Someone in the crowd gasped. The envoy took a step forward. The spiral tightened, condensed, and a single pill dropped onto the platform. Qian Cha caught it. It was warm in her palm, pale gold, perfectly round. It did not shatter when she held it to the light. It did not crack at the edges. She held it up before the assembly. "This," she said, "is what the sect's cornerstone formula was supposed to be." The envoy extended her hand. "Let me see it." Qian Cha walked to the edge of the platform and placed the pill in the envoy's palm. The envoy held it to the light, turned it, raised it to her nose, drew a long, slow breath. Then she looked at Quan. "Where," she said, "is your version of this pill?" The silence that followed was absolute. Quan's hand moved toward his sleeve, where the dark green seal sat against his wrist. His face was a mask of controlled fury, but his fingers were shaking. "I have not been permitted to refine today," he said. "You are the head alchemist of this sect," the envoy said. "You hold the original formula in your hands. Refine it now on the same furnace, with the same ingredients, and show this court which version is true." Quan did not move. The elder in pale green looked at him. Wenshou looked at him. Every person in the courtyard looked at him. And Quan's hand, still moving, still trembling, rose from his sleeve with a single sheet of parchment between his fingers. It was not a formula. It was the name Qian Cha had not read. Quan held it up, and the courtyard went still. Chapter 66. The parchment trembled in Quan's hand. The name faced the assembly. Qian Cha could not read it from the platform. She did not need to. The way the elder in pale green went still, the way Wenshou's amber eyes narrowed, told her everything. The name mattered, but the pill in the envoy's palm mattered more. "If the head alchemist cannot refine," Qian Cha said, "perhaps someone else can demonstrate the sect's approved method." Quan's fingers tightened on the parchment. "You think one successful batch erases 11 years of production? I think 11 years of production has been poisoning every soldier, every servant, every disciple who took the Meridian calming pill for recovery." Qian Cha turned to face the assembly. "The sect's method traps residual heat in the condensation phase, not enough to notice in a single dose, not enough to kill. But over 50 doses, the Meridian begins to ache. Over 100, the channels erode." She looked at the gray-haired judge with the broken nose. "How many long-term users has the infirmary treated for unexplained Meridian weakness?" The judge's ledger stopped moving. "That is anecdotal," Quan said. "It is structural." Qian Cha walked back to the furnace. "The first binder enters before the silver leaf is fully crushed. The frost moss outer layer is not removed. The second binder is added after the bitter bark, when the heat has already climbed past safe threshold." She rested her palm on the furnace rim. "Every step the sect teaches is designed to push heat into the final condensation. The pill works. It settles the meridians, but it does not release the residual flame. The flame accumulates." The fuel hauler beside her spoke. "I took the pill for 3 years," she said. "My hands shake now when I carry coal." The servant with the missing finger stepped forward. "My sister took it for 2. She cannot climb the herb terrace without stopping to breathe." A murmur spread through the courtyard. The envoy held up the pale gold pill. "This one contains no trapped heat," she said. "I can taste the difference." "Because she deviated from the approved sequence," Quan said. "Every elder in this court witnessed the violation." "Every elder in this court," Qian Cha said. Signed approval for a formula they knew was incomplete. She reached into her sleeve. The folded paper. Elder Feng's paper. The name she had not read. She held it up before the assembly. I have the name of the second alchemist who rewrote the Qian lineage formula to include the thermal flaw, she said. The man who designed the dependency. The hand that signed the revision beside Ji Wenshou's. Ji Wenshou's voice cut across the courtyard. You have not read that name. No, Qian Cha said, but Panchom has. He pulled it from his sleeve before I could present it. Every eye turned to Panchuan. The parchment was still in his hand. The name was still facing the assembly. You knew I carried this, Qian Cha said. You knew what it contained. You prepared a copy to produce at the moment it would cause the most damage, but you did not destroy the original. You wanted the threat of revelation, not the act itself. Panchuan's jaw tightened. Because once I read this name aloud, Qian Cha said, every person in this courtyard will know that the sect's cornerstone formula was deliberately poisoned, not stolen and altered, poisoned, designed to weaken the soldiers who swallow it, designed to create dependence on an ingredient only one supplier can provide. The elder in pale green rose from her seat. You are accusing the head alchemist of treason. I am accusing him of fraud, theft, and deliberate harm against the Empire's armed forces. Qian Cha turned to the envoy. You hold the proof. Compare the residue, test it against the sect's version. You will find the thermal signature in every batch produced for the last 11 years. The envoy did not move. She was looking at Panchuan. If what she says is true, the envoy said, every soldier who received Meridian calming pill from this sect has been systematically weakened. That is not fraud. That is sabotage of Imperial supply. Panchuan's hand dropped to his side. The parchment folded against his palm. The girl is lying. Then refine, the envoy said. Show me the sect's method is clean. Silence. Panchuan did not move. The elder in pale green looked at Ji Wenshou. Ji Wenshou looked at the furnace. The head alchemist, he said slowly, has not refined in a public trial for 17 years. He administers, he does not practice. Then teach him, the envoy said. Provide a disciple, provide an assistant, provide whoever can demonstrate the approved sequence on the same furnace, with the same ingredients, while the court watches. Tao Jian stepped forward. I will demonstrate the approved sequence. No, Qian Cha said. Tao Jian turned. Every batch refined using the sect's method carries the flaw, she said. If you demonstrate it, you poison yourself the same way. 50 doses from now, your meridians will ache. 100 doses from now, they will erode. Tao Jian's hand stopped on his scroll case. Then what proof is sufficient? The envoy asked. Qian Cha looked at Panchuan. Let him pull the second alchemist's name from his sleeve and read it aloud, she said. If the name matches the paper I carry, the conspiracy is confirmed. If it does not, I accept whatever sentence the court imposes. The courtyard went still. Panchuan's hand was pressed against his sleeve, the dark green seal, the name. He had pulled it out to use as leverage. He had not expected to be forced to read it. If you cannot read it, Qian Cha said, I will read mine. She unfolded the paper. The elder in pale green stepped forward. Do not, she said. Why? Qian Cha asked. Because the name will implicate someone in this courtyard? The elder's iron eyes did not blink. Because some truths, once spoken, cannot be contained by a single sect. Then let them burn, Qian Cha said. She read the name. The syllables fell into the silence like stone into still water. Panchuan's parchment slipped from his fingers. The elder in pale green sat down slowly. Ji Wenshou closed his eyes. And in the furnace behind Qian Cha, the ash that had stirred at her voice began to glow. Chapter 67. The ash in the furnace did not fade. It pulsed, low and steady, a heartbeat of trapped fire beneath the stone. Yuan stared at the glow, feeling the heat rise against her face. Behind her, the courtyard remained frozen in the aftermath of the name she had spoken. Ji Wenshou had not opened his eyes. The elder in pale green had not risen from her seat. Panchuan stood with his parchment crumpled against his palm, his face the color of cooled slag. The Imperial envoy broke the silence. "That name," she said, "will be recorded in my report. The Imperial Medicines Office will open an inquiry into every formula revision signed by that hand for the last 11 years. She turned to Yuan. "Grand Elder, you will provide full access to your archive, your ingredient ledgers, and your trial records. If any document has been burned or altered between now and my investigation, your sect will be held in breach of Imperial medicine supply law." Yuan opened his eyes. "The archive is open to your examination," he said, "as it has always been." "The archive was sealed until tonight," the envoy said. "Do not waste my time with courtesies." She turned back to Qian Cha. "Your refinement was clean, your evidence is compelling, but the court has not yet ruled on Pan Chuan's guilt or yours. The trial continues until I have examined every document, every witness, and every furnace involved in the Meridian calming pills production." Qian Cha nodded. The envoy's eyes moved to the glowing ash. "What did you do to the furnace?" "Nothing," Qian Cha said. "It was dead when I arrived. The ash stirred when I spoke, but I did not light it." "Then why is it glowing?" Qian Cha looked at the furnace. The black metal hummed, a low vibration she felt through the platform. The ash inside the chamber pulsed in rhythm with the sound. "I don't know," she said. The envoy's expression did not change, but something shifted in her eyes. She looked at the furnace, then at Quan, then at Yuan. "Secure the hall," she said. "No one leaves. I want this furnace examined before any further testimony is taken." The elder in pale green rose. "The envoy's authority does not extend to the sealing of a sect's furnace court without elder consent." "It did under Imperial Medicine Emergency Protocol," the envoy said. "Title 14, Clause 9, the contamination of a cornerstone formula constitutes a public health emergency." The elder's iron eyes narrowed. "You would invoke emergency protocol over a single pill?" "I would invoke it over 11 years of poisoned supply," the envoy said. "Your sect has been feeding thermal erosion to every soldier who received Meridian calming pill. That is not a sect matter. That is an imperial crime." The elder sat down. The envoy turned to the enforcers at the hall's perimeter. "Seal the doors." The enforcers did not move. They looked at Yuan. Yuan looked at the envoy. "The enforcers answer to the Grand Elder," he said, "not to the Imperial Medicines Office." "Then instruct them." Yuan was silent. The envoy's hand moved to the medicine seal on her silver chain. "Grand Elder," she said, "I am authorized to suspend medicine supply to any sect that obstructs an Imperial investigation. Your sect supplies Meridian calming pill to 3 Imperial armies and 7 provincial garrisons. If I suspend your license, every soldier who depends on that pill will be without treatment within a month. The Imperial Court will ask why, and will tell them it was because the Verdant Cauldron sect chose to protect its head alchemist over the health of the Empire." Yuan's jaw tightened. He looked at Pan Chuan. Then he looked at the enforcers. "Sealed the doors." The enforcers moved. Pan Chuan's parchment slipped from his hand. The elder in pale green watched the doors close without expression. Qian Cha stepped back from the furnace, the glow at her back casting long shadows across the courtyard. Shen Koru moved to stand beside her, his hand still on his enforcement token. "You read the name," he said quietly. "I did. Do you know what happens now?" "The envoy investigates, and then?" Qian Cha looked at Pan Chuan. The head alchemist was staring at the ground, his hands empty, his shoulders curved inward like a man who had been holding a wall upright and felt it begin to shift. "And then," she said, "he falls." The envoy walked to the center of the courtyard. "The court is adjourned for examination. Witnesses will be summoned individually to the elder's chamber. The refiner Qian Cha will remain available for questioning. Pan Chuan will be confined to his residence until further notice." The elder in pale green rose again. "The head alchemist cannot be confined without formal charges." "He has been formally accused," the envoy said, "by a refiner who produced a clean pill in open court while he could not. That is sufficient grounds for interim confinement under imperial medicine law." The elder's iron eyes flickered. "You are overstepping." "I am enforcing," the envoy said. "There is a difference." She turned to the enforcers. "Escort the head alchemist to his residence. No visitors, no correspondence. If any document is removed from his office before my examination, the enforcer who permits it will be charged with obstruction. The enforcers looked at Ji Wenshou. Ji Wenshou nodded. They moved toward Pan Chuan. The head alchemist did not resist. He walked past Qian Cha with his eyes fixed forward, his face unreadable, his hands at his sides. The dark green seal on his inner sleeve caught the furnace light as he passed. Qian Cha watched him go. The glow in the furnace pulsed once, twice, and then began to fade. The envoy walked to the platform. "Your mother," she said quietly, "was Qian Liwei." "Yes, I met her once, 15 years ago. She was demonstrating a pill refinement at the Imperial Academy. I was a junior examiner. She corrected my assessment of her condensation sequence in front of 40 senior alchemists." The envoy's mouth twitched. "Then she handed me a cup of tea and told me I was too young to waste a career on pride." Qian Cha said nothing. "She was right," the envoy said. She turned and walked toward the elders' gallery. The enforcers sealed the doors. The furnace's glow died, leaving only the embers. And in the silence that followed, Qian Cha heard a sound she had not expected. Footsteps, coming from inside the furnace. Chapter 68. The doors had barely settled when Caihong stepped through them. She wore the same plain gray robes as the night she came to the drainage tunnel, her dark hair unbound and tangled, her jaw set hard enough to crack stone. The enforcers at the threshold moved to block her. She held up her hands. "Empty. Unarmed," she said, "and no longer a disciple. You have no jurisdiction over me." The enforcers looked to Ji Wenshou. The Grand Elder did not speak. Caihong walked past them into the courtyard. The assembly had not dispersed. Elders stood frozen at the gallery rail. Disciples packed the perimeter, held back by nothing but curiosity and the weight of what they had already witnessed. The envoy stood at the furnace platform, the silver chain at her throat catching the dying glow of the embers. Caihong stopped at the center of the open ground. She turned in a slow circle, meeting the faces of the elders who had expelled her, the disciples who had admired her, the servants who had feared her. Her gaze landed on Pantuan's empty podium. "You heard the refiner's testimony," she said. "You saw her pill. You watched the head alchemist fail to replicate it." She reached into her sleeve. The hall tensed. She pulled out a furnace core shard, blackened, fractured along the thermal seam. The residue pattern caught the light like dried blood. "This came from Furnace 15, she said. "I carried it out of the trial hall myself. Before the debris was cleared, before Pantuan's people could collect the evidence. I kept it because I knew I would need it." She held the shard up. The forced thermal spike was seated at the core junction. Professional work. Someone who understood furnace geometry well enough to make it look like an accident. She paused. "Someone Quan trains." The elder in pale green moved to speak. The envoy raised a hand. "Let her finish." Caihong's voice did not waver. "The method is called 7-breath vent bleeding. It creates a heat concentration at the core base that builds over 3 cycles before detonating. It is not written in any sect manual. It is passed between the head alchemist's favored apprentices in private sessions. I learned it in the 3rd year of my apprenticeship." She lowered the shard. "I used it once on a practice furnace to prove I could." Pantuan watched and said nothing. He did not forbid it. He did not record it. He let the knowledge exist in the mouths of the people who owed him their position. The courtyard was silent. Qian Cha stood at the edge of the furnace platform, her hand still ash-stained, her pulse steady in a way that surprised her. She had expected Caihong to speak. She had given her the formula copies. She had trusted that the woman who walked out of the drainage tunnel with a furnace shard in her hands would not waste the chance. But she had not expected her to speak like this, without hesitation, without excuse, as if she had already burned every bridge and did not care who watched. "I was ordered to give false testimony at dawn," Caihong said. "The elder in pale green brought me the words herself. I was to accuse Rong Yuan of corrupting the trial candidate Qian Cha, of teaching her the stolen formulas, of engineering the sabotage to discredit the sect." She looked at the elder. "I was to do this, knowing it was a lie." The elder's face did not change. "You were expelled," she said. "Your testimony is void." "My testimony is the only thing I have left," Caihong said, "and I choose to give it." She threw the shard onto the stone floor. It cracked once, splitting along the thermal seam, revealing the darker core where the spike had been seated. "There," she said. "The proof is in the split. The forced spike leaves a radial fracture pattern that natural heat stress does not. Any furnace master in the Empire can confirm it." The envoy walked to the shard. She knelt. She ran a finger along the fracture line. Then she looked at Caihong. "And you can identify the person who seated it?" "The senior apprentice who carried the order," Caihong said. "The knight foreman who left the vent open, and the head alchemist who approved both." "Names," Caihong gave them. 3 names, clear, unhesitating. The envoy wrote them down. Yuan watched from the gallery, his face unreadable. The elder in pale green had not moved. Her iron eyes were fixed on Caihong with an attention that promised something colder than anger. Shanwersu stepped forward. "Those names match the custody logs I presented," he said. "The senior apprentice's signature appears on the ingredient release for Furnace 15 the night before the trial." The envoy nodded. "Then we have a chain." She turned to the enforcers. "Detain the senior apprentice and the night foreman. Hold them for separate questioning. If either is missing or dead by the time I call for them, I will hold every enforcer in this hall personally responsible." The enforcers moved. Caihong stood alone in the center of the courtyard. The disciples who had once whispered her name in admiration now stared at her as if she had grown a second head. The elders who had praised her talent now looked through her. The servants who had feared her now watched with something harder than sympathy. She had become what no disciple in the sect wanted to be, a traitor to the order that made her. She turned to Qian Cha. "I did not do this for you," she said. "I know. I did it because the formula copies you gave me proved I had been refining poison for 3 years. Every soldier who took my Meridian calming pill was drinking thermal erosion because I did not question my master's method." She paused. "I will carry that for the rest of my life." Qian Cha said nothing. Caihong's jaw tightened. "Use it," she said. "Use what I gave you. Because if you let them bury this again, I will find you, and I will not be kind." She turned and walked toward the gates. The enforcers did not stop her. She was no longer a disciple. She was no longer protected. She was a woman with no faction, no rank, and no future inside the sect. She walked out into the mist. The courtyard held its breath. Then the envoy spoke. "Take me to the archive. I want to see every formula revision signed in the last 11 years. Yuan nodded. The assembly began to break apart. Qian Cha stood at the furnace platform, her mother's pill still warm in her hand, the ash at her feet still faintly pulsing with residual heat. And from inside the furnace, the footsteps grew louder. Chapter 69. The footsteps from inside the furnace did not stop. They came closer, heavier, each one pressing against the metal walls with a rhythm that did not match the cooling of the core or the settling of the ash bed. Qian Cha stood frozen at the platform edge, her mother's pill still warm in her palm, the residual heat of the furnace pulsing at her back like a second heartbeat. The courtyard had begun to break apart. Disciples drifted toward the gates. The envoy was already walking toward the archive with Yuan at her side. Enforcers moved to escort the elder in pale green from the gallery. No one else heard it. No one else was listening. But Qian Cha heard. She heard the scrape of a soul against stone inside the furnace chamber. She heard the catch of a breath drawn through a throat that had been sealed for 11 years. She turned. The furnace door was still closed, the seal intact. The ash at her feet still glowed with residual warmth. She pressed her palm flat against the metal and felt it tremble. Not from heat, from something pressing back. She looked at Tao Zhen. He was watching her. His eyes had dropped from her face to the ash beneath her hand. "What is it?" he asked. She did not answer. She did not know the words. Instead, she lifted her hand from the metal, stepped to the furnace door, and ran her fingers along the seal line. The glow deepened. The footsteps stopped, and then a voice, from inside the furnace, said her mother's name. Not loudly, not clearly, a whisper through the metal, as if carried across a great distance by the ash that still remembered who had once fed this fire. Chen Liwei. Qian Cha's hand dropped. The courtyard had not heard. No one was watching. The envoy had already vanished into the eastern corridor. The elder in pale green was being escorted toward the upper terraces. Only Tao Zhen stood at the edge of the platform. Only Shen Koru, still holding his custody logs, looked up at the same moment. Only the ash stirred. "It cannot be," she breathed. The metal groaned. The seal buckled. And then the furnace door swung open, not by any hand, but on its own, as if the chamber inside had been waiting for the right moment to release what it carried. A gust of dry heat rolled out across the platform, and the figure standing inside the furnace was impossible. Behind her, the envoy's voice, distant and calm, said something about the archive being unsealed. Yuan Shou's reply was too quiet to catch. The elder in pale green was already halfway up the steps. Qian Cha faced the smoke and the ash and the woman who stepped out of the furnace chamber with the same burn scar on her right wrist, the same dark brown eyes, the same wiry frame that should have been bones in the sealed archive floor. "Hello, daughter," said Chen Liwei. The ash settled. The courtyard heard nothing, and Qian Cha's mother, alive, reached out her burned hand and touched her daughter's face, as if 11 years had been nothing but a long furnace cycle. Chapter 70. Qian Cha did not move. Her mother's palm pressed against her cheek, warm and calloused, the same ridge of burned skin along the wrist that she had traced 100 times in memory. The ash curled around their ankles and settled. "You are dead," Qian Cha said. The words came out flat, not an accusation, a fact she had carried for 11 years, packed into the same space where she kept her mother's manual, her mother's furnace song, her mother's name spoken only in the dark. Chen Liwei's mouth curved, barely. "I was hidden." Behind her, the furnace chamber yawned empty and dark. No bones, no residue, no sign of 11 years of confinement except the ash that clung to her robes like a second skin. Da Jin reached the platform first. His scroll case hung open at his side, papers shifting in the residual heat. He stopped 3 paces from Chen Liwei and stared at her wrist, at the burn scar that matched the one on Qian Cha's hand. "That is not possible," he said. "It is," Chen Liwei answered. "And it is not finished." Shen Koru came next, his hand resting on his enforcement token. He did not draw it. His eyes moved from the open furnace door to the woman standing inside the frame, then to Qian Cha's face. "Does the Grand Elder know?" "He will," said a voice from the edge of the courtyard. The imperial envoy stood at the base of the elder's gallery, her silver medicine seal catching the last of the furnace light. Yuan Shou was 2 steps behind her, his face stripped of its usual composure. He had stopped walking. His pale amber eyes were fixed on Chen Liwei with the expression of a man watching a sealed grave open. The envoy walked forward without waiting for him. Her boots struck the stone in a steady rhythm, and the few remaining disciples in the courtyard parted around her like water around a stone. She stopped at the platform edge and looked at Chen Liwei. "I remember you," the envoy said. "I remember you too," Chen Liwei answered. "You still hold your seal wrong when you are thinking." The envoy's hand moved instinctively to the silver chain at her throat. She did not correct the grip. Yuan Shou reached the platform. His voice came out controlled, deliberately calm. "This woman was recorded as deceased 11 years ago." "Records can be arranged," Chen Liwei said. "You know that better than most." The courtyard went still. Yuan Shou did not deny it. The envoy turned to face him, and the silence stretched long enough to become its own answer. "Grand Elder," she said, "you told me the Qin lineage was extinguished. I believed it was." "Belief is not evidence." Yuan Shou's jaw tightened. He looked at Chen Liwei, then at Qian Cha, and something shifted behind his eyes. A calculation, a pivot, a door closing on one strategy and opening on another. "The return of Chen Liwei," he said slowly, "changes the scope of this investigation. The sect requires internal examination before external findings can be trusted. I propose an immediate reform inquiry under my authority, with full access to all archive records and witness testimony. He said it smoothly. A recovery. A frame that placed him on the side of truth while keeping control inside the sect's walls. The envoy did not answer immediately. She looked at Chen Liwei, at the furnace door still hanging open, at the ash that had settled in a perfect ring around the platform, as if the fire itself had drawn a boundary. Then she looked at Yuan, who signed the original Meridian calming pill revisions. Yuan did not blink. The records will show the signatories. I asked, who? The head alchemist of each revision cycle. Quan for the most recent, 2 seniors before him. The names are in the archive. The envoy nodded slowly. And how many of those signatories are still alive? Yuan's pause was barely a breath, but it was there. 3, he said. Out of how many? 7. 4, dead. The envoy's voice did not rise. All 4 who signed the earliest revisions, when the Qian formula was first adapted for sect use, all dead before the current inquiry began. Yuan said nothing. Convenient, the envoy said. She turned to face the courtyard. The few remaining disciples had pressed toward the edges, but they were watching, listening. This sect has supplied the Meridian calming pill to 3 imperial armies and 7 provincial garrisons for 11 years, she said. If the formula was poisoned from the start, the death toll is not a sect matter. It is an imperial crime. She looked at Yuan again. An internal reform inquiry will not suffice. Yuan's hand moved to the dark green seal at his throat. He touched it once, then dropped his hand. Then what do you propose? The archive will be sealed under imperial authority. Every formula revision from the last 11 years will be examined by my office. Every witness who testified today will be re-interviewed under imperial oath. She paused. And Qian Liwei will be placed under my protection until her testimony is complete. Qian Cha's mother did not look at the envoy. She looked at her daughter. No, Qian Liwei said. The envoy raised an eyebrow. No, I will not be placed anywhere. Qian Liwei's voice was quiet, but it carried. I spent 11 years inside a furnace chamber so that my daughter could walk out of it. I will not spend another breath being moved like evidence. She reached out and took Qian Cha's hand. The contact was solid, real. Qian Cha's fingers closed around her mother's, and the ash at their feet stirred once, then stilled. The envoy studied them both. Then what do you want? Qian Liwei smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the expression of someone who had spent 11 years in the dark and had learned to see clearly in it. I want to know who put me there. The words landed like a furnace door sealing shut. Yuan's face went very still. The envoy turned to look at him, and behind them, at the edge of the courtyard, the elder in pale green stopped walking. Her iron eyes were fixed on Qian Liwei with a focus that had nothing to do with Escort. She had heard, she was listening, and she was not leaving. Chapter 71. The courtyard had not yet recovered from Qian Liwei's arrival when Quan moved. He came from the side corridor where the enforcers had been holding him, his robes still marked with the dust of his confinement, his face no longer composed. The mask of the head alchemist had cracked somewhere in the minutes since Qian Liwei had stepped out of the furnace, and what showed beneath was raw and cornered. He did not walk toward the elders. He walked toward the platform where Qian Cha stood, still holding her mother's hand. You, he said, and his voice carried a vibration that silenced the courtyard. You think this ends with testimony? Qian Cha did not answer. She watched his hands. They were empty. That made him more dangerous. I built this sect's reputation for 11 years, Quan said. I kept the supply lines running. I'd trained the disciples who passed the imperial inspections. I held the standard when everyone else was content to coast on old formulas. Yuan stepped forward. Quan, do not make this worse. Worse? Quan laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You buried the Chen line and called it reform. You sat in your gallery and watched me take the blame for the system you designed. And now you want me to be silent so you can negotiate your way out of the collapse? He turned back to Qian Cha. You want the missing folios. It was not a question. Qian Cha's grip on her mother's hand tightened. "You have them," she said. "I had them." Quan's hand moved to his sleeve. The dark green seal on the inner fold caught the light as he pulled out a small bronze token, no larger than a thumbprint, shaped like a furnace door with the hinge broken off. "I kept them in a vault that no register records, no map shows, and no disciple has ever opened except me." He held the token up. The elder in pale green took a step forward, stopped, her iron eyes fixed on the bronze surface. "That vault was sealed before I became head alchemist," Quan said. "Do you know what is inside? Every draft, every correction, every version of the Meridian calming pill that was tested before the Imperial contract was signed, including the first one, the one your mother wrote with her own hand." Qian Cha felt her mother's fingers tighten. "You kept proof," Qian Liwei said. Her voice was flat. "You kept my proof, and you used the corrupted version instead." "I kept leverage." Quan's smile was thin. "The original is worthless for production, too expensive, too precise. But it is evidence that the sect knew what the correct formula was and chose to degrade it. If I go down, that vault opens, and everyone who signed the Imperial contract goes down with me." He looked at Ji Wenshou. "Including you, Grand Elder." Ji Wenshou's face was stone, but his hand had moved to the dark green seal at his throat. The elder in pale green spoke for the first time. "Where is the vault?" Chuan turned to her. The contempt in his expression was so pure, it looked like relief. "You think I will tell you? You think you have a choice?" the elder said. "I have always had a choice." Chuan's fingers closed around the bronze token. "I kept it sealed because keeping it sealed kept me alive. But if I am to be destroyed anyway, I would rather the fire burn the whole house down." He bolted. The movement was so sudden that no one reacted for a full breath. Chuan, the head alchemist of the Verdant Cauldron sect, a man who had not run anywhere in 20 years, spun and drove toward the eastern corridor with the speed of someone who had mapped every escape route in advance. Shen Koru was the first to move. "Seal the terraces," he ordered, already running. "He will head for the upper archive." Qian Cha released her mother's hand. "Do not," Qian Liwei said. "I need those folios. He wants you to chase him." Qian Liwei's eyes did not leave the corridor where Chuan had vanished. "He has been cornered, and he knows it. The only move left to him is to turn his capture into a negotiation. If you pursue, you validate his importance." "He has my mother's work." "He has a copy." Qian Liwei's voice was quiet, but it cut. "The original was never in his vault. I made sure of that before the furnace sealed." Qian Cha stared at her. "Where is it?" "Where he will not look." Qian Liwei turned to face the envoy, who had not moved from her position at the edge of the courtyard. "But if you want to stop him before he opens that vault and scatters the evidence across every faction in the Empire, you need to catch him first." The envoy's eyes narrowed. "You know where the vault is. I know where it was built." Qian Liwei's gaze drifted to the upper terraces, where the mist had begun to thicken around the peaks. "I helped design the foundation seals for the Eastern Archive wing. There's a chamber beneath the third terrace that does not appear on any sect map. He found it. He used it. And now he is running to it because he believes it is the only place left where he controls the door." Chuan's footsteps had faded. The eastern corridor was already emptying as enforcers and disciples surged after him. Shen Koru paused at the archway, looked back. "Qian Cha, are you coming?" She looked at her mother. Qian Liwei's face was unreadable. She still carried the ash of 11 years in her hair, on her robes, in the lines around her eyes. She looked like someone who had waited so long for justice that she had forgotten how to hurry. "Go," she said, "but do not let him make you choose between the proof and the truth." Qian Cha did not ask what that meant. She ran. The eastern corridor was chaos. Disciples pressed against the walls, enforcers shouted conflicting orders, and servants who had been emboldened by the tribunal's turn stood in doorways, watching the head alchemist flee through the heart of the sect he had controlled for a decade. Shen Koru was ahead of her, his enforcement token out, clearing a path with his voice rather than his hands. Tao Zhen caught up from a side passage, scroll case still tucked under his arm, breath coming hard. "He is heading for the third terrace," Chao Zhen said. "The sealed archive annex. There is a door there that no one has opened since before my first assignment." "That is the vault," Qian Cha said. "Then he's about to destroy everything." They hit the terrace stairs at a sprint. The stone was wet with mist, slick underfoot. Above them, the upper peaks vanished into cloud, and somewhere in that white silence, Panchuan was running toward a door that would turn a sect scandal into an empire war. Shen Koru reached the first landing and stopped. Qian Cha nearly collided with him. "What?" He pointed. At the top of the third terrace, where the mist thinned and the archive annex should have been visible, a figure stood silhouetted against the pale sky. It was not Panchuan. It was someone smaller. Someone in robes the color of dried blood. Elder Feng. She stood before a door that had no visible handle, no lock, no seal mark, just a smooth bronze surface, dark with age, and in her hand, a key that caught the light like a furnace ember. Behind her, Panchuan had stopped running. He stood at the edge of the terrace, the bronze token still in his hand, his face caught between fury and something that looked almost like relief. "You," he said. "Me." Elder Feng's voice carried down the stairs. "I sealed this vault when I was chief archivist. I kept the key when they retired me, and I have been waiting for the day you would run here." She turned the key. The bronze door swung open without a sound. "Now," she said, "let us see what you have been hiding." Chapter 72. The bronze door swung inward, and the darkness beyond exhaled a breath of air that had not moved in years. Elder Feng stepped aside. Her hand remained on the key, but her eyes were on Panchuan. "After you," she said. Panchuan did not move. He stood at the edge of the terrace, the bronze token still in his grip, his face flickering between fury and something older, something like recognition. "You sealed it," he said. "I did. You were supposed to forget. I was supposed to retire." Elder Feng's voice carried no heat. "Retirement and forgetting are not the same thing." Qian Cha reached the top of the stairs with Shen Koru and Tao Jian close behind. Her breath came hard, not from the climb but from the sight of that open door, the dark throat beyond it, the knowledge that what waited inside had been hidden for a decade. "Rong Yuan," she said. Koru was already moving toward the platform where the bound figure had been. "I will bring him. You will not get past me," Quan said. "You are already past." Elder Feng gestured at the open vault. "You ran here. You brought witnesses. The door is open. Nothing you do now will close it again." Quan's hand tightened on the token. For a moment, Qian Cha thought he would throw it, break it, or swallow it. Instead, he turned and walked into the vault. The darkness swallowed him. Qian Cha followed. The chamber was larger than she had expected. The walls were lined with shelves, each one stacked with scrolls, ledgers, and bound folios. The air was dry and cold, the kind of cold that came from deep stone and long silence. At the center of the room, a single lamp sat on a stone pedestal, unlit. Quan stood before the far wall. He did not turn when she entered. "Do you know what this place is?" he said. "A vault. A mausoleum." His voice echoed off the stone. "I built it to hold the dead methods, the dead names, the dead formulas that this sect decided were too dangerous to keep in the open." Qian Cha moved closer. The shelves were not arranged by date or category. They were arranged by something else, something she could not yet name. "The Meridian calming pill was only the beginning," Panchuan said. "Your mother did not create one formula. She created a language, a system, a way of thinking about alchemy that this sect had never seen and has never matched." He reached out and touched the wall. The stone shimmered. Lines appeared, faint at first, then brighter, a geometric pattern that spread across the surface like veins. Qian Cha recognized the shape. It was a furnace array, but not the kind used in the sect's current halls. It was older, more precise. The geometry was Qian. They scraped off her name, that they could not scrape off the structure. It is in the foundation stones, in the archive walls, in the very shape of this mountain. Shen Koru appeared in the doorway, Rong Yuan beside him. The pill saint's wrists were raw where the bindings had been, but his eyes were clear. Quan, Rong Yuan said. The head alchemist turned. You, he said. Me. You should have stayed dead. I tried. Rong Yuan stepped into the vault. The furnace disagreed. Quan's laugh was hollow. The furnace. Always the furnace. You think it chose her? You think it remembers? It does not need to remember. Rong Yuan's voice was quiet. It never forgot. The lines on the wall pulsed once, then faded. Quan looked at the dark stone, and for a moment his face was not angry. It was tired. The kind of tired that came from carrying a secret too long, a weight that had become part of the bone. The sect never stole one manual, he said. It stole a house of methods. Your mother did not write a book. She built a framework, a way of refining that could be adapted to any ingredient, any furnace, any purpose. The Meridian calming pill was one room in that house. There were dozens more. Qian Cha's throat tightened. Where are they? Gone. Pantron's voice was flat. Scattered, burned, sold to buyers who will never know what they purchased. I spent 11 years dismantling her work piece by piece, selling it to factions that would pay in influence, protection, and silence. You sold my mother's legacy. I sold survival. He turned to face her. This sect was dying when your mother arrived. The old methods were failing. The Empire was demanding more pills than we could produce. She gave us a way forward, and when she became inconvenient, the sect buried her and kept her work. Rong Yuan stepped forward. You were the one who buried her. I was the one who kept the work alive. Panchuan's voice rose. Do you think Ji Wenshu would have preserved it? He wanted to burn everything. Start fresh, pretend the Qian lineage never existed. I was the one who hid the formulas, who sold them to buyers who would use them, who kept her methods from vanishing entirely. You sold them for profit, Qian Cha said. I sold them for leverage. Panchuan's eyes met hers. There is a difference. Is there? The chamber fell silent. Then the lamp at the center of the room flickered. Not from wind. There was no wind in this sealed vault. The flame caught, rose, and steadied, casting shadows that stretched across the shelves and the walls and the geometric array that still glowed faintly beneath the layer of scraped-over script. Qian Cha looked at the shelves, at the scrolls, at the ledgers, at the proof of 11 years of theft, sale, and silence. How many buyers? She said. Panchuan did not answer. How many? Enough. How many, Quan? He looked at her, and for the first time she saw something like respect in his eyes. Or perhaps it was fear. 13, he said. And each one holds a piece of the house your mother built. The lamp flame jumped, and somewhere behind them, in the corridor beyond the vault, footsteps echoed. Not one set. Many. Chapter 73. The footsteps grew louder, steadier. Not running, marching. The rhythm of people who knew exactly where they were going. Qian Cha turned from the shelves. Panduan stood motionless beside the geometric array, his hand still pressed against the wall where the lines had faded. Rong Yuan moved to block the doorway, but Shen Koru was already there, his hand on his enforcement token. The first figure appeared in the corridor mouth, Ji Wenshu. Behind him, 3 senior elders in formal robes. Behind them, 4 enforcers with their hands on their hilts. Ji Wenshu stopped at the vault threshold. His pale amber eyes swept the chamber once, taking in the shelves, the ledgers, the lamp that still burned without fuel, and finally settling on Quan. Head alchemist, he said. The title was stripped of courtesy. You are confined to your residence. I broke confinement. Quan's voice was flat. You would have done the same. I would not have run to a locked room with nowhere to exit. You do not know what is in this room. Ji Wenshu stepped inside. The elders followed, their robes brushing the stone floor. The enforcers fanned out, taking positions at the corners. Then show me, Ji Wenshu said. Panchuan laughed. Not the hollow laugh from before. Something older. Something that had been waiting for this moment for 11 years. He walked to the nearest shelf and pulled down a scroll. He unrolled it with a single motion. Corrected liver-soothing decoction, he said. Complete transcription, including the thermal balance sequence that the sect's version omits. Chen Li Wei's original hand, copied and sold to the Azure Pond sect in the 3rd year after her death. He dropped the scroll onto the floor and pulled another. 7 Ashes Wound Seal. Full method, including the ash selection criteria that the sect version condensed into a single line. Sold to the Ironbone Garrison's quartermaster in the 5th year. Another scroll. Meridian Calming Pill, the True Draft, sold to the Eastern Cantonment's field alchemist in the 2nd year, before the sect's version was even finalized. The scrolls accumulated at his feet like leaves. Each one landed with a soft slap against the stone. Yuan watched. His face did not change. 13 buyers, Quan said. Over 11 years. Every piece of the Qian framework that I could copy, adapt, or reconstruct. Do you want to know the full list, Grand Elder? Or would you prefer I seal this vault again and pretend I never spoke? Yuan's hand moved to the dark green cinnabar mark at his throat. He touched it once, then let his hand drop. You will give me the names, he said. I will give you nothing. I will give you nothing. Then I will take the vault by force. You cannot take what is already scattered. Pan spread his arms. The formulas are out there, in 13 hands, across 3 provinces. Do you think sealing this room will call them back? Do you think burning these copies will erase what I have already sold? Yuan did not answer. Qian Cha moved. She stepped past Rong Yuan, past Chen Koru, past the enforcers who tensed but did not stop her. She walked to the shelf nearest the burning lamp and began reading the labels. Each scroll was marked with a small notation, a date, a buyer code, a price in spirit silver. She read the first shelf in silence, then the second. By the 3rd shelf, the pattern was clear. Pan had not sold random pieces. He had sold the framework in order, starting with the simplest applications and moving to the most complex. Each sale built on the previous one, as if he had been teaching someone her mother's system piece by piece. You structured it, Qian Cha said. You did not just sell her work, you organized it into a curriculum. Pan looked at her. For a long moment he said nothing. Your mother's framework was the most elegant alchemical system I have ever encountered, he said. It deserved to survive, not to be burned by Yuan's purge or buried in a sealed vault beneath a sect that had already betrayed her. So you sold it. So I preserved it. 13 times. Each buyer holds 1 piece. No single buyer holds the whole framework. No one can reconstruct it without all 13 pieces and the key that connects them. And where is the key? Pantron's eyes flickered to the lamp. The flame jumped. Yuan saw it. His face tightened. Enough, he said. This vault is sealed. He turned to the senior elders behind him. Every scroll, ledger, and folio in this chamber is to be inventoried and locked under the Grand Elder's personal seal. No one enters without my written authority. No copies are made. No records leave this room. The elders hesitated. Grand Elder, one said. If the head alchemist's claims are true, these records constitute proof of systematic theft from a recognized lineage. Sealing them could be interpreted as protecting the Empire's medicine supply, Yuan said. The formulas Quan sold are already in circulation. Seizing these copies will not recall them. But exposing the full scope of this theft before we understand its reach will trigger a collapse of confidence across every garrison, clinic, and sect that relies on Verdant Cauldron's pill supply. Thousands will suffer. Some will die. He turned to face Qian Cha. I am not arguing for silence, he said. I am arguing for order. The truth will emerge, but it must emerge in a sequence that does not drown the innocent in the chaos that follows. Qian Cha held his gaze. And if I refuse to wait, then you carry the weight of every death that follows. The lamp flame flickered, and from the corridor behind Yuan a new voice spoke. The weight of those deaths was never hers to carry. Everyone turned. Chen Li Wei stood in the doorway. Chapter 74. The weight of those deaths was never hers to carry. Chen Li Wei stood in the doorway. The vault lamps flickered once, then steadied, as if the flame recognized her presence before the people did. Yuan turned. The movement was slow. His hand dropped from his throat. His pale amber eyes traced the outline of the woman who had been dead for 11 years. and for the first time since Qian Cha had seen him, the Grand Elder of the Verdant Cauldron sect had nothing to say. Qian Liwei walked into the vault. Her steps were uneven, the gait of someone who had spent a decade learning to stand again. The burn scar on her right wrist caught the lamplight. She stopped beside Qian Cha and faced Ji Wenshou across the scattered scrolls. The silence stretched. Panchuan broke it first, a sound that might have been a laugh or a cough. "You," he said. "Alive. All these years, and you were in the furnace." "You knew which vault to build," Qian Liwei said. "You did not know which one I sealed. I kept the work safe. You sold it, to keep it from being burned. And the key?" Pangtuan's mouth tightened. His eyes slid to the lamp. The flame did not flicker. It sat still and upright, a column of light that had no visible source, no wick, no oil. It burned on nothing. Ji Wenshou found his voice. "Qian Liwei, Grand Elder, you should have stayed dead. I should never have been buried." The words landed like a hammer blow. Ji Wenshou's jaw tightened. The senior elders behind him exchanged glances, their robes rustling in the stillness. The enforcers stood motionless, caught between orders and awe. Ji Wenshou drew a breath. When he spoke, his voice was measured again, the voice of a man who had spent decades controlling every room he entered. "I did what was necessary. You buried my name. I preserved the sect. You preserved a lie. I preserved 1,000 people who would have starved if the truth came out." Ji Wenshou's hand rose, not in anger, but in a gesture of explanation, almost pleading. "Do you understand what the Empire was like before the Verdant Cauldron stabilized the pill supply? Armies without medicine, provinces without clinics. A single outbreak could depopulate a valley. The Qian lineage had the knowledge, but the Qian lineage hoarded it. We taught," Qian Liwei said. "We trained, we refined for anyone who came to our door. You regulated, you controlled, you decided who was worthy and who was not. Because not everyone is." Ji Wenshou's face hardened. "And how many died waiting to be judged worthy?" The question hung in the air. Qian Liwei did not answer. "I counted them," Ji Wenshou said. "I sat in a garrison that had lost 300 soldiers to a single season's fever. And I counted. The Qian line had a cure. They also had a waiting list, 300 dead while the formula sat in a manual that no one outside the bloodline could touch. The formula was dangerous in untrained hands, and the dead were dead in any hands." Qian Cha stepped forward. She was not sure when she had decided to speak. The words came before the thought, rising from a place deeper than strategy. "You buried my mother to steal her work," she said. "Do not dress it in good intentions." Ji Wenshou turned to her. "Your mother's work is keeping soldiers alive on 3 borders right now," he said. "Soldiers who do not care whose name is on the formula. They care that the pill works. And it does. It works. It poisons them after 100 doses." Ji Wenshou's eyes flickered. "That flaw was introduced after the theft," Qian Cha said. "You took a clean formula and corrupted it, not because you did not know better, because you needed it to be yours. You needed the dependency. You needed the control. The flaw was Panquan's work, and you let it stand." Ji Wenshou was silent. The lamp flame cast his shadow long across the vault floor. Shen Koru spoke from the doorway. "Grand Elder, the Assembly heard her testimony. The envoy has the proof. Sealing this vault will not seal the truth. The truth does not feed armies. Neither does a pill that eats its users from inside." Ji Wenshou's face tightened, and he turned to face the younger man. His voice was colder now, stripped of persuasion. "You speak of justice, Shen Koru. But justice does not put medicine in the hands of a dying soldier. Justice does not organize supply lines or stabilize cultivation bases or give a wounded man a reason to live another day. Order does. Order built on a stolen foundation. Every foundation is stolen from someone." Qian Liwei moved before Qian Cha could stop her. She walked past the fallen scrolls, past Panchuan's frozen stance, and stopped directly before Ji Wenshou. She was shorter than him, frailer. The years in the furnace had stripped her of everything except the bones and the will. But Ji Wenshou stepped back. "You chose expedience," she said quietly. "You chose speed. You chose control. And you called it mercy. But mercy does not bury a living woman in a furnace chamber and tell her daughter she died in a fire." Ji Wenshou's throat moved. His hand came up again, but not to his throat. It dropped before it reached his face. "I did not order your burial. You did not stop it either." He had no answer. The lamp flame jumped. Behind Ji Wenshou, one of the senior elders shifted. "Grand Elder," the elder said, "the envoy has the archive. The assembly has the witnesses. If we seal this vault now, it will look like concealment." "It will be concealment," another elder said. "It will be containment." "Call it what you want," Qian Liwei said. "The Empire will call it confession." Ji Wenshou's gaze swept the room. Rong Yuan, standing motionless against the wall. Shen Koru, hand on his enforcement token. Tao Zhen, scroll case still open, his face pale, but his eyes steady. Elder Feng, silent in the corner where she had watched the confrontation with the patience of someone who had waited years for this moment. And Qian Cha, daughter of ashes, heir to a lineage he had tried to bury. He said nothing. The lamp flame held. Then Pan Chuan's voice cut through the silence, thin and sharp as a cracked bell. "The key." He was looking at the lamp. "The key is in the flame." Qian Cha turned. The lamp sat at the center of the vault, a simple bronze vessel on a stone pedestal. The flame rose from it without fuel, without wick, without smoke. She stepped toward it. Ji Wenshou's voice followed her. "Do not touch that." "Why?" "Because the lamp's flame is not ordinary. Your mother bound something in it." "My mother sealed the key in it." "She sealed herself in it." Qian Cha stopped. She turned to look at her mother. Chapter 75. The lamp flame held. Qian Cha looked at her mother. Qian Liwei's face was unreadable in the amber light, her burn scar catching the glow. "What did you see in the flame?" Qian Cha asked. Qian Liwei did not answer. Pan Chuan shifted. "The key that connects the 13 pieces. I told you, it has always been there." "You said my mother sealed herself in it." "I said she bound something in it." Ji Wenshou's voice cut through. "Enough. This vault is sealed under my authority until the envoy's investigation determines how the evidence will be handled." "You do not have that authority anymore." The voice came from the corridor. Sister Newell stepped through the doorway. Her robes were streaked with furnace grit, her hands black with old soot. She carried a cloth bundle that bulged at the seams. Behind her, 2 ashyard workers waited at the threshold. One held a battered ledger. The other carried a roll of parchment bigger than his forearm. "The envoy has sealed the archive," Sister Newell said. "She has also declared the vault jointly accessible to all parties with a material claim, and Qian Cha's claim was filed before any of you arrived at this door." Ji Wenshou turned. "Filed where?" "With the envoy's own clerk, before I came here." Sister Newell walked past him. She stopped at the vault center, directly beside the lamp, and set her bundle on the stone floor. "Do not presume to take control of what you never owned," she said quietly. Then she knelt. The cloth bundle fell open. Inside were papers, dozens of them. Not ledgers or folios, but scraps. Charred edges, torn corners, ink smudged by damp and time. Qian Cha recognized the handwriting on the top sheet. It was the same hand that had recorded Thurndia logs, tallied herb losses, and signed delivery receipts in the ash yard for years. Sister Newell's hand. "The vault contains what Pan Chuan stole," Sister Newell said. "These contain what he erased." She lifted the top sheet. "Hu Ling, furnace filler, died of a fall, year 4, marked as accident. Witnesses reported he refused to shift contaminated residue from furnace 12. He was found at the bottom of the refuse chute the next morning. The residue was moved by another crew that same night." Her voice was flat. Reciting, "Zheng Wei, herb washer, died of lung rot, year 6, marked as natural. He was healthy until he was assigned to process a sealed batch from Pentron's private store. 3 others on the same crew developed the same rot. 2 survived. They were reassigned to the outer terraces and told to forget. Ji Wenshou's face tightened. This is not the place. It is exactly the place. Sister Nuo lifted another sheet. Ma Li, Night Foreman, Furnace 8, died of furnace breach, year 8, marked as equipment failure. The breach was caused by a deliberately warped seal, installed the morning of her shift so she would be blamed for the damage. Qian Cha's chest tightened. She had not known Ma Li, but she knew the pattern. The seals on Furnace 8 had been replaced 3 times in the last 2 years. Each replacement was logged as routine maintenance. Tao Zhen moved. He stepped forward, scroll case still open, and took a sheet from the bundle. His voice was quieter than Sister Nuo's, but it carried. Yu Cheng, fuel porter, Furnace 12, marked as missing, year 9, listed as a deserter. His ration tokens were found in the possession of a dead man 3 days later. Someone wanted it to look like he had fled. He set the sheet aside. Chen Wei, Asher, Furnace 7, marked as resigned, year 10, signed a release form. The signature was traced. It matched a woman who had been dead for 4 months. Ji Wenshou's hand came up. This is speculation. It is documentation. Elder Feng's voice was dry, unhurried. She had not moved from her corner, but her eyes were fixed on Ji Wenshou. Every scrap Sister Nuo carries came from the archive's own discard bins. The sect's filing system was designed to sort what was kept and what was burned. The burn pile was never fully consumed. That is not evidence. It is testimony. Sister Nuo lifted another sheet. Her voice did not waver. Bai Su, herb sorter, vanished, year 7, no official record. Her name was struck from the roster the same day she told a supervisor she had found a signature in the furnace wall. Qian Cha's breath stopped. Bai Su. The name Rong Yuan had given her, the woman who had discovered his mark before she vanished. Sister Nuo was not finished. Bai Su's body was found in the sealed furnace chamber 8 months after her disappearance. The chamber was supposed to be empty. The men who found her were instructed to seal it again and report nothing. A sound came from the corridor. One of the senior elders, a woman Qian Cha did not recognize. Her face had gone gray. That nay, the elder said. Bai Su. Sister Nuo looked up. The elder's hand trembled at her side. She was my niece. The room went still. Ji Wenshou's mouth opened, then closed. The elder took a step forward. Her voice was thin, but her eyes were not. I was told she resigned. I was told she left the sect. I was told she did not want to be found. Sister Nuo held her gaze. She did not resign. She was not allowed to leave. She found something she should not have, and she was erased so the finding would be buried with her. The elder's face crumpled. She turned to Ji Wenshou. You told me she was alive. Ji Wenshou said nothing. The lamp flame flickered. Pan Huan's voice rose from the shadows. This is a performance. Grief staged for sympathy. The Ash Yard steward cannot produce a body. She cannot prove a single one of these names. Sister Nuo's hand moved again. She lifted the last sheet from the bundle. It was not a scrap. It was a full page, clean-edged, written in a steady hand with black ink. This is a list of locations, she said, marked by the men who sealed the chamber. I found it in the maintenance tunnel beneath the archive, tucked into a crack in the foundation stone, where someone left it knowing they might not survive to retrieve it. She held it up. Bai Su is not the only body in that chamber. The elder in pale green's voice came from the doorway. She had entered without a sound. How many? Sister Nuo met her eyes. 17. The elder in pale green's hand tightened on her sleeve. Ji Wenshou turned. His face was bare now, stripped. 17. The elder in pale green repeated the number. Her voice was cold. 17 bodies in a sealed furnace chamber. And you knew. Ji Wenshou said nothing. The lamp flame jumped, and in the silence that followed, Qian Cha heard it. A footstep from the corridor. Heavy, coming closer. Chapter 76. The footsteps grew louder. Not one set, not two. A measured cadence of many feet moving in unison, the rhythm of enforcers who did not need to hurry because they already knew what they would find. Qian Cha turned from the lamp. The corridor beyond the vault had been dark a moment ago. Now light bled around the corner. Torchlight, yellow and steady. The elder in pale green did not move from the doorway. Her hand was still tight on her sleeve, but her face had settled into something colder than outrage. She was calculating. Qian Cha could see it in the set of her jaw, the way her gaze swept the room and landed on Ji Wenshou. "You should have told me," the elder said. Ji Wenshou's voice was low. "I was protecting the sect. You were protecting yourself." The torchlight reached the doorway. 4 Imperial enforcers in dark lacquered armor stepped into the vault's entrance. Behind them, the envoy's lean figure appeared, her medicine seal swinging against her chest. She took in the scene in a single glance. Sister Nuo with her bundle, Elder Feng in the corner, Pan Tran pressed against the far wall, the lamp burning without fuel. "Grand Elder," the envoy said, "I was told the vault had been secured." Ji Wenshou straightened. His composure was frayed but not gone. "It is secured. I am declaring emergency elder rule over all archives, furnaces, and trials until the Imperial review is complete. This vault and all its contents fall under that decree." The envoy's eyebrow rose. "You are declaring emergency rule now." "The sect's stability requires it. The sect's stability requires 17 bodies to stay buried." Ji Wenshou did not flinch. "The sect supplies medicine to 3 imperial armies and 7 provincial garrisons. If confidence collapses, soldiers die. Not in a sealed furnace chamber, but on battlefields where they cannot be healed. That is the weight I carry." The envoy studied him. Then Shen Koru spoke. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the torchlight like a blade drawn across stone. "Grand Elder, on what authority do you declare emergency rule?" Ji Wenshou's eyes found him. "Grand Elder authority. Title 12 of the Sect Governance Code. I have senior rank and the stewardship of all sect operations. Title 12 requires a unanimous vote of the seated elders when a sitting Grand Elder is the subject of a recorded inquiry." The room went still. Shen Koru did not look away. "The trial verdict recorded your knowledge of the poisoned formula. The envoy's declaration placed the archive under imperial authority. Sister Nuo's testimony documents deaths you permitted or failed to prevent. You are the subject of a recorded inquiry, Grand Elder. You cannot claim emergency rule over the institution you are accused of corrupting." Ji Wenshou's jaw tightened. The elder in pale green turned to look at Shen Koru. Her expression was unreadable. "The Enforcement Hall disciple quotes law," she said. "Show me the citation." Title 12, subsection 4. Emergency rule may not be declared by the party under inquiry. The authority passes to the senior impartial elder until the inquiry is resolved. The elder in pale green was silent for a long breath. Then she nodded. "He is correct." Ji Wenshou's hand came down on the vault shelf. The scrolls rattled. "This is not a trial chamber. This is a crisis." "It is both." The elder in pale green stepped into the vault. Her iron eyes swept the room. "And the law is the law, even in a crisis. If you declare emergency rule while under inquiry, the declaration is void on its face." Ji Wenshou stared at her. "You would side with them. I would side with the code that keeps this sect from becoming a personal estate." She did not blink. "You knew about the bodies. You told Bai Su's aunt she was alive. You let the formula poison soldiers for years. I will not grant you emergency power to bury what you failed to bury the first time." The envoy's voice was dry. "Then the question is settled. The vault remains under joint access until the Imperial review concludes. Grand Elder Ji Wenshou's administrative authority is suspended, pending the inquiry." Ji Wenshou's face went bare. For a moment, Qian Cha saw something beneath the composure. Not defeat, recognition. The same recognition a cornered furnace feels when the heat climbs past the safe threshold, and there is no vent left to open. "You are making a mistake," he said. The envoy did not answer. Shen Koru stepped forward. "The vault must be catalogued. Every scroll, every ledger, every fragment. The lamp must be examined under controlled conditions. Witnesses must be identified and protected." "Who catalogs it?" the elder in pale green asked. "A joint team. One representative from the enforcement hall, one from the envoy's staff, one appointed by the Qian claimant." All eyes turned to Qian Cha. She felt the weight of them, the elder in pale green's calculation. Ji Wenshou's stillness, the envoy's patient waiting, her mother's silence from the corner where she stood, watching. Qian Cha's throat was dry. "I appoint Tao Zhen," she said. Tao Zhen's head snapped up. "I am an outer disciple. I have no standing for—" "You have the best eye for patterns in this room," Qian Cha said. "And you already know the ledgers." The envoy nodded. "Tao Zhen is acceptable. The other representatives will be named by morning." She turned to the enforcers. "Secure the vault entrance. No one enters or leaves without written authorization from all 3 representatives." The enforcers moved. Ji Wenshou stood where he was as they filed past him, as the torchlight shifted, as the elder in pale green withdrew to the corridor without looking back. The vault shrank. Qian Cha watched the enforcer take position at the door, and something in her chest loosened. Not relief, recognition. The fight had not ended, but the floor had shifted. Ji Wenshou was no longer untouchable, but neither was she. The envoy paused at the threshold. She looked at Qian Cha. "You have until the morning examination to decide what you want the Imperial Review to see. After that, the records belong to the process." She left. The vault settled into silence. Qian Cha turned to her mother, but Qian Li Wei was already moving toward the lamp. Her fingers brushed the edge of the flame, and the light rippled. "Mother." Qian Li Wei did not answer. The lamp burned on. Chapter 77. The vault had gone still. Qian Li Wei stood at the lamp, her fingers resting against the edge of the flame. The light rippled across her face, casting shadows that moved like water over bone. She did not turn when Qian Cha spoke. She did not turn when the enforcer shifted at the door. The lamp burned on without fuel, and her mother stood at its edge as if listening to something only she could hear. Qian Cha took a step forward. "Mother." The name hung in the air between them. Qian Li Wei's hand dropped. She turned. Her eyes were dark and hollow, as if she had looked into something that had looked back, and the looking had cost her breath she had not yet recovered. She did not smile. She did not reach out. She simply looked at Qian Cha as if measuring whether her daughter was still standing. "They will come with questions by morning," Qian Li Wei said. Her voice was dry, cracked from years of silence, "and you will have to answer them." Tao Zhen moved to Qian Cha's side. His hands were empty now, the scroll case tucked under his arm, but his jaw was tight. "She appointed me as vault representative. I need to know what we are cataloging before the other 2 representatives arrive." The elder, in pale green, had not left. She stood at the corridor edge, watching the vault with iron patience. Shen Koru remained near the door, his hand resting on his enforcement token, as if expecting Ji Wenshou to attempt something even now. But Ji Wenshou had gone still. He stood where the envoy had left him, his hands at his sides, his pale amber eyes fixed on nothing. The burn scar across his right palm caught the lamplight. He had not spoken since the envoy ruled his authority suspended. Qian Cha felt the weight of the room shift, not toward her, toward what she might do next. "The envoy asked what I want the Imperial Review to see," she said. The elder, in pale green, raised an eyebrow. "And have you decided?" Qian Cha looked at her mother, then at the lamp, then at the scrolls and ledgers and folios lining the vault shelves, each one a piece of the framework Pan Tuan had sold across 3 provinces, each one a fragment of what her mother had built and the sect had stolen. She thought about the 17 bodies in the sealed furnished chamber. She thought about the servants who had carried her messages, watched her back, fed her information while risking their own necks. She thought about Ji Wenshou's question. How many would die if the truth came out all at once? I want the corrected Meridian calming pill formula entered into the public record, she said. Tao Zhen's head snapped toward her. That is the only leverage you have. I know. If you give it up freely, Shen Koru said slowly, you lose the only thing the Empire cannot take from you by force. Qian Cha did not look away from the lamp. The formula was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to heal people. My mother built it so that soldiers would not die from their own medicine. That is what I want the review to see. Not a corpse in a vault. A cure that was stolen and corrupted and can still save lives. The elder in pale green let out a long breath. You understand, she said, that the sect will claim credit for the correction. They will say it was discovered during the internal audit, not surrendered by a Qin claimant. Let them. Qian Cha turned to face her. I do not need credit. I need the archive examined by independent auditors. I need the servant dead entered into the sect's official register with their names and causes of death. I need the sealed furnace chamber opened and the bodies recovered before the Empire burns the evidence. And what do you need from me? Qian Cha met the elder's iron eyes. I need you to make sure the audit happens before Ji Wenshou's allies bury it in procedure. The elder in pale green was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. The law requires a majority vote of the senior elders to authorize an independent audit, while the Grand Elder is under inquiry. The vote was deadlocked before you spoke. She glanced at Ji Wenshou. Your offer changes the terms. Ji Wenshou's eyes moved. Not much. A flicker, as if he had heard something he had not expected. You would give us the corrected formula, he said. No conditions. I gave conditions. The archive audit and the body recovery are process. They cost me nothing I have not already lost. His voice was flat. The corrected formulas is the only real leverage you possessed. If you surrender it, you become a petitioner, not a power. Qian Cha held his gaze. I was never a power, she said. I was a servant who survived long enough to speak the truth. The formula is not leverage, it is the truth. And the truth does not need leverage to be believed. The elder in pale green turned to Ji Wenshou. The vote stands at 3 in favor of the audit, 3 against, with the chief archivist recused, she said. The Grand Elder's vote would break the tie. Ji Wenshou's jaw tightened. You want me to authorize the audit of my own archive. I want you to decide whether you are the man who buried the truth or the man who let it be seen. The elder in pale green did not soften. The envoy will review the vault with or without our cooperation. If we refuse the audit, she will order one under imperial authority, and every document in this room will be scrutinized by outsiders who do not care about Sabotaged. Qian Cha watched Quan Wenshou's face. She saw the calculation behind his eyes, the same calculation she had seen in the trial hall, in the archive. In every moment, he had weighed her life against the institution he had spent decades building. If I authorize the audit, he said slowly, they will find what Pan Chuan hid. They will find what you allowed him to hide, Qian Cha said. There is a difference. Yuan Shou's hand came up. He pressed his palm to his forehead, the burn scar catching the light. 3 votes in favor, the elder in pale green said. 3 against. The Grand Elder's vote decides. The vault held its breath. Qian Cha felt Tao Zhen tense beside her, felt Shen Koru's stillness at the door, felt her mother's silence from the corner where she stood, watching the lamp as if it held answers she had not found. Ji Wenshou lowered his hand. I cannot authorize the audit, he said. The elder in pale green's expression did not change. Then the deadlock stands, and the envoy will order the audit anyway. You have only delayed the inevitable. I am aware, Ji Wenshou turned to Qian Cha. The formula is not the only thing you could give, he said. There is a second thing, something you have not offered because you do not know it exists. Qian Cha's pulse quickened. What second thing? Ji Wenshou did not answer. He turned and walked toward the corridor, his steps measured, his back straight, as if he had not just handed the Empire the key to his own destruction. The elder, in pale green, watched him go. Then she looked at Qian Cha. He knows something he has not told you, she said. And he is saving it for the moment when you have no choice but to ask. The lamp flickered. Qian Liwei's hand shot out, catching the edge of the flame. The light flared, then steadied. "Mother!" Qian Liwei did not turn, but she spoke. "The second thing is not in this vault," she said. "It is in what I sealed inside the lamp." And for the first time since she had emerged from the furnace chamber, she looked at Qian Cha with something other than distance. "And I have not told you what else I found in the dark." Chapter 78. The envoy's voice cut through the vault like a blade drawn across stone. "Enough!" She stood at the entrance, her medicine seal catching the lamp's light. Behind her, 6 Imperial enforcers filled the corridor, their hands resting on seal-locked batons. The elder in pale green stepped back. Shen Koru straightened. Even the lamp's flame seemed to still. The envoy walked past them all. She stopped at the center of the vault, where the scattered scrolls lay like bones unearthed from a grave. "I have heard enough from every corner of this room to fill 3 Imperial dossiers." Her gaze swept the assembly. "Now you will hear from me." She turned to Pan Chuan first. "Head alchemist Pan Chuan, you are detained under Imperial authority for the poisoning of medicinal supply, the falsification of formula records, and the systematic murder of sect workers. Your confinement is no longer sect business. It is empire business." Pan Chuan's face went gray. His mouth opened, but the envoy did not wait for his answer. She gestured to 2 enforcers. They crossed the room and took him by the arms. "You will be held in the Imperial compound on the Eastern Ridge," the envoy said. "Your testimony will be taken under truth seal. Every buyer, every ledger, every formula you sold will be extracted from your memory before the Empire decides what to do with you." Pan Quan did not resist as the enforcers pulled him toward the corridor. But at the threshold, he turned. His eyes found Qian Cha. "She burned brighter than any of you deserved," he said, "and you will never find what she truly built." The enforcers dragged him out. The envoy did not watch him go. She turned to Rong Yuan. "The pill saint, alive." Her voice carried no wonder, only calculation. "You will remain within sect grounds under observed liberty. You are not detained, but you are not free. The Empire has questions for you about the Qian lineage, and you will answer them when called." Rong Yuan's blind eye caught the lamp's reflection. "I have waited 11 years to answer those questions," he said. "A few more days will not matter." The envoy moved on. Ji Wen-shou stood motionless as she approached. "Grand Elder, your authority is suspended pending full Imperial review. You will cooperate with the archive examination. You will provide every record, every seal, every signature requested. If you obstruct, you will join Pan Chuan in the Eastern compound." Ji Wen-shou's jaw tightened. "The sect will not survive this," he said. "The sect will survive what it deserves to survive." The envoy's voice was flat. "Your job is to ensure it does not burn down around the truth before we finish." She turned to Qian Cha. The lamp flickered. Qian Cha felt her mother's presence at the edge of her awareness, silent, waiting. "Qian Cha, daughter of Qian Liwei." The envoy's voice softened by a fraction. "The Imperial Review recognizes your claim to the Qian lineage. You will be registered as an inner disciple of the Verdant Cauldron sect pending investigation. The sealed archive is open to you under supervision. Your mother's manual, if recovered, will be examined by Imperial assessors before any claim of ownership is adjudicated." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "Adjudicated. The manual was stolen. That is not in dispute." The envoy's eyes held hers. "But 11 years have passed. The manual's contents have entered the Empire's medicinal supply through channels the Empire cannot simply reverse. Restoration is not simple. Ownership will be decided by law, not by blood alone." Qian Cha understood. She had won recognition, but recognition was not restoration. "I understand," she said. "At first light, the joint cataloging team begins. Tao Zhen will represent the Qian claim. Shen Koru, the enforcement hall. My assessor, the Imperial Review. No one enters without all 3 present." She looked at the elder in pale green. "You will remain on the senior council pending investigation of your role in the conspiracy. Your vote is suspended until the review completes. The elder in pale green inclined her head. No argument, no defiance. The envoy turned back to Qian Cha. You have until morning examination to decide what you want the Imperial Review to see. I recommend you use that time wisely. She walked out. The enforcers followed. The vault was quiet. Ji Wenshou was the first to move. He walked to the threshold, then stopped. You have what you wanted, he said without turning. Recognition, a seat, a name that cannot be buried. Qian Cha waited. He turned. But recognition is a door that opens both ways. His voice carried something she had not heard before. Not threat, not bitterness, warning. Every faction that hears of you will want what you know. Every power that lost access to the Qian supply will want to control you. The Imperial Review is watching. The Azure Pond sect knows the Meridian calming pill was stolen. The Iron Bone garrison knows their wound seals came from a vault the Empire is now investigating. You are no longer a servant hiding in ash. He stepped closer. You are a resource, and resources are claimed or destroyed. Qian Cha met his eyes. Then I will make sure I am too expensive to take and too dangerous to break. Ji Wenshou held her gaze for a long moment. Then he walked out. The elder in pale green followed. Then Shen Koru, who paused at the door. Tao Zhen Lin Li Bao layout before dawn, he said. I will have a copy sent to the sorting shed. Qian Cha nodded. He left. Bao held only Qian Cha, her mother, and Rong Yuan. Qian Li Wei stood at the lamp, her hand still extended toward the flame. Mother. Qian Li Wei did not turn. She is right, she said. Recognition invites predators. Her fingers brushed the flame's edge, but she does not know what kind. The lamp flared, and Qian Cha saw, for the first time, that her mother's hand was trembling. Chapter 79. The lamp's flame steadied. Qian Cha stood at the vault's center with her mother's trembling hand still suspended above the light, and understood that the night would not give her answers. It would only give her more questions, and she was running out of time before the morning examination. Rong Yuan moved first. He crossed the vault to the shelf where the recovered scrolls lay, his gait still carrying the ghost of Ashuncle's shamble, though the posture had straightened. He pulled 3 folios from the stack and held them toward the lamp's glow. We cannot stay here, he said. The envoy's enforcers will seal this chamber at first bell. Whatever you need to see it now. Qian Cha looked at her mother. Qian Li Wei had not moved. Her fingers hovered at the flame's edge, palm open, as if she could feel something the others could not touch. Mother! No response. Qian Cha stepped closer and laid her hand over her mother's, pulling it gently away from the lamp. The flame flickered once, then settled. Qian Li Wei blinked. I was remembering, she said, her voice distant. The shape of the fire. How long it took before the dark stopped having edges. Qian Cha did not let go of her hand. What did you find in there? Qian Li Wei's eyes focused, sharp, present. Later, she said. Show me the manual first. They moved to the corner of the vault where the lamp cast the longest shadow. Rong Yuan spread the folios across the floor, flattened the curling edges with his palm, and gestured for Qian Cha to kneel beside him. She pulled her mother's manual from her sleeve. It was thinner than she remembered. The pages had been compressed by years of being hidden, folded, carried against her ribs. The ash-stained cover bore no title, only a single Qian lineage mark that she had traced with her finger 1,000 times in the dark. She opened it. The first pages were familiar, the correction sequences she had memorized, the furnace breath notation, the ingredient substitutions her mother had scrawled in the margins of official formulas, each one a quiet rebellion against the sect's sanctioned methods. But the middle section had changed. Or rather, she had never read past the first 6 folios, because she had stopped at the point where the manual's instructions became too advanced for a child who could barely reach the furnace valve. Now the pages revealed what she had been too young to understand. This is not a manual, she said. Rong Yuan leaned closer. It is a framework, he said. Your mother built a language, not a recipe book. Each page assumes the reader already knows the base method. The manual only fills in what is missing. Qian Cha turned to a page marked with a small dark green circle. The symbol was identical to the seal she had seen in the archive, the one Pan Tran had worn on his inner sleeve. "This one," she said. "What does it reference?" Rong Yuan studied the notation. His face went still. "It does not reference an ingredient," he said slowly. "It references a location, a second repository, not inside the sect." Qian Cha's throat tightened. "Where?" "The notation is coded in the same system your mother used for the framework sold to the 13 buyers." He traced the symbol with his fingertip. "But this one was never sold. She kept it." Qian Li Wei knelt beside them. "I built 2 vaults," she said. "The one Pan Tran found was the decoy. The formulas I let him steal were real enough to satisfy anyone who tested them, but they were incomplete without the key." She touched the page. "The second vault contains the original synthesis, the work I did after they buried me." Qian Cha stared at her mother. "You were inside the furnace chamber for 11 years. I did not waste them." Qian Li Wei's hand trembled again, but her voice did not. "In the dark, I mapped what I had lost. Every sequence I remembered, every correction I had made, every flaw in Pan Tuan's revisions that the sect swallowed without question." She looked at Qian Cha. "I wrote it all, in ash, on stone, against the furnace wall. And when I sealed myself into the lamp, I carried the knowledge with me." Rong Yuan's jaw tightened. "The flame," he said. "You bound your memory into the fire." "Part of it." Qian Li Wei looked at her daughter. "The rest is in the second vault, and if the Imperial Envoy finds it before you do, the Empire will own the Qian lineage as thoroughly as the sect did." Qian Cha turned the page. The writing changed. The careful notation of formulas and corrections gave way to a denser hand, cramped and urgent, as if her mother had been writing under pressure. The characters were smaller, pressed together, the ink uneven. She read the passage aloud. "The corrected formula stabilized the Meridian but revealed a deeper imbalance. The thermal flaw was not the original design. It was introduced after the theft, but the theft itself was not the beginning. Someone inside the Imperial Court had been tracking the Qian method for years before the sect moved." She stopped. Rong Yuan's face was unreadable. "Keep reading," he said. Qian Cha lowered her eyes back to the page. "The true Meridian calming pill was only the first gate. The full framework contains a refinement sequence that, if completed, produces a pill the Empire has spent generations trying to replicate. I called it the Solstice Seal. It is not a healing formula. It is a cultivation catalyst that unbinds the meridians for a single night, allowing a cultivator to absorb ambient spiritual energy at a rate 10 times the normal limit." She looked up. "That is impossible." "It is not." Qian Li Wei's voice was flat. "I refined it once, 12 years ago. The test subject advanced from the 6th to the 7th heaven in a single night." Rong Yuan's hand closed into a fist. "Who was the test subject?" Qian Li Wei met his eyes. "The Imperial Envoy's predecessor." The silence in the vault was absolute. "The Empire knows what the Solstice Seal can do," Qian Li Wei continued. "They have been looking for the complete method ever since. The Envoy did not come here because of Pan Tuan's corruption. She came because the Imperial Court received word that the Qian lineage's refining techniques were about to surface." Qian Cha's hands had gone cold. "The Envoy says she will restore the manual if the law allows." "The Envoy will take the manual if she can." Qian Li Wei's voice carried the weight of certainty. "And if she cannot take it, she will burn it." Rong Yuan turned to the next page. The cramped handwriting continued. "The Solstice Seal was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to prove that the Qian method could heal the Empire's cultivation bottleneck, that the old families who hoarded advancement techniques did not have to be the only path to power. But the Imperial Court saw it differently. They saw a formula that could destabilize the entire cultivation hierarchy if it fell into the wrong hands." Qian Cha read the final line. "If you are reading this, I have been buried. The Solstice Seal is not in my manual. It is in the second vault, alongside the names of everyone who knew it existed, including the ones who wanted it destroyed. She looked at her mother. The names. Are they in the records Sister Noah found? Some of them. Qian Liwei's voice was careful. Others are in the spaces between the records. The dead who were never entered. The vanished who were never counted. The lamp flickered. Qian Cha felt the weight of the manual in her hands, heavier than it had been moments ago. The correction she had surrendered to the envoy was only a fragment. The true work was still hidden, and the Empire was already moving to claim it. Where is the second vault? Qian Liwei did not answer. Instead, she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a scrap of paper, folded and worn, the edges darkened with age. She pressed it into Qian Cha's palm. The location is written in the same code as the framework. You will need the key to unlock it. Qian Cha unfolded the paper. It held a single character, not a name, not a direction, a number. 17. She looked up at her mother. Find is the count of bodies in the furnace chamber, she said. Qian Liwei nodded. The second vault is behind the furnace chamber's inner wall. The bodies were not dumped there to hide them. They were placed there to seal the vault and warn anyone who came looking. The lamp burned low. Shadows gathered in the corners of the vault, and Qian Cha understood that the morning examination would change everything she had thought she knew. Chapter 80. The sorting shed had never felt this small. Dawn bled through the gaps in the warped planks, painting the ash heaps in thin yellow light. Qian Cha sat with her back against the wall, the manual open across her knees, the number 17 still pressed into her palm where her mother had placed it. Rong Yuan stood at the doorway, his good eye fixed on the courtyard beyond. The envoy's enforcers have secured the vault, he said. They are cataloging every scroll as we speak. Qian Liwei did not answer. She sat across from Qian Cha, her hands resting on her thighs, the burn scar on her wrist catching the light. She had not slept. None of them had. Qian Cha looked down at the manual, the cramped handwriting blurred before her eyes. The second vault is behind the furnace chamber's inner wall. She had seen that wall. She had scraped residue from its surface in the first chapter of this life, when she was still an ash boy with a dead mother and a secret name. The wall had always been there. The bodies had always been there, and the solstice seal lay behind them, waiting. The envoy will summon you, Rong Yuan said. Before the morning examination, she will want to know what you found in the manual. Qian Cha closed the book. Then I will tell her what I choose. Rong Yuan turned to face her. The light caught the scars on his hands, the blind eye that never closed all the way. You are not the same girl who crawled into that furnace 3 months ago. I am not the same girl who crawled into that furnace 3 years ago. She stood. The manual felt heavier in her hands than any pill she had ever refined. The courtyard was unrecognizable. Servants walked where they had never walked before, through the central paths reserved for disciples. Herb washers stood in clusters near the furnace hall, speaking in low voices. Fuel porters did not lower their eyes when elders passed. The news had spread. Not the news of the formula, not the news of the theft, the news that the Qian lineage had returned, that 17 bodies had been counted, that a woman who should have been dead had walked out of the sealed furnace chamber holding her daughter's face. The sect was no longer the same place. Qian Cha stopped at the edge of the courtyard. Tao Zhen stood near the archive gate, his scroll case tucked under his arm. He looked thinner than she remembered, as if the past days had carved something out of him. Cataloging is complete, he said when she reached him. The envoy's assessor took possession of the scrolls at first light. What did they find? The framework, as Pan Trun said. 13 pieces, each sold to a different buyer. The envoy has already sent riders to recall what can be recovered. Qian Cha watched his face. And the key? Tao Zhen's jaw tightened. Still in the lamp. The envoy's assessor could not extract it. The flame does not respond to anyone but your mother. Qian Liwei had bound herself to that lamp. Not in body, but in intention. The flame would yield only when she chose. Where is Ji Wenshou? Confined to his residence, Tao Zhen said. The envoy's order. He is not to leave until the imperial review concludes. And the elder in pale green? Tao Zhen's eyes flickered. She's in the archive hall, with Sister Nual. They have been comparing the victim list against the burial location documents since midnight. Qian Cha felt something shut in her chest. Not trust, not yet, but the shape of something that could become trust if given time. Where is Shen Koru? At the sealed furnace chamber. Tap Jijin's voice dropped. He ordered the inner wall examined. The enforcers found a seam in the stonework. They are preparing to open it at midday. Midday, when the sun was highest, when the shadows were shortest, when the 17 bodies would be counted a second time. The summons came before the first bell. An enforcer in imperial colors approached Qian Cha in the ash yard, her boots leaving clean impressions in the soot. She carried a scroll case sealed with the envoy's mark, the silver chain glinting at her throat. Qian Cha, daughter of Qian Liwei, the imperial envoy requests your presence at the South Furnace Hall immediately. Qian Cha took the scroll. The seal was intact. She broke it open. The writing inside was brief, precise, and very old. To the heir of the Qian lineage, the imperial court has received word of your mother's return and the discovery of the solstice seal. You'll present yourself at the South Furnace Hall before the second bell, accompanied by your mother and the one known as Rong Yuan. Failure to appear will be treated as obstruction of imperial inquiry. The envoy awaits. There was no signature, but the seal at the bottom bore the mark of the imperial court, the same symbol that appeared on every medicine license, every supply order, every decree that governed the sect from above. Rong Yuan read over her shoulder. His face did not change. They know about the solstice seal. They knew before we did. Qian Cha folded the summons. The envoy did not come here because of Pan Quan's corruption. She came because the court learned the Qin techniques were about to surface. Then she came to take them, or to destroy them. Rong Yuan looked toward the furnace hall, where the envoy's enforcers stood at every door. The court does not share power. If the solstice seal can destabilize the cultivation hierarchy, they will either control it or bury it. Qian Cha felt the weight of the manual against her chest, the number 17 still pressed into her palm. The second vault was still sealed, and the umpire was already moving to claim what she had not yet found. Qian Liwei met her at the edge of the courtyard. Her mother's face was calm, but her hands were clenched at her sides. The envoy will ask you to surrender the manual. I know. She will offer you protection, a place in the Imperial Academy, resources beyond anything the sect can provide. Qian Cha watched her mother's eyes. And if I refuse? Qian Liwei's voice dropped to a whisper. Then she will take it anyway. The furnace hall loomed ahead, its doors thrown open, the envoy's enforcers standing at attention. Qian Cha turned to face her mother. Then I will make sure she cannot. She stepped forward. The manual was a weight at her side. The number 17 was a promise, and the second vault was still waiting.